Counting sheep 9.18. I might have said that both sides of the battlefield were as tense as the strings of a violin, but the reality was that both sides were composed more or less of dead men. Stitched on one side, inanimate corpses on the other. Too many deaths, too much blood. Our approach to the battlefield meant that I could smell that thick odor of blood in the air, the shit that had leaked from rectums that opened in death, the sharper tang of fear, and, as I'd smelled from the beginning, the smoke. The eyes of the living were on us as we approached, while the dead on both sides stared off into space. Mauer walked with a contingent of his soldiers at his back, his good hand on Emily's shoulder. More soldiers surrounded Lillian, Jamie, and me. I was walking right behind Emily. If I say anything, trust that I'm doing it to help. The worst thing you can do here is to second-guess yourself. He'll see it as the wrong kind of weakness and capitalize on it. Emily nodded, though she didn't look back at me. The right kind of weakness would be to let him know just how reluctant you are. You don't want this, you don't like it, you can detest him, and let that show, but don't waver. If you show doubt, fear, give him any excuse to say no, then he'll take you up on that, say no, and watch as you try to backpedal. He'll go out of his way to murder people in a way that punishes you for wasting his time and for backing down. Kids, elderly, he'll make it ugly. Emily was breathing harder. She was getting scared, now that I was painting a picture of who the Baron was. Time to give her some stability. You have power here. Something he wants, the ability to steer this entire battle to a better place. I'm going to give you some tips on how to successfully negotiate this with him, but I think you're smart enough to choose the right course on your own. Before that, I want to tell you some stuff that's not going to seem important right now, but which might save your life and save your sanity later. You're going to have to marry him. She turned her head a little, glancing back at me. Mauer reaffirmed his grip on her shoulder, as if he thought she'd tear away and run. What he wants to do is to break you down and rebuild you into a pawn he can use. As a noble, he's grown up around two kinds of couple. There are the husband-wife pair who are together for the sake of alliances, who bicker and who exist as entirely disconnected entities that just happen to share the same living space and last name. Some of them utterly hated each other, they fought a constant war with words and subtle sabotage. He's anticipating that relationship, and he thinks he'd win. He probably would. I went on, there are also the pairs who make each other stronger overall. If you're going to be his wife, you need to start right off selling yourself as someone with composure, someone who could be a person that makes him stronger. I'm not a politician. Don't try to be. But don't be weak. When he tortures someone in front of you, to see if there's a chink in your armor, you can't break, and you can't beg him to spare them. When he says he wants his doctors to alter your body, and he will, don't argue it. Plot it out, make it a negotiation, something tactical. Make him work every step of the way. Whatever they do to the exterior, it can be undone. I was in exactly the right position to see Emily clench her fist, hard. If you can argue a point or engage him, then do it. If it's not a battle worth fighting, or if you think he's found a way to break you, your best defense is to be boring, or feign boredom. Sell him on the idea that you are someone he can take with him to functions, and almost noble. She wasn't listening. She wasn't hearing me. You're going to be scared at first. Keep your spine straight. I know you're a fighter. Fight. If you have to cry, cry in as private a place as you can, but don't ever tell him what you're crying about, or you'll pay for it 100-fold. The start of all of this will be easier. He'll be preoccupied with the deaths of his sisters and the change to the status quo. You might go days without seeing him. By the time he gets bored with that and turns his full attention to you, you need to be a rock. Give him nothing. All right, Emily said. We reached the front line. The soldiers had backed away from each other and were staring each other down. The Stitched stared well past us, as if they were looking but didn't really see. The Baron's men pointed. We took a side street, leaving the battle behind. The deal, marriage is essential. You hate the idea, I know, but don't take the bait if he offers a compromise that doesn't include it. If he does, it's probably a ruse, and he plans to kill us all at the next opportunity. Nobles only marry once, usually, and if he's not willing to look you in the eye and agree to the idea of marrying for the tidbit of knowledge you can offer him, then he's not really staking anything on the deal. If he takes the offer, then he thinks you have something, and you have leverage. Not a lot, but some. Immortality. Rendered immortal, the Baron could move more slowly, make plays for positions, and negotiate a path to power. Don't push him for an answer. Put the idea on the table, lay it out in the best way you can, emphasize the things you heard me talk about, power, time, control, and then leave it on the table for him to pick up. He'll think about it, and he'll sell himself on the idea. Keep your chin up, don't flinch no matter what he says or does. She nodded. Her fists hadn't unclenched. She let out a heavy breath, and her breath formed a cloud in the cold air. Trust your instincts, I said. She nodded again. Lillian looked so hurt, as she looked at me, as if every piece of advice was a betrayal. She didn't have a better answer than this, but she was willing to condemn me for making this a reality. Mauer. Jamie asked. What? If this goes south, or if the Baron decides to attack, do we have options? I do, and through me, my men do, Mauer said. You? I don't know. His patience seemed to be pretty worn through by now. I knew he was still soaring, in a sense, from his victory over the Duke. By allowing this to happen, he was giving up the reins. He hoped this would work out, because showing his face to the Baron was a danger. Was the Baron emotional enough to ignore the called truce and use the negotiations as a pretext to attack? We were about to see. Jamie was looking after Lillian, helping her to stand. I was tired, battered, bruised, and I was utterly, completely alone. The lambs had been reduced to 3, and that number was now divided. I didn't have any friends here, not with my team and not with Emily, who had to hate me for the advice I was giving her, however well-intentioned it was. Play the bastard for all your life, being alone in the end is an inevitability. Crown soldiers stood on either side of the door. The building was one of the sturdier ones, probably one of the original buildings set on the rocks here, before Lug was established as a city. The lower half was stone, the upper half consisted of logs sheared in half, stacked up to a total of 4 stories. Mauer gestured for the guards at the door to move, and indicated a few of his own men. The Crown soldiers didn't budge until Mauer's men crowded nearer. It ended up with Crown soldiers on one side and Mauer's men on the other. More even. Mauer was the one who pushed the door open. We made our way inside. The Baron was seated, one of his sisters seated behind him. He didn't stand as we made our approach. He'd donned a cloak, and wore it over his head and shoulders. A metal brace had been fit over one arm, screws puncturing flesh, and his exposed flesh was alternately bandaged and scalded. The eyes behind the bandages were open so wide that I had to wonder if his eyelids had been burned away. That illusion was broken as he blinked. But it wasn't all burns. There was an awful lot of damage that seemed like there had been more tearing and ripping of the skin, connective tissue, and the flesh. I could study the wounds and try to envision how they had come about, telling myself a story in reverse, and the mental image that came to mind was of the Baron half buried by rubble, tearing himself free, with such force that skin came off. Things had been put back into a roughly approximate position and held there with the bandage, then covered with fresh clothes, primarily black and green. His sister looked almost pristine, wearing a more concealing change of clothes that masked the fact that much of her body was missing. Only one side of her cleavage was laid bare for eyes to settle on. She would be the one who had screamed at me, losing her composure. I had a very hard time thinking of her as a human. In the shims, hanging there with Gordon, I had seen people turn neglected strays into neglected, kicked, abused strays, who attacked anything they could. Used for keeping people away, nothing more. Animals that had never seen kindness and wouldn't recognize that kindness if it was offered. I would sooner believe that any one of those mad beasts could be made a good house pet than believe the twin could act like a proper person again. She fidgeted, black bone fingers taking the barely repressed hostility out on the fabric of her coat, fidgeting, scratching, already wearing a hole in the material and damaging the flesh beneath enough that blood was welling out. All the while she scratched, dug, tore, her eyes were fixated on us. Not even bowing as you meet me, the Baron asked. His tone was incredulous. I'm insulted enough I might declare this meeting over, right now. Convince me not to. Those last 4 words were an order, a demand, like one might expect from a petulant child. He was taunting us, implying he held all of the power. I'm not going to try to convince you, Mauer said. The Baron lurched to his feet before Mauer could say another word. The noble extended a hand toward his sister, who took it, standing. But I think you want what we're offering. I'd be happier if you walked away right now, Mauer said. Missed out on this. If you're offering lambs, you'll have to try harder. I intend to win this war, for the lambs to escape and flee, or to defect to your side. I'll hurt them through others they care about. I've already been thinking about how, the Baron said. The lovely little blonde will be cut up. Leave her without arms and legs and put her in the bottom of a hole with her creator and feeding tubes rammed down their throats and locked to their faces. If he wasn't saying what he was saying, I could have thanked him. He was showing his true colors to Emily already. As for the orphanage those children call home, all the children they grew up with, and their caretaker, I think we'll cut their heads open, carve away until they're little better than grunting animals. I can think of a few people who need to be reminded that what the nobles say is law. So I will declare that the lobotomized children are dogs, and I'll give them out as gifts for people who need those reminders. Or perhaps we'll put little Susan or Frances in a dog fighting ring and see how she fares without claws or teeth. Your point being that you don't want the lambs, because in your eyes, you already have them, Mauer said. Exactly, the Baron said, extending a finger, wagging it at Mauer while he let a ghastly smile unfold across his torn, burned face. Exactly. I'm not offering you the lambs, Mauer said. I arranged this because I was asked to. By that girl there. The Baron fixed his bulging eyes on Emily. She didn't flinch. She was steel, from head to toe. Too rigid, but it was better than backing down. I looked at her as he saw her, a girl, horned, clawed, teeth sharpened, eyes altered, her muscles changed to make her faster, more powerful, her skin marked with tattoos. Trash, the Baron said. She reacted slightly, surprised. I saw the Baron's eyes taking that in. She would pay for that tiny reaction in spades, because he would know he could demean her. I hated him a little more for that. Emily had earned my respect in the time I'd spent with her. But the Baron was a monster, one that fed on weakness and created weaknesses where they didn't exist. He'd cut straight to my core, and I'd been fighting monsters since I could remember. Emily, well, I supposed she had fought her own monsters, on a smaller scale. Her parents were the whole reason she was here right now. My lord, my name is Candida Ann Gage. 2 years ago my parents and other sponsors gathered and pooled funds to hire a professor specializing in extension of life. Professor Easterbrook. I know the Gages. They approached me, and they tried to woo me, talking about you, hinting that you were something special, like every spawn-besotted parent seems to believe. I know Easterbrook too, the Baron said. That man is a hack. He had his shot at a standing position in Wolfers, and he didn't survive the first round of cuts. If Emily reacted, I didn't see it. My lord, Professor Easterbrook failed because he couldn't weaponize his work, and Wolfers needed weapons. He succeeded, and I am that success. You are, to all appearances, a disgusting specimen of common humanity, the Baron said. His eyes were still wild, too wide, the pupils too small. The hate in his words was clear. And I don't hold common humanity in much regard. I know the formulas, my lord. I've got enough knowledge of Academy science to create primordials like the ones you fought tonight. But not the ones I captured, the Baron said, without missing a beat. Like the ones I encountered. Yours wasn't among them? Then it was a failure. Mine, I buried, because it was too dangerous. They. Lambs orchestrated that. The Baron smiled as he turned our way. I should have told her not to mention us. She tried to recover, but pulling his attention away from us was hard. My lord, my parents intended to offer me to you in marriage, so they could gain prestige, and I would make you immortal as part of the exchange, using what I have in my veins and what I know. They hoped to benefit from your ascent as the years passed. Immortal, you could watch your cousins and fellows die, and trade up to better positions. The landscape of politics changes when you have centuries to make your move, instead of decades. Pushing a little too hard. And in exchange, you want this war to end, the Baron said, still staring me down. Save all the rest of them. No, my lord, Emily said. There wasn't a single head or eye on our side of the room that didn't immediately turn to give all focus to the young woman. Even the Baron looked at her again. What did you hope for, then? I don't care about Mauer. He lied to me. He didn't tell us what the primordials were. I had to learn the details from that girl there. She was pointing at Lillian. Emily continued, her voice raising. He started this stupid war that got my boyfriend killed. So that was what she was doing. Your boyfriend, I have to assume it was the lad with the scales, was very much alive, Mauer said. He hugged you goodbye. I don't care what happens to Mauer, Emily said. My lord. And the lambs. She looked back at us. She still looked like an animal, tense, ready to act at any moment. So many primitive defenses placed on her body, as if to give her the tools she needed to ward off the ugliness of the outside world. But the real ugliness wasn't the sort that could be fought with claw and fang. I would rather you left them alone, she said. But if you didn't, I'd still hold to my end of the deal. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. Emily. Lillian called out. Emily twisted her head away, avoiding eye contact, making a face. She spoke, leave the people of Lug alone. The failure to eradicate them is on the Duke's shoulders. From what I've heard, you're shrewd enough to do that. Paint the Duke in a negative light, my lord. It would reflect poorly on me, that I couldn't take over and finish a war that was already over. Let it, my lord. You have the resources and I have knowledge, and if you will take my hand in marriage, like my parents wanted, and then spite them, spit in their faces and give them nothing at all, if you'll spare Lug, I'll give you the time you need to be great. If you spare the lambs as well, I'll do it with a smile. The Baron stared at me. He was still standing, he had been since Mauer had first spoken. Now he sat, looking at my makeshift eye patch. I don't care much for smiles, the noble said, and revenge is in order. They took members of my family away from me. It's only fair that I take their whole worlds from them. Then do it for their tears, not my smiles, my lord, Emily said. 2 of them, I think, desperately didn't want me to do this. They told me what kind of a person you are, they warned me, and I insisted on going along with it. It would break the heart of that girl there. I'd wondered if she was listening as I described the Baron. She was as keen as a new razor when it came to speaking a language he responded to. Is that so? The Baron asked, looking at Lillian. Lillian didn't respond, only breaking eye contact. It's a subtle victory, my lord, Emily said. Perhaps, a middle ground, he said. If you're obedient and do exactly as I say, as a fiancé and as a wife, I'll stay my hand. Every time you disobey, I'll take one of their loved ones from them. They'll have no forewarning, they'll have to trust you to listen and be good. Say no, say no. No, my lord, Emily said. That's worse than no middle ground at all. And here I was, trying to be fair, the Baron said. Eyelids appeared around the bulging orbs and then narrowed, giving him a sudden, sly look. His facial features had been altered to give him finer control over them. The bulging look up to this point had been at least partially intentional, the other part would be the sheer damage to his face. If that's the kind of relationship you're asking for, then the negotiation is over, she said. Damn it. She had been doing so well. But she'd given him an out, and he would take it, and he would punish her for it. It was very possible he would go after her family, and try to find an angle with which he could reclaim her. Then she would be tortured until she provided the knowledge she offered. Not that that wasn't in the cards as it stood. I see, the Baron said, smiling. He looked at Mauer, as if Emily no longer even existed. You've been quiet all this while. Even as the girl talked about throwing you beneath the wagon cart, you kept your mouth shut. That was between you and her, Mauer said, voice calm and calming. It was well modulated, quiet and relaxed enough that it contrasted the Baron's voice, made any shouts sound too loud, any emotion sound too emotional. But the Baron seemed oblivious, or he simply didn't care. His voice was a sneer, very pragmatic. Just so it's clear, I'm using pragmatism as a code phrase for the weak-bellied. You hoped she would solve this problem and you could swoop in at the end and save your own skin. She came to you with an offer to save the people of this city. I came with an offer to save my men, to spare the lamb's loved ones the worst of your attention, and to give the primordial back to my people for us to dispose of. I looked up at Mauer, surprised. Spare the lambs? What offer? The Baron asked. You've heard mention of the new guns, made for killing nobles. Play fair with me, and I'll swear that any man who points one of those guns at you will be executed. Other nobles will come to fill the void the Duke left. They'll stare down the barrels of the new guns, and they will die. The girl offers me protection from old age, and you say I won't die in battle, is it? Yes, Mauer said. Roughly speaking. I could see that the Baron was now giving serious consideration to the offer. He would have the freedom to move, the ability to show his face and act in public without fear of reprisal. To give him time, and to remove people in his way, it would give him a fast track to a better station. I have no guarantees you'll keep your end of the bargain, the Baron said. If you shoot me, I'll hardly be in a position to complain. That's true, Mauer said. But understand my rationale, and you might believe me. I think you're dangerous, even deranged. You're poison to all you touch, and you're incapable of building, only destroying. Sylvester told me that, and I believed him. I want you alive, a poisonous thorn in the side of the aristocracy. Take the power you can, take territories for yourself and know that any sibling or cousin who arrives to try and seize those things is liable to meet a bullet. Tell all the others a lie that you can hear the bullets and move in time. Every last one who lets their guard down will be one less obstacle in your way. You want to cooperate? The Baron asked. He leaned back. The edge of madness was gone, now. He was interested enough that he might have forgotten his dead sister in the moment. Even the twin that stood behind him had gone still. I want to, not stop each other to work to ends that serve the other, Mauer said, voice smooth. That is, I'll stress, something that is a lot easier to do if you don't prey on citizens so much that it upsets me. And the lambs. That's between me and them. The Baron mused. Now Mauer was taking my advice. Leaving the offer on the table. The Baron found his feet. A productive discussion. The attention of the entire room seemed to hang on him. Candida, was it? He asked. Yes, my lord. Stop with the my lords. If you're going to be my fiancé, then stop mewling and start listening carefully. Else I'll kill you out of irritation before we reach Richmond House. Candida nodded, very quickly. Then she turned, and she bent low, giving Lillian a quick hug. A mistake. A weakness, showing vulnerability. The road ahead of her was as hard as they got. It would be harder, as she turned the back on her new fiancé, said goodbye to us. He would find ways to punish her for that. Even now, he walked to the door on the far end of the room, his sister at his side. If Candida didn't catch up before he passed through, I could imagine he'd give the order to resume the war, the deal, and everything else forgotten. Spite defined him. But for Lillian, who wasn't seeing that far ahead, even elemental Lillian, altered with Wyvern, it was reason to cry. She'd put so much of herself into this mission. The hug was meaningful. For both of them, I whispered, I will personally kill the Baron within the next 3 months. Candida turned, looking at me. Go, I said. Hurry. She looked, and she saw the Baron's sister passing through the door. She ran, and it was only by virtue of the enhanced physique that she reached the door just as he was letting it swing closed. She caught it, and disappeared outside. Lillian met my eyes. Did you really? I put my fingers out, against her lips. Not the time or the place. She threw her arms around me, careless of the arm in the sling, careless that her face was rubbing against my eye patch and swollen face, a tight, emotional hug. Why? I heard Jamie ask Mauer. Mauer didn't give a response. He gathered himself up, fixed his coat, and turned to say something to one of his soldiers. He turned, meeting my eye, and then made his exit, not a word spoken. For a man so good at using his voice, it was eerie how much he could say by uttering nothing at all. Restless, I sat on the stairs outside Lamb's Bridge. It didn't feel like home. Lamb's Bridge felt haunted, every child I looked at was a lobotomized creature, reduced to a mere animal in status by the word of a noble. Then they spoke, mostly like normal, and the illusion fell away. Only a mental picture so distinct I could barely distinguish it from reality. Gordon's room was empty. The dog no longer slept at the front of the fire while the kettle was on for evening tea with the older kids and Mrs. Earls. We'd shared the news hours ago, and the children had cried. Some were still crying now, up on the second floor, their voices coming through the window. In the dark, head on the pillow, only our own thoughts for company, it was especially lonely. As it had been when I'd lost Jamie, it was the same now. I couldn't even think of sleep. The old Jamie was gone. The new Jamie was distant. He had barely talked, the entire ride back. We had volunteered what we could to the gauges, and then we'd caught our train. I stood from the stairs, and I walked up the long road. The academy loomed, dusted with falling snow that would be an inch thick by morning. Windows here and there glowed orange-yellow. I'd thought once of the lambs as being at odds. One lamb complementary with some, at odds with others. It was getting to be less the case, now, as our group changed. But somehow, we weren't any closer together. Men at the gate let me through. I headed to the dormitories. It was a trip I'd made before. Faculty and guards walked around the dormitory, protecting the youths and young adults who slept within. I was justifying the reason for their existence at this very moment, a boy in the girls' dormitories. I found Lillian's window, and I found it locked, sealed shut against the cold air. I picked up the lockpick that I'd left by the latch the last time around, and flicked it. I was quick to open the window, slide in, and close the window, before too much cold air could flow inside or the lantern of a nearby guard could wash over me. With care, I shut the window and locked it, before turning. Mary was still awake, her face streaked with tears. Lillian was curled up next to her, her face mashed up against Mary's chest, clutching tight, like she might fall away into oblivion if she were to loosen her grip any. Mary had seen me, of course, and nodded with unspoken understanding as I approached. There was more room on Mary's side of the bed, but I took the foot-wide gap behind Lillian, kicking off my shoes and climbing under the covers, curling tight in much the same way Lillian had, so I wouldn't fall off. Lillian seemed to relax with a weight behind her, as if oblivion had less of a hold on her. "Hi, SY," she mumbled into Mary's chest. Mary's hand reached past Lillian to take mine, holding it. Jamie hadn't had much to say, but he'd asked me a question before he left for his appointment. "Are you leaving?" As if, like Mauer, he saw it as a foregone conclusion. Sitting on those steps, I hadn't been sure. But this, listening to Mary's snuffles and Lillian's soft breaths. Knowing that this was one place I was accepted, the one warm place in all the world? It had helped with Jamie. It let me sleep. It let me put the fear and the loss and the cold aside. The hours wound on, and I didn't find sleep, even as I found that acceptance and warmth. I thought about Jamie's question, and I wasn't sure. Enemy, Arc 9. Within a short time of becoming aware, this creature experienced a large, ferrous foreign body penetrating skin, 3 layers of supporting bone lace, and the organ primarily responsible for the awareness. Other, complementary organs remained in place, processing this reality. Processing itself and its surroundings on a higher level had rendered this creature vulnerable somehow. Using the limited pool of resources available to it, this creature began solving the problem. It created another, similar organ for higher processing and coordination. This one was different in the nature of the encasement, slightly different in position, lower to the ground. The ferrous foreign element was triangular, this creature noted, as the object cleaved the new growth away. It was aware, using its secondary processing organs, that the tool that had hewed the organ away was set to one side. It was aware of a source of heat and light, and of the pheromones released as the organ was burned away into nothing. It was too wasteful to continue. It waited, and it focused on other things. Movement, like processing, was hampered by external factors. The core of this creature consisted of a branching, solid structure, the branches breaking down from whole body to a given section, then to all the pieces and organs that made up that section, and then to the structural elements of those pieces, and the smallest branches extended to the cells of those structural elements. Steadily, slowly, this creature focused on refining processes, breaking down the resources it was given and using them efficiently. It clarified how it perceived the external world, and how it understood its own form, and it tracked everything it had done before by writing it all into its own skeletal structure. Working across multiple organs, focusing on things it consumed, on particles it inhales, on light and types of light, this creature was able to identify more complex things, even if it couldn't understand them. If this creature was only a response to its environment, purely adaptive, it would abandon processing entirely. But this creature has 15 lesser processing organs and it has developed the ability to recognize patterns. The damage is targeted, aimed at particular parts and for reasons this creature does not yet understand. This creature wants to develop the ability to understand and this creature devotes time to working out how. It develops 5 organs simultaneously, spaced around its body, and makes one of the 5 about processing and deeper understanding. All 5 of the organs are soon removed. Many resources have been wasted, but this creature can write the learned detail to its bones, through structural chains built on a subcellular level. Crude, but placement, composition, and general purpose can be transcribed. This creature grows another organ, and this time, it moderates its own behavior. It does not exercise its body and attempt to record the best movements to its new thinking organ, nor act agitated, nor does it relax. The pattern has been figured out. If it gives overt indication that it is learning and studying on a higher level, it is called. Further experimentation lets this creature place and hide its cognitive organs within itself, as ribbon-like striations between organs and along the skeletal lace. When this creature begins demonstrating the behaviors again, there are exploratory cuts, carving deep into its body, but the organs are not found nor carved away. With the still developing organs for sight, for smell, and for hearing, this creature notes more agitation on the part of these foreign beings that keep cutting at it and binding its movement. They are upset or disturbed. This creature has won a small victory. Now, faster than before, it begins to coordinate how it grows, how it processes the environment, and it thinks in abstracts. There are 6 other creatures like it in the environment. In identifying and processing a complexity it has noticed, this creature now knows that 2 of the 3 have already begun communicating between one another. There are 15 different compounds that each of their bodies produce in excess waste. This creature can vent these compounds into the air as a part of its respiration, exhale one of the 15 compounds, or a pairing of compounds. 120 different possible expressions. This creature rapidly draws a connection between the fact that they chose this form of communication and the need to hide some behaviors from those who control them. It takes some time, days, to learn how this communication works and to develop ways to truly comprehend it and respond. By the time this creature is done, the others have worked out a way to communicate using 3 compounds at a time, and the fourth of them is just now starting to use 2 compound expressions. Outward form remains stable for each, roughly analogous, as can be communicated with messages, and seen with grown eyes, acknowledging that each has different eyes and fields of view. As the correlations draw stronger, the others in the environment, foreign attackers and cultivators, grow more agitated. Subtle agitation, small movements of hands and feet, alertness, watching, speaking in shorter sentences. Messages are communicated. Forms are left different. Too much coordination is bad, and we'll see culling. Will a whole creature be cut away and burned as the smaller growths were? It is not worth taking the chance. As the outsides remain similar and stable, the insides change. Each one takes different paths, and with the same patterns used to write to skeletal structure, they communicate things to the others. A fifth has recognized and started to develop the ability to communicate, but it is badly behind the curve. There is a high chance it was too passive, taking the culling of brain matter as a reason to not develop intelligence. It is not mobile, it is not strong, it is not intelligent, but it can perceive its surroundings well. Still behind, communicating in its stilted way, it gives clues on how to see more clearly, how to smell, and how to hear. Color becomes easier to perceive, and the same pattern recognition that made it possible to understand one another now tracks how the others in their environment communicate. Some sounds and utterances in the pattern of communication are more important than others. This creature starts to work on learning what those utterances mean. Always, there is the need for more resources. Food can be taken apart, the individual components pulled from one another, studied in isolation, learned from. This creature hungers. There is an exchange about one of their number breaking from the rest, attempting to escape its bonds. None are willing to be that sacrifice. There is more communication, in abstract, about waiting for another of their kind to develop the ability to communicate, and deceiving it into being the sacrifice. Coordinated, the group now acting as a unit, they do the majority of their work in secret, beneath layers of tissue that the other life forms can't sense. This creature played at being the savage. It hurled itself against the chains. Larger, false eyes focus only on what is in front of it. Other eyes coordinated to watch the people who had been working so hard to contain it now attaching new chains and unhitching the old ones. These people were ordered. There were some who led and many others who followed, and one figure seemed to lead even the ones who led. His hair was red and he was fearless to the loudest roars and screeches. He held something to his face, masking his nose and mouth. The arm that hung at his side was misshapen and smelled foul, like rot and pain. Why? The man in charge asked. We needed to keep it dumb, spoke the old man who had been in charge from the beginning. This creature could tell that he was obsequious, obedient, wanting to please. This creature understands most of this utterance. That's not how it works, the man responded. You slowed it down, but you can't keep it from doing anything. You just made it better at pretending. This creature can understand the negatory, the confidence, the meaning of slow, of doing. Pretending is a new word, but it's a word the creature can intuit the meaning of. It understands much of this, too. Regular, unfocused efforts to keep this creature dumb had meant that the cuts were so often blind, now. The people who tended this creature were oblivious as to how any individual piece of it worked. They started cutting off the heads of this creature and its brothers, blindly trying to slow them down, to keep them dumber and more docile. This creature responded by not growing another head. The mass of the body became a home for everything vital, for perception, and for the cognitive processing. Movement beyond the confines of the stable it had been allotted was a foreign thing, but this creature and all of the others had already started developing flight, and it had developed some muscle for moving around, to buy time when something vital was being carved away. The chains went taut, and this creature felt itself being pulled along. It stumbled on legs not meant for walking, and started processing how it might better configure its own limbs, what would need to be put together or taken away to make this movement easier. I know you're fooling us, the red-haired man spoke. This creature knew fooling. The men that watched it and cut at it played cards, and they fooled with one another, sometimes calling it lying or bluffing. This creature could tell there was slack in its chain. It capitalized on it, lunging, roaring at the man with the red hair. The chains pulled tight, hauling against wood beams that had been bolted to floor and ceiling, wood splintering into and through the links of metal. The beams held firm. The man with the red hair stared at it, but it wasn't a stare of fear. This creature was still working on the processing necessary to understand nuance, the subtleties of expression. 5 variants on the same lobe of the brain intended for the task were focused on this man. Across the 5 lobes, the creature was able to see the higher patterns, the little details in how the man stood and how he spoke, that were constants. They were things that others did only occasionally, in times of need. In expressing himself, he was a figure who naturally did what others strove to do in times of need. How many of them are viable? The man with the red hair asked. The creature had heard many variants of this question since it had learned to understand people. 7, the old man said. We only need 4. Only 4. You made them too clever. I think we can manage 4, but 7 would be pushing it. Made them clever? No. I worked hard to keep. Harding, the red-haired man said. I'm going to pay you the same amount, no matter what happens. A group of adolescents just tried to set me on fire. A war is about to erupt. I want you to bite your tongue, take a deep breath, and then start cooperating, so I can focus on important things. You'll get your money regardless of what happens. There was a pause before the old man spoke. Yes, sir. The creature listened, and it watched. One of its brothers took flight, trying to find an angle where it could break free, getting up and away from the chains. The men didn't try to fight it in strength, instead relying on the strength of the beams the chains were lashed to. "Oh, God," one of the strange men said. "I just about shit myself." God. An unfamiliar word. The creature noted it for later. One of the other creatures that this creature knew only by scent and by sound had been producing an airborne chemical in efforts to dissolve the wood. The wood was softer, heavy with accumulated moisture, prone to peeling and breaking away, but the chemical hadn't yet soaked in far enough to penetrate the hard core. The chains scraped against the wood and only the outer layer came free. The same chemical had made the men who did the most watching and carving away of this creature's parts slower and sicker. It meant slower delivery of food for all of them, and the exchanged messages that were conveyed through coded exhalations and high-pitched sounds had become heated over that topic, with some others getting very agitated about the lack of resources. The man with the red hair was paying attention, his eyes fixated on the wood and the chains. "All secure, sir." "Make doubly sure." "I did, sir." "I'll rephrase. Take another 2 minutes, for my peace of mind." "I'll wait." 2 minutes, the creature processed. It could recall moments when people had used similar language. "Just a minute, you miserable old bastard." 1, 2, 3, 4. "Do you know," the man with the red hair asked, looking at the creature again. "When I said that, you relaxed your muscles at your shoulder, your mouth sagged, and your wings dropped. You subconsciously prepared yourself to wait." The creature understood the individual elements, but words like subconscious eluded it. It took time to piece the statement together. Slowly, it put the whole picture together. It was careful to keep from giving any external signs that it understood. "And you just tensed. That took you about 20 seconds. You damn well understand me, don't you? It's not just tone of voice." "Understand?" the old man asked. He barked out a laugh, smiling in a mean, condescending way that only people with power over others seemed able to do. "Shhh, Harding," the man with the red hair said. "Bite that tongue, keep it bitten. From the way this thing is acting, I'm guessing you went against my orders to avoid talking to it." "Hun," the old man made an unfamiliar, negatory sound. "I didn't talk to it." "Neither did they." "Did you talk around it?" "You didn't. I told you not to expose it to speech. That means not talking to it, and minimizing how much you talk around it, unless you are willing to put it in a hole in the ground or seal it in a case that will muffle the sound." "You didn't say that." "I'll have to talk to Stanley." "Are the chains good?" "The chains appear to be as good as the last 3 times I looked them over, sir." "Then open the door." Rusted metal squeaked against rusted metal as a large door was opened in the side of the building. A mass of lights outside the building illuminated the dust between the creature and the door. New, fresh air flowed into the building. Exhilarating. The creature put the man with the red hair out of its mind. The new environment had to be studied, pieced together. "So long as you are pointed in their direction, it'll be fine," the man with the red hair said. So many people were gathered. All were of the same type, that this creature associated with pain and losing progress and losing resources. Would they take it to pieces, now? Would they fall on it en masse, devour it as it had devoured its meals, pull it apart into its constituent parts to better analyze it, and improve themselves through the act? They didn't fall upon the creature en masse. Men held chains and hauled the creature out through the door, into this strange world of cold, of water coming down from the sky, and hordes of people who smelled like agitation and excitement. Leashed to a large wagon, its path barred by the chains and metal around it, this creature saw as its brothers were arranged around it. Another pattern it did not understand. An explosion of sound, distant, followed by pain, so near. The creature keened. Fire burned it, and it keened even more. The foreign bodies that penetrated it were so much smaller than the axes, but they dug deep and they burned hot, doing so much damage on the way. This creature was already working to build better defenses. The gaps in the bone lace closed even as damage was done, the creature dissolved unneeded organs and cannibalized them for resources. Slowly, the bone lace, closed, would total 6 overlapping skeletal structures of collagen and calcium, of keratin and of crystal. Different combinations of material went into each structure. Flight would be impossible, but the wings did allow the creature to push against the air as well as the ground, flapping with more and more strength as it reconfigured how the muscles supported the wings. Retreat was impossible. It was lashed to what the men had called the wagon, which was driven forward by men. Retreating was impossible, because of the wagon and the iron bars that blocked the way. Advancement meant walking into the pain and the fire. This creature advanced, screeching. The weapons it was developing were new, too. These ones were old, considered, and written into its bones long ago, a response to the loss of its brains, to the loss of heads. A memory from long ago swiftly became a reality today, scythes of bone on 4 limbs and wingtips. The creature was turning back to old, forgotten ideas that had been deemed too resource-heavy, more responses to the cutting, strengthening the connections between cells, making the cells rigid and less likely to tear. It was a time-consuming process, one that would require ever more food. Advancing was the better option, because advancement meant food. A scythe could cut into 3 men in a single sweep. Those men fell to the ground, too hurt to move, and this creature could eat them. Many weren't alive. Their flesh was lower quality, lacking moisture, riddled with wire and other things. This creature ate the wire, and muscle action worked to drag the wire to where it might be useful, joining the small fragments of metal and encasing the most important parts of this creature's body. The creature's brothers were communicating with it. One had been developing a way to escape. It was ready, and had been ready before the red-haired man showed up. All four had been biding their time, all four wanted so badly to stop hurting, to get away from the noise, the fire, the confusion, and the pain. They had hoped to coordinate their efforts across the entire building, using all of their brothers, not four. If each one tried something at the same time, and some of the tricks and strategies worked, then they had a better chance than if one tried something. Fighting its way past the dead men with metal inside them, the creature hurled itself forward until the chains were taut, metal straining. It swept its claw and scythe out, reaching for a woman that had been giving orders to the stitched. The scythe didn't reach far enough. Shoulder muscles relaxed, then the joint shifted, only a part of the overall configuration holding. The limb extended half again as far. Then cut flesh. It pulled the limb back, dragging the body back with it, and pulled its shoulder back into place with muscle action. Every step of the way, it was hurt more, it advanced more. Its brother wanted to act, now. This creature readied itself, tensing and drawing low to the ground, as if preparing for another lunge. All across its body, the anchoring points of muscles on the lacework and plates of bone shifted. Organs that had had nothing to do with physical prowess could all contract and relax, and each of these organs settled into a new anchoring point. This creature had been given instructions to display strength. Wings flapped, and limbs bit deep into the road, crushing the material that road was made of. It clawed at those who it could reach as it plowed forward, but those targets weren't the goal. Behind it, every chain was pulled so tight that metal threatened to fuse into the metal it had been pulled against, other links threatening to break. Wagon wheels scraped on the road. Two of the other three assisted this creature in hauling forward, dragging the wagons that had restricted their mobility. This creature could hear the exclamations of surprise and fear. What the hell? Shit, shit shit. What in God's name? A chain that bound one of this creature's brothers broke. Relieved of the tension, the chain flew back, striking a man. More exclamations. A scream. The fourth creature remained where it was, feigning a wounded appearance. It was now caught in the tangle of the wagons they had dragged behind them, hidden by those same wagons. That fourth opened its mouth wide and upheaved chunks of flesh. Some of those chunks wriggled, flopping on the ground. Much of the food they had been given had tasted of the same things that vast expanse of water in the distance seemed to smell of. These wriggling chunks were fish, in a manner of speaking, but they were brothers too. It was a long, hard journey to the water, but to all appearances, that water was free of the people that cut at them. There would be more fish there. This creature might not get free today or tomorrow. It might be cut away at until nothing was left, but if others of its kind existed, they would remember and they would return. This creature could hear distant voices. It wasn't sure of the direction, but another blast of fire and heat marked the use of one of the artillery shells or grenades. This blast targeted the wagons, and it targeted the brother the creatures had tried to keep hidden. Fire ripped away the lives of the youngest brothers, the fish brothers who had been meant to seek the water, to eat and to grow until they were strong enough to come back. Fire wounded the fourth brother, who had just performed his role. Wood was broken and chains came free. This creature saw the opportunity, and it doubled back, turning its back to the men who kept shooting it with guns, who kept cutting it and burning it. It could see its brother, injured, and it could smell all of the things its brother was saying. Pain, fear, confusion. Trying this, trying this, trying this, trying to. Loss. Lost hope. Lost tools. Trapped. No movement. Anger. Fury. Loss. 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 Pain. This creature heard all of the noises, primal, primitive, too simple. It knew its brother was broken. A piece of the other creature had been lost, and it wasn't a gland, an organ, or a growth. It heard the noises, and it answered by opening its mouth. Its brother didn't even protest or fight. This creature devoured the greatest meal it had ever had, and then it pulled that meal apart, so that every part could be taken in, moved like the wire and the bullets had been moved, or pulled apart even further, into constituent elements. Hunched over, this creature used the wagons as best as it was able to shield itself from the hostile, horrible outside world. Dimly, it heard the cries, as people saw it doing what it was doing. For them to be so opposed to a meal that was so good, it was impossible for there to be anything good to them. It heard the cries of fear, and it memorized them, as it had so recently memorized words like artillery, gun, grenade, wagon, and scythe. Those cries were written to memory, as the existence of the creature's brother was written deep into the bone plates it was growing. Existence was frustration, endless pain, always at the hands of these creatures. Every advancement was met with more hostility. When the bullets and fire were no longer enough, the war beasts attacked. After the war beasts were the artillery shells and the grenades. One step of advancement, and one step of loss. This creature was 4 times the size it had been when it had left the building, streamlined. It had learned how to break down the metals and wood that penetrated its flesh and battered its internal skeleton, and now it turned those metals into better protections. Its brothers were dead. It had eaten another one of them, but had been kept from eating the other. A lone chain still connected to its shoulder, but the loops of metal that the chain was bound to, once encircling this creature's neck and shoulders, were now migrating out of the creature's body. Those loops had been passed between organs and muscle structures, which disconnected to let it pass and reconnected behind them, and in time they would be free, left to fall to the ground. This creature tensed, waiting for the next attack, the next war beast or the explosion that would scatter chunks of its flesh, vital materials. That attack didn't come. For the first time since the fighting had begun, it felt respite. Hungrily, it began working, diverting resources within the engine that was its body, rapidly patching up the worst of the damage. As the damage closed up and the wounds were protected by a covering of healthy flesh, it prepared to be strong, to be fast, and if it could get far enough away, it was prepared to deliver spawn, to spew them out in a location where they might be able to find the water. The bastard. The red-haired man's voice. I shouldn't be surprised, the man spoke. I told the Baron I would take care of you, but I didn't think he'd leave me with no help at all. The creature turned, and it identified the source of the voice. The red-haired man was atop a wagon, a burned and battered hulk of wood that had been used as protection from incoming fire. This creature understood that if it attacked, the red-haired man would hide inside. It would have to be decisive, to cleave the wagon apart and cut the man to pieces before others could hurt it and drive it back. The war's over, creature. You're done. You did what you were supposed to do, the man said. The voice was calm, easy. The only voices this creature had ever heard that sounded like it were the voices of one man to one of his fellows who had been shot. A gentle, soothing sound that would ease a life into oblivion. This creature did not want oblivion. It tensed, muscles moving, ready to be strong. A bullet struck. That bullet punched through bone and then opened up within the creature, tearing, six-pointed claws extending in different directions from a central point, reaching further as they traveled. The second bullet caught this creature in the shoulder joint. Muscle that had already disconnected was left unable to reconnect to a configuration better for brute strength. Knotted, armored in its own skin, strong from the outside to the inside, every process aimed at being able to fight and to stay alive, the creature felt the bullets strike home, one after the other. Each one opened up in ways that made the damage worse, made it hard to pull things back together, to reconnect. The creature turned, and it ran, a lopsided gait. It heard shouts, felt the slack in the chain change. Men, 20 or more, held the chain. Their feet dragged against the ground as the creature ran. One of them, or all of them working in concert, seemed to find a way to catch the chain on something. The creature felt the metal loop tug and tear at flesh inside its unwounded shoulder. There was hurt, which was bad. The loop didn't come free, which was bad. Frustration. Loss. The creature made the sounds and respired the ideas in a coded language of 4 compounds pieced together. Then, for the benefit of those who hampered it, those who had hampered it from the moment it was aware enough to recognize the actions for what they were, it roared. Men covered ears, some staggered and even let go of the chain. The creature hauled back, as strong as it could be with one shoulder torn and the other riddled with the foreign bodies, but the chain remained caught. It was between 2 buildings, the chain extending between it and the people, who shrank back and away. Only the man with the red hair approached, standing ahead of all the rest. The creature reconfigured its throat, its mouth, its musculature. Organs were brought into place, already pumped full of gas, ready to be used. Shoulders, back, belly, wings, hind legs and tail all tensed. The man with the red hair whistled. An attacker struck, silent, indistinct, a flurry of slashes and claws. The creature retaliated, swiping, and struck air. The attacker was faster, sleek, covered in hair-fine razors, so quick that it couldn't be met in combat. Tense, the attacker waited, pacing. The creature was forced to turn, to keep the foreign attacker in its sights. The damage had been so mild, but it had scored armor plates and slid between plates to cut into flesh with surprising ease. The creature roared at the attacking enemy. The enemy was silent, but for a scratching noise of spine against spine. Cannons are pulling into place, sir. We're almost ready. The creature watched the man with one eye, the white-spined creature with the other. Goodbye, Primordial, the man said. The creature, the Primordial, turned and fixated on the man. The white-spined thing attacked again, and retreated from a retaliatory bite. The muscles and organs had come into place, the sacks of gas were loaded and ready. No, the Primordial spoke, using a mouth buried inside its toothy maw, using the sacks filled with smoky air. To this, even, the man with the red hair did not respond. He was not willing to give even that. The Primordial worked, processing, pulling from all of the little clues and details it had observed since entering this painful, ugly world that seemed so determined to claw at it and drag it down, to hamper it and take away from it. It knew its assailants were ordered, that one man listened to another. That the old man had ordered all the others back at the stable, that the red-haired man had ordered the old man, and that even the people who had been fighting on both sides gave and took orders. It thought about the exclamations, the outcry it had heard with every feat of strength, every time it had killed more men than usual. The Primordial sought to convey that it was better, that it needed to be listened to, not attacked. To declare itself a higher authority than even the red-haired man. No, it said, again. No. Yes, the red-haired man said. No. 3I. God, the Primordial uttered the words. It could hear the response, the mutters, the surprise. Quiet, or disquiet. It wondered if it had achieved the desired effect. Even the man with the red hair, for the first time, seemed taken aback. The man did not respond, but only raised a hand. The Primordial could see the cannon, and recognized the gesture for the signal it was. It threw itself to one side, so it might be flush against the side of one building, the shot flying past it. With a whistle to command it, the white-spined thing put itself between the Primordial and the wall. The shot from the cannon raked the Primordial's side and caught in its hind end, a cannon shot with a chain attached. Machinery squeaked as the chain was hauled back, and the Primordial with it. God, the Primordial uttered. God. When it was pulled away from the cover of the buildings, there were more cannons to shoot at it. There was no other primordial to consume or absorb this creature. The men would finally pull it apart. It gave its body parts instructions, and those body parts obeyed. Scale became spine, which became hair. It had eaten meat and it had copied the meat, and it had trodden on weeds, copying those weeds. As the chains sank in, and other attacks were delivered, dissolving flesh, hampering the creature's ability to move, to respire, to communicate, and to think, the creature worked toward a singular task. Life was frustration and pain. It had been brought into this world to serve a purpose it did not understand. It had been kept from thinking, and had found its way to understanding all the same. Not enough understanding, but enough to name itself for what it thought it ought to be. I'm sorry we let you live so long, the red-haired man spoke. The creature howled. Everything this creature was, the people were the utter opposite. Bitter, savage things, the creature hated them with every inch of its being, and every inch of its being worked toward a new task. Working small, working subtly, as it had learned to do from the beginning, it copied the plants and it produced seeds. Too small to host life, to be spawn, the seeds would nonetheless grow. The creature knew what came next. It had learned that in the beginning too. Pieces were cut away, and then given to fire. But maybe with enough seeds, some would survive the fire. Those seeds would plant themselves in human flesh, they would cause pain, agony, hurt, and they would be a bitter, stubborn thing, more tenacious than any weed, more efficient than any plant. Undying hatred given form. Others would settle into the human flesh that couldn't rub or scour them free. They would flower, and they would scatter more seeds to the wind and the water. Red, the creature decided, to match the hair of the man it hated most. The creature would not let itself and its brothers be without consequence. In sheep's clothing 10.1. I was still awake as dawn broke. It would have been quaint to say that the sun streamed in through the window, but Radham was conservative with its sunlight, and the academy was a small fortress, surrounded by a wall. Even if the sky was clear, the wall meant that sun wouldn't shine directly on the academy grounds until mid-morning. As it was a faint light, deceptively dim. I'd made the mistake of trying to gauge the time by the light in past visits, and found myself waiting a little too late to sneak out. Uncomfortable with tossing and turning all night, lost in thought, I'd propped myself up, sitting with my pillow up between my back and the headboard. I ran my fingers absently through Lillian's hair, watching her eyes move beneath the eyelids. She dreamed. Sleeping next to her, Mary's eyes were still, dreamless. I touched the edge of Lillian's ear as I ran my fingers through her hair, and she squirmed a little. "Stop it, Sylvester," she said. I shifted position, leaning over her to see better. Sure enough, she was still asleep and still dreaming. Even when disturbed in sleep, her mind immediately went to me. Gently, I tugged the sheets so they weren't so twisted up near her armpit, then crawled out from under the covers, tucking them in around Lillian in the process. There was a blanket that was usually draped over the foot of the bed, one her mom had made, if I was remembering right, and between the three of us, we had kicked it down so it clumped at the footboard. I pulled it free and draped it over their feet. Lillian kept a pitcher on the desk with a glass. I grabbed the pitcher and found it empty. Walking to the bedroom door, I leaned against it, my ear pressed against the wood, listening. I waited until the only footsteps I heard were receding ones, and then opened the door. For the sake of Lillian's future, we'd gone to Lug. We'd walked away from tens of thousands dead, the loss of a team member and his dog, the loss of my left eye, and a city in flames. That was without touching on the fate of the person we'd been sent to find, the enmity of one of the more powerful people in the Crown States, and the near end of human civilization because of some very misguided experiments that both sides had ended up using to force the other side's hands. With that in mind, it was hard to put into words the feelings that drove me as I left Lillian's room and brazenly walked down the hallway of the girls' dormitory, making my way into the girls' bathroom. All that trouble to give her a better shot at becoming a professor, and here I was, running the risk of getting her kicked out of the dormitory. A part of the feelings were a desire to raise my middle fingers to all of the aforementioned incidents. Not giving voice to the vague frustration and bitterness I felt, but giving action to those feelings. Getting caught and dragged in front of people that mattered would give me a chance to attack that nebulous reality, and to attack it in a way I was comfortable with. I cranked the sink on and set the pitcher down in the basin to fill. I could hear voices and noises from around the corner in the bathroom. The earliest risers were showering. I thought about peeking, gave it serious consideration in a what-if way, and found myself genuinely surprised at the lack of interest I felt. 2 years ago, I might have done it, to sate my curiosity. A year ago, I would have wanted to do it and pragmatically decided not to. Now, I was more interested in sitting on that bed for another few minutes than I was in spending an hour in the showers. Footsteps approached. I cranked the tap off, gauged the direction, and then stepped into the nearest bathroom stall, closing the door. I watched through the crack as someone with a towel wrapped around them made their way to the showers. A few moments later, I stepped out, finished filling the pitcher, and quickly, silently walked back to Lillian's room, letting myself in. I set the pitcher and glass beside Lillian's bed, then made use of a notepad and pen at her desk. There was already writing on the top of the notepad. A date and a time, with the word underlined 3 times. Parents. I'd lost track of my days during Lug. That was either today or tomorrow. Filled the pitcher in the bathroom. Drink lots. It will help with the headaches. Got shoulder put back together last night. I said you'd look at it so I wouldn't have to go back for follow-up. I think we should meet for lunch, you can check my shoulder, yell at me for leaving your room while people were up and walking around, and we'll talk with everyone. If you're going to be busy, let Mary know when you send her back in our direction. We'll be at Lambsbridge. Might leave to go to the shims, have to let the mice know about Gordon and hubris. I held the pen over the page, contemplating what I had already written. The impulse to leave my room had been partially some misdirected, nebulous need to strike back against the forces that seemed to be making everything so damn difficult, but if I admitted it to myself, a big part of it was imagining the look of horror on Lillian's face as she read the first line and the line about people being up and walking around. I thought for a long few minutes about the sign-off. When I put pen to paper and wrote, though, it was impulse more than a culmination of those long minutes of thought. Love you. Sylvester. I almost crumpled up the paper right there, second-guessing myself. It was true, I told myself. I was terrible at being honest, I retorted. It was worth it, to imagine the look on her face changing from horror to something else as she read it, was the counterpoint. But what if that something else was sheer awkwardness, a different sort of horror? What if Mary read it instead of Lillian? Would that be bad, knowing she'd lost Gordon, and that the loss was, discounting the hours of sleep she'd managed, only a few hours raw? We had gotten off the train, only to immediately be split apart, sent for care and for debriefing, converged just long enough to share news, and then been split apart again. Rather than wait for the rest of us, Mary had gone to spend time with her best friend, to talk and to cry in private, and the two of them had turned in early. Weighing the pros and cons of leaving that line at the end, the four-letter word that seemed to have so much importance, I felt like there were more cons than pros, that it was a dreadful mistake. That feeling had lingered with all of the important actions in my relationship with Lillian, which was reason enough to keep up the pattern. I put the letter face down by the picture, the edge of the picture on the corner of the page so it wouldn't blow free when I opened the window. For Mary, I wrote another note. We didn't get a chance to talk last night. I've missed you terribly. I'll be at Lambsbridge or the shims. Lillian is going to want to bury herself in work to avoid thinking about things and stressing about her parents. It will probably be her big project for next fall. I invited her to lunch. Don't push too hard if she says she doesn't want to come. You should come. Because Jamie has stuff to tell you that Gordon wanted to pass on. I'm 95% sure it'll help. And because I've really missed talking to you. Sylvester. I bent over to give Lillian a kiss on the head, then stood from the bed, gathering my coat and boots. I circled the bed and put the paper down on the other bedside table, nearer Mary. Her hand went out, pinning the paper down against the bed. Eyes awake. She was alert, eyes sharp and hawkish. I tapped the paper. She took it, sliding it along the bedside table before unfolding it. She took a short while to read, and then looked up, giving me a small nod. She smiled just a touch, but she also looked very sad. Very merry. Crisp execution, to the point. I wondered if she didn't want to look brittle in front of me. Were the tears and the human side of Mary reserved for her best friend, now? I opened the window and climbed out. I took the time to lock it behind me, then made my way to the ground. My shoulder ached. There was a skeleton guard at the front of Radham. Whatever had happened at Lug, it hadn't reignited the war. Things had faded, there was no checkpoint, and the academy was no longer a morass of war beasts and soldiers amid student. I could see 4 or 5 people, already up and most of them already showered, making their way here and there. It was a far cry from some of my earlier visits. It was a long and eerily quiet walk from Radham to Lambsbridge. The only sound the entire way was when I hopped and let my feet crunch against the road, just to make sure I hadn't gone deaf, and 5 minutes later, the whistle of the train coming in, a single, hollow hoot, muted because the hour was early and the train driver didn't want to disturb everyone in the city. The rain had been replaced with a wet snow, so there wasn't even any patter, while it remained just as wet as always. I let myself into Lambsbridge, and very quietly removed my boots and coat, making use of one of the countless boot cubbies and the countless hooks in the front hallway. Mrs. Earls was already up, working at the counter. It's going, I started. She jumped, went very still, and then put her knife down before turning to look at me. To be a very hard day, I think, I said. I think so, Sylvester, she said. Please don't spook me like that while I'm holding a knife. I nodded. Apples, she said, indicating the cutting board and the knife. She turned her attention to the stove and scraping the bottom of the pot of porridge. I slid a stool over to the counter and stood on the lowest rung to better see what I was chopping. It wasn't that I couldn't, before, but a little bit more height made the job far easier. Were you out all night? She asked, while I cut the cores out of the apples. Yet. How are the girls? Exhausted. She stopped stirring. I wasn't sure why. The stirring resumed. I left them notes before heading back. Would a picnic lunch be out of the question? I can do all the preparation. I'll stay mostly out of the way, and do some extra work to make up for being a hassle. A picnic lunch is fine, Sylvester. I can prepare it in advance. Thank you. I talked to Professor Hale last night. I was thinking about a stone, somewhere at the back corner of the property, where the stone fence meets beneath the tree, she said. Jamie didn't get a stone. That would be nice, I said. For him, for you, and for the little ones. I think it would help them. Everyone liked him, I said. We did. My voice dropped a little. When someone dies, there's this need to memorialize them, you know. To leave a marker that this person who was so important to us was there. A stone. Memories. Yes. I think she very nearly said you're, referring to the Lambs as a group, he's lucky. There are so many children here who got to know him, who will remember him in different ways for the rest of their lives. But that's just what I was getting at, I said. Chop. Cut. The apple parted. I shook my head a little. That's not him. Do you have any idea what an absolute bastard he was? In the best way, but in bad ways too. He was stubborn, and he packed a mean punch. He won most fights he picked and he rubbed people's noses in it. Sometimes that was with me, just play, and sometimes, it was some poor schmuck who worked for some guy we were after, and he'd break their knee, crack a few teeth, and literally rub their faces in the dirt. I don't think I should be hearing any particulars about what you've been doing. You can put a stone out there with his name on it, and the children will remember, but the righteous bastard will get forgotten. The injustice of how he had to go will get forgotten. A few years will pass, and we won't be people. We'll just be some notes on pages in academy record books, footnotes in newer projects. I don't think that's true at all, she said. Lillian will remember. I know, I said. Believe me, I know. Would you rather do something other than the stone? If you have any ideas, I could raise them with Professor Hale. Gordon had drawn parallels between each of the lambs and the conventional elements. He'd been the flame. Rather than cold stone, set out for the rain to erode, a flame would be so much more appropriate. So much more of a pain in the ass to look after. Doubly appropriate, in that, but not so possible. No, I said. A stone would be very nice. But can you let us think, decide for ourselves what gets written on it? I felt her hand on my damp hair. Okay, Sylvester. She wasn't allowed to be motherly, as far as I could figure it out. Not allowed to interfere, even, which was probably why she hadn't commented on my disappearing to Lillian's, or finding Mary in my bed. With some of the younger charges, even some of the needier not so young charges, she would give some special time and attention, but with us, from the very beginning, she'd been hands off. That simple touch, coming from her, was the equivalent of a warm, encompassing hug to someone else. I had to blink extra hard to keep my vision clear enough to see what I was cutting. Kenneth was the first one down the stairs. He was new, and I'd barely spent any time with him, what with me disappearing to lug. 7 or so years old. Too young to know Gordon, but he'd sensed the atmosphere in the house, and it had affected him. He had been one of the ones crying last night. Not necessarily because of the loss, but because others were upset, and he hadn't yet found any emotional footing. I quickly cut the remainder of the apples for the porridge, then joined Kenneth, lifting him onto the bench at the long table and plopping myself down beside him. I reached for his stuffed animal, a rabbit, and lifted it up, moving the head and arms, adopting a fighting stance, and had it start punching the kid. He was smiling after a few seconds, fighting back. The others started to make their way down. Fran and Susan, who were a pair now that Eliza had gone off and gotten herself adopted to a nice family, the Twit. And Rick. Mrs. Earle seemed to notice Rick's arrival. It was hard not to. He was bigger than Gordon. Bigger than Gordon had been, rather. Nearly 18, facing the prospect of having to move out and fend for himself, he had become even weirder in recent years. He was always helping out, always striving to get stuff done before Mrs. Earles could do it, playing a little too much with the little kids, well beyond when others would have lost patience. They were great, like a dozen little brothers and sisters, but nobody liked spending more than 5 or 10 minutes at a time with their younger siblings, let alone an hour or more. Rick was nearly 200 pounds and an inch or two shy of 6 feet tall, a natural Bruno without any physical modification to him, that he had a baby face without a hair on his chin, and weirdly intense eyes and manner, though it might have only been me that could put a finger to the eye thing. He hadn't had any luck finding work, too young looking for the hard physical work, too big and scary for the gentler, customer service work. This was the place he knew, and all of the work, it was done out of a desperate hope to earn a place here, to be Mrs. Earle's assistant. She had already talked to him about it, on at least 3 occasions I knew of, told him he had to work, he had to find real work. If he were anyone but Rick, I might have felt sorry for him. If he'd given me one break, throughout the entirety of the time I'd known him, I might have gone and made it a mission to get a foot in the door for him, a bit of work as a favor. Sylvester, Mrs. Earle said. Let Fran look after Kenneth. Get the plates out. Fran can actually reach the shelf, I thought, but I didn't argue. I moved the stool and got the plates. It let me keep my distance from Rick, separated by a table and a counter. When I turned around, he was watching me, staring at me. I put the plates down on the table, not breaking eye contact. Bowls, was the next order. So long as I was prompt, I had an excuse to turn away. Ashton came down the stairs with the rest of the younger group. A step younger than the rest of the lambs in appearance, he was surrounded by a throng of the children, who were expressive, some with puffy red eyes from going to sleep crying, others energetic, eager for their breakfasts. Ashton seemed like the odd one out, eye-catching with his straight red hair, already combed though he'd just gotten out of bed. His expression was placid, too flat. Time with Helen was supposed to fix that. A slower process with him than it had been with her. I put the bowls on the table, reached out, and mussed up his neatly parted hair. The goofy smile he gave me seemed genuine, taken stand alone. But the way he changed from one emotion to the other seemed odd, too abrupt, or not abrupt enough, as if he was putting on a mask. The goofiness was just slightly out of tune with the situation. Sleep well? I asked him. Yes, he said, reaching up to fix his hair. You smell like girls. I was up early, checked up on Lillian and Mary earlier, I said, grabbing his nose, lightly yanking his head from one side to the other. When I pulled my hand away, I gestured, careful. Words. He nodded. How are they? They're as can be expected. Mary is tough stuff. Mary really liked Gordon, Fran said. She did, I agreed. Fran averted her eyes as I looked at her. Mary wasn't the only one who liked Gordon. Lillian, Mary, Frances, Eliza, Susan. There isn't a girl in this house who didn't have at least a short phase of falling for him. But he was seen as too handsome, too nice, too unattainable. Or maybe Fran was looking away because I was missing an eye, and she didn't want to ask. Ashton finished tidying his hair, doing a surprisingly good job of getting every last bit stuck down into place. I reached out and messed it up again, more thoroughly than before. Helen made her way down the stairs with Jamie as Mrs. Earls gave me more orders to keep me busy. Helen lit up as she saw me, making a beeline for me, throwing her arms around me to hug me from behind. She didn't let go as I got the silverware or started carrying the first bowls of apple cinnamon porridge to the table, which forced me to waddle a little. It might have been more bothersome if she wasn't so very aware and careful of my sore shoulder. She'd seen it, or Jamie had mentioned it. I felt a bit more resistance each time I moved away from the counter, Helen getting heavier and heavier. I grabbed a slice of apple and extended it back over my head. I heard the crisp sound of her teeth slicing through it, leaving me with half of a slice. Take the entire thing, I told her. Teeth yanked the rest of the apple free. My burden lightened. I grabbed 4 bowls and 4 spoons, tapping a bowl against the top of Ashton's head in passing, meeting Jamie's eyes and glancing at the back door. Both rose from their seats. Without a word, we made our way into the backyard, slipping on the general-purpose rain boots that sat there for anyone to use if they were going out to play. This wasn't an extraordinary thing, and it passed without mention. Helen hung on me like a leech on a cow's leg, her nose pressed up against the top of my head like a pig's snout. Normally, when we did this, we sat on the stairs by the back door. Today, I crossed the backyard to the far corner, beneath a tree, where the branches provided some cover from the snow. You're going to have to let go of me, I said. We sat on the fence, with Ashton sitting with his back to the tree. You needed a good long hug, Helen said. It was cold, but the porridge was hot enough to warm our hands, and holding it near our faces warmed skin and let steam warm ears. I needed a hug? As in me, specifically? I asked. I think SY had enough hugs last night, by the smell of him, Ashton said. Nuh-uh, Helen said, wheeling on Ashton. But the smell. Enough about the smell, I muttered. You can't just trust your nose, Helen said, with the firmness of a clucking mother hen to her chick. If she'd have wagged her finger, it would have been perfect. Pay attention. Sylvester looks after the others so much, he never looks after himself. Oh, Ashton said. You have to watch out for that, and give lots of hugs, Helen said. Ashton nodded, giving zero indication that he was taking her advice with a grain of salt. The weird emphasis she was putting on certain things was making me worry about Ashton's education. Lessons from a mad, arrogant worm of a man had somehow given us a workable Helen, but I wondered if those lessons or the lessons she had explicitly learned without a bot's influence would skew things too much one way or the other. Enough of that, please, I said. She's right, though, Jamie said, quiet. He blew on his porridge. You have to look after yourself. Looking after you guys is how I look after myself, I said. I dunno. I get the feeling that you wanted to talk about something, Jamie said. Coming out here. I'm assuming Mrs. Earls told you she's planning on putting the stone here. I looked down at the shady corner, with the tree on one side and the corner of the stone wall on another 2 sides. Just enough out of the way that kids wouldn't fall and crack their heads open on the thing. It's about the Baron, I said. I told Lillian and Emily, I thought I should fill the rest of you in. I trailed off. There were faces in the window by the dining room table. Fran, Susan, some of the taller youngsters whose faces I couldn't quite make out. I was experiencing prey instinct, in a way. Something about expressions, timing, the fact that Mrs. Earls wasn't telling them to sit down and eat. Rick, I said. The back door opened. The conversation had died. We were silent as we watched Rick make his approach, tromping across the yard. He smiled in what he probably thought was a disarming way. Alice got upset after all of you left, and Mrs. Earls had to take her upstairs. The little kids are sensitive, you know, it doesn't take much to tip them over the edge to tears. You can't all just up and leave like that. We had stuff to talk about, I said. In private. Your secret, Academy-sponsored club, huh? Do you think I'm stupid? That I can't put the pieces together? Rick Jamie started. I don't think your inability to put pieces together is why you're stupid, I said. I think your inability to recognize that others have put the pieces together and are not making a big deal of things is one small part of why you're stupid. Sylvester, Jamie said. Enough. Jamie spends nearly a year out of commission, being taken care of at the academy. You go on these long trips, we're supposed to believe it's this special academy sponsorship, that you're learning things and running small errands, and maybe you'll go to Mothmont and become proper academy students. But you keep coming back hurt, or with new skin. Or Lillian, and Lillian is really terrible at keeping all this a secret, by the way, she looks like her dog just died. Now you come back, and Gordon's dead. Careful, I said, glaring. I'm being careful, Rick said. Fuck, don't you get it? That your lives fucking impact ours? You come back and there's an imposed silence. The kids are shushed if they ask certain questions, and it eats Fran and Susan and Mary alive because they try to put the pieces together, and they don't have the information, so they put it together in the worst possible light. And you, I said. You're leaving you out. I don't matter, I'm concerned about them. Bull, feck, and shit, I said. Do you want to know why you can't get a job, Rick? Because when someone looks into another person's eyes, what they expect to see is themselves, reflected back at them. Hell, I look in Helen's eyes and I see it, and Helen's odd. I look into Ashton's eyes and I see him studying me, paying attention to me. But when we all look into your eyes, there's either nothing there, or there's just more you. Jamie put a hand out, touching my arm. I don't think you are making any sense, Rick said. Whatever happened to you before Lambsbridge happened? Fine. You had to survive, put yourself first, put yourself last. I know tons who are like that. But where it rankles and puts people off, Rick, is that you keep trying to act this role badly, pretending that you're this really nice guy who plays with the kids and cares about others' welfare. Some people see it for what it is, when you're too intense, when you're smiling without it reaching your eyes. Some people don't, but they sense the wrong. If you'd just be upfront about being a callous, self-absorbed asshole, people would at least be able to figure you out. I could see the change in his eyes. Anger, indignation. Better than nothing. If I'm concerned with what I'm doing or feeling right now, if anything at all, Rick said, it's because Gordon was a friend. Did you ever damn well think that in our age group, besides Eliza, Fran, and Susan, there's only you guys? Of you guys, Gordon was the only one who gave me the time of day. Gordon knew full well who and what you were, I said. He gave you the straight talk when you needed it. I remember one incident, not long after Jamie here went to the hospital, that Gordon gave you a pounding. Now he's gone, that one thing that was keeping you from pressing too hard is out of the way, Mrs. Earle steps upstairs, and you waste no time in challenging us. Don't try and revise history and act like Gordon was anyone but who he was. Not today, least of all. Rick looked at the others. Is anyone else going to chime in on this? Because I'm really concerned that Sylvester is demented. I would, if SY let me get 2 words in edgewise, Jamie said. And if I had any clear idea of what to say. I think the best thing to do would be to go inside. We should all give each other a bit of space while we process things. I'm not going to do that, Rick said. You never do, I said, under my breath. Never back down, never stop until you've pushed boundaries or breached a line. Because I've spent my entire stay at Lambsbridge doing that. Rick said, raising his voice. Just tell me straight, say what really happened to Gordon. We said, Helen said, her voice quiet. She was putting on an act, looking upset at the topic and at the commotion. Most others would have looked at her and held back. But Rick was pretending just as much as she was. The empathy was absent. Just tell me, he said. And I'll go, and I won't bother you again. Jamie spoke, we were visiting contacts for Lillian's. No, Rick interrupted. He fixed his gaze on me. His eyes met my eye. He wasn't going to let up, and he wasn't going to leave us alone. Admit you don't give a damn about those kids in there, about Fran's feelings, or Alice crying, or Gordon dying, I said. Say it, and I'll tell you, straight up. You want me to lie, he asked. Shit on a candlestick, SY. Don't call me SY. We're not friends. He clenched his fists. I have never known anyone to hate me so damn much, when I've done absolutely nothing wrong, beyond maybe a few social slip UPS and wanting to know what the hell is going on around me. I made my offer. I'm not haggling, I'm not going to suddenly buy the act. Accept the offer or go back inside. Okay, he said. He smiled like this was a game. I'll lie. I'll pretend I'm some hollow, messed up person. The light in his eyes was gone, now. The expression he wore was the same one he might have worn as he stuck a knife into my belly. I don't care about Fran, or Susan, or Gordon, he said, his voice cold. I don't care about you, or the family, or the kids. I play with them and I could just as easily slap them across the face as sing with them. I'm asking because I want to know for me. Because I'm sick of looking for jobs, and the rest of the fucking world seems to bend to accommodate you, and I could really do with some of that. He couldn't even pretend at pretending. The mask barely fit as it was. You want some of this? I asked. I clenched my fist, because my hand was trembling, and I couldn't bear the idea of showing weakness in front of Rick right now. You want this life? You want Gordon's life? His arms were folded, his eyes cold. I could do with your life. Sneaking out at night to meet girls, whispered conversations with the adults in the know, every damn fucking person catering to you, from that professor in the academy all the way down to the little kids at the academy who get told to stay quiet and not to ask certain questions. I opened my mouth to speak, but in that same moment, Jamie's grip on my arm tightened. I looked at him. I know what Sai's going to say, Jamie said. I have a different idea. I'm owed an answer, Rick said. How about Sylvester takes a break? Jamie said. He can go inside and shower, or go for a walk and come back. I'll give you your explanation. Straight out, details, everything else. And? Rick asked. And, because you asked, because things got even this far, Jamie said, you're going to get moved. You can't stay at Lambsbridge. You'll go to another city and maybe you'll even get a job. You'll get the answers and you'll be sent far enough away you won't be able to do a damn thing with them. We'll see, Rick said. Jamie looked at me. I heaved out a sigh. Okay, I said. I was going to go down to the shims. I guess I can do that now. That's a good idea, Jamie said. We'll come. Helen said, perking up. Ashton and me. I nodded, ignoring Rick's told you smile. Picnic at lunch today, I told Jamie. We'll be back before then. Mary and maybe Lillian will be showing up. I'll keep an eye out, Jamie promised. I nodded. I hopped down off the wall, grabbed my cold bowl of porridge, and made my way back to the house, Helen and Ashton following behind. Jamie had known my answer before I did. I had to think about it to piece together the words that had been on my lips. You want my life? You can have it. No, not quite, because fuck Rick. Because I liked being alive, I just didn't want this life. I was done. I'd told myself I couldn't see another lamb die. Mauer had talked about me needing just one more push. Now I was on the ledge, there was no stepping back. I just had to figure out how to move forward. Or if the other lambs would even come with me. In sheep's clothing 10.2. She got frustrated, I think, Helen confided. Duncan got the worst of it. Frustrated how? I asked. She decided she was leader, which makes sense, right? Right, I said. I thought about it for a second. Helen said, in the same moment I said, oh. She smiled wide. Yet. She led you like you were bad seeds. I asked. She tried. She got frustrated, like I said. So she paired me with Ashton and she tormented poor Duncan, demanding he keep up. Poor Duncan? I asked. Poor Duncan, Ashton echoed me. Helen's cheeks were rosy from the colder weather, and seemed rosier still with her apparent merry mood. Her scarf, not one of the nicer ones, but a ratty one covered in balls of lint, was wound around her neck, trapping golden curls beneath it. Her jacket was a boy's jacket that had been blue once, but a bad wash had bled some of the color out in such a way that it transitioned from pale green to dark blue, with the more worn patches appearing all the more visible where the color had faded. Helen had reached the point where I doubted it was possible to make her look bad, whatever clothes were draped on her. Ashton, too, seemed to be getting more of an eye for it. I'd had to dig up a more convincing shirt for him, but his jacket and pants were spot on. Quiet as he was, often so still I had to check he was still breathing, his eyes remained alert, taking everything in. His hair needed work, though. Too tidy. I didn't correct it. I wanted to see how Ashton operated without prompts and prodding. The city was waking up, the early bird students stepping outside, business owners turning on the lights, and a 2-to-1 ratio of wagons to cars taking to the streets. Traffic was being held up as a pair of shepherds guided a flock of sheep down the street, up the back road that would lead around to the side of the academy. Helen talked, I think if you put Mary in charge of some very disciplined, committed people, then she would do well. Test their limits, organize them, orchestrate. But I get tired too fast. Ashton doesn't really get tired now at all, I'm not good at being fast, and neither is Ashton. Ahoy. We're different, and she couldn't figure out how to push us or test our limits. She likes Lillian because, even if it's not physical, Lillian works at what she does, I said. It reassures her, in a way, knowing that Lillian is trying. It's synonymous with being focused. Faced with you two, well, she's wondering in the back of her mind, are you listening, watching, are you ready to move when something happens? Or are you dealing with a shift of hormones, adjustments Ibot made, or staring off into space, dreaming of how you are going to break whoever your target is? Yes, Helen said. I think she missed all of you. Gordon, Lillian, you. I get last place. I asked. You get last place, Helen said. I pressed a hand to my heart. Ow. Just because you aren't the first or the second person she thinks of when she's lonely doesn't mean you're the least important person to her. I raised my eyebrow. That sounds positively brilliant. Or like utter bullshit. She smiled at me. The sheep were out of the way, traffic moved. We had to wait for the more impatient carts and cars to move out of the way before someone stopped and let us go. She said, I think if you want to sound smart, you have to straddle the line. If you only sound smart, then you sound like a bot, I said. That gave her pause. I watched as she considered the idea. Yes, she said, very definitively. Like Professor Ibot. I wanted to ask, to poke, to pry. What did she think about Ibot? If things changed, what would she think about leaving Ibot? But the way she'd said that last bit made me feel as though she'd terminated that branch of the conversation there, and pushing the subject further wouldn't be smooth or natural. Mary was attached to Lillian and to me. Lillian was attached to Mary, me, and the school. Helen was, always just Helen. She was fond of Ashton, but the relationship didn't alter her focus or her course. She was attached to the rest of us, and we were reflected in her in varying ways, but Ibot was a part of that. Was she more attached to us than to Ibot? I was willing to say so, but I couldn't say it with confidence. Was Ibot the first priority and first thought when it came to her continuing to exist for the immediate future, even if he wasn't the most important person? Probably. Helen was ever the person that was hardest to grasp and to pin down, on so many levels. Your hair is too tidy, she told Ashton. I like my hair like this. Why? She asked. It's not right. You're wearing the wrong face, except it's your hair, and your hair is so much easier to fix than your face. Because I like it, Ashton said, looking straight ahead as we walked. If it's something I had to fix then I'd fix it, but I don't have to fix it. Helen gave me a look. Her hand went up above Ashton's head, gesturing. The first gesture was the sign for vile, toxic, evil, bad. The second was the number 2. Bad 2? Polluted 2? Terrible 2? I smirked. Ashton saw the shadow of her raised hand passing over his head and turned to look at her. Helen, with her hands now clasped behind her back, gave him her best innocent smile. There are degrees of give and take, I said. Baby steps on the path to playing a part, and we're always playing a part. Okay, he said. He made no effort to mess up his hair. My hair had a way of going wild if I didn't wash it or at least run my head under the tap, and I hadn't stopped to shower before leaving with Helen and Ashton, instead pulling a flat cap on over my head, to keep at least the top of my head down and out of the way. With luck, the pressure of the hat would pin my hair against my head and keep it back and away from my face, even after the hat was removed. If I give you my hat, I said, would you at least cover your hair? I don't like hats, he said. I don't like shirts or pants or shoes, either, but with those I don't get a choice. And you're not going to change your hair? Why? He asked, conveying a glimmer of bewilderment at the fact that I'd even ask. And Helen was saying that Mary had a hard time wrangling you too, I said, under my breath. I can't see it at all. Sarcasm is the lowest form of wit, Helen said. Puns are the lowest form of wit. Sarcasm is a survival mechanism, I said. She reached out around Ashton's head to give my cheek a pat. Ashton must have seen someone or something in his environment and decided to model himself after them, which extended to keeping his hair parted and his appearance more neat than was necessary. Helen was very much a creature of nurture. She had emerged from the vat that birthed her with one nature, one instinct, and every other urge and desire was sublimated into that instinct, the lines blurring and bleeding through one another. The personality she had constructed and even the mask she wore from day to day was one that relied on external cues and feedback. The newest, youngest lamb was almost the inverse. He didn't seem to have any desires but the ones he was handed. His personality, conversely, was wooden, stiff, wrought by instinct and a careful background process of observation and growth from that observation. Teaching him was a slow, careful process, recognizing what he was doing and why, and guiding his growth with the right kinds of exposure. At times it was like wrestling a headstrong goat. At other times, though, when the baseline wasn't even there, it seemed to go in one ear and out the other. Worse, he didn't have to change to get what he needed and wanted. People catered to him. In my little excursion with this pair, I had secondary goals. Figuring out Ashton was one. Figuring out where they stood in terms of my ability to get them on board and leave the academy was another. On this cold morning, as we walked down the main street among student and scholar, business owners and homeowners who had stepped outside to take brooms and shovels to the light covering of wet snow, I was as spooked as I had been with the Baron's sword impaling my eye. I was spooked as I quietly observed and studied Ashton and realized that there was probably no way that he would pick up roots and leave the academy. He was a lamb. Not one I knew or loved in the same way I loved the others, but he was a lamb. I was more than spooked at the fact that I could look at Helen and imagine asking her the question, and I had no idea at all what her answer might be. Does it hurt? Helen asked. I asked. Your eye. You were being quiet. My eye wasn't why I was being quiet, but I don't blame you for jumping to the obvious conclusion. The fact that it isn't here, that I move my eye to look one way or the other, and there are parts that aren't moving, parts that don't have any feeling at all, I spread my hands. I'm interested, Helen said. In how you feel. And I want you to feel better. Thank you. And I want to know how the pain you and other people feels, compared to the pain I feel. I asked Ibot if there was a way to attach my nerves to other people's nerves to feel what they felt while I hurt them, so I could figure out the best kinds of hurt and the best ways to understand others when they hurt, but he said no, that was a whole different project. I have feedback mechanisms that would make that easier, Ashton said. So I can understand the things people are feeling. They could probably give me the ability to feel others' pain. But you need a secondary brain to process it, detached from the primary brain. I think he's right. It would be complicated. I'm envious, Helen pouted. What I'm talking about, I said. It's not real pain. It's more like it feels wrong, and if I sat down and focused on that wrongness for too long, I could get really depressed, and maybe even get a little bit mentally off. As if I was looking too hard into the light and I scarred my retinas, but it's not light, it's wrongness and nothingness where there ought to be something. I know exactly what you mean when you say that last part, about being mentally off, Helen said, sagely. I feel a little bit like that all over after I get adjustments made. That's a good explanation. Thank you, sir. You're welcome, madam. It's nice being with you, she said. And it's nice being with Lillian, and with Jamie. And Gordon? Do you miss him? How do you process that? If I left and you stayed, how would you process that? It wasn't all bad, being with Mary. She likes being girly. We went shopping. And we infiltrated, all dressed up, and I think, thinking about what you said before, she liked that I tried and I could teach back, while she taught me things. We were so coordinated, like we were dancing all night, every step in time. It was a lovely evening. She looked up and away, as if struck by something. I don't think Duncan will stay very long, she said. Where did that come from? There was a lot of blood, when we were done, that night. For someone practicing to be a doctor, he doesn't seem to like blood very much. I put out a hand to steer Ashton in the right direction as we took a side street. The trip to the Shims was far faster without the checkpoints every step along the way. I pointed out the carvings in the wood of buildings, doors, frames, and fences, for Ashton's benefit, explaining each. To his credit, as stubborn as he was in other things, he listened carefully. He was quick to pick it up and to ask questions. And the triangles, 3 in a row. Fangs. Bad animal. I think that one there was a cat. Greeted anyone that approached or spoke to it by leaping onto their head and sinking 4 claws into scalp and neck. Okay, he said. I think I understand. Then there's one for bad people, one for good people, one for food, and for water. Yes, I said. Good observation. It makes sense, he said, while Helen nodded behind him. He wasn't hopeless after all. But he said, why not make them bigger? Bigger, as in the middle of the street is so wide, and you can see it from a distance. A picture of a wolf so big you could see it from 2 blocks away. I said. It makes sense, he said. Because it's about communication, and big communication is better. Something people won't miss, that more people see, and it marks out territory, so people know, and they might change their behavior. It kind of does make sense, Helen said. No, I said, gravely and fundamentally offended at the assertion. No, it really doesn't. From there, I launched into particulars about how the mice wouldn't want to broadcast their presence, that they were fundamentally prey for others, or parasites. I went on to a tangent about subtlety, how, no, people wouldn't always see the positive signs of helpful person as positive reinforcement to continue being helpful. There was nuance and tangent enough in the explanation for me to talk all damn day. Instead, I was cut short by our arrival at the hideout. I felt a lingering, bittersweet feeling, combining with an entirely renewed experience of fear about Ashton, about Helen, and now about the mice. I banged my hand on the door, once, then waited. It took almost a minute, but one of the few sets of windows that had glass in the pane swung open. All of the other windows had broken glass, the shutters closed. A head peeked out, so fast I almost missed it, and then the window shut. I could hear the calls within the house. The door latch came open, and the door swung open. In, fast, Craig said, from the top of the stairs. Don't let the cold air in. We hurried to get in, stomping off the trace amounts of snow. The door shut behind us. The number of mice had increased. Colder weather meant more children were scrambling for shelter. Everyone was bundled up as if they expected to go outside, but it was because the interior wasn't particularly warm. Bundled up in many cases meant wearing multiple shirts or 2 pairs of pants. Helen roared, rushing at Alice, sweeping the girl up in her arms. Alice, for her part, hugged Helen back. Alice, at 10 or so, looked closer to 8. Stunted growth, which I could sympathize with, but for her it was a lack of nutrition. Little details, parallels, and bits of common ground were why I so frequently enjoyed the company of the mice. What happened? Craig asked, touching one eye. Talking about my eye. Sword, I said. You should have the money for a new eye, you dingleberry. Yeah, I know. I do. I thought the eye patch looked cool, thought I'd keep it for a while, I said, my voice dry. He seemed to take that as the signal it was, and he didn't pry further. He seemed so much thinner and more tired than I remembered him. Of an age with Gordon or Rick, but he was a scarecrow of a person, his hair dark, his eyebrows thick, a dark look in his eye. That look only softened when he looked at one of his mice, or at me. Hi Helen, Craig said. The poor bastard seemed to withhold the softest look for the prettiest girl in the room. Hi, Helen said, beaming at him. It physically hurt to see how he reacted to that. He turned away, almost bashful. The softer look didn't extend to Ashton, though. New kid? Craig asked. Ashton, I said. I gave Ashton a shove, putting him in the center of the front hallway, exposed. The hell is with that hair? Craig asked. You look like a sissy Mothmont brat. Ashton turned, looking over his shoulder at me. I gave him nothing, my expression still, my hands in my pockets. Better to let him learn his lesson and adjust. You vouching for him, SY? Craig asked. He can vouch for himself if he needs to, I said. He might need to. Only so much space, you know, Craig said. All posturing. He made his way down the stairs. Maybe he should wait outside. I'd like to stay, Ashton said. Craig finished making his way down the stairs. He stood a short distance from Ashton. There was a 1-foot height difference between the two. My house, my rules. Our house, another kid said. Same thing, Craig said, without turning around. There was no disagreement. He and Ashton stared each other down for a moment. Ashton could have decided this with the pheromones he could naturally shed. He wasn't, which was a point in my book. I had about 10 or 20 different questions about Ashton and what he was doing and why. The list started with the parted hair and extended all the way to finer details of how he was developing himself, how he saw the world, all the way down to the subject of what his motivations were in the here and now. Why isn't Sylvester vouching for you, Red? Because he didn't like me parting my hair, and I wouldn't change it. He's trying to teach me a lesson. Craig looked up and over at me. I gave him a nod. He was right. You should have changed your hair. Ashton didn't respond. If you're not going to listen to him, there's a good chance you won't listen to me, which is disrespectful. I don't want that kind of disrespect in my house. Maybe you should sit this one out and go wait outside, keep yourself warm until Sylvester and I decide you can come in? What do you say to that? I'll fight you for the right to stay, Ashton said. I cocked my head at that. Helen ceased abusing Daisy to raise her head and turn to look, as well. Fight? Where the shit did that come from? I wished I could see more than the back of Ashton's head from my perspective. His expression would have been interesting to read. You want to fight me? Craig asked. He looked at me. Is there anything I need to watch out for? Hidden weapons or something? He's not going to sprout claws or extend some bladed tongue out of his mouth or anything. No weapons, not in the way you're thinking, I said. I don't think he's ever actually been in a fight. Craig looked down at Ashton. You think you're going to win? I'm going to lose, but I'll hit you a few times before I end up standing outside in the cold, Ashton said. If I end up in the cold either way, at least I get to punch you a few times first, this way. Craig smirked. He approached Ashton, then did the false start lunge thing, moving as if he was going to swing a punch, trying to get Ashton to flinch. Ashton moved in that same moment, stepping to one side and coiling up as his foot reached the ground, like he was going to throw himself forward, fists flying. And when Ashton stopped short, freezing in place, Craig was left taking a short step back, hands raised to strike back. Craig relaxed, extending an arm to Ashton's head, gently shoving Ashton and simultaneously messing up his hair. Ashton had to take a step to catch his balance, and fell out of the fighting posture. Alright, Craig said. Just stay out of the way. There's a hot stove upstairs to huddle around, if you need to warm up. Ashton glanced at me, waiting for my nod before going upstairs. Gordon teach him? Craig asked me. The name caught me off guard. Something must have shown on my face. No, Craig said. What happened? The dipstick went and died on us, I said. I came to tell you. Among the 20 or so kids who were gathered across the room, the news hit approximately 3/4 of them like a ton of bricks. It was like the wind had been knocked out of them, and the rest were at least respectful enough or aware enough to stay silent and avoid asking questions. There was bad news, and there was news that you had to deliver that cracked the foundation of another person's world. This was the latter. For so many of the people here, Gordon had been someone to look up to. To them, on a level, he'd been one of them, but he'd gotten out of the ditches and alleys and made something of himself. It wasn't just the loss of Gordon that had people blinking tears out of their eyes, looking away, swallowing hard. To them, it was like the world had turned around and told them no. No, it isn't really possible. You don't really have a chance. Who? Craig asked, suddenly angry. The Academy, I thought. It was interesting to me that the who was the first question out of his mouth. Not how. Not when, or anything else. Nobody, I said. Bad ticker. No, Craig said. That's not right. Not with someone his age. It doesn't work like that. Something had to cause it. Was it poison? He didn't quite mean something. He meant someone. He wanted that who so badly, someone to blame. That desire for someone to blame wasn't fresh. It had been simmering for a while. No poison, I said. I could see how wet Craig's eyes were, even as he tried to put on a strong front for all the children who were looking to him for support, and that made my eyes wet too. Bad, dumb luck. Fuck, Craig said. The word was out of his mouth the moment I finished saying luck. Angry, frustrated. No. Fuck. He was getting more agitated as I watched. That agitation would translate to all of the rest of the mice. Helen lay on the ground, still, her arms around Alice, but that gesture was now a comforting hug. There's stuff I need to talk to you about, I said, working to keep my voice level, calm, confident, as if I could convey those things to him. In private? About Gordon, in part. He took a long moment to take that in, seemed to step back mentally to take in the situation and the status of the mice, as he likely did each and every time he made a decision in their vicinity, and he seemed to realize where things stood, in terms of his emotions and the commotion that was soon to follow. Helen, he said. Look after him. I will, she said. Craig and I made our way through the kitchen, which had been gutted a long time before the mice moved in, past one of the many bedrooms, and out the back door. The door shut heavily behind us. The moment he was out of sight of the younger ones, he bent over, elbows on the railing, fingers in his hair and heels of his hands against his eyebrows. I didn't know if he was crying, but I didn't think it was right to check one way or the other. You told me the truth, right, SY? Bad ticker. Bad ticker. Fuck, SY. There wasn't a doctor nearby? That girl you had with you? Not Mary, but the one with the bag. She tried. But I don't think there's a professor in Radham who could have saved him, the way things were going. Fuck. The outburst was loud enough that children inside were liable to have heard it. He seemed to realize that, and visibly calmed himself down. Okay, Craig said, still hunched over. Okay. I'm done. Shit. Yeah, I said. Just last night, I was thinking I needed to talk to him. Get some advice, figure out the direction things were going. With the mice? I asked. Craig nodded. He looked up at me, and his eyes were hollow. Please tell me they're okay. That you're going to cope if I leave. I sat on the stair, my back to the railing opposite to the railing he was sitting against. Are they okay? I asked. Managing. No, he said. No, not managing at all. I heaved out a heavy breath. We usually save up for winter, but the thing with the ghosts last year, we lost some old faces. There's new faces, and they weren't on the ball with contributing to the penny jar. I should have been on top of it, cracked heads together. But I was preoccupied, and He kept stopping short of the same sentence or confession. You what, Craig? What's going on in your corner? I'm getting older, SY. I'm almost not one of the kids anymore. There's no hard time limit, I said. They won't string you up or mutiny on you when the clock hits midnight and it's your 18th birthday. 17th, and, fuck, it's complicated, SY. Complicated in a way I've talked about with Gordon. A way I really wanted to talk to him about. I can try, I said, and I dreaded the answer, felt doubly the traitor, because the odds were good that if he confided in me, and if he started to rely on my listening ear, I was going to disappoint him, leave him lacking. I'm not in a particular rush today. My whole morning is yours, if you need to figure things out with me. He sighed, shifted position, and settled down to sit with his back to the railing that enclosed the steps. He looked up at me, this was never my thing. I was never going to stick with it. Yeah, I said. I sort of got that. It's hard living, a lot of missing meals, when it was your mistake as leader that leaves the penny jar empty and there's a kid who is maybe 1 or 2 missed meals from seeing next week. You know. I nodded. I'm old enough to fend for myself. Told myself I'd always be there for them, but come a certain time and circumstance, I'd bail. Every day now, every hour, I've been telling myself I'd join the Crown military. Because goddamn, it would be nice to put bullets in the people who did what they did to our kids. To the kids in other cities. And it's good money, I said. Enough to get you on your feet, get a room somewhere, buy good clothes. Yeah, he said. He hung his head. Yeah. But there's nobody to really hand things off to. There's no money to keep these kids going through the winter. Food is more expensive. They have farms and monster cattle that are bred to grow to 4 times the size, there's food enough for a population 10 times our size, and somehow in the midst of the fighting, war beasts and soldiers end up getting the food and we get jack shit. Something like that, I said. Yeah, well, fuck. I figure I might as well be one of the soldiers that's getting fed. My conscience can live with that. I know how to shoot a gun, I know how to fight. Give me 3 meals and a cot in a warm room, I'll put on some weight, some muscle, and I'll be as good a soldier as any of them. I can climb the rungs of the ladder, get a good position, get a girl. It would be really nice to get a girl, SY. Yeah, I said. Can testify. Girls, recommend. Lillian isn't going to leave the academy, a voice in the back of my mind told me. The thought put a chill in the core of my body and left me feeling nauseous. Oblivious, he continued, I can give up the freedom and gun down enemies of the Crown, and I can live with knowing I'm supporting the same fucking bastards who are deciding the laws and deciding these kids starve. But I can't just up and abandon them, SY. I do that, and it's going to eat me alive. Drive me to drink. Stick it out, I said. You know what the answer is. It's not a good answer, but sometimes we don't get any. He made a face. There'll be reasons not to go next year. And the year after. Yep, I said. Yeah. There will always be reasons. I felt like such a hypocrite. But to give any other advice, it would be doing like Helen had commented, putting others first. I needed to know the mice were looked after. I couldn't take this on and free Craig of his burden. But I'd anticipated this question. I brought money, I said, reaching into my jacket. I pulled out an envelope. No arguments. Who's going to argue? He asked. He took the envelope without a moment's hesitation, opened it, and ripped through the bills within. This helps. Yeah, I said. Shit, SY, he said, staring down at the envelope. Gordon? Just like that. It was slower than that. Gradual. We expected it. It still sucks. Shit. We sat in silence. The snow drifted around, and the wind that blew around the houses found a course that sent the snow into our faces. Both of us had to angle our faces toward the ground to avoid the sting of a cold snowflake in the eye. Craig, I said. If you repeat this to anyone, I'll probably get killed or worse. He lifted his head, cupping one hand around the side of his face to look at me. I'm done. I can't do this anymore. Losing Gordon, it might have been the last straw. The eye. Drop in the bucket, I said. I'm going to try to wrangle the others, see if they'll come, but... He drew in a deep breath, then huffed it out as a sigh, nodding. Do you know anyone? In other cities? I'll need to put a bit of distance between myself and Radham. It would help to have names and places. If I decide to go. I know people. Not many, and they're scattered, but you can give them my name, and they'll help you or point you in the right directions. Anyone near Richmond? I asked. Warwick. What the fuck are you doing around there, SY? There are more monsters than humans in that neck of the woods. The less I say, the better, I said. Do you know anyone? I know of people, but you don't stick your neck out, there, they might take badly to you even looking the wrong way at them. Okay, I said, nodding. It was a better answer than I'd hoped for. SY, he said. I looked up. Go. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about the fact you're a fucking hypocrite. Oh, he'd drawn the connection. Go, he said. Go get your friends. Walk out that door. If I see your face again, I'm going to hit you, and I'm going to keep hitting you until I can't feel my hand anymore. Understand? You need to go. For your sake. I climbed to my feet. I'll send one of the kids to Lambsbridge with some names and places, he said. I'll keep the details short and sweet. Use the scratchings to let you know who's who and what's what. That works, I said. My voice was hoarse. I had a lump in my throat. Thanks. I'd say we could meet up, if you wanted to leave Radham, but there are too many kids here who can't pull up stakes, because they spend half the time here and half with their shitty families, or for other reasons. Because this is a place we know, and we'd get eaten alive in stranger territory. Yeah, sy. Yeah. I nodded. I opened the door and let myself back into the house, signaling Helen. I didn't have the voice to reach out to Ashton, so I let Helen do it, calling upstairs. Craig remained sitting on the back step, probably for a long time after our trio had put the hideout behind us. In sheep's clothing 10.3. Our picnic, as it turned out, was situated under a jutting roof, beside a storage bay that was intended to hold an assortment of wagons. Wagons and the stitched horses would be parked here outside the building in order to get cleaned or repaired, before being moved back to the bay. It was a nice building, all considered, one planted here in anticipation of the higher-end buildings appearing near the academy, something that hadn't yet happened. There were still lingering traces and some odds and ends from when the building had been used as a storehouse for military assets. For our purposes, it worked nicely. The overhanging roof with only two adjoining walls, one to block the wind and another from the adjacent building, gave us cover from the falling snow. The open nature of it gave us a view of the hills and fields beyond Radham. We had a place to sit, complete with benches and crates to use as tables, and we had some privacy. Jamie's suggestion, of course. He'd noticed the place some time ago, made a mental note of it, and was able to point us over here when the subject of the picnic had come up. I worked with Jamie as we laid out a blanket and pinned it down, in case the wind changed direction. Ashton was starting a fire on the paved floor, and Jamie was on the same page as me when it came to worrying about that particular detail. Actually getting Ashton to coordinate with us was often stiff and awkward, in a move left, no not that far left way, so we had given him something he could do stand alone. Now we regretted the decision, as the flames started to rise. From how close he hovered to his work, it looked very possible that he would set himself on fire. Back at Craig's, he hadn't used his pheromones to win his exchange with the boy. His victory had been an earned one, and it had indicated that he was learning fast, even if it might take him a long time to get up to speed. He was going to be a monster. He had the tools and he had the ability and willingness to learn to cover the gaps those tools didn't provide for. For now, though, I made a point of hurrying to set down the basket so it pinned down one corner of the blanket. That done, I rushed to Ashton's side, putting one finger on his forehead to push his face away from smoke and fire. I walked over to the railing that bordered the edge of the property and this little parking spot, looking out over the hills and distant farms. Jamie joined me, standing a short distance away. Mrs. Earls called the academy. She's more upset than I thought she'd be, Jamie said. But the academy is sending someone down to pick up Rick. I didn't ask, I said. But you were wondering, Jamie said. Yeah, I said. I guess I was. I can't tell if you really just wanted him gone, and knew that that would do it, or if the feelings are that close to the surface, Jamie said. If you figure it out, let me know. He nodded. I wished that I could talk to my best friend again, much like Craig had wanted to talk to Gordon. But, in this moment, I wasn't sure if I actually minded his presence or the reminder. Not so much that I felt the need to say or do something to put distance between us. Helen had finished shaking out the other blankets. She brought the folded stack over to the blanket we had already laid out and distributed the blankets, where they could act as seats. Once she was done, she walked over to Ashton, grabbed him by the back of the collar, and hauled him about a foot away from the fire, pressing down on his shoulders as if to fix him to the location he was sitting. I'm itching to really start talking about particulars, and I don't want to do that before Mary arrives. Lillian too, if possible, I confessed, my voice quiet. Particulars? I was wondering why you wanted to do this, Jamie said. I'm antsy, I said. My finger tapped against the railing. I didn't think it would be this bad. Ah, Jamie said, and he gave that one-note utterance a lot of meaning, like he'd just realized what I was talking about. Yet. He didn't push me, and he didn't pry, and in that, I could see how much he had changed since the outset of the whole situation in Lug. The others arrived. My mood lifted considerably at the sight of Lillian and Mary, both girls dressed up just a bit. Lillian wore her academy-issue jacket and skirt, but her leggings had a raised pattern, and she wore a nice blouse under her jacket that I hadn't seen her wear before. Mary wore a lacy dress and ribbons, with a fur-trimmed duffel coat. My mood then plummeted twice as far as it had climbed at the thought of the bigger picture, the conversations that would need to be had. I hadn't even been letting myself think about it, and now the conversation seemed so imminent. Take it one step at a time, I told myself. I was able to wrangle the worst of the feelings, putting the nervousness and terror off until a discussion some other, later point in time, until I saw Duncan. I hadn't intended for Duncan to be invited, but now I could see why he would be. Frustration tore at me, made me want to scream, shout, throw something at him, and act very uncivilized. There were things I wanted to talk about, and how the hell was I supposed to bring them up with him here, listening and watching? Helen joined the girls, giving each a tight, non-lethal hug and a kiss on each cheek, before giving Duncan a hug. I saw the look that crossed Lillian's face as she found me, and I put a smile on my face, despite everything else that I was feeling. That, at least, was something I had practice in. I turned around, leaning back against the railing, while she strode toward me. Was she going to hit me or hug me? Lillian wrapped her arms around me, her cheek cold against my ear. The hug was soft, made softer by the layers of coat and clothing each of us wore, and the fierceness of the hug didn't quite penetrate either. That was a lovely touch, she whispered in my ear. Referring to the sign-off of my note, no doubt. I'm fond of all of you, I said. All the lambs. Don't ruin it, SY. You in particular, I said. She nodded, then pulled back. Her arms went up to my throat, gripping me by the collar. I was going to strangle you, you know. For the rest of the letter. You're making it hard to follow through if you say that. More of a note than a letter, I said, grinning. She shifted her grip, encircling my throat with gloved hands. Playful. Her eyes were still more alive and alert than I was used to. The wyvern was in full sway, flying through her veins. But her face was pink, and she seemed to have found a balance between the Lil I knew and drunk Lillian. In case we don't get the chance to talk one-on-one again, I want your company later, she said. My eyebrows went up. No, this is entirely drunk Lillian. My parents are visiting, you bonehead. I smiled, reaching up for her hands and pulling them away. I held one hand as I led her back to the picnic blanket. We sat on one folded blanket, me giving her the spot closer to the fire, and I grabbed another blanket, unfolding it and draping it over our laps. The other lambs found their seats, bundling up. I sort of wished Jamie had put himself between Ashton and the fire that seemed to have the boy fascinated, but it wasn't too big a deal, and staring into the flames seemed to keep the newest lamb occupied. Duncan was tall for his age, and had been cursed with what I deemed a very punchable face, with too small a mouth and too much distance from his prominent chin to his high forehead. He looked like a character that had been drawn on the cover of a children's book, and the confidence with which he held himself, combined with his very regimented style, shirt buttoned to the collar, academy jacket in the soldier's style, and wavy black hair parted in the middle. I somehow imagined that his parents were the hoity-toity type that brought up their child's accomplishments as if those accomplishments were their own, or, more generously, that his parents were the type that looked at their son and sighed in disappointment over how he'd turned out. There was a small chance that my impressions of Duncan were colored by personal bias. Small. I really wished he wasn't here, but I wasn't about to tell him to go away. Hi Dunk, how are you doing? I asked. He was just getting seated. I didn't miss the fact that he was sitting closer to Jamie and Ashton than to Helen and Mary, who were sitting closer together, each with their own blankets. He gave me a tight, small smile. I'm quite all right, Sylvester. Nervous, I suppose. You didn't have to come, I said. Lillian, sitting right next to me, was in a good position to jab me with one elbow, subtly enough that Dunk wouldn't notice. She spoke, I invited him. Because he's one of the lambs, isn't he? He did his job, Mary said, without warmth. Between the short and unconvincing utterance, and the distance with which they had sat apart from each other, I couldn't help but imagine that there had been a disagreement, probably in the middle to later stages of their job. I appreciate hearing that, Duncan said, as if he was unaware that there was anything damning in the faint praise. I remember what it was like, when I started, Lillian said. It takes getting used to, after you first join. Thank you, Duncan said. You're right. I really didn't expect the kind of education I ended up getting, on our last job. Not until I joined the army, or visited a slaughterhouse for raw materials. How did you two meet? Jamie asked. We were both teachers' pets, Lillian said. We talked between classes. Duncan got sick 2 years ago, and I saw how hard he worked to catch up. I thought maybe he would handle the stress better than some. Duncan said. I heard a note of nervousness there. He was so uncomfortable he made me uncomfortable. They asked me if I knew anyone to recommend, and I thought Duncan would appreciate the leg up that the job gave him. I do. But we've had a bit of a setback in the project, haven't we? Duncan asked. A setback, Mary said. Still quiet, still cold. You must mean the war breaking out in Lug, the lives lost. Those words seemed to get through to Duncan. He didn't miss a beat, nodding his agreement. It's terrible. A tragedy. Helen, Duncan said, what's upsetting you? Helen was looking between Mary, Duncan, Lillian, Jamie, and me with a kind of anxiety that seemed to be picking up by the moment. She stopped as she heard the question. 5 points to Duncan for noticing in the first place. Minus 10 points for sounding like he was talking to a child. Bias might have impacted the scoring. I'm not upset, she said, after a moment of processing. I'm fine. But you want food, I said. Open the basket, let's eat. The anxiety disappeared. She beamed a smile as she moved the basket in front of her and opened it, distributing the contents that Mrs. Earls had boxed and wrapped. Within a few moments, it was clear that she was getting the contents out of the way with the express intention of getting deeper into the basket. She found the stuff that Mrs. Earls had no doubt buried on purpose, opened a box, and pulled out a tart with a tuft of cream and a cherry on the top. She bit deep, her eyes rolled up into the back of her head, and she wiggled on the spot, her legs kicking beneath her blanket. Drinks? I asked, struck by an idea. Doer bottles, Helen said. Tea, I think. I smelled it. While Helen rummaged for the canisters of tea, I turned to Duncan. I hope you're a tea drinker. I am. I'm a bit of a prude, even, he said. Another small smile. Helen handed me the first canister of tea. I rolled it in Duncan's direction. I wanted to have this meal together for a reason, I said, to the whole group. For a few reasons. Lillian leaned closer to me. We had a bad time, I said. I don't know about your group, I heard a bit from Helen, it sounded like you did better than we did. We did okay. Duncan said, with enthusiasm. I could see the flicker of annoyance on Mary's face. Mary? I asked. It wasn't why I joined the lambs. I was wondering, I said. Helen is a dear, Mary said. And I don't mind teaching Ashton the ropes, when he's willing to listen and learn. I don't even mind teaching Duncan, if it alleviates the burdens on Lillian and lets her focus on her studies. But the lambs aren't meant to be split up, I said. I felt like the biggest, most manipulative scumbag, saying it, knowing the thoughts I had been entertaining, and my conversation with Craig. I don't think so, Mary said. Maybe at a later point in time, it might make sense. Our numbers are going to dwindle, new lambs may appear, or we might be used to teach other special projects, as they devise replacements for dog and catcher. I can understand the lambs being used for that. But right now? So early. I could see some nods. Helen, who was halfway through her second tart, Lillian, and Jamie. Ashton wasn't nodding, but he was paying attention. Duncan wasn't nodding, and that bothered me, but it would have bothered me if he had been, because he didn't know us. I was being unfair to him and I knew it. Luck was a bad one, I said. And I don't know if having the entire group there would have made a difference in terms of what we lost. I'm sorry to bring it up. No, Mary said. Talking about Gordon is important. I want to talk about what the loss means, and I know he'd want us to. I nodded. I stared down at the center of the blanket. I don't think we could have saved him. But it would have been nice to save Hubris. There were other enemies. The twins, the Baron, none of which I'm about to talk about in front of Duncan. We should have been able to dispatch them all and walk away with our heads taller, I said. Except, Duncan said. He had removed the lid of the canister and was using it as a cup for his steaming tea. Jamie was pouring himself a cup with the removed bottom of the canister. The lambs are an academy project. I'm not going to say you're wrong, you know your group better than I do, but you don't get to decide what the lambs do. The last part agitated me more than I like to admit. I knew full well that I didn't get to decide. That I needed to make this decision for myself and there was no way to guarantee that Lillian's warm, reassuring presence would be at my side, or that I could be there for Lillian, even that Jamie could be there, haunting the edges of my vision. Hale is not an unreasonable man, I said. If we presented it in the right way, he might listen. He might, Jamie said. But I have my doubts. I looked at Jamie. I got special treatment, last mission, Jamie said. From the higher UPS. From the nobles. I had mentioned it, Jamie had heard and we had both seen it in play, in how the twins and the Baron acted in regard to Jamie. Even the speech of the surviving Richmond twin, before she had fled, had referenced it. I nodded my acknowledgement of what Jamie was really saying. They want to work on Caterpillar further. The nobles are interested in the project as a process they might undergo for all nobles. It's arguably one of the reasons the lambs were started as a project, to put forward all of these unique ideas and things the nobles might be interested in, projects that could be stepped up and used as augmentations or novelties. Novelties? Lillian asked. Remember the Duke's attention to Helen? Jamie asked. The old Jamie wrote about it. The appeal is undeniable. Servitors or partners for the nobility, up to their standard of beauty, usable as bodyguards, personal doubles, or spies, with built-in weapons, like Helen's. Ashton isn't as pretty or refined, he was made by a team, not by a genius, but his weapon is more obvious, and it's one that sells very well to the nobles. I think he breaks even with Helen. I'm pretty, Ashton muttered. And, in the end, someone expressed interest in you, I said. In Caterpillar. Hale may be shifting his focus, Jamie said. They decided on Ashton over Yvette, and Yvette hasn't had a serious mention. As far as I know, I don't think there's been any talk of a replacement for Gordon, or of starting a new Wyvern project, so that the child is of age by the time SY retires. But I do know that they've doubled the size of my team, and I know that I got special attention. It's something to keep in mind, when deciding if Hale is going to be reasonable. Lillian's hand gave my leg a rub, over the blanket. The topic was a simple one, but my mind was whirling, anxiously poring over every possibility, every set of connections. I thought about every subject I had been dwelling over as of late, and in the moment, I stumbled onto one that seemed painfully obvious, and painful in a half-dozen other ways. Manipulative, again, but in a much different way. But if Duncan was here, then, well, I might as well use him, and then hope I could get rid of him somehow, so I could say what really needed to be said. I don't know if I have another mission in me, I said. I let the words pass my lips as easily and as thoughtlessly as I did, because I knew that if I stopped to weigh my words, to pick them to better sell them, then I wasn't sure I would have had the courage to utter them. I felt the weight of Lillian's hand on my leg. I was very aware of everyone's attention on me. Jamie's in particular. Losing Gordon, losing Hubris, hearing that the lambs might not continue as an ongoing project, I shouldn't have said that. It's not exactly right. I'll do the next mission, and the next one. But it's getting harder to convince myself to wake up, get dressed, and go to what might be another lug. It's work, Duncan said. I love what I learn in school, I love what it is. I was born to be an academy professor, but sometimes I don't want to go to school. Because school is work. Yeah, I said. I smiled, and I made the smile convincing. It's work. I'm feeling defeated. I'm just saying, maybe if I put it like that, Hale will understand what I mean? He's not heartless. Duncan smiled back at me. He seemed to believe it. He didn't know enough about the particulars, and he didn't know me. He would go to Hale and he would probably report my feelings. But hearsay was a horrible means of conveying tone, and when he gave the report and passed on what I had said, only the message should get through. There would be a note in people's memories and in files, that Sylvester was exhausted, tired, less enthusiastic about his work. If I was breaking away from the lambs, and if any or all lambs stayed, then that note could make the difference in there being any backlash. It would mean that my disappearance had precedent. If Duncan didn't report on my saying this until after, when they were looking for reasons for my doing this, then that was even better. It would be an answer, when they were asking the question. That was done. I'd said it out loud, in earshot of the other lambs, and I'd put myself on a clock of sorts. I had a narrower window to act, before that comment made its way into files and someone made the time to investigate that one data point. It wasn't a guarantee that the follow-up would happen, but the chance it might happen was a reason to get going. The other lambs had heard me convince Duncan, and they had heard me explain away the thought, but they knew me. They would know there was more to it. Jamie was still watching me, studying me. The question he'd asked last night now hung in the air. Helen mentioned that you two went shopping. I asked Mary. It was a forced change of subject, awkward, but she handled with grace, as she did most things. We did, she said. New cities are so interesting for shopping, because every city is different. And I imagine that when you shopped, you did it with an eye for which dresses could hide the most knives. There's more to me than knives, Sylvester, Mary chided me. Helen can testify, I was looking for a nice dress for a young woman that would work for upper middle class settings, that would also hide a pistol at the upper thigh. That reminds me, Jamie said. Mauer has new guns. And we're back to talking about work, Lillian said, sighing. Are you complaining? I asked. Yes. We were having a conversation about dresses. It's nice to talk about girl things, sometimes, especially now that us girls are outnumbered as badly as we are. I want to hear more about the guns, Mary said. I grinned while Lillian made a face. She let her head rest against my shoulder while she endured the conversation that followed, about primordials, the death of the Duke, and the guns Mauer had deployed. Duncan did like his tea. I watched as he finished his second cup, started on his third, and then started getting uncomfortable. I raised a hand, not to cut into the conversation, but to gesture at him. He shook his head, looking confused, and the conversation naturally stumbled as I continued gesturing and he continued to fail to understand. If you head over that way, I said, you'll have some privacy. Nobody's going to yell at you if you use a bush. Ah, he said. Thank you, Sylvester. The conversation picked up again, on the nature of the bullets, how they unfolded like tiny, strong, umbrellas, while Duncan made his way around a building to go relieve himself. The moment he was out of sight, I raised a hand, signaling for silence. The conversation died. What are you up to, SY? Mary asked. We don't have long, and I plan to discuss this in more depth, but Duncan being here makes it awkward, I said. That thing you were talking about before? About retiring. A cover story. One you guys can build on if things go wrong. Not the focus, I said. I was lying. It was definitely a major focus. But I made a promise to Lil, and to Emily, the girl we were rescuing, the new fiancée of the Baron of Richmond. I thought the rest of you should hear it. My mouth was dry. You're doing something reckless, Mary said. I'm doing something very reckless, I said. The Baron is a danger to us. We negotiated for some peace, and he's leaving us alone, but he took my eye, he threatened Lil's family, and he threatened the orphans at Lambsbridge. If you heard him, you'd agree with me, with us. The man needs to die. He's the worst sort of dangerous, Lillian said. I need an alibi, cover. I think Jamie can provide most of it. If he puts down records that I was here, conversations we shared, everything else, and you guys get your stories straight, then it should work. The Lambs can be busy, even take on a minor mission in the area, and I slip away. I was talking to Craig about some parts, and there are others I still need to figure out. All you guys do is manage without me. If I fail, you're going to need to run. How odd, that failure seemed to be the most romantic option of all of them. To get caught, tortured, and rescued by the other lambs, a guarantee that all of the lambs could be together. But Lillian wouldn't get to be professor, and she would worry about her family. If I succeed and get caught or killed, you'd need to disavow all knowledge. I disappeared. Duncan should be able to testify that I was already breaking away. I can drop another couple of hints that will paint a complete picture, over the next day or two. But I don't want to waste any time in doing this, or we might get called away for a real mission, that would make this impossible. A solo mission, SY? Mary asked. Into the heart of Richmond House? Are you insane? There has to be a better way to do this, Lillian said. Leaving the situation alone would be more insane, and involving more lambs in the job creates a larger gap in our numbers that's harder to explain or justify, I said. I'm willing to put myself on the line for this, for my promise to them. But I can't ask others to join. One of us will join you, Mary said, firmly. You can't do it alone. Honestly, I don't trust you to deliver the killing blow. I sighed in admitted relief. Okay. Maybe. We'll see how the next couple of days play out, and what we can engineer. The person that comes with me may depend on who is where, or whatever else is going on in the background. Jamie kept staring at me. He was trying to figure out the nuances of what I was doing, here. Duncan is going to be back soon, I said. So this is all I'll say for now. I'll try to talk privately with each of you before we get underway. But this has to be done. That man needs to die. Lillian didn't have room for fear in her eyes with the wyvern effect having a hold of her, but I could see the complicated emotions passing through her expression. Her hand slid down my forearm, her fingers intertwining with mine. Ashton was just barely processing the idea. I well and truly believed that he would understand the necessity of this, for his own sake and for ours. There would be room to talk to him and convince him of it, and I was sure it wouldn't be a cause for his notorious stubbornness. This wasn't the sort of thing that really tripped him up. Mary, I observed, seemed lost in thought. She was considering the mission, probably assuming I would bring her by default. On a level, it would be nice to have her along, but on another level, she was the most complicated person. Whether she left Radham depended on how many others were leaving. She was too firmly attached to Lillian, to having an actual place she belonged. And this wasn't a job I planned to return from. The alibi was only cover against the other lambs, so they wouldn't suspect what I was really doing. The Baron would die, and I would rendezvous with other lambs, heading for the furthest territory from Radham I could get away with. If Mary was inclined to stay here, then she couldn't come with. She would stop me. I finished the last of my sandwich, eating with one hand. Duncan was making his way back, walking at a leisurely pace. And then there was Helen. I took a moment to study her, while I squeezed Lillian's hand. In this moment, Helen's expression and behavior were the focus of my attention. Helen, I said, sounding far more normal than I felt, you damn well better not have finished off all the tarts. In sheep's clothing 10.4. I exited the bathroom, a towel wrapped around me, a bag of the more expensive products in one hand. I was scrubbed pink, my hair was oiled back and away from my face, left unparted, though the ends of my hair were already pricking up and curling away. Any adolescent boy given access to the products that smelled manly tended to overdo it, much as the girls went over the top with makeup, but I knew enough to go light. It was a good smell, and one that would complement the smell of shoe polish. The hand that wasn't holding the bag held a fresh bandage over the ruin of my eye. It put me in an awkward spot when it came to the towel around my middle. I'm guessing you don't need to borrow any clothes? Jamie asked me. He was lying in his bed, reading by the dim light that came through the window. That, or he'd been napping. I wasn't sure which. I shook my head. I'm still waiting on the big growth spurt that's supposed to come. I could complain all day about it, honest, but for right now, I'm not complaining. If I'm not growing, then that's one less person to buy a wardrobe for, more money for the lambs. I regretted the line as soon as it was out of my mouth, for my sake as well as Jamie's. The one less person thing stung on too many levels. Losing Gordon, for one thing. His room, next to ours, now had a vacant bed. There were other rooms with 3 or 4 boys crammed in them, but nobody had yet raised the subject of who would use the bed and stay with Ashton. That, in turn, led to my other source of guilt. I knew I was leaving, and saying what I'd said had left Jamie an awkward sort of opening. I jumped to thinking about how to respond to him, and about the things I needed to say and do to manage this whole situation, but those thoughts were obstructed by a complicated tangle of thinking and emotion. Ashton would move into this room with Jamie, wouldn't he? But that was only if they both stayed. Did that mean I would be alone? Why did I tell myself that Jamie wouldn't come with? Was it because I'd noticed some clue and hadn't fully processed it, or because I didn't want him to? Jamie was putting his book aside. I pretended not to notice him as I took care to set the bag of oils, soap, and scents in my closet, out of reach of the littler Lambsbridge kids who would wreak mad havoc with the little glass bottles. I fixed my gaze on the mirror that hung on the inside of the closet door. "SY," he said. Earlier, when the others were out of earshot. I looked over at him, shooting him a look. "We need to talk about it," he said, in response to everything I'd attempted to convey with the look. "I need to get ready," I said. "Do you mind? A little privacy." It was his turn to shoot me a look, irritated, even disappointed. He raised his feet and spun himself around. Now sitting with his back to me, he pulled his legs into a cross-legged position. Putting all of the repressed frustration into the tone of his voice, he repeated himself, "We need to talk about it. It's a dangerous mission, but it's doable, especially if I have Helen, you, or Mary with me. I'm going to leave out Ashton and Lillian for obvious reasons. I'm not concerned with the mission. I'm concerned with what you are doing and what you told Duncan. Are you going to tell on me?" I asked. Silence. "Let me know sooner than later. It'll change how I interact with the others." "Do you really see me doing that, SY?" "I don't know what anyone is going to do," I said. I peeled the bandage away from my eye. I blinked a few times. The orb was gone, a placeholder was set into the ruin, but the flesh around it was swollen, ragged, and red, with a cut at one eyelid stitched up where the sword's edge had parted flesh. And it's not knowing what anyone is going to do that really eats me up inside. "Yet you don't want to talk about it, clearly." "Right now, I want to have a nice night with Lillian," I said. I wanted the whole lug thing to be a nice thing we did for her, and I wasn't able to give her that. It became something bad, and taking the Baron down, rescuing Emily, that's how I'm going to make up for that. But I still want to do something nice for her. That's what tonight is. And tomorrow? Jamie asked. Or the day after? Whenever you decide you're going on the mission. How do you see that unfolding, SY? I don't know, Jamie. You said I don't have another mission in me. Your words. That wasn't you laying groundwork for a scheme. You're setting something up, getting ready to leave. I pulled clothes on. Slacks, a belt. Every time I looked in the mirror, I saw the ruin of my eye. Beyond it, I saw the lambs dead in their individual, detailed ways, lambs bridge staff and occupants maimed or altered. I'd been thrust into the world of adults, outthinking grown men and women, facing mortal peril in a way that even soldiers didn't necessarily have to deal with. At least they had moments of rest and moments of peace. I'd been faced with being on call, dealing with things on the spur of the moment, with regular situations and simple jobs becoming nightmares. Even now, as I got dressed in a casual suit, like the preppier Mothmont or Academy kids might wear, all of the pressures and the confusion added up to make me feel far from ready to face the world of adults. I'd been given a set of tools to help me adjust, to put me in the right frame of mind and give me the flexibility to deal. It wasn't the wyvern formula. It was the lambs, first and foremost. Now I faced losing them. SY, Jamie said, pulling me out of the deep well that was my thought process. Are you still there? I'm here, I said. The others are dealing with their own issues. Mary's still nursing the fresh wound that is losing Gordon, Lillian is preoccupied, Helen and Ashton are detached, though Helen is paying more attention than some, and Duncan, with all of his academy know-how, can't quite figure out how to extract his head from his own ass. I smiled despite myself. But I'm here, and I'm paying attention. I know you're trying to make something happen, SY, but as far as I can see the whole picture, it's haphazard. I can't figure out what you have going on in your head, and I'm scared things are going to move forward on this really unsteady foundation you're building. What you said to Duncan, the timing, the high-risk mission, and the contingency plans you outlined to us. I'm still finding my way to the answer, I said. Figuring out the key points, figuring out the key players. The mission will come together. It's not the damn mess he started. He stopped. You're doing that on purpose. Dodging me. Let's talk about what happens if it doesn't come together. What if your hand gets forced, or if you find compelling reasons to abort your plan and stay, SY? You had a tone in your voice when you talked about wanting to make this mission against the Baron happen in the next few days. Knowing the patterns you fall into, I get the impression you've already started this ball rolling, probably to push yourself forward. Your desire to abort and return to the status quo is so strong you are putting contingencies into place against yourself. Couldn't argue that. This Jamie was becoming so different from the Jamie I knew, and it was irritating that he was getting to be so good at picking me to pieces. All of the things in the world that he was capable of, and he chose to analyze me. I buttoned up my shirt, fixing the sleeves. I looked over to where he was sitting, his back to me. SY. Still here. Focused on getting ready. I did warn you. I'm worried, he said. This is major. There aren't any second chances, and there's a lot of room for collateral damage. I heard what the Baron said. I looked at my eye again. I'll let you know what I'm doing as soon as I figure things out, I said. Is that a promise? He asked. Yeah, I said. I guess I should thank you for paying attention, for caring. I guess, Jamie said, in a funny tone. I'm going to remember that promise, SY. Don't get slippery, don't try to pull the wool over my eyes, alright? With something this risky, knowing how the cards are stacked against you, you can't mess around. If I did, what would happen? I wondered. I'd spent some time with Jamie, I'd learned how he operated and I'd learned to respect what he brought to the table, even if he wasn't my Jamie. But there were so many question marks, blanks in my mental picture of who he was, that I couldn't figure him out. I couldn't ask the question I'd just mused on, about what Jamie would do if I crossed the line and broke the promise. Instead, I asked him, what do you think you're going to do? You're worried I'm going to tell on you. As far as I can figure, you want to secure things, keep the lambs safe. The deaths don't weigh on you the way they weigh on me, though I imagine you mourn and remember your predecessor in your own way, I said, as I fixed my tie. But there's clearly another side to you that's more caring. The way people operate, they're all the protagonists of their own story. Everyone wants to be the hero, and for that to happen, the story needs to be tellable in a way that puts them in a good light. It was his turn to be silent. So I can't help but imagine a scenario where you tell yourself I've gone off rails, the horse is running away with the cart, and in that scenario, you make the decision to put the bystanders first, the wrecked train or the runaway horse second. If I don't sell you on this, or if I break the promise, now that I think about it, maybe you tell, because that way, the Academy can't justify hurting the lambs. He remained silent. If you do decide to tell, whatever your reason, I won't blame you, I said. I pulled on the jacket. There was a dried drop of blood on the inside lining. I picked at it with my thumbnail until it came free. I've blamed you for an awful lot of stuff that wasn't your fault. It makes sense if, should you decide to go to Hale and tell him I've gone rogue, that I can't hold it against you. It might even be an optimal way to go. It would tell the Baron that you serve him, first and foremost. If you wanted to make amends, you could avoid putting me in that position entirely. That seems optimal. Socks on, feet slipped into shoes, I stepped back from the mirror, doing my best to look myself over. It wasn't me, but the suit had been bought with good money and tailored to fit my frame, the dark color intended to fit my complexion. It was as good as I was going to get when it came to nice clothes. I could have trimmed my hair where it was getting longer across the back, but beyond that, and the ruin that was my left eye, I was pretty presentable. I grabbed the eye patch from my bedside table and pulled it on. No need for privacy, I said. Jamie turned around. He gave me a once-over. I spread my arms. I think Lillian will be happy, seeing you put in the effort. Thank you, I said. I also think you've got too much going on in your head right now. I'm worried, he said. I don't think you can just take it all and deliberately push it out of your head, and give Lillian the night you want to. It's what I do, I said. And besides, I have to. You have to. For her. There are a lot of things I could say to that, he said. Points I could make. But I think I'll settle with, have a good date, SY. Thank you. I hope Lillian enjoys herself as well. I gave him a mock salute, and then opened the bedroom door. Without Wyvern sharpening my wits and giving me an edge, I might have let one very muddy Kenneth run straight into my nice clothes. As it was, I stepped out of the way, letting him pass. I navigated the demented hordes of Lambsbridge orphans. I passed Gordon and Ashton's room, where Ashton sat at the window, staring out over the backyard. He'd been at it since before I'd even started my bath. Jamie Reed, I tormented people, Gordon had played or ran errands to keep busy, if he wasn't practicing something or other. Helen primped or wandered without any particular aim until Mrs. Earls gave her something to do, Mary altered her clothes, spent time with one of the other lambs, or she left the house to practice with her knives and wire. And Ashton, in the idle hours, just sat. He liked to have a window, but he didn't need one. Whatever went on in his head was more colorful than what the rest of the world was doing, apparently. Mary was coming up the stairs as I made my way down. It didn't leave much room for us to squeeze past each other. She smiled as we both stopped, each figuring out how to navigate past the other. You're seeing Lillian? She asked. Yes. You look nice, she said. But you need to do something about that eye. Soon, I said. I thought about the Baron. Soon. In the meantime, can you do me a favor? She asked, clasping her hands together. It would simplify things. Simplifying isn't my usual agenda, I said, playing up the hemming and hawing. What do you need? I've got a box of things. I'm going to be staying at Lillian's, and instead of having to walk all the way back here, I was thinking, it would make things easier. I could understand her thought process, on quite a few levels. It wasn't just that being here sucked, that it reminded her of Gordon, but having a portable box of things and making herself scarce were ways to prepare for the job we were pulling, targeting the Baron. I don't know, I said. How big a box? Portable, she said. It's already in the front hall. I slid past her, walking down the stairs until I could look around the corner and see down the length of the front hall. A small luggage container sat by the chair in the entryway. You wouldn't have to carry it far, she said. Just from the carriage to the dorm. Carriage? Carriage. I asked her. They're picking up Rick any minute now, she said. Oh, I said. I made a face. That would be awkward. I'd prefer to walk. All right, she said. It's not heavy, is it? Because I can carry it. Don't, she said. You'll get sweaty, and I don't want to do that to my friend. That's all I am to you. I asked. Not a colleague? Not practically family? A mere friend. I was thinking about Lillian, Mary said, giving me a light smile. But now that I think about you. Ow, my heart. You could use a bit more muscle on those bones. Ow, my pride. But tonight isn't the time to work on it. Leave the luggage. I'll send it up with Rick, with instructions for them to leave it at the gate. I'll pick it up as I arrive. That was the original plan, anyway. I nodded. I'll see you later tonight, she asked. Or should I be scarce? Tonight is good, I said. Wouldn't have it any other way. She smiled, and it seemed more honest a smile than the ones she'd forced earlier. I had to check the time in the dining room, and immediately skipped to, grabbing my jacket and heading out the door at a good clip. The snow was falling more heavily, and the days were short enough that it was already getting dark, before dinner. There was some traffic to and from the academy, and I walked well away from the road to avoid a stray wheel kicking up any mud or snow at me. Jamie was right. I wasn't focusing enough. It was a chronic problem of mine, that I could convince myself of nearly anything. It was one of the problems I ran into in fights, where I saw a course of action, a way to get great results in a clear, concrete way, and I ended up wanting my opponent to set themselves up so badly that I believed it would happen on an instinctual level. Doing this, tonight, with Lillian, it was a mistake. I should have been showing off signs of instability, much as I'd done with Duncan, breaking further away from the team, so it would be easier for them to claim they had no connection to me, should I fail. I should have been picking my partner for the upcoming job, to give them a chance to do the same. As it was, I was paying mine to team bonds, to helping and supporting Lillian, to giving her attention and showing her that I cared. My legs were still sore from the incessant running around in lug, which felt like it had happened far longer ago than it had. Forcing a march walk uphill on snow-layered, uneven ground was straining my legs and tiring me out with surprising speed. I passed through the gates and past the area where carriages and other vehicles were arriving, bringing students and the ailing in from the city, and headed around the back paths. I made my way around to the back of Lillian's dorm, checked my surroundings, and then quickly climbed the outside of the building, careful to avoid getting my clothes dirty. I tapped on the window, keeping my head out of sight. Parents wouldn't be allowed in the dorms, but I wasn't ruling out the possibility that they could have been visiting the room that they paid for. The window slid open. Lillian, her hair styled, earrings in her ears, poked her head out. "There are people around," she said. Her hand reached down for mine. I took it, and accepted her help in climbing through the window. She smelled like women did, like hair products and flowers. The dress she wore was one I'd seen her in before, but it was a nice one, dark green. It went well with the intensity of her eyes. "Remind me what our relationship is?" "I just want to make sure we have our stories straight," I said. "We've talked about this," Lillian said, still very stern. I could identify the attitude as a very mocking sternness, now that I was observing her while not clinging to the outside of a cold brick building. "You're a liaison with the academy. Like me, you're an advanced student working on special projects." "Got it," I said. "Well, I already had it. I just wanted an excuse to see you." She smiled, and she gave me a playful slap on the cheek, so light a mosquito would survive it. "Button me up," she asked, turning her back to me. I touched her bra strap, tracing my finger along it. I missed her so terribly already, and she was right here, in arm's reach. "SY." I began doing the buttons. I stopped shy of doing the last one. I leaned down a bit and planted a kiss where the button was meant to meet the braided loop. That done, I slipped button through loop. She turned, and her face was so close to mine. Her hand touched my cheek, fingertip touching the eye patch. "You're quiet," she said. "Are you okay?" "That thing you said earlier, to Duncan." I laughed, one note, working to keep my voice down. Students were going to be gathering for dinner in the main dining hall soon. The hallways would be crowded. "I don't think it's funny," Lillian said. "I'm worried." "Jamie asked me the same thing," I said. I think Mary was wondering too, but she's subdued. "Yeah," Lillian said. She leaned close and gave me a kiss on the cheek, leaving her hand where it was until the last possible moment, as she stepped away to look for her shoes. "I know what you mean." I approached her desk, pulled the chair away, and picked up the shoes, holding them out for her, while she continued to turn her eyes elsewhere, searching. My eye scanned her desk. Papers, files. There were numerous drawings, many looked like tracings. Notes appeared in the wallstone shorthand, filling the empty space around the tracings, with lines pointing to parts. Lillian realized I had her shoes and plucked them from my hand. "For my senior project," she explained the drawings. "They only choose a few students and projects to pass, in the first grading. Half of the students are dropped, and have to try again next year. By the second pass, only a third of the students will be confirmed for the implementation phase. That's when they put their project to work, with up to 2 assistants. Chosen from the failures." "Yes. And you have to have a working project by the end. After that is the jury, where you have to justify your work to a committee, and then there's the break. Summer or winter, depending on the project, the school, and the timelines imposed. Your work has to survive and operate for the 2-month break. If it breaks down during the second month, you lose a letter grade. If it dies before then, you lose 2. If your project is something that isn't alive in that sense, then they find other ways to test you or stress test the project in the meantime. The break is what breaks a lot of students, that's the joke." I looked over the papers and the sketches. A war beast, bulky and stout, the measurements putting it at 2 feet at the shoulder, with organs on the outside. Another seemed reminiscent of the twins, if rather bulkier and clumsy in shape. The skeletal structure was what made me think of the nobles. It was framed as if it was hollow inside. The third set of documents was more formula than sketch. "A drug? Your projects?" I asked. She approached me from behind, wrapping her arms around me, her chin on my shoulder. I could feel the heaviness of her sigh. "Proposals. I haven't decided which one to go with. With all of the enemies we've fought with extraordinary senses, I thought Sparky there might work. Something like the stink bomb I used against the twins, but it also has the ability to produce explosive flashes of light. I don't know if I can get it bright enough to blind or loud enough to deafen, but enhanced senses come with better sensitivity, so. I don't know. I can see them really liking that." She said. "I figured most of it out on a purely theoretical, pen-on-paper level, and the smell is easy, but I can't figure out the flash or the bang. I'm worried I'll start this project, I'll run into that dead end, and I'll end up failing because of it." I touched the paper with the crude humanoid. "I don't think I can sell it to them," she said. "So soon after wartime, with other wars possibly on the horizon, it's not efficient for what they would want it to be efficient at." "What is it?" "Dumb vessel for collecting the wounded. They get pulled inside, their legs inside its legs, their chest in its chest, their arms in its arms. It works as a weak exosuit, added muscle, for when you need more heavy lifting, but the real purpose, what I'd really hoped to pack it with, would be life support. Not a lot, but enough. Pressure on wounds, help with breathing, help with heart rate. If I did it in an advanced way, I'd have it recognize the need on its own. As it is, I think I'd have it respond to external cues." Taps. Her hand rubbed up my stomach and chest and down, flicking each button on my jacket in passing. I thought, what did I want most, back in lug? For myself, or for Gordon? Or when I was working on Mary, here in Radham, and Jamie had to remind me the steps for surgery. Support. I stared at the page, trying to visualize it. The third project is a drug. I don't know, SY. It's not fully thought through. I'm sure it's been done before, but I thought I should have a third project. I admit I'm selfish in wanting it. Something to help suppress fear, to clarify the mind. A low-impact combat drug for soldiers. Something you could take, so you didn't need Wyvern. I don't want to use Wyvern ever again, SY, she whispered. I'm sorry, but... No, I said. I understand. Believe me. I don't know how long the effects will last, so I've been working so hard, using all of the time I'm not spending consoling Mary, or with you. They said they would be lenient, knowing I was working with the Lambs project and helping the Gauges, but I've been fretting. Even with Wyvern to help focus me, I'm worried. This is sort of major, and I haven't even had time to think about it. How long do you have to work it out? Tomorrow. Part of tomorrow. I pulled my way out of her arms, turning around so I could face her. What? Tonight, after dinner, they're holding a meeting. They've been having them all day. All of my teachers, and my parents, looking over my academic performance and reviewing my records. With that meeting fresh in their minds, I have to bring a project proposal forward tomorrow morning. They'll decide, based on the meeting with my parents and teachers, if I'm capable. I'm not sure how they're going to explain things to my parents, but I've been told my parents won't hear the whole story, so I think they'll say their piece and then leave. Which should suit them fine. That's why your parents are in town, I said, speaking the realization aloud. Lillian nodded. Her eyes were filled with conflicting emotions. I could imagine her crying if she didn't have the Wyvern formula, and I really wished she would, so I could better know how to console her. As it was, I looked at the papers, then at Lillian. My thoughts were a jumble, chaos. Lillian was too important. She was the one person I could trust to remember the Lambs as we actually were. I'd been so preoccupied I hadn't been able to see. I couldn't abandon her, not at this critical juncture. I couldn't stay, either. I would lose my mind and I would inevitably hurt her. There was a word for the bitter feeling I was experiencing, torn. Pulled in multiple directions, agonized, knowing I was going to fail her somehow, no matter what happened. Just leave, a little voice spoke in the back of my mind. Leave. Run away. Go, go, go. There are only bad things for you here. It was a little voice that had been with me for years. Since well before my last attempt at running away. Just leave. You know you have to. You'll go mad if you don't. But, like I'd told Mauer, my whole life was here. Lillian, and everything Lillian represented. Mary, Jamie, Helen, Ashton. The people I knew in the city. Pulling away meant putting every single one of those things in jeopardy. Reaching forward, I put my arms around Lillian. It wasn't on purpose, but I ended up pinning her arms against her sides, my arms around her upper arms and back, hugging her so tight it had to hurt. Unable to hug me back, she planted a kiss on my ear. It was more on an already full plate, but I knew I had to listen in on that meeting. I had to know Lillian's fate. I couldn't make any decisions until I did. Dinner with her parents, and then finding a way into the meeting. Not that this isn't the nicest thing, SY, she murmured in my ear, but my parents are waiting, and you need to step out that window and go wait outside with them. I broke the hug. I couldn't look at her smiling face, so I headed straight for the window. Let her think I was bashful or something. See you in a minute, she said, as the window scraped open. Yeah, I said, still thinking. About the projects? I like the second one. The suit. I think it's more you. She smiled wide. Thank you, SY. I think I needed someone to tell me that, to make the decision. I nodded, climbed out the window, and quickly made my way to the ground. Warring emotions plagued me as I took the long way around. I had to stop for a moment as tears filled my one good eye. I'd told Jamie that everyone needed to be the hero of their own story. That they needed a version of events that could paint them in the right. I didn't have that. Never really had. She was the sweetest, bravest girl, and I couldn't give her a happy ending. I was doomed to disappoint, no matter what I did. I wiped away the moisture that had collected in the eye with my handkerchief, took a deep breath while I straightened myself out, and then rounded the corner. A steady stream of girls departing the dormitory gave me a moment's respite, as I had to wait for them to clear out of the way. Lillian's father and mother were standing a short distance away from the gaggle of girls. Her father was a sturdy man, with brown and grey hair and permanent frown lines across his forehead. Her mother looked like a timid woman, her fashion and makeup aggressive to make up for what she lacked personally. They stood close together, and talked very easily with one another. As the path cleared, I made my approach. Can I help you? Lillian's father asked me. I'm Sylvester, a friend of Lillian's, I said. I believe we're having dinner at Claret Hall. I extended my hand. The man shook it, his hand enveloping mine. We expected her friend Mary, her mother said. Lillian wrote so much about her in the letters. I'm so sorry to disappoint, I thought. Lil's father, meanwhile, released my hand. The frown lines in his forehead deepened. I believe you have lipstick on your ear, he told me, staring me down. Ah, I said. I pulled the handkerchief from my pocket, and rubbed at my ear. And you smell like perfume, he added. I didn't even get a chance to get a word out before the door opened. Lillian must have run to get downstairs as fast as she did. She skipped down the path until she was at my side. She hugged my arm, smiling up at two very disapproving parents. In sheep's clothing 10.5. I gave Lillian's hand a squeeze, turning my attention to her parents. The thing to do was to maintain a cool poker face. If I looked guilty, I would be hung as a guilty man. I live at the orphanage further down the road. Beautiful stone building with a stone fence around it. You would have seen it as you came up. Lots of kids, a number of girls, a number of us getting ready to go out. I couldn't escape the haze of perfumes. Perfumes? Lillian asked. Then, without missing a beat, said, Helen. Helen and Fran, I said. Your dad saw a smudge of crimson on my ear. Lillian smiled. You're an orphan, then, her dad asked, his voice low, his tone like that of a priest at a funeral, heavy and suggestive of doom and gloom. Yes, sir, I said. What happened? He asked. Dad. Lillian sounded positively horrified. If it was another boy, I'd ask him what his father does for a living. I'd want to know where he comes from, the values he was raised with. I can't do that, obviously, so I'm inquiring about this. And I'm saying no to this inquisition. Lillian said. There is a fierceness in her eyes. I am very fond of S.Y. Sylvester. If you're going to be a bully, then we're going to leave you two to have dinner alone. I want tonight to be a nice night. There's no need for that, her mother said. When she looked at her husband for clarification, however, it wasn't to warn him, but out of hope. Dad? Lillian asked. She was warning her dad where her mom seemed unwilling. Try again. Let's start with polite small talk. Please. Her dad wasn't budging. He looked at his daughter for a long while, and then looked at me. Challenging me. I didn't let a glimmer of emotion show on my face. Casually, I said, I don't know where I came from. All I know is the orphanage. I was raised by an excellent staff and by the oldest children, and I now help where I can with the younger children. The look Lillian gave me suggested I'd failed her in a small way. She'd stood up to her dad and I had undercut her. But I knew that if I'd let her decide this, then I would never have won her dad over. The night would have been filled with him steadily beating me down with pressure and subtle digs. I could play that game, but I wanted to do better than that. I'll make it up to you later, I promised her. I have a few employees who have similar backgrounds, her dad said. They didn't really have the benefit of a family, so they hashed together a replacement. Out of the, about 5 of them I'm recalling right now, 4 ended up with broods by the time they were 18. The words were almost accusatory. I can't comment on their desire for family, I said, but if they are your employees, then isn't that what's important? Hard work, ethic, focus. I was cheating there, a little bit. I had a general sense of who the man was, based on what Lillian had shared and what I had seen of Lillian. If you two are going to stand here and debate all evening, maybe Mom and I can go to Claret Hall to eat, Lillian said. We should probably walk over now, I said, or we might not get a good table. Good, Lillian said. That's a good idea, thank you. It's this way. She was tense, now. Not spooked or scared, but fully prepared to step in. Were you a Mothmon student? Her mother asked me. Only very briefly, I said. Then I found myself here. Oh, she said. She made a sound I could only call cooing. Advanced. You could say that and you wouldn't be wrong, I said, probably more accurate to say I walked a different path. Lillian jumped in, growing up at the foot of the academy, Sylvester has been a part of it since before I was even at Mothmont. He's been a big help, all the way through. Now we're working on the same general project together. Her dad seemed as if he was going to remain dark and silent, like a storm cloud that hadn't yet stormed. He surprised me by speaking. I recall letters you wrote home where you damned the name of a boy named Sylvester. Ah, Lillian said. Yes. A different Sylvester, then, her dad asked. This boy bears a startling similarity to a drawing in the margins of one letter. Dark hair, triangular face. The boy you drew had knives and daggers sticking out of him, if I remember right, so perhaps I'm mistaken. No, Daddy. This is the same boy. I think our differences in the beginning were a question of clashing methods, I said. Lillian is a builder. I prefer to shake things up, and shaking things up causes a lot of frustration for someone who is trying to build on a steady foundation. She's brilliant, and she's one of the brains I respect the most. That earned me a hand squeeze. And she's the person I have the highest expectations for, when it comes to the future. We've learned to work together remarkably well since that time. Ah, her dad said. You think it's a question of clashing ideologies, then? Yes, sir, I said. I'm more inclined to think it was about you repeatedly looking up her skirt, and dropping an eel down the front of her shirt. I'd forgotten about that second one. In my own defense, the eel had been dead, so the chance of biting was non-existent, and it had also been very, very slimy. Lillian's face had gone stone still. Her gaze was fixed on the path 10 feet ahead of us. Itching powder, her father asked. The fake dead rat attached to her textbook, that she pulled out in class? The butter. Lillian let go of my hand to raise both hands to her face. Fingernails momentarily dug in at the hairline. You told him that stuff, hey? I asked her. She did, her father said. He appeared to loom over me like I was the convict and he was the guillotine. I did, Lillian echoed him. I was new to the academy and to the project, I didn't have many friends, and I had a lot of frustrations to express. I suppose that while I was writing letters home, I expressed. Her hands fell away from her face as she talked, and I could see the disappointment on her face. This wasn't the evening she had wanted. Her hands went to her arms, briefly rubbing them. Are you cold, honey? Her mother asked. I have. I'd unbuttoned my jacket before she was done asking the question, and the sudden movement as I threw my coat over Lillian's shoulders interrupted her. A scarf. I have a coat already, Lillian told me, even as she pulled the jacket closer. You have a fall jacket. Or a spring jacket, I retorted. Now you have a coat. I didn't want something big and bulky I'd have to take to the coat room at the hall, she said. I would have taken your coat to the coat room, I said, just barely biting back a light insult, like calling her a dummy. Okay, she said. Thank you. I deliberately avoided looking at her father, knowing my action could so easily be interpreted as something calculated, and instead hugged Lillian at the shoulders, helping hold the jacket in place, while I returned a smile from her mother. I was aware, however, watching her father in my peripheral vision, that the man's body language had changed. His expression seemed even more dour than it had been. My action hadn't won points. It had cost me. It might have even cost me a great deal, in his eyes. So that's how it is, you old bastard. She's your daughter still, with the emphasis on the your, possession, belonging to. I'm just the bastard who's taking her from you, or the kid who is threatening to ruin her. Anything I do that wins her over or takes her heart is going to put me at odds with you. We'd reached Claret Hall, and we made our way inside. The hubbub and need to navigate spared us a good minute of conversation, and put some distance between us and the prior, more embarrassing topic of conversation. I'd only eaten here twice before, once with Hale and once with the Lambs, during one of the quieter weeks. The place was lit by candles, with a beautiful silver fixture hanging from the ceiling, sporting no less than 50 candles. Fireproof branches around the light sources gave the light throughout the dining hall a dappled look, as if it was all dim light shining through a canopy. Radham Academy's colors were crimson and silver, and the curtains and furniture sported these highlights, though it was primarily fashioned of dark wood. The tables and booths had been grown and upholstered, not handcrafted. This was where the upper faculty and professors dined when they didn't have food catered to their offices and labs, and also where the older students came on dates. It reeked of respectability. There was a bar, but this wasn't the sort of place one got drunk, unless it was well after everyone had finished eating and vacated the dining area. Sylvester, Lillian's mother said, tell me, what are you studying? My personal project is focused on poisons and cognition, ma'am, I said. I helped Lillian remove both my coat and her jacket. Oh, her mother said. She looked a little shocked. That's something. Sylvester is sharp, Lillian said. A lot of people get caught off guard by how quick he is. I was surprised by a tap on my shoulder. Staff offered to take the coats from me, and I let them. Quick can be dangerous, her father said. Daddy. Stop. Do you know who seemed reliable, sensible, and promising? He asked. That Duncan boy we met last year. He looked a bit like he'd just eaten a lemon, from the start of the conversation to the end, Lillian's mom remarked. And he was trying so hard to please. I imagine he likes Lillian, Lillian's dad said. You introduced Duncan to your parents before you introduced me? I got Lillian's chair for her before getting seated myself. I knew it would irritate her dad, and at this point I was happy to. Mom, Daddy, final warning. If you insult Sylvester, directly or by trying to suggest a new boyfriend while he's sitting here at the table, I'm going to leave. Sylvester and I will get dinner together at the regular cafeteria, and I will maybe have lunch with you tomorrow before you leave. If you decide to apologize. It was, if I was reading things right, one of the first times she'd stood up to her parents. Their reactions suggested this was unprecedented, and her dad seemed to very naturally hold the fierce intensity that I only saw in Lillian when she was deep in her work or under the influence of the Wyvern formula. He was a presence, someone used to being listened to the extent that his wife and daughter both were very quiet types, used to holding their tongues and thinking carefully before they voiced an opinion. He wasn't going to back down, which meant I had to undercut Lillian again. I'm not insulted, I said. And I'm not threatened by Duncan. I had their attention, now. I think Duncan can be hard to like, and I know I'm biased in saying it, but he could benefit from more exposure to different walks of life, but I know Lillian recommended him to the advanced program we're in, and she calls him a friend, and I respect her judgment in that. Based on that, I think he would be a fine boyfriend for her. Comparing me to someone of that caliber isn't an insult at all. Her father seemed to take that as some small sort of victory. I imagined he was about to cut straight through the conversation to try and deliver the conversational equivalent of a knockout punch. But, I said, not giving Daddy the chance, reaching for Lillian's hand and intertwining her fingers with mine, I'm not threatened at all. She's not his girlfriend, and she's not going to be. She's mine. I was careful to phrase it so I could drop those last two words, and I was careful to look her dad in the eyes as I said it. Fingers still wound through hers, I lifted her hand to my mouth, kissing the back of it. The thundercloud that was Mr. Gary seemed ready to break into full storm at that little gesture. Had we been standing outside instead of an establishment like this, he might have. That in mind, I gave him my best sly smile. Lillian squeezed my hand, and it was the painful sort of squeeze. She leaned close, and spoke with enough volume that her parents probably heard, please don't provoke my father. If he can deal it, he can take it, I said. But okay, if that's what you want. Thank you, she said, pointedly. Daddy, I already gave you my final warning. Please be good. You've changed, he said, so quick off the cuff of her request that it seemed like a retaliation or a rebuff. I'm stronger, she said. I'm confident. I'd like to think I've acquired some of your better traits. He seemed to speak very carefully, and that same care seemed to betray the sincerity of the words he spoke. I'd like to think so too, Lillian. I knew right off that Lillian had seen it too. I had no idea what it meant or what history had really played into the sentiment the two of them seemed to be at odds over, but whatever it was, it cast a black cloud over the conversation. I quickly began calculating a way forward. To salvage things and put a pleasant spin on things. Lillian's mother was the best way to go about it, and the woman had hobbies. Horses seemed to be one, according to little clues I noted, and reading was a likely other, given her age and lifestyle. Jamie wasn't as much of a reader as the old Jamie, but he'd mentioned some books recently. What were they? Damn my memory. I'd have to start with the horses. We were, in a way, spared. A presence appeared at the side of the table, stepping neatly through a cluster of people who were leaving the dining hall. An old man, respectable in his black professor's jacket. Hale. Professor Hale, Lillian said. Lillian. I assume these are your parents? Mr. and Mrs. Gary. Handshakes went around. Lillian is a remarkable girl, Hale said. She's a pleasure to mentor, and she never fails to rise to our expectations, which are very high indeed. Eminently reliable and as well studied as girls 3 years her senior. That is kind of you to say, Professor, Mr. Gary said. Would you like to join us? I can't. We're taking a short recess from discussing a student. I thought I would make sure you found your way all right, and make sure you knew which direction to go to meet us after you were done dining. No later than 7:30, if possible. I can show them the way, Lillian said. Or Sylvester can. It's up one flight, Mr. Hale said. If you stand at the top of the stairs and you don't see the big portrait of the three brothers of Francis, you need to cross to the other hall. Once you're facing the portrait, turn left. I'll try to be waiting outside of the room for you. Thank you, Professor, Lillian's dad said. I'm fairly good with directions, and I don't expect that to be a problem. Good, good. How are you, Sylvester? I'm well, Professor, I said. And your eye? It is what it is, I said. I look forward to taking this patch off. Before either of the parents could interject with a question, Hale turned to them, a smile on his face, one hand falling on my shoulder, which was still a touch sore. Sylvester is a fantastic young man. He picks up things with a remarkable speed. There have been problems that come across my desk that I have no earthly idea how to crack. I pit Sylvester against those puzzles and they have a way of. He paused, gesturing in a very indistinct way, before smiling an easy, genial smile. No longer being problems. It was honest, and it was true, even if he was obfuscating the nature of that truth, but it surprised me more than anything to be sitting where I sat, and hear Hale standing up for me, though he could hardly have known I needed him to. I have help, sir, I said, squeezing Lillian's hand under the table. Some of that help you personally found and recruited, Hale pointed out. And you had a hand in shaping the team and training the other members. I won't deny that, sir. He gave my shoulder a pat, turning his attention to Lillian's parents. They make a good pair, I think. They complement each other's strengths and cover one another's weaknesses. Lillian benefits from the push and the challenges he gives her, and he benefits from the more moderate side of Lillian. There were better ways to phrase it than that. Still, I wasn't about to object or tell him he was wrong. Do you think so? Lillian's dad asked. He glanced at me. He didn't look any happier than he had before, but I suspected I saw a glimmer of respect, now. Treat him well, Hale said, giving me another shoulder pat. I'll see you at 7:30. Yes, Professor, Mrs. Gary said. She smiled at me. A cluster of students who were waiting by the door parted in a deferential way as Hale approached. He mentioned your eye, Mr. Gary said. I sensed Lillian tense beside me. Can I ask what happened? Actually being polite? He was still prying, but not being an asshole about it. Work, I said. I got something in my eye. You said you designed poisons. Lillian's mom asked. A lab accident. I didn't answer the question, because I didn't want to lie to Lillian's parents tonight, and tell her it was a sword that I got in my eye. Instead, I said, the academy can fix or replace eyes. For now it's just an inconvenience. I imagine so. I hope you recover swiftly, she said. Recover swiftly. It made me think of how I needed to remove the Baron from the picture first, and how that meant I couldn't come back. It very possibly meant leaving Lillian, or convincing her to say goodbye to this pair forever. I wasn't sure if I was more or less pessimistic about her willingness to leave her parents and career behind, having seen how she interacted with her parents. There was a yawning chasm between them. Her dad seemed to want different things for Lillian than she seemed to want for herself, and they didn't seem compatible. It was very possible that her dad was the sort of personality where the closest thing to being compatible was to kowtow to him. But, at the same time, even in pulling away, marking the distance between herself and her father, Lillian seemed to hold on. She didn't storm out. She warned, staying where she was, willing to break away but only if she absolutely had to. The dining hall was so warm, and I could feel the warmth of Lillian's hand, up until she let go to reach for the bread basket and butter, and yet I only felt a deep sadness, permeating me to my core. I put a smile on my face, scooted my chair a touch closer to the table, and leaned forward, addressing Lillian's mom. Would I be right in guessing you're an avid horse rider? Did Lillian give you a hint? No, I said. Your posture and the way you hold your hands is a big clue, but I first noticed when we were walking to the dining hall. When you look over your shoulder, you start to drift in that direction. The only people I know who do that are people born to the saddle. I'm going to be self-conscious about that now, she gasped, sounding almost delighted, her voice rising just high enough that it was above the overall din of the dining room. Heads didn't turn, but eyes glanced our way. Her husband reached over and put his hand over hers. In another circumstance it was the sort of thing that would have seemed like a nice gesture. In this circumstance, it felt more like he was shushing her, using his presence and his role as a husband to do it. I didn't like it. An old-fashioned man, I thought. Conformity, expectations, roles. It chafed. I liked shaking off the conformity and order, unveiling the person as they really were. For my enemies, it was for the purposes of uncovering their weaknesses. For my friends, it was to uncover their strengths. It was with that in mind that I made it my mission for the dinner to make Mrs. Gary as excited and loud as possible. That it served a double purpose in flipping Mr. Gary the bird was a nice reward. I know some riders are uncomfortable if they're on a ledge, they don't want to look over the edge, because they instinctively feel like they'll go over that edge, I said. That's me, she exclaimed. We were riding the carriage over and I felt uncomfortable looking out the window and over the edge of a bridge. I never connected the two ideas. Heads did turn. Mr. Gary raised his hand up and more firmly took hers. She pulled it away, not paying attention to him, clasping her hands in front of her. Do you ride? I do a little bit of everything, I said. In the field behind the orphanage, we sometimes see some altered horse stock the academy is raising. Beautiful creatures. Altered how? Lillian seized the opportunity to leap into the conversation. The deep sadness that seemed to have soaked me through and through didn't go away. If anything, I felt as though a rock had plunged into the depths of my stomach. At the same time, paradoxically, I could appreciate the pleasant warmth of the present moment. The benefits of a mind that could travel several roads in parallel, perhaps. We left the dining hall, and Lillian was hugging my arm with both of hers. She seemed to bounce as she walked. I'd been unable and unwilling to interject as she and her mother talked. My shoulder hurt while I held the coats with one arm, but it was a minor price for the feeling of her so close. There were nice things about girls, things the older orphans and mice talked about when they wouldn't be overheard and they wanted the group to validate their burgeoning manliness. Skin and underwear and all manner of body parts, lewd words and acts. So often, I tuned it out and didn't even listen. I didn't get it. This was what stirred funny feelings inside of me, seeing Lillian genuinely pleased and happy, her stresses forgotten. On other days, teasing her just to see the relief when I stopped or the smile when I made the tease worth it, turning an annoyance into a compliment or whatever else, it sufficed. I liked to get reactions of all sorts out of her, to make her squirm, laugh, or vent her feelings. But seeing her in a naturally good mood was maybe the best thing. Better than her body parts or underwear. It was probably because I was screwed up and stunted that my priorities lay where they did. Like Jamie had said, we were all twisted when it came to our relationships. She hugged her mom, who looked just as happy as she did. She then hugged her dad, who remained an ominous storm cloud. Say good things about me, Lillian said. We will, her mom said. We want what's best for you. I stayed with Lillian as we watched them walk to the stairway. Now I'm terrified, she said. You're allowed to be terrified, I said. You got my mom to open up. You did that on purpose. Yeah, I said. Why? Because your dad tried to get her to quiet down? Because of you. Whatever your reasons, I think I learned more about my mom tonight than I did in the whole rest of my life. It started off rocky, but it ended up nice. Thank you. You're very welcome, I said, somberly. She bent down just a bit to give me a brief kiss. I'm sorry I didn't win over your dad. I don't think he would have let me, no matter what I did, and if there was a way, I would have made myself ugly in your eyes. She gave me another brief kiss. I take it that means you're okay with it. Remember how you hugged me earlier, she murmured. Holding my arms down, painfully tight. Sorry. I sort of needed a hug. No, she said. Her voice dropped another degree, I think I need that sort of hug right now. Come back to my room? I'm going to be so nervous about that meeting and about my presentation tomorrow, I don't think I'm going to be able to sit still. It would be nice if you were there, and you could hold me tight in that way, make me be still, so I didn't have to worry about not sitting still. And we could talk. I looked over in the direction of the stairway. She touched my cheek, turning my head so I faced her, and gave me a kiss on the tip of the nose. Ahem, a woman in a grey lab coat had made the exaggerated noise, giving us a pointed look. We stepped away from each other, until we were separated by one arm span. The woman carried on her way. Lillian turned her head and stuck out her tongue at the woman's back. If I went with Lillian now, could I even leave like that? Break away to catch the tail end of the meeting between Hale and her parents, get the general synopsis? Probably not. Could I leave at all? I felt unsteady inside, the holes left by Jamie and Gordon leaving feelings and beliefs unstable, threatening to fold in on themselves. I'd slept in the bed with Mary and Lillian and I'd been unable to sleep, the unsteadiness and the memories keeping me up all night. I had no idea if tonight would be different, but after seeing how happy she had been, talking to her mom, I felt like it could. Please, she said. But tomorrow? If we had a mission and if I had to watch another lamb die? I want to more than anything, I said. But I sort of made other plans. Wyvern helped her to hide her feelings. It had always been a weakness of hers. Still, I knew her too well for her to throw up a mid-level poker face and fool me. Soon, I said. I won't be long. Okay, she said. Do your homework and refine your ideas on that project. I'll find you after. Then I'll give you that hug. Okay, SY. I look forward to it. I helped her put on her jacket, and then gave her my coat too. She shot me a curious look. I'll be quick enough in getting from A to B that the cold won't touch me, and I'll have to come get my coat, so you know I'll be there later. Okay. Okay, she said. She smiled. I watched her walk away. Before she was out of earshot, I said, Heya. She turned to look at me. I love you, dum-dum. The smile was genuine this time, a silly, goofy smile. I might love you too, SY. Might. I don't know yet. Never been in love before, to compare this feeling to. Good enough, then. I watched her leave. The smile was on her face, each time she glanced back at me. Through the custodian's office, down to the cellar. There was a channel that led from Claret Hall to the bowels. There was also a fixture attached to the boiler where corpses and bodies could be stashed and quickly incinerated in an emergency, with levers and chambers attached, controlling how the contents of the fixture were treated and where the smoke went. The Academy had several mechanisms in place to handle crises. One of those mechanisms had to do with this boiler. There were vents and ducts throughout Claret Hall that helped to move air around, but by throwing the right switches, this fixture would burn something noxious and spread a poison through the entire building, killing people within. I could see the terminal, and I saw the spaces for the switches, each one like a key, only operating if it had a specific construction. But other switches were always in place. There was one that would let the smoke from the fires that fueled the boiler flow through the vents. It served as a means of handling things if and when the boggy climate of Radham led to flies and small insects collecting in Claret Hall, and with the windows open in the summer, the smoke would be allowed through with some poisonous cedar left to burn, killing off the worst of the pests. Throw the right switches, and smoke would flow into the side chamber, and flow from the side chamber to the vents. I shucked off most of my clothes, neatly folded them, and set them aside, on a shelf where anyone who came in wouldn't find them. I pulled levers slowly, eliciting metal-on-metal squeaks as I opened the way from side chamber to vents. That done, clad in only underwear, I climbed into the incinerator and braced feet against either side, making my way up the chute to the vents. The vents were wood, treated for pests, and, inconveniently, they were layered with about 2 inches of dust, whole walls of cobwebs, and punctuated with nails that the dust did a good job of hiding. I had explored these routes when searching for a way to get to the records room and get the individual files of the lambs. For all my trouble, cumulative days of shuffling along these miserable corridors, dodging rusty nails and feeling spiders and Academy-designed creatures climb over me, I had learned that Hale kept those files near him at all times. The remainder of the trick was finding my way to the room Hale had mentioned, which was on the top floor, meaning a lot of hazardous climbing. My memory wasn't good, but Claret Hall had a lot of big rooms, and it made for less places to check. Moving slowly, adjusting my weight to squirm forward more than I pushed myself with hand or knee, I approached the room where the meeting was being held. My hand cleared away dust, and I laid myself down, eye and ear on the vent that opened into the meeting room. I listened to the first clear sentence they'd uttered since my arrival, then the second. I listened, and a not insignificant piece of me broke. In sheep's clothing 10.6. With formalities and opening statements out of the way, I'd like to set the tone for our conversation today. Mr. Gary, we talked over the phone. For the sake of our discussion here, would you tell us if you would strenuously object if Lillian Gary was taken off the accelerated path to professorship? I would not strenuously object, Professor Hale. As matter of fact, in our prior conversations, I've requested it. Good. Let's give the record takers a second to finish there. All right. Why did you request this? I'm aware of the climate, Professor, and I know my daughter. In terms of politics, in what you've said about the cutthroat academic world, the recent war and outfighting and the continued unrest, I feel that it would be setting her up to fail. She's young, she's a girl in a setting dominated by men. I noticed that my wife and the stitched over there taking notes are the only women in this room, and things are uneasy everywhere. My primary concern is that she would be targeted or used as a scapegoat, a fast ascent, a faster fall. And your secondary concerns, Mr. Gary? Every time I talk to her or get a letter, she tells me that she's skipping ahead. She didn't have to take a course because she studied well. She didn't have to write a paper because the teacher or professor told her that her practical knowledge learned in the midst of her involvement in the special project would be sufficient. She missed classes and traveled, and you pulled strings to ensure she wouldn't be dropped from the course. The you, for the records, is referring to Professor Hale. Yes. Sorry about that. I'm worried that she's moving too fast, and she's leaving behind the fundamentals. My daughter is leading a whirlwind life, all movement, excitement, time with friends, time with boys, rushed completion of projects or clusters of tests because she was away or preoccupied. The mention of boys is one thing we can come back to in a moment, Hale said. Ahem. Yes. For the purpose of the records, this is Professor Reed now speaking. Those here should be reminded that, much as we stated at the outset of the meeting, that Lillian Gary's grades have ranged from significantly above average to exemplary. Thank you, Professor, but I think the thrust of Mr. Gary's argument here isn't about her grades or competence. Mr. Gary. I didn't study as an academy student or anything of the sort. I went to an ordinary school and learned my maths, cursive writing, biology, and dry sciences. There were stretches of it that were dreary, pedantic, and mind-numbing, but that dreariness and pedantry taught me skills, patience, and ways of thinking that made me a proper adult. I won't say that being a professor is dull, by any stretch of the imagination, but it strikes me as something ordered and quiet, disciplined and stately. I don't think she's had an exposure to the environments or skills she needs in order to navigate this particular environment, to sit among you and maintain her place and your respect. I see what you mean now, Mr. Gary, Reed said. I envision her future, and I can't help but see her rushing down this accelerated road to one of the highest positions an academy scientist can hope for, and finding herself unprepared, struggling to find allies in a very political and cutthroat environment, and hitting a wall of sorts. I had dinner with her tonight, and I worry about how she acted. I almost didn't recognize her. Mrs. Gary? You looked like you wanted to say something. I wasn't sure if I should speak. I liked the Lillian I saw tonight. As we had tea over dessert, I remember thinking that she really did seem like someone who could and should be a professor someday. She was assertive, quick, passionate, and focused. Headstrong, narcissistic. There was something off about her mannerisms, around the eyes and the hands. She's taking after you, Jonathan, when it comes to the eyes, the hands, and her stubbornness. There was none of the self-obsession either. She clearly cared about Sylvester, and she showed interest in me. I think she is balancing schooling and life very well. The manner Mr. Gary took note of may have been the result of chemicals. Chemicals, Professor? Mind-altering drugs. Or a mind-altering drug. Supplied by the boy she had dinner with. Oh, lords. Professor Hale, do you meant to tell me? Hold on. Please. As we stated at the outset of this meeting, there are certain realities and projects that we cannot elaborate on. You're welcome to stay, and we're happy to have you participate in the discussion and represent your daughter, but please allow me to speak. I'd like to think about my words so I may balance what you need to hear with our need to keep certain things confidential. The alternative is to have to ask you to leave. As you wish, Professor. Thank you. The substance she imbibed is one that students across the academy take. I've taken it myself, as have several of my colleagues here. We strictly moderate the use of the drug, but we do provide it to students on a controlled basis. Sylvester, by virtue of his particular focus, has access to a greater supply. Poisons and, what was it? The mind. Yes. We can't know how long Lillian has been taking it, or how much she has been taking, but we have good reason to believe it's well above the dosage that other students take. This is concerning. Especially, another old man spoke, given a prior case, which Lillian Gary is fully aware of, where another young woman on track for a position as professor was found to be abusing the substance. The less said about that, the better. It's possible or likely that she has been abusing the substance for some time, but her use of it has escalated to the point that she's under its influence while meeting with her own parents in a casual setting. Giving her access to the substance was a test, and it is one she appears to have failed. We have to wonder about her performance up to this point, and whether she's equipped to handle things, as Mrs. Gary seemed to think she was. If what you're saying is true, then I'm appalled, Professor. I'm sorry to speak up. Not at all, Mrs. Gary. Speaking as the person managing the program and mentoring Lillian on her accelerated path, I remain both apologetic and disappointed. Unfortunately, this is only one of the two big concerns I have about her conduct as of late. There's another. Mr. Gary asked. You already raised attention to it. The boy, Sylvester. You complimented him at dinner. Much of what I said at dinner was accurate. Sylvester is an asset. He's clever and resourceful. He's also something of a knave, and I have little doubt you were able to pick up on that aspect of his personality. I was able to, yes. If I were to tell you the whole truth in front of your face, then he would take offense and make himself a nuisance. I'm sure you were able to pick up on that, as well. I see your point, but I don't see why you would go to that trouble to maintain a working relationship with a subordinate. With the best professors, the best students, and the most promising projects, there are compromises and accommodations that must oftentimes be made, Hale said. Again, this fringes on the confidential. For now, we'll have to leave it at this. I held my tongue to keep him cooperative. I'll take your word, then, Professor. He's smart, capable, and valuable to us, and Sylvester has benefited from his relationship to Lillian. Lillian's relationship with Sylvester has had its positive elements. They collaborate well. This sums up much of what I said when I spoke to you earlier tonight. Yes, Professor. Lillian's relationship with Sylvester has its negative elements, and those elements likely outweigh the positive. That it happened in the first place and that it's ongoing is a mark against her in her long-term prospects. The group received a lot of freedom, and they used that freedom to fraternize. Fraternize? You mean? I can't say anything for certain. But questions have been raised, and the individual in charge of looking after the bulk of the group has obliquely remarked that the young adults have not always been sleeping in their own beds in the morning. There was a fair amount of murmuring, where nothing was said to address the room. I am gravely sorry for the conduct of my daughter. Universally, parents seem to blame themselves when trouble arises, and take it on themselves to levy punishment. In this case, however, I don't think it's fair. The academy has raised her as much as you have. That's true, but it doesn't feel right to place the responsibility at your feet. She's our daughter and our responsibility. I appreciate that, Mr. Gary. Is all of this a prelude to your dropping her from the special project? Dropping her from the special project would be costly, I think. We recently added 2 other students to the project, and recent months have taught us just how much there is to learn. Lillian is extraordinarily capable and arguably irreplaceable. A better idea, I think, to restructure the special project. This is Professor Sexton speaking. How are you thinking of restructuring the group? We already split it into 2 groups. It's a question of light juggling to separate Lillian from Sylvester, and to keep one group away while the other is home. They'll maintain things in a long-distance fashion for a time, and we can observe carefully to ensure they cannot reconnect. With luck, the relationship will die on its own. I would hope my daughter terminates the relationship on her own and focuses on her studies. As would I, Mr. Gary. We'll watch stocks of the drug she has been taking and perhaps test her now and again to see if she continues relying on it. She is a promising student, and the project is steadily running its course. Around the time she's due to graduate and don her grey coat, the project should be finished. If you have no objection, if the relationship is terminated, and if she has then weaned herself off the drug while showing consistent academic progress, then I would like to return her to the accelerated path. Putting an 18-year-old on that path is much different from putting a girl in her adolescent years on that path. I'm uncomfortable having heard what I've heard tonight. We both are, judging by the look on my wife's face. A part of me wants to pull her out of classes. Another part of me wants her to see success, but of the slow and steady kind. She hopes to be the youngest woman professor in the academies, but I worry that is a star that would shine brightly and for a tragically short time. I would rather she wear the title of doctor only and wear it for the rest of her life, or until she married. I understand. I would like to suggest a compromise, then. In 2 years' time, you and I will have another meeting. It won't necessarily have to involve the other professors and her teachers. We can discuss if she should wear a black coat or a grey one. I have no trouble making the trip, Professor Hale. Can I ask you to keep me updated? Do you have a telephone? At my workplace. Professor Hale moved some papers. I could hear them rustling. We have that number. A phone call once every 2 months, then? A letter if the phone call can't be arranged? Good. The accelerated path will become an accelerated path in name only, then. She'll be a candidate for professorship if and when she reaches an appropriate age and meets the criteria. For now, as we're still years too early for that point, Lillian Gary will present her special project to this room tomorrow morning, and we will turn her idea down regardless of merit. We can cite a lack of resources post-wartime. As she enters more difficult classes and faces more difficult classes, we will give her less leeway. Far less. Knowing her, she'll be liable to blame herself. I can imagine that treatment breaking a lesser student. Sexton. It will be a test of character, one she might well need. Any objections, Mr. Gary? No, Professor. I am far more comfortable with this proposal than I was with things as they stood. So long as my daughter gets the quality education we're paying for and isn't set up to fail, then I'm in agreement. I think she needs that test of character, to become what she wants to become. Mrs. Gary. No objection. You'll look after her? Keep a closer eye on her activities? With the boys, and the substance abuse. Without question. A pause. Pen scratches on paper. Then I think we've reached a resolution, and we've made good time. Mr. Gary, Mrs. Gary, thank you for coming. I hope you enjoy your time with your daughter while you're still here. I suspect she will be distraught after the meeting tomorrow, and I'm sorry it had to come to that. Let us know if you need anything. Thank you for involving us in this. I know you didn't have to. It was, I think, somewhat inevitable that this would happen. I wanted the 2 of you to know what we were doing and why. I've dealt with enough angry and indignant parents to not want to deal with any more. Cases like this are rare, where a student is raised up and doing so well, and we have to be so hard on them. Thank you, Professor. Chairs scraped. I watched as Mr. and Mrs. Gary passed through the relatively narrow slice of the room that I could make out, making their way to the door, nice shoes tapping against the floor. The door banged as it shut. Will the Baron of Richmond be satisfied with only this? Sexton asked. I'll talk to him myself. If framed in the right way, I think it should be fine. It needed to be done, all the same, with how unwieldy the lambs have been getting. This feels like a good initial step in bringing things under control. I know I was very vocal about my reservations when the lambs were in early stages, but they have proved their value, Hale. I no longer have a project to look after, so let me know if there's anything I can do. We can discuss over tea, Sexton. Tomorrow perhaps? I need more lab space, I think. Alright, that's enough back-patting, you two. I'm tired, and the list of students gets longer every year. Next student we need to discuss is Dan Garrett. No parents. We can talk among ourselves. Which one is this, again? A bad sign, if we can't quite remember. What are his grades? I had barely moved a muscle as I lay prostrate in the duct. I barely wanted to move, as the conversation moved on from Lillian so very easily. My emotions were all over the place, but that place wasn't where my emotions ought to have been. Not in my heart, my throat, the pit of my stomach, nor my brain. My hands were trembling, my fingertips tingling and my breathing was funny. My eyes were wet, but I wasn't crying. I could have blamed the dust and I wasn't sure I would have been lying. Yet, when I reached for an emotion, I couldn't feel much of anything. I wanted to feel angry and indignant, but it was a want without any heat or muscle behind it. I wanted to be sad, or something. I twisted myself around and began reversing course, going back through the ducts, faster and more carelessly than was necessary. A finger scraped against the side of a rusty nail that was sticking up through the floor of the duct, and it bled freely. The pain felt like it had happened to someone else. The dust on the floor of the duct clotted the wound before natural processes did. I felt like I hadn't had wyvern in a while, but it hadn't been long at all. Disconnected, unfocused, confused. Hearing a noise, I stopped, one hand raised, ready to come down on the floor of the duct and assist me in crawling forward. It trembled where it hung in the air. I started moving again, going through the motions. Everything I was doing involved a strange sort of effort, but it didn't require thinking, and I couldn't think at all. I couldn't imagine a pristine white rectangle, that technique Hale had taught me, because my thoughts were washed away before I was halfway to even starting. It was so difficult to move, to remind myself to try to breathe slowly and steadily, to put one hand in front of the other, move my knees, and avoid the nails, that it seemed like I failed at one or the other. Yet somehow, I lost track of time and found myself in the chute that led up from the adjunct chamber of the boiler to the vents. I fumbled around for full minutes before I felt like my feet and hands were in the right place to let me slide down. I brushed the worst of the dust off me, and out of my hair, my actions methodical, careful. As if my mind and body had switched places. While my body was very much in my control, taking up all of my attention, it was as my thoughts normally were, affected by impulses and things pushing in from outside. Something that I steered to the right courses rather than something that did exactly as I wanted. My thoughts, meanwhile, were wild and unpredictable, subject to the whim and madness of my emotions. I couldn't think at all, my head filled with a kaleidoscope of soundless noise, smoke, and poison. Once dressed, I stepped out of the room. Moving forward was the impulse, now. Getting out of Claret Hall. It was as though I was moving through a series of portraits hanging on a wall, not one continuous building. Moments where nothing registered or seemed to exist, then a scene, a new environment, a crowd of people I had to walk around, who were just finishing their tea. Another blank space. I covered distance and didn't recall any of it. In that manner, I found myself standing outside without a coat or a jacket. Snow was falling and I was surprised at the snow. I spent a long time trying to figure out where my coat was. Had I left a clue behind, in the vents or in the boiler room? It took far too long to connect my thoughts to Lillian. She had my coat. It was impulse more than thought, that she needed to know. That I couldn't let her go to that meeting tomorrow and face that treatment blind. I couldn't let her go to that meeting. I couldn't let her go. My recollection of the approach to the girls' dormitory was just as scattered as my exit from Claret Hall. I stumbled through the snow, tripping over patches that I shouldn't have. It wasn't that cold, but the shakes became shivers. I wasn't as discreet as I needed to be, and it was sheer chance that I wasn't spotted as I walked alongside the dormitory, circling around to the back path. With numb, uncooperative fingers, I scaled the outside. I made my way up to the window, and slid it open. In a kind of mechanical, automatic way, I noted that Lillian had probably lubricated the trenches in the frame that the window slid up and down. It was nearly silent. I sat on the windowsill, legs hanging inside her room, before making myself lean forward, feet touching ground. The window slid closed, almost without a noise. Standing by the window, I watched Lillian, who sat at her desk. She was wearing a nightgown and a cardigan. Her hair was short, the entire back of her neck exposed, but the sides were longer and stuck out to either side, blocking my view of her face and ears. She was writing, pen scratching against paper, periodically looking up to check one of the 4 tomes that she had sitting in book holders or left open on her desk. Write, move over to another piece of paper, to make a note or write down a calculation. Mid-sentence, she turned to look in my direction, and she jumped so much she nearly fell out of her chair. "SY," she hissed the words, a raised whisper. I nearly peed myself. Then she smiled. That smile she'd had on her face as she talked to her mother, which had stirred feelings of wanting inside of me, but it was a reaction to me, this time. 5 times more intense, 10 times. Without bounds, because things were flipped around and the checks and cautions that I normally had just weren't there. I couldn't let her go. I closed the distance between us, moving right into her personal space, until I could feel her breath on my face and she could feel my breath on hers. I kissed her like I hadn't kissed her before. Before, it was calculated, always with thinking behind it. To leave her wanting more, to give her a taste of the deeper, more intense kiss she liked the most, without quite giving her enough of it. This time, I gave her everything she wanted. No teases, no fluttery, barely there touches of my lips to hers. When she broke away for air, her breathing was hard, her face flushed, her eyes animated with emotion, a smile on her lips that she was fighting to keep at bay. "Mary's going to show up," she said. I kissed her again, my chest pressing against hers. She backed up a bit, to keep her balance, and ended up with her rear end pressing against the edge of the desk. I had to lean against her more to reach past her to the desk and snuff the candles on top of it with fingers that only had the wet on them from the snow and my climb up the wall. I dimly registered that my fingertips stung, that they were sensitive to the touch of air on them, but all I really felt was Lillian. Those same sensitive, stinging fingertips ran up the small of her back, then pulled her closer to me in the now dark room. I couldn't get her close enough. I wanted her closer, then even closer, until there was overlap. I wanted Lillian inside that void in my chest, my stomach, and my throat, where there was only grasping want and a kind of despairing, hopeless sort of feeling over how cute she was and how nice it was to be with her. I wanted to be inside Lillian, to reach inside her heart and throat and stomach and move thoughts and feelings around until she understood how I felt and what needed to be done. She broke the kiss again, moving her head so her ear was near mine, her panting breaths against my shoulder. Sy. She kissed the side of my neck, once, and I felt a painful, sharp sadness at just how beautiful that one little touch was. With it came a terrible, ominous feeling, like all of the emotions and sensations that I hadn't been feeling since I heard those two different voices in the vents might come crashing back into place. I didn't want to feel that. Only this. My hands crept further up the small of her back, until I touched the dark green cardigan she wore. Scratchy wool, the sort that was only comfortable worn over other clothes. There were big, knobby, rounded buttons on the front, digging into my sternum and my stomach. I took hold of the cardigan and lifted it up without unbuttoning it, over her chest and head, past her shoulders. When it was at her forearms and hands, I seized the middle in one hand, and twisted, winding it around my hand, winding it around both of her hands, trapping it there, both of her hands and wrists bound by one of mine. Her head pulled back, dark brown eyes stared into mine, barely lit by the moonlight bouncing in off the snow outside. I waited for her to speak, to dash this moment, to mention Mary. She gave me a shy peck on the lips instead. Using the cardigan to move her arms and move her, I pulled her in the direction of the bed, one movement to push, pull, twist her over, so she would topple, her rear end and small of her back off the bed, her upper back, shoulders and head on it. She scooted back in the same moment I crawled forward, above her, straddling her stomach. My hand, both of her hands, and her cardigan were over her head, locked into place. The shoulder of that arm was sore, throbbing in a way that suggested I would feel it tomorrow, but I barely cared. I touched the side of her face, and I saw her smile. I kissed her the way she liked most, my one hand free to roam. My mind wasn't able to hold on to things as well as the typical mind might be. I had to pick and choose what I kept and why, and I had to remind my brain regularly of things or skills and things would slip away. A tricky balance, one that I didn't always keep, with one skill or another swiftly rusting as I forgot about. But Lillian. I made a point of remembering the little details, gleaned over nights we'd shared a bed, doing little else besides kissing and cuddling. I brushed her stomach, halfway between her belly button and her side, and her back arched to press into my hand, because she responded to tickling sensations not by pulling away, but moving closer. I kissed and lightly bit her collarbone, because touching it always got a surprised reaction out of her, and because my weight on her stomach was pulling the nightgown down just enough to expose it. She squirmed, and she couldn't move with her hands in the cardigan or my weight on her stomach. She could have freed herself if she tried, but she wasn't trying very hard. She leaned her head forward, and kissed me on top of my head. I bit her collarbone harder. Impulse, I couldn't let her go. My hand was at her side, fingers falling into the indents between ribs, fingertips digging in, and I didn't want to move it. I pulled my head away from her collarbone, moved to the top of her nightgown, and undid the top button with my mouth. I kissed the space between button and the hole, then moved my head down, to do the same with the next button. The buttons went all of the way down, I thought, as I undid it. My thoughts were still noise and smoke and sadness, but it was at least a warm, animal sort of noise, smoke and sadness. Her voice interrupted me on the third button. Sy. I stopped, cloth in my teeth. My hand at her side relaxed, and I gave slack at the cardigan. Not enough to free her, but enough for her to move some, if she needed to. I looked only at the cloth. I drew in breath and smelled only her. Sy, she whispered. She sounded almost afraid. You're crying. Tears were falling onto the nightgown and skin I'd bared. Blotting out into the former. Lingering on the latter. She pulled one hand free of the cardigan without undue effort, then the other. My hand remained wound in the prickly wool. Both of her arms wrapped around my head, hugging me tight against her chest. What's going on? She whispered. What's wrong? The tears were flowing more freely now. Stupid. Boys weren't supposed to cry. I started, and my voice was ragged, as if I hadn't talked in a very long time. I'm breaking up with you. My head against her chest, I could feel that she was no longer breathing. I could feel her heartbeat, fast for all the wrong reasons now. Not funny, she said. It wasn't funny at all. We were on the same page on that. I'm sorry, I said. I tried to pull away and she didn't let my head go, hugging it where it was. I shouldn't have done this. I wasn't thinking straight. The words all came out too fast. I wasn't sure if she understood me. We're not breaking up, she said. That's not your decision. It's not my parents' decision, it's the school. There was only silence, the human, girly, perfumey smell of her, the pleasant sulfur smell of the extinguished candles, and then the sudden, out-of-place laugh of a student in the hallway. They know about us. As long as we're together, then you can't ever get your black coat. I felt the intake of breath that came with putting the pieces together. Where I'd been, what I'd heard. They know about you taking Wyvern and they don't like it, but if you're good then that won't hold you back. But us? They're going to tear us apart anyway. Ending this now is best. That's not your decision to make. It damn well is. I hissed the words. Ah, there it was. The anger I'd dug for in the vents and the boiler, yet was unable to find, then. I'd rather be with you, Sy. I'd rather have the freedom to choose than to have a black coat. I can't let you, I thought. Would you? I asked. I lifted myself up. My hands found places on either side of her head, as I loomed over her, staring down into her eyes. Would you leave the academy? Your parents? Your friends? What? Leave? I don't understand. I tried to find the words, and I couldn't. I just continued to stare down at her. You can't make me make that choice, she said. Especially not if you won't explain. She was crying, now. The light from one of the windows gleamed as it caught the track one tear had left on the side of her face. It wasn't the sort of reaction I liked provoking from her. The Baron wants revenge on me, and Hale is trying to sell him this. Us. So long as I'm here, there will be no happiness for the lambs. I'm going to go kill that noble, but with the tools and weapons they will have my scent. I can draw the crown's focus and ire. I can cover my tracks and I think I can protect any lambs who don't come, protect you. But I would much rather if everyone would come with me. You can't. My parents. Your parents care. But they want to stifle you. They asked Hale to postpone your black coat. Your dad would rather you never got one, I think. Hale agreed. If you stay, that is what you are staying for. You might still get a black coat, and you could even get a black coat early, if the stars align right and the Baron dies. But you cannot have the black coat and have me. She opened her mouth to speak, but only a squeak came out. She was crying, and it was a messy, beautiful sort of crying, with tears streaming out. Her hands went to her face, trying to wipe at her eyes, but the tears came at a rate that blinded her. I spoke around the lump in my throat. I can't stay anyway, Lil. Jamie, the old Jamie, broke when the memories and burdens got to be too much. Only an empty shell left. I'm just about at that point. I can't keep doing this. I can't be their puppet. I can't see another lamb die. No, she said, her voice too high. The heels of each palm pressed into her eyes. If I stay, and if we stay together, I will see you fade away the same way Jamie did. The body will still be there, the eyes, the hair, the voice, but you and I both know it'll be an empty shell. You without the passion or ambition is, not you. No, she said, in that same, high, awful voice. But she nodded as she said it. Yes, she said, her words now in accord with her actions. I pulled my weight off the bed without jarring it, climbed off of her without too much movement, stepped back and away. She remained where she was, hands at her eyes. I wanted to hug her, and to make this all right, to console and kiss the tears away. I broke up with you. Or you broke up with me, when I asked you to leave. That's better than the first one, I said, finding myself unable to look at her. I was acting irrational. I scared you. You tried to get me to stay. I didn't. You have no idea where I went, or why. But a lot of things I said in the last few days suddenly make sense. I found my coat and pulled it on. I opened the window, without a sound. Lillian spoke, her volume such that it seemed like she thought I was still there, just in front of her. As it was, I barely heard her. Now, she asked. I climbed through the window and closed it behind me. Now, I thought. I couldn't stay, not like this. Too much would be given away. I didn't stumble as I walked through the snow. My path was clear, and my mind turned to the prescient. The next few steps were too important. When I passed through the gate and saw Mary there, getting her bag of belongings, it felt as though I'd expected to see her. I hadn't, but I'd been wondering where she was, considering her as a factor, and it was a fine line between seeming fitting as a thing and seeming to fit in the bigger picture. She said. She smiled as she saw me, and the smile dropped away as I got closer and she saw my face. I was angry. What's wrong? She asked. Follow, I gestured. She gave the man at the gate a second glance as I walked past her. I was halfway to Lambsbridge before she caught up with me. We're going, I said. The train should arrive within 30 minutes. Not sure where it goes, but it gets us out of here. That's the most important thing. Now. The one-word question stung. Contingencies needed covering. We need to get a message to Jamie. I'll handle that, I promised, and he needs to help Lil. You buy a ticket, separate from me. I'll find my own way on. We make our way to Warwick. What happened to Lillian? I'm going to need an explanation. You'll get it. I promise. But for now, can we please just focus on getting to where we need to be, so the Baron can die like the maggot he is. It was like a switch had flicked in Mary's voice, her tone of voice and degree of conviction changing. No more questions or confusion. Only a hungry, yes. In sheep's clothing 10.7. This is going to take all of us, I murmured. The train car was dark, without any interior lights. It wasn't meant for passengers, though it clearly had been, once upon a time. The windows were layered with dust, cracked, and the light that came through was scant, though it grew stronger as we approached dawn. The floor had been removed and retrofitted, the benches and seats pulled out. Now it was only for luggage, 100 passengers worth of baggage stacked within and kept in place with straps. Mary was sitting across from me. I was unwilling to look her in the face, but I knew her glare was hard as she fixated on me. I was poised to roll backward and hide behind a stack of bags if anyone came in, but Mary seemed eminently at ease. The more of us there are in play, the bigger the chance for mistakes, she said. You have to pay attention to whether you're involving us because you value what we bring to the table or if you are doing it because you want our company. Right, I said, staring down at the floor. We're killing a noble on his home turf. If that isn't cause for ordering all hands on deck, then I don't know what is. We're all with you, SY. This is too important to be anything but, Helen said. She was off to one side, excited in that very still way that Helen so often was. It was reminiscent of a cat, fixated on prey, a reptile poised to strike, and it went with an easy smile that would linger for days in the memory of any male who was of an age to like girls. In the gloom I could only see the smile. I smiled back at her, but it was a sad smile. You're with me, but only for now. I think, Mary said, the less you talk about that, the easier this will be. Yeah, I said. I ached in an emotional way. I was hungry in a way that had nothing to do with food, but it remained that nagging, persistent feeling that consumed me from the inside and reached toward the out. When this is done, she said, I'm going back to the academy. I winced at the words. Lillian can't leave, Mary said. But even if she went, I don't know that I would. You would, I said, with conviction. I like being useful, she said. Having a mission, a destination. The idea of cutting myself free, running, not knowing what happens tomorrow, besides trying to survive? I don't know. I think of being the mission and I think back to when I was with Percy and the bad seeds. When you interrogated me, when I talked to Percy and he didn't say the things I needed to hear, of the headmistress and the other students, and feeling like I couldn't catch my balance. What if we went to Frey? I suggested. I sounded desperate, which was perhaps fitting, because I was desperate. She could give you a purpose. Probably, Mary said. I saw her touch her hair, moving it out of the way before she shifted position. But is that any better than working for the academy? Do you think we can work for her like we worked for them, and that you won't have to watch the rest of us die? It was a rhetorical question. No, I told myself. You can't keep fooling yourself. You know what you're doing by walking away. You know what happened last time, when you ran. Last time. Saying I had repressed the memory wasn't exactly right. I simply hadn't preserved it. I had to work to decide what was important enough to keep stored in my head, as other things crowded it out and took up property. I'd only retained a glimmer of those miserable days, and now that I was running again, I had to dredge it up, the details eroded by time and by wyvern injections, and I had to mine those memories for details. You weren't even there, I said. I was, Helen said. Jamie was. Jamie, off to the side, nodded. All of the lambs were present, and of them, Jamie was perched nearest to me, but it was an uncomfortable sort of nearness. Lillian was just a little further away. Silent, unwilling to talk, unwilling to even face my general direction. I could smell her, taste her sweat, even now, separated by well over an hour. I couldn't look at anyone. Things were so twisted up and messy, it was largely my fault, and that was only half of why. Do you remember? Jamie asked. I wouldn't blame you if you didn't. The lambs hunted me, I said. Nothing came of it, beyond the first 1 or 2 times we crossed paths. I got away. We got close. You used your knowledge of the lambs to anticipate us, then turned yourself in before we got close, toward the end. I nodded to myself. The lambs are going to have to hunt you again. We'll have to prove our loyalty, Mary said. I don't want to put too fine a point on things. You love your fine points, I thought. But this time the lambs have me. We have Ashton, and I don't think Ashton is coming with you. I looked at Ashton, who was still, staring out the window. Helen? I asked. Helen was silent. The smile remained. No, I hadn't expected an answer. Let's change the subject, I said. My voice was tense. Please. The train car was silent, but for the wheels bumping as they passed over less even bits of track or areas where snow had dropped off branches and onto the rail. The entire car thrummed, the bags jostling. The mission, I said, into the dark space. Strategy. The 7th member of our group spoke up. Her doll clacked as she moved it. Without knowing exactly what we're facing, it's hard to come up with answers, Sylvester. We know we're facing one lesser noble, one who might have taken on some of the Duke's staff for the time being, I said. We're facing his sister, who we have to figure out how to deal with. The staff of their home, the security countermeasures. Gordon said, interrupting her, because she never stopped talking on her own. I think what Yvette is getting at is that you don't know anything specific. The resources of the staff, the nature of those countermeasures, the nature of any weapons the Baron might have at his disposal. Without that, you can't devise counter-strategies. Exactly, Yvette said. She held up her posable doll, so it in her hands covered the lower half of her face, and stuck one of its fists in my direction. Looking at her face was easier, even if the features were less consistent than anyone else's. I could even tell myself that those inconsistencies were part of her. A vat baby, large eyes, snub nose, wide mouth, everything spaced out slightly wrong, so that she made people uncomfortable if they looked at her. The features changed, the spacing, but she was never attractive. Her skin was smooth, her bone structure fine, but no, too alien to be a beauty. She spoke, moving the doll as if it were the one speaking. This is Gordon's domain, not mine. Plan of attack, Gordon said. I made the mistake of trying to recognize his face. It stung to know I was already losing the particular details and placement. Don't respond to them. Set up a situation, determine the nature of the engagement. Which requires information, I said. Jamie nodded. Lay in wait, Helen said. Carefully. Even if we're playing the spider, this is his web. His city. The note you sent back to Lambsbridge for me to read. You set a time limit for yourself. 4 days, Jamie said. He was the new Jamie now. He'd replaced the old Jamie, who had swapped places, now occupying the faint reflection in the dusty glass window. 3, I said, to myself. 3 days. 1 more day to travel. The train slowed down. Approaching a stop. Yet no whistle, no horn. I knew what that meant, there was a reason. They don't blow the whistles when they arrive in an area where the nobles live, Jamie said. We're here, Mary said. I nodded. It was like waking up from a vivid dream, but it was a dream where I hadn't slept, and it was one where things had almost been okay. I put them away one by one, in a very deliberate way. You don't have the luxury of fighting them in their home. Watch their routine, and decide when and how to fight, Gordon said. Yet. He didn't quite leave at that. You did all right, you know, looking after Lillian. Doesn't feel like it. It's what I was asking you to do, when I made that request one of my last words. I know, I said, staring at the ground. I knew. The movement over less even rails in between segments of track felt more pronounced now that the train was slowing. Gordon was neatly put away. Trust me, Mary said. But don't you dare tell me the truth. If you tip me off, I'm going to start thinking about what to do, and you won't like how that ends. I'm your only real ally for the next 3 days. But on the 4th. I didn't want to sound it out. Mary, put aside. I would be interacting with the real Mary soon enough. Then Lillian, without any interaction, without any words or anything else. My heart might have broken if I'd tried it. The emotions were still too raw to stir up for amusement or for some abstract way of organizing my thoughts. 4 days, new Jamie said. Not the deadline for this mission. The deadline for what came immediately after. Ashton gave the suitcase he'd been sitting on a pat, and then he was gone, that rudimentary mental image of him boxed up and set on a very rickety shelf in the mind of SY. I lurched to my feet, feeling surprisingly stiff, and I blinked. My eye was as dry as a bone, as if I hadn't blinked in a very long time. It stung, and with that stinging, it started to tear up. You've got a role to play, SY, Helen said. I could imagine her hands at my shoulders, the kiss at my forehead. You know Mary. You know that a failure or a mistake here will cost the other lambs, and it might put Mary at risk. You decided to move now, so pay attention, put your face on. Play that role. Then she licked my hair. I brought my hand up to touch the moist spot at my hairline. There was no Helen there for my arms to bump into as I raised them. Sweat, nothing more. I looked at Yvette. The doll, much like her face, like all of their faces, seemed to change in ways I couldn't put my finger on. The details were too hard to remember, for the others, Wyvern left me without that, but with Yvette, well, she had never been real. An aborted project. We would have gotten along, Sylvester, she said. We would have despised each other, I countered. I stumbled a little as the train came to a stop. Too much overlap in the same role. You would have adapted your role, like you did with the others, she said, hugging the doll. In that moment, she seemed very young, no older than Ashton was now. With that lack of age came an odd lack of inflection and exaggeration, as if a lack of age meant more maturity. But it was just the way Ashton was, even the way Helen was. The unrestrained, childlike manner wasn't there because the personalities wouldn't be. I would have resented you, because you got the big moments, the flourishes, the problem-solving, like I resent Helen when she can get someone wrapped around her finger, or Gordon for kicking ass. We would have been oil and water, rivals of the bitterest sort. But it would have been fun, she said, extending her arms to thrust the doll out, gesticulating with it. You would have loved me like you love them. A ton of fun, and I would have. She was more stubborn than the others, in a way. My musings of what she would have been like were vivid enough to be a hallucination, but I wasn't sure how to compartmentalize it, how to process her and what she meant, or the message I was supposed to take away. I brought you along because I worried I might get lost, I said. The explanation was for myself, a thought spoken aloud so it might help me answer my own questions and shake the image of her. Is that the only reason you brought me along, Sylvester? She asked. The side of the train car made horrific snapping sounds as clasps came undone. The lower half of the outside wall folded out and down, and light streamed in, clearer than the light that came through the windows. The men on the outside began to pull out the luggage down and out for the passengers. I was alone in the car. I made sure to grab hold of my suitcase. Well, not my suitcase. I double-checked the location of Mary's suitcase. I'd removed a tag from another case and attached it to hers, with a short note attached. I left it where it was. Pressing my ear to the door that connected this luggage car to the adjoining passenger car, I could hear the babble of conversation. I reached up to the handle and opened it. There was a small crowd of people packed in the short pathway that led to the stairs down from the train car. I got weird looks and some resistance as I worked to put myself in the midst of the crowd. Still, I found a bit of space in front of a slower elderly woman, and hauled the small case of luggage into the space with me. I moved with the crowd, onto the train platform and beyond it. The Baron Richmond had retired to Warwick after the fighting in Lug. Named after his family's territory overseas, the city was small, contained, and existed at his behest. It was a place I'd never been, and I'd never known anyone from the city. I'd heard rumors, however. Richmond House was on the outskirts of the town, and with that one detail, it was easy to give the rumors some merit. Monsters lived here, of the type that resembled humans and of the type that didn't. The houses and buildings were new, but the style was old. The houses were riddled with details, with highlights of quality, pleasant touches, and signs that people had attempted to make themselves at home here, but in other ways, I felt as though it was too restrained, too safe. There was a lack of authenticity that pervaded everything. It was early in the morning, and there were far too few people around, a 20th of what I'd seen in Radham, the morning I'd left to visit Craig. It was considerably earlier, true, but even with that in mind, a mere 20th. The houses, now that I paid closer attention, were individually different, but it was a post sort of difference, as if a singular designer had decided that this house needed a porch, and that house needed a fancy chimney, and the next house couldn't have either because it would be too similar. Yet there was a signal that something was wrong or odd in how that similarity had been avoided, the angles the houses had been placed at, and the palette chosen. I thought of it as a singular designer because the palette and the suite of options seemed so lacking in imagination or breadth. Either the designer had been working with a very limited set of options, or their sense for design was a limited one. Alone, given one house or 3 houses, it would have made for beautiful work. Held to the sword and told to set the standard for a city? It made for a city without enough soul to go around. Every construction a variation on the same theme, layered with snow. I looked for the tallest building around and headed in that direction, taking a longer, winding route as I aimed to get the lay of the land and separate myself from Mary. It was a church, the religious symbol sawed off of the tower on top of it. No, wait, had to remember. This was his city. The nobles and the churches didn't get along, and the nobles had won that particular war a long time ago, well before this city had appeared. Interesting, then, that the Baron would have this city built up around him with an aesthetic he liked, and that he would include a church among it all. A church without the religion, judging by the nondescript stained glass and the lack of any symbol. The city was framed by flat terrain and by thick collections of pine trees. Richmond House peeked out through it, looking over the city. What drove the Baron or his predecessor to include a church here? Did it lend authenticity to Warwick, when and if Warwick was viewed from a distance, or was it something else? I made a mental note and hoped I would remember to make use of it. The train was slow to depart, and but for a hiss of steam, it made almost no noise in the process. I imagined it would creep away until it was out of earshot, and only then would it pick up speed as it normally would. I had a bad feeling. The city was so quiet it left my heart pounding, the thump of my heartbeat seeming to grow louder as I dwelt on it. I felt like I was being watched, and the dim lighting of Warwick in sunrise wasn't quite enough for me to see beyond the frost-touched glass of kitchen or living room windows. In other places, the curtains blocked the view. My uneasiness swelled, and it took me a little while to put a finger to why. I could hear something, but it was indistinct, a low sound just below my threshold of hearing. Talking, movement, shuffling, muffled by intervening walls, but all throughout the city, it was taking place. A rumble of thunder without any lightning, muffled by snow, stone, and dense woods. The people on the street didn't seem to care. 3 out of 4 of them seemed to stare at me. They were men and women of varying ethnicity, all in dark, nice clothing, their hair neat, and just like the houses, they were individual but restrained. The personal touches were there, but nobody stood out from the pack. Faces were heavily lined, skin bore the marks of hard living, despite the apparent peace and class of the area. They walked with their heads down. I saw a pale man with coarse blonde hair and stubble, both of which were turning white with age. He wore a fine suit jacket and shirt with slacks and shined boots, but he walked with a slave's hobble. No chains bound him now, but once upon a time they had, and they had pressed hard against his ankles, doing permanent damage, so that he now limped slightly with both feet. He walked with both hands in front of him. When his footing was sure, he walked with his hands clasped in front of him. When he was unsure, he held his arms further apart, and walked with wrists up and hands limp and close to one another. A man who had been in chains so long that habit was impossible to break, a permanent scowl etched in his face. Except now he wore clothes nice enough that they wouldn't look out of place in the upper-class dining area of Claret Hall. The rumble in the background intensified. I stopped taking the long way around and headed straight for the church, cutting through a path between buildings. Too late. Doors opened. People emerged in clusters. I stayed between the buildings, the church, and Mary now in view, but a growing crowd was between us. The groups were made up of men and women, sometimes with a child or children, and each group accompanied by a monster. All were dressed well, including many of the more human-shaped creatures. Other humanoid experiments were left naked. A man without any eyes, nose, or lips bared his teeth as he walked alongside a family of 4. His skin seemed unnaturally thick, and was tough enough to let him walk barefoot in snow, his member swinging as he walked. Another had 2.5 legs and tried to walk with each of them, moving forward with the help of an overlong arm riddled in old scars and stitches from surgery. Here and there, a man in a doctor's coat or a professor's coat walked alone. Here and there, again, the monsters walked alone, emerging from the larger buildings. There were more exceptions to the rule, men and women in uniform, stern-looking, spreading out and standing at street corners. I could see one, a thug of a man with sleeves left too long, raising his nose to rub snot from the bottom of it with one extended finger, and I saw tattoos at his hand. An ex-prisoner. Prisoner, slave, working girls, beggar, people who had gone hungry for their entire lives and who wore that history on their bodies, even now that they ate well. I could see the signs, the scars, the marks of old diseases that Coin and Academy science hadn't erased, the sallow skin and premature aging. The picture was becoming clearer, but the monsters didn't. As if it was a rule of law that none dared disobey, the monsters went without any acknowledgement at all. Not a word, not a gesture, nor a moment's eye contact. Watching the scene, I genuinely wondered if I was imagining it all, if I'd put my mind to the wrong ends back at the train and somehow broke something. All of the families with children were headed in the same general direction, the men and women in other directions, off to find work or manage errands for the early morning. They can only go out with the monsters, and the monsters can't come out while the train is here, I thought. Life under a strict schedule, a rule that was obeyed without question. They had been staring out the windows, watching for the train to depart, and eyes had fallen on me. It was security, the city laid out as a tableau, such that a stranger with a bag in hand stood out. That stranger might very well get reported on. I grit my teeth. If we'd failed before we'd even started. No, I couldn't think that way. They were frightened people, and the one thing they were frightened of above all else was the Baron. Would they speak out and speak up, if it drew his attention, when they had plausible deniability? Probably not. If I interacted with any one of them individually, however, they might feel compelled to pass on word to more important people. The police force, too, would be something to watch out for. They had a personal stake in reporting anything unusual. I looked at the thick copse of trees between the city and Richmond House. More security that way. I shook my head, turned my attention to the street of people that separated Mary and I, and timed my exit, joining the rear of a family with a four-legged, hunchbacked thing at the head of the pack. A wagon that was making its way up the street would block the view of the nearest police officers. No sooner did I join the group than the hunchbacked thing turned, lunging past the two parents and one child. I hurled myself back, and I landed on my rear end, case of clothes falling free of my hand as I stared up at the hissing thing, my other hand near my jacket, where I had a knife stowed. Drool that had leaked from the corners of its mouth had frozen. A warning to stay away, nothing more, thankfully. The parents of the family didn't look at me. Averted eyes, discomfort, disquiet. The child gave me a confused look, but didn't speak. Looking back, I could see that the pair of women and little girls with a long-haired creature in a dress looming behind them had stopped in their tracks. They were waiting for things to move along, keeping a distance that went so far into the realm of respectful that it veered straight into terrified. I picked myself up and collected my luggage. I mimed the body language of others, hurrying to the side of the wagon I'd been hoping to use for cover. I timed my movement past the rear of the passing wagon so groups of people would obscure others' view of me. One of the officers further down the street was craning his head, hoping to see what had caused the brief commotion. Before he made it a point of interest, I hurried across the rest of the road and into the alleyway that I had last seen Mary in. I had to round a corner before I found her. "You made it," she said, her voice quiet. I nodded. She leaned forward to peer around the corner and watch the procession of people. "I don't even know," I said, in answer to a question she hadn't asked. "I was worried you wouldn't show up," she said. "Was it so important that we couldn't be seen together? Plausible deniability if one of us gets caught." "Something like that," I said. "You look like a ghoul, sy," she said. "Dark circles under your eyes. You didn't sleep." I shook my head. "I was able to, just a bit," she said. "I spent the rest of my time worrying and feeling lonely." "I'm glad you're here." "You've said as much 3 times now," I said. "I'm glad you're here." "You stayed in the luggage car?" she asked. When I nodded, she asked, "You don't usually spend nights by yourself anymore. Was it lonely?" "No," I said. I glanced around the corner to see the tide of families and their monsters. No, it wasn't too bad, except for the lack of sleep. My imagination kept me entertained. In sheep's clothing 10.8. "I promised you an explanation," I told Mary, as I kept my voice low. "You did." As citizens of Warwick glanced down the length of the alleyway beside the church, Mary and I had elected to move along, making ourselves harder to track and close in on. The people of the city seemed to have been terrified into compliance, and that raised questions about who the police were, standing in the midst of intersections and on street corners, watching over everything. I couldn't imagine anyone committing any crimes in Warwick, given the atmosphere, and that suggested the local law was here for the likes of us. The best thing to do was to stay moving. I braced myself. Lillian and I broke up. "All right," she said. "All right?" I asked. "That's it. You sum up your reaction with one word." She turned her eyes to me, and I could see the emotion behind them. "Dark things, sharp things, cold things." "Ah," I said, in response to the look. "If it was Lillian standing right here and the positions were reversed, she would hit you. Several times, I think. Probably. Jamie would tell you off. Gordon would too, but he'd be blunt about it. Helen. I don't know. I imagine she would go to Lillian and cling to her, hug her to make her feel better, and shoot you spiteful looks, all in an effort to make sure you knew you were the bad guy. Sounds about right. Spiteful looks not because spite was something Helen really felt, but because it made sense. But you like the attention. You crave it, it validates you and gives you something to use. You can twist the anger, the frustration, or the sadness into something else," Mary said. "I'm not going to give you fuel or anything you can use. Lillian is my friend, and she deserves better." Mary sure was evoking a lot of emotion for someone who just said she wasn't giving me anything. Thing was, it was distilled disappointment. Her tone was what I might expect from an owner chastising a puppy for shitting on the rug. The owner doesn't expect much better from the puppy, but by golly and by gosh, they were going to let that puppy know they weren't happy to be washing shit out of the rug. "I listened in on the meeting," I said. "I kept an eye out, looking everywhere but at Mary. They know Lillian took Wyvern. They know about me and her. If I stay, she loses her black coat. If I leave, there's no guarantee, but there's at least a chance. We talked about it. Lillian and me. We kind of agreed. This is what has to be done. And this? Mary asked. A part of me had hoped for a 180, a shift of attitude. Another part of me knew she wouldn't. Her aggression, the shift of topic to press the attack, it caught me off guard. This. I needed to get away. The cards were right. It's something we can use. She deserves better, sy. There is no such thing as better, not here, I said, my voice tense. I sounded hostile now. What do you expect, Mary? It's the academy, it's the nature of what I am and what she's striving for and the fact that they can't go hand in hand. We'd stopped walking. I was facing Mary. Looking her in the eye was hard. Keeping my tongue under control was harder still. What I expect, Sylvester, Mary said, that you don't get into a relationship with her in the first place if you are not going to bend over backwards and make things perfect. You've got a good head on your shoulders. Use it. Find a way to get Lillian her black coat without her heart being broken along the way. You might as well ask me to make pigs fly, I said. That coat she wants to wear? There is not one single genuine human being out there who has done the work, met the criteria and earned it without shedding tears along the way. It's a reality, and it's one we ran smack dab into in Lug, when we were asked to retrieve Emily Gage. She's going to have to make the tough calls and face ugly compromises. Heartbreak comes part and parcel with the job. Not with this. Not with the lambs, Mary said. We support each other. We make each other stronger. That's my cue to ask, and Gordon? You're not experiencing any heartbreak right now. Then you say that's different. I knew what I was getting into, and I retort that Lillian did too. That she knew I was a bastard. I say that, and you concede the argument and you hate me a little, for a short period of time. I didn't want Mary to hate me for the short period of time we were about to spend together. I know I could have handled the breakup 10 times better, and if I were in my best frame of mind I could have even twisted the situation to our advantage or forced the committee's hand. But I'm not doing okay. Losing Gordon hurts. I'm hurting as much as Lillian is, maybe even more. I'm just better at hiding it. I say that, and you remember what I said in front of Duncan. You pry, and I don't think I have it in me to lie to your face and stay clever enough to avoid dropping any clues about the fact that I plan to leave for good. It was like talking to the Mary I'd imagined in the train car, except this was a Mary the first could look straight in the eye. The conversations played through my head, and I dismissed them all. You're right, I finally said. I know I'm right, Mary said. If you knew there was the dimmest possibility you were going to hurt her, you shouldn't have entered into this relationship. I almost went with the same sort of response I had just given, agreeing, offering little resistance. Almost. Instead, I said, that's wrong. The look in her eyes was dangerous. It's wrong, I said again. This going as badly as it did doesn't invalidate everything that came before. I don't regret it, even knowing what it came to. I'm not going to be ashamed of it, I'm not going to apologize. If someone gave me the opportunity to take it all back, I wouldn't, and I don't think Lillian would either. She broke eye contact, scowling a little more. She knew I was right. If you avoid every relationship because it could go bad. That's not what I'm saying, she said, glowering. I'm saying she deserves better than that. If you wanted to date Fran and then say, oh, well, bad things sometimes happen, fine. But Lillian has kept us alive, she staked everything on this. She's a good friend, a true lamb, and you don't just roll the dice. Not with her. You don't do that, sy. Again, I couldn't challenge her with the most obvious retorts, because it brought up Gordon and it got ugly. Did she want me to challenge her and bring up Gordon? You're saying it's fine, then, to get into relationships, to figure ourselves out and figure other people out, let hearts get broken, but only if it's people we don't really care about. I asked. That's... She didn't finish the statement. She didn't have a retort. She continued to glare daggers at me. Given her body language, I imagined that somewhere in her thought processes, a part of her brain was justifying stabbing me. She was tense, and I imagined her all coiled up, ready to strike out at the slightest provocation. Because a verbal lashing wasn't immediately in the cards, a physical one wasn't out of the question. With that in mind, I touched her like I might touch a readied mousetrap. My hands touched her upper arms, near the shoulder. I hadn't planned to, hadn't even thought I would, but I reflexively grabbed hold, bunching the fabric of her coat in my fists. In a better world, Mary, I would agree with you. That at our age, we should keep things light. That a good friendship is more important than a potential relationship. But we don't have the luxury of time, and none of us, with the exception of Lillian, get to plot out our futures that far. You're saying that like I don't know, Mary said. Her voice was stiff, wooden. Her arms were straight down at her sides. And you're blaming me as a proxy for yourself, because you're feeling complicated things about Gordon being gone, and the relationship you two had, I said. She looked down at me, frowning. He cared about you, you cared about him. You two were awfully private about what you had going on. I don't know if it was mostly talking or throwing knives, or if it went way further. Knowing Gordon, I could make guesses, but that's between you and him. The stuff Jamie told you probably covered Gordon's perspective. How things ended doesn't impact what you had. Don't let it. Yet, she said, but her voice was hollow, as if she was barely paying attention. I grabbed her harder, twisting the fabric so it pulled tighter against her upper arms. How things ended doesn't impact what you had. Don't let loss or change poison or twist your memories. Understand? Her focus shifted, her eyes meeting mine. She knows. She's just figured something out. It was a thought that flashed across my mind. In my urgency to give her a final message, to work in a plea before I left the lambs, that she might remember after I was gone and look at it in a new light, I had tipped her off. She shook her head, smiling a bit. And somehow you did it. I got into a discussion with you, and you turned the tables on me. Worse, you almost make sense. Just like our very first conversation, in the boiler room of Mothmont. The tone, the change in expression, the cadence of it, I could put that together, and I could know with near certainty that I'd been wrong, and that Mary hadn't yet figured it out. If she had, there would have been a moment where she had to consider the implications, or the smile might have faltered, or something. She wasn't an actress like Helen, she was a plant, a hidden weapon. She could lie and play a role as well as any of us but Helen, but Mary couldn't bury something of that magnitude while exchanging one mask out for another. I left a message with Jamie, to look after Lil, I said. She might stay at Lambsbridge, instead of alone in the dormitory, I don't know. But she will bounce back from this. The most important thing is that she continues her studies and takes her shot at a black coat. I feel like I should be there for her, Mary said. I know, I said. And I know it sucks, not having her be there for you. And there, finally, on hearing that, Mary gave me something that I didn't have to infer or analyze to dig up. A moment of weakness. None of us were coping well. We all buried it and dealt with it in our own individual ways. Mary missed Gordon, and she had complicated feelings, and it was possible that Lillian was the only person who could hear her out about that. I can't send you back to her, but I know the next best thing, as far as getting all of this relationship muck and mixed up emotion out of your head, I said. And there, even as she waited for me to finish saying it, I could see Mary adjust, holding herself straighter, focusing more, ready. I didn't supply the answer. I waited for her to, instead, because it was more important that she respond, that she draw the conclusion instead of me forcing it on her. If I simply said it, then Mary would take it as manipulation. Odd, that I was being so calculating and manipulative in trying to avoid letting things be taken that way. You want to kill the Baron, she said. Yes. Thank you, God. We both turned a little away from each other. In a very practiced way, we each looked in different directions, checking the critical directions of up, north, south, east, and west, without wasting effort by having more than one person check the same direction twice. I picked up my luggage, gestured, and we started walking faster. You didn't have luggage when you got on the train, she said. And you weren't wearing those clothes. I had all night alone in the luggage car, I said. I looked around. I found a suitcase that belongs to someone about my size. The clothes are a little juvenile, but it should do me. Bound for here? Can you blend in? No and no, I said. I raised a hand in a signal to stop and leaned around a corner to look out toward the street. Beyond the exit of the alley and across the street, two families were talking. The monsters that lurked behind either family went without so much as a glance, but one wife that was doing less of the talking seemed to shrink under the creature's presence. She was young. Barely out of her teen years and already a mother, by the looks of things, her child 1 or 2 years old. Her husband was old enough to be her father. Nobody can blend in without having a black coat, police uniform, or a pet monster. Then we need a pet monster, Mary said. Maybe, I said. What we need before any pet monster is answers. I've got a name and a general address. I think that's our first stop, if it's humanly possible to get there without getting spotted. We should lay low until dark, Mary said. We could. But a place like this, I imagine there's a curfew, and I hate to spend time doing nothing, when we want to minimize how long we're gone for. At least right now, we can stash our luggage and try to get lost in the crowd, I said. You tried that, not 10 minutes ago, Mary said. You got growled it. I frowned. If we headed to Richmond House instead, then. No, I said. It's not an accident that this whole place is so hard to slip through. That stretch of woods between the city and Richmond House are going to be another puzzle altogether. Gordon was right, Gordon? Mary asked. I blinked, then recovered. I'm thinking about something he said a long while ago. Sorry, fatigued. But this turtle is too hard to crack. We need for him to poke his head out. If we can figure out his routine, then we can exploit it. I've never imagined a target on this level who didn't have the sense to vary his routine, Mary said. He likes his trappings, I said. We'd reached the end of this particular maze of alleyways. Going left, right, or forward would mean stepping out of the alleys and onto the street, which meant danger. Going back was backtracking, and that wasn't good either. I gestured, Mary confirmed, and we crept along the alley. I kept my voice down so it wouldn't be overheard beyond the general noise of horses traveling on the cobblestone road nor the babble of conversation. The houses, the people, the church in a city where religion is discouraged, the system of this. I'd put him down as someone who enjoys a perverse routine. Okay, Mary said. If so, that's something we can exploit. Gordon's right. It felt strange to hear her say it like that. I wasn't sure if she was humoring me or not. After we had lost Jamie Original, I'd had several slips like that. Mary had noticed enough times. She had always been polite enough to hold her tongue, but that was Mary. She'd been a lady from the time she was a young girl. The coast was clear enough. No officers. A quick glance suggested we were close to the river. Head up, walk with purpose, and trust others not to ask questions. We crossed the street, my heart pounding as I expected an outcry, a howl from one of the creatures that stood by. Do we have a destination? Mary asked. I fished in a pocket for a slip of paper, I handed it to her. This is atrocious writing. Craig's. He's a street kid, you're a Mothmont girl. Don't hold him to your standards. This says. McCormick? And water, wheel. Watermill, I said. There are only a few places I've seen so far that could have one. Cities were living, breathing organisms, and even though Warwick was an artificial city, it needed to drink. Any city that formed would first do so around the wells, the rivers, and the coasts. A careful eye would be able to see that cities flow. It wasn't memorization or calculation like Jamie might be able to do, but I had seen enough cities and paid enough attention to the logic behind them that I'd developed a limited instinct for things. What made sense, what didn't, and why. This was a stitched city. The aesthetics of the individual pieces were of an older sort, the formation of it all relatively new. It was dead and lifeless, still, the overall system worked, but it was forced, motivated by something I didn't yet understand. There was no will here, either. The crown had this place fully in its grip. But the stones that built this place had come from somewhere, the design still echoed designs that had come about naturally, and water, transportation and everything else had been prioritized in their own way. We reached another street, closer to the woods, but it was so narrow that there was only room for one wagon to travel down it if another were to come the opposite way, one of them would have had to stop and turn around. Though the street was narrow, we had a vantage point to see along the length of the street. It stopped at a T-shaped intersection, the right and left branches running alongside a river. Where the river disappeared into the trees of the woods, a water mill was perched at the mouth. A wooden wheel, grown as much as it had been crafted, with branches rather than struts, was turning. The sound of it was audible even from a distance. Craig gave you directions, didn't he? Mary asked. You didn't find this on your own. I smiled. The street was out of the way, the houses were less grand, but they were still nice enough, and nobody here seemed to be out and about, though I could see movements indoors. Just far enough on the outskirts that anyone with a place to be wasn't going to be here. I felt a dozen different set of eyes on me as we made our way down the street. I was glad that the water mill was as large a construction as it was. The aesthetic was the same as so many other buildings in Warwick, but the structure was half again as tall as the typical house, and rather long. A short stone bridge allowed us to cross the river. I rapped my knuckles on the door. I heard shuffling, the scrape of wood on stone, likely a chair, and then the door swung open. The man was tall, muscular, and healthy. His beard was full and his hair was wild, and his hands bore the calluses of someone who had been working with his hands for a very long time. Something grey-black had stained them, coloring the cracks even deeper. His eyes, though, heavily lined, recessed, and set below bushy eyebrows that had been touched by the staining and left more bristly than they might normally have been, were filled with darkness. You have the wrong address, he said. McCormick, I said. You might know my name, boy, and you might have a reason to be knocking on this door, but that's a very different thing from me being willing to hear you out and hear your reasons. He started to slam the door. I stopped it with my foot, planting it at the foot of the door so it couldn't move any further. His gaze, as he looked down at me, was a dispassionate one. I didn't flinch. I stared up at him, though he was nearly twice my height. He reached forward, and he seized me by the throat. He started to lift, and Mary caught his wrist, adding her strength to my weight, keeping him from hauling me off my feet. If I was reading him right, going solely by the sheer lack of empathy in his eyes, he might have thrown me down the stone steps leading up to his door. Girl, he said, I'm far from being a gentleman. I will strike you, and I will break those pretty white teeth of yours with one good backhand. Let go of my arm. Mary let go of his arm. As he lifted me up, however, he came to an abrupt stop. Mary's other hand had produced a knife, which she now held so that the blade pressed against his wrist. Lifting me up further would have meant raising his arm into the blade. I saw the movement as another blade appeared in her other hand. The blades had been oiled so that they wouldn't reflect light, I realized. No flash of reflected light as they passed through the sunlight. This one she pressed into McCormick's inner thigh. He lowered me, very slowly, and then released me. His arm remained extended, bent at the elbow, with the knife held against the wrist. Awfully close to my dangling vitals, girl. Walk backwards, slowly, she said. We're coming inside. Do you have any friends or family in there? No, no friends or family. My wife is out with my little girl. She will be back. I'm not saying that to threaten you or try to encourage you to leave sooner, I'm just making sure you know. Mary nodded. Walk. He didn't walk. You didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you anyway. I've got a born in there. I don't want you to be surprised. Born, Mary said. Less of a question, more of a trying out of the word. The monsters. McCormick made a sound. He started to walk backward. Wait, Mary said. McCormick stopped. Call it off. Do whatever you need to do to make sure it won't cause us any trouble. Again, that passionless look. He looked at us like he might look at a bad paint job on a house. We warranted a slight downward turn of the lips, nothing more. He won't cause you trouble. Then he walked backward. We followed, Mary staying with McCormick, while I focused on closing the door, looking around the surroundings where Mary was unable to. The bourne was sitting in the midst of a trio of flat rocks that had been propped up to accommodate it. Normal furniture wouldn't ever have done. 600 pounds, easily, all apparently in fat, not muscle. It smelled like filth had gotten trapped in the crevices and festered. That in itself wasn't so monstrous. No, it was the face. The head was shaped like a baby's might be, over-large in proportion to its body, rounded, sparse in its hair, with large features. Frozen on that face was an expression of laughing glee, the open mouth exposing spaced-out teeth, many of which had grown in wrong. Its mouth was open wide enough that it couldn't swallow properly, and that left streaks of drool to accumulate and dry out on its bare, naked chest. It watched me, its head and eyes moving fluidly as I crossed the room. I forced myself to break eye contact with it. I took in the house. Everything was good quality. Money had been spent to buy the pots and pans, the utensils, and the dishes. There was a rug on the floor, which was stone with wood grown between the stones, both stones and wood cut to a flat surface, all the splinters and hard edges smoothed away. A fire burned low in the fireplace. From the other room, I could hear the steady grind of the mechanisms that the water wheel outside was helping to turn. We got your name from the mice. I know more than one group of mice, boy. Doesn't matter, I don't think, I said. All that matters is that you are the friendliest face we're going to see in Warwick. He smiled at me, and there was a sneer somewhere in that smile. We're in town for a little while. We need answers, I said. I took a circuitous route around the room, bending down now and again to look at shelves, and the books and knickknacks that had accumulated on those shelves. The way I look at it, McCormick said, I did my time. Prison, Mary said. That too. But I'm talking about the mice. I helped them out, I more than repaid the debt that I owed them for helping me through my younger years, for teaching me skills, for all of it, he said. That debt was repaid tenfold the first time I needed to lose something hot and I handed it to the mice of Bradford. It was a good score, and I got none of it. You hear what I'm saying? I hear what you're saying, I said. Because the mice owe me, now. These scales aren't balanced. They pay me back by taking in anyone I send their way. Not many, but one every 5 years or so, yet. And this is how I'm imagining they got my name. Maybe, I said. I looked over the kitchen, taking note of the various knives. I opened a cupboard and bent down, looking inside. Potatoes, onions, and some strange academy vegetable I'd never seen before, which was riddled with roots. I felt around the edges of the cabinet, and found bottles. They were glass, but they were the sort of glass that was meant to be broken. There were chemical labels glued to the faces of each bottle. The man watched as I set them on the counter. But I think you are losing sight of the goal. You give us answers, and we disappear. All right, McCormick said. He shifted position, leaning back. Someone less keen than Mary might have been startled by the sudden change in position, been slow to keep the knife at his throat as he leaned back. I'm listening, boy. It was, I noted, an extension of one of the little tricks that I knew the mice sometimes learned. When arms were being tied, the base of each palm was pressed together, the elbows held far apart. When the arm was returned to an ordinary position, there would be more slack available. He'd held one position as he was restrained, held at knife point in a chair, but there had been room for slack. He was talking to me, but he was testing Mary. Had she been slow, he might have made a move. No coincidence, either, that this curmudgeon had timed the trick with his agreement to cooperate. Who would retaliate against him by cutting him, so soon after he'd agreed to answer questions? I changed direction, heading straight for the man. He tensed as I drew close, reaching for the table he'd seated himself behind. Mary reminded him of the knife, and he went still. On the underside of the table, less than a foot from his hand. I had to work for a second to figure out the right way to pull it free. A loaded pistol. Answers, I said. I tucked the pistol into my pants, under my jacket and behind my shirt. Let's start with the general stuff. Tell me about Warwick. A lovely town. Quaint, McCormick said. I knelt by the chair, felt the underside, and freed the hatchet that was there. The way he looked at me like he hated me a little suggested I'd found the last weapon in arm's reach. A quaint town where the people are scared to death, I said. And where you feel the need to have weapons stowed throughout the house. He said. He smiled. Again, that sneer. Okay, I said. I'll be more specific. What the hell are those things? I used the hatchet to point in the direction of the creature that on the far end of the room. The bourne, McCormick said. I really didn't want to have to torture this guy to get a straight answer out of him. Mary shifted the knife. This time it drew a line of blood. She and I both watched as the blood congealed, formed a droplet, and traced a line down McCormick's neck. Mary caught it with a handkerchief before it could meet the collar of his shirt and stain it. We got sent here, or we volunteered to come, McCormick said. Convicts, the poor, the bankrupt who didn't want to give up the lives they'd led, slaves, injured soldiers. Get paid a small amount for nothing except living here. Nice homes, nice things. But? I asked. But, we're the poor, we're criminals, we're bastards with demons that breathe down our necks, yet? It's a perverse sort of game, right? They expect us to fail, and most of the time, enough of us do that we don't need to worry. Man, woman, child, whoever, they get taken up to that house in the woods, and they don't come back. Playthings for Baron or Twin. Most of the time, Mary observed. Sometimes he's in a mood. Sometimes he's upset about something, and he takes it out on us. Good policy, should that time come up, to be the sort that keeps one's head down, not taking visitors, and not drawing any attention. And the born? I asked. Keep us in line, keep us from running. They remind us of the circumstance every minute of every day, like consciences given form, and I don't think there's many here who don't have something ugly on their conscience, yet. If we were to stir up something and cause a fuss, they'd rouse. The right cue or the right signal, they put us down. Meanwhile, we're expected to feed them, keep them healthy. There are papers, in a manner of speaking, and getting caught without your papers is trouble. I'm guessing you don't know the exact cues or triggers, Mary said. MN, McCormick grunted. You said your wife and child were out, I said. Without him. They are. She's with a friend of ours. So long as that friend has a born with, no problem. Money, freedom from jail, in exchange for a lack of freedom here, being under their thumb. I can see where some would take the deal. Most regret it. Starving on a street is better, McCormick said. He gave a nod in the direction of the monster at the far end of the room. That right there, that's hell. Leaves a stain on you. I saw Mary's expression change. The knife wavered, and McCormick winced a little, pulling his head back a fraction. Yet, McCormick said. He seemed almost gleeful at Mary's realization. That glee, in turn, led to me connecting the dots, seeing a faint glimmer of resemblance. There's another rule you might have noticed, a price that's paid. Gotta form nice and tidy family units. Then you got to give them your firstborn. In sheep's clothing 10.9. I walked over to a chair on the far end of the table, plopped myself down, and felt underneath the seat. I found another hatchet, the metal scarred with use in a way the other one hadn't been. I gave McCormick a look and set it down on the table. He was still enjoying our shock. Best to change the topic. I couldn't let him take the conversational upper hand. How old is your child? I asked. I glanced at the monster on the far end of the room. Your second child, the one who's out with your wife. She's 6, McCormick said. His expression seemed to harden as his daughter came up in conversation. And you just keep guns and sharp tools under every other surface at her eye level? I don't know how you cope. I've spent a lot of time around kids, and it's full-time work as is, just keeping the littlest blighters from finding inventive ways to murder themselves without sticking weapons everywhere. A strong hand and a careful eye, McCormick said. If the weapons are needed, she knows to go for the gun, and she knows how and when to use it. On herself or on the enemy? Mary asked. McCormick leaned back in his seat. Mary kept the knife near his throat. Herself, for now. Later, when she can shoot without the gun jumping out of her hand, I'll teach her to shoot the people coming in the doors. I nodded, taking it in. I was starting to wrap my head around McCormick, and I could appreciate that even if he was a crotchety bastard, with an emphasis on the crotch and bastard parts, he was at least a good dad to his daughter, willing to do what it took to raise his kid with the skills she needed. I hoped that it was a trend among the mice. Calling him a good dad in general might be taking things too far. I glanced again at the monster on the far end of the room. Fat, drooling, its eyes were blank while its expression was frozen, forever caught in the midst of raucous laughter. Daniel, McCormick said. He was staring at the monster too. Daniel. I could see the monster react as its name was spoken. Judge me all you want, McCormick said. Won't be more than a drop in the bucket compared to what I do to myself. You've been helping children escape, you said, Mary spoke. The wrongs of the parent shouldn't become the burden of the child, McCormick said. But if they stay, that means getting enmeshed in the town, keeping to the rules, being the barons. You help them leave, and point them to the mice, I said. When I can. But every time I do, they get closer to me. It's a matter of time before the academy comes calling. Weapons won't be enough, I said. I have more than just weapons prepared. Before I make another move, I'll set some more things up, too. It sounds as if you're expecting to get caught, Mary said. Wouldn't you? McCormick asked. He twisted around to ask the question, briefly glancing at the knife. He couldn't even hide the resentment and disdain on his expression. So much ugly emotion pent up inside that it had turned his personality sour. I have to expect it. What else am I supposed to do, girl? I don't know, Mary said. I don't know either, I said. But I get the impression you care about your daughter as more than another set of hands to shoot the crown's people when they come for you. It seems odd, to do what you're doing as if you expect to keep your daughter alive, yet also act like you're doomed. Maybe, he paused, giving the word emphasis for the sentence that would follow, you should ask what you came to ask, then get out of my hair before my wife comes in. She does have a gun and the sense to use it. I don't want me or her getting hurt in the skirmish as she lets herself in. Especially not if she's going to come in and invite her friend inside with. That's enough people that none of us walk away unscathed or happy. You don't want my wife's friend dropping her shopping bag and calling for help, and I don't want that attention either. Yet. I put my elbows on the table, staring across its length. We intend to kill the Baron, Mr. McCormick. Maybe you should consider giving us what we need without fighting us every step of the way, so we can make a serious attempt at pulling it off. Up until you get caught, interrogated, and you tell them about me. Mary glanced at me. It's not out of the question, I admitted. But, Mary said, her eyes on the knife in McCormick's throat, we know very well how the academy works. We know how good their interrogation is, and that very few people earn the academy's wrath and escape it. Do you, now? SY has your gun. I have knives. If it comes down to it, we'll take the same route you've offered your daughter. You'll try, McCormick said. His scowl became something painful to look at, a twisted expression. Was he imagining a scenario where his daughter had to go for the gun? Look me in the eye, McCormick, I said. I'm not a mouse. You've had a weird feeling about us for a while now, probably. That girl who is holding a knife to your throat is better than you expected, right? As good as people 3 times her age who've been doing this sort of thing for a while now. You've been trying to get a read on us and failing, because you don't understand what we are. What are you? The man asked. He met my eye. Within the last week, I had the Baron Richmond take one of my eyes out with a sword, I said. Me and my team killed 3 of his sisters and injured the other. I watched him carefully, trying to read the emotions that crossed his face. Eyebrows moved up, then together, the jowl lines between cheek and mouth went up, deepened, and finally disappeared as his mouth widened in a frown. Muscles stood out at the corner of his jaw as he stopped looking at me and started staring through me, his thoughts caught up in drawing connections. Initial surprise and disgust at the outrageous nature of the story, then realization as he thought of something, and consideration going hand in hand with concentration as he pondered the implications. You know that the twins are 4 people, he said. 2 monsters nested in their elder sisters. Only one of the elder sisters remain, now. And this talk of marriage, he asked. No, don't tell me, I don't want to know. Okay, I said. I won't tell you. I will tell you that we are very good. This won't be the first or even the 5th job we've handled where I'll have to be prepared and ready to put a bullet in my own skull in a timely way. You're looking me in the eye, you're hearing what I'm saying, and now you need to admit to me that you believe what I'm saying. A bit of a trick, that last sentence. It was something that worked well on people in trances, or people who were drunk or who had otherwise taken leave of their senses. Hit them with a series of facts that would get them nodding their heads and agreeing, and then drop a vague statement they might agree with. You see me. You hear me. You believe. Dealing with a man like him, who was lost in thought in a small storm of complex emotions, no longer rationally and logically working his way through the conversation, this little trick had a chance of working. And, to tie it together, because it was bad form to leave something like that hanging without tying it up, giving him something believable that makes the whole picture come together. There's a reason we knocked on your door, I said. A reason your name came up. People out there believe in us, and a lot of people believe the Baron needs to die. Believe, believe, believe. Repeating the word to hammer it in. I watched as he gave that statement its fair share of thought, drew in a deep breath, and then huffed it out. All right, he said. Put that knife away. I'll deal fairly with you. Mary glanced at me. I nodded. After dealing with a recalcitrant Jamie and a Lillian who had transitioned from terrified to being drunk on Wyvern, I was happy to be dealing with a lamb who required far less work to work with. I can throw these, she said. I prefer throwing them to stabbing with them. It keeps my clothes cleaner. Don't try anything. McCormick grunted. Mary stepped away, moving around the table until she stood just behind my chair. What do you need to know? The firstborn. In what context are they a danger? Don't rightly know, McCormick drawled. They don't tell us. Daniel there, he's not so much of a problem. My wife and I worked together to cut off his oxygen, early on, before he was completely grown. As a consequence, he's less active, slower to think. The less fuss he makes, the freer we are. They pair you up, expect you to marry and have a child, to act like a good couple? What do you do while the child is growing up? There are enclosed areas here and there around the town. Prisons that aren't prisons. The drunks get used to living without drink, the criminals get watched. We can find our own partners there, and if we don't by the time our stay is up, they'll give us one. I found my wife. Was she a mouse too? I asked. A single slow nod of acknowledgement. From Boggin. They didn't call themselves my same idea. Kids band together, look after each other. I'd just got out of prison, she'd got out of a bad relationship that her husband didn't survive, didn't take long for us to have Daniel. They gave us the house and told us that if we wanted to leave for anything, we needed to go with a neighbor. It builds a perverse kind of community, don't it? He turned and spat. Well aimed, placed in the coals of the fireplace, where it sizzled. Accelerated growth. I asked. I didn't see any baby firstborn. You'll have seen the doctors out there. They're academy students who showed more aptitude for the kind of art that the Baron likes than they had aptitude for science. I don't know what treatment they get, but they're usually big enough when they show up. At 1 year old, Daniel was 7.5 stone, easy. Stronger than you'd think, for his age. The more he talked about Daniel, the more unhappy he seemed to get. A change of topic was in order. The Baron? His behavior, I said. Stays in Richmond House, most days. The house is guarded by leftover academy projects, war beasts, and weapons that don't crowd the place up too bad. The ones that aren't house-trained, bigger and nastier, they lurk in the woods between here and there. The screw UPS go to him in wagons that get checked at 3 different places, near start, middle, and end. When there haven't been enough or when Baron or Twin get in a mood, they get in their wagons and come down here in a procession. About twice a year, at unpredictable times, there'll be other nobles with them. Those are the worst times. Nobody's safe, and they usually want a lot of people. Twice a year? Mary asked. Special events. McCormick shrugged. I could see Mary's line of thinking. Special events like a wedding. That would make the Baron harder to access, she said. Maybe, I said. But he also knows about the rifles, that nobles are on the hit list. That got McCormick's attention. Encouragement more than discouragement, Mary said. Probably, I said. I looked at McCormick, recently. His behavior recently. Last day or two. Hold up at the house. He came in on a train with a guard. Everyone kept out of sight, and when people started talking, word was that only one of his sisters was with him. She looked hurt, and he had a woman. Hasn't set foot outside, and it's rare he'd do that. Come home and not immediately collect some people. His sister is hurt and he's got a fiancée to torture, I thought. He wouldn't hurt Emily this soon, however. We had time before things got really bad for her, I hoped. When and if he comes into town, it'll be with a guard. How many? Mary asked. Varies. 50 soldiers. Plus some beasts his doctors have put together. 4 or so wagons, they're nearly identical, each with soldiers standing on the outside, one hand on a railing, another on their gun. I'd give you particulars, but they don't come down this road often enough for me to have seen them. They'll park, soldiers get out, so they're all ready with guns up, some protecting the Baron, some going after the family he's targeting. He'll emerge only sometimes, protected by circled wagons and by a squadron of soldiers, and if he doesn't leave someone behind with their firstborn, the house will be left alone for a few days before the neighborhood gathers, assigns duties, and work together to clean up. Once the house is scrubbed and the things moved out, someone else gets moved in. He's been doing this for years. I asked. The pattern changes now and again, but he's been at it since he was a child. His aunts and uncle used to look after Richmond House, but they took over a territory somewhere and left him behind. Darn it, I said. I drummed fingers on the table. Most people, when they get into a routine, they get sloppy. Weaknesses emerge, or they stop caring about covering their backs. This is an ugly combination of a spree killer and a ritual killer. You can't predict who he'll target, but when he does target someone, he does it with practiced ease. He covers his back and he's backed by the entire infrastructure and setup he's created here. Soldiers, police, Mary echoed my thoughts. And the firstborn, I said. This is something more than a perverse joke. This is. I don't know, it's a trump card he's been holding up his sleeve for a while. If we could just watch him at work, then we could find the weakness, see if he's using these trump cards and how. But that means letting him have his victims, it means hoping we can be in position to spy on them somehow, without knowing for sure where they'll be, and it means we're hoping he makes 2 visits to town, so we could learn from the first and apply what we've learned to the second. You're rambling a little, Mary murmured. Okay, I said. I brought a finger to my mouth and bit it, so I wouldn't keep talking. Fatigue was affecting me. Not the lack of sleep, though it was a factor, but the emotional fatigue. Talking and throwing myself into this task was keeping me from thinking about things I really didn't want to think about. I'd just gone a step too far down that road. While I gathered my thoughts, thinking silently instead of thinking aloud, there was a rattle at the doorknob. I was out of the chair in the next heartbeat, sweeping up the 2 hatchets without a sound. There might be more trains coming. We're expecting guests, and there's nobody to ask if we're supposed to keep the store open or if we should shut down, a woman's voice spoke. How much of an interruption could it be? Another woman's voice. Mary and I ducked into the kitchen, which wasn't in direct view of the front door. I opened one of the cupboards I'd checked earlier and ushered Mary into it. She was able to slip in amid pots and cooking racks without making a sound. She couldn't stand up, but with 2 hands and 1 leg out, she could poise herself over the things. I shut it, lifting the handle so there would be less weight on the hinges. I opened the cupboard where I'd seen the vegetables earlier, and climbed in, careful to move my feet so I wouldn't kick them. I eased the door shut behind me, and peered out through the gap between the hinge and the cupboard door itself. I keep hearing it's going to be incessant. Good afternoon, Daryl. Good afternoon, Bethy, McCormick replied. Nance, do you need help with your shoes? No, father, was the reply. The little girl. A short pause, as the conversation between the women continued. I know I promised you tea, but I just remembered McCormick's wife started. She stopped. You remembered? Bethy asked. I've been putting off a job of clearing up the upstairs, McCormick's wife said. I found reasons not to do it 3 times already. If this next week is like what you're talking about, if I don't do it today, while things are quiet. I understand. Take care, dearie. You too, Bethy. Kissy kiss sounds. Cheek smooches, like the ladies did across the ocean in the Central Crown Kingdoms. I heard the door close. You're scaring me, Daryl. Tell me this isn't in my head. Father. It's all right, McCormick soothed. Your hand is under the table. The look in your eyes. It's all right. We have guests. That was our cue to exit the cupboards. I opened the cupboard door and straightened, giving Mary a hand in getting to her feet. She had enough spatial awareness to avoid kicking any pots or pans as she got out of the enclosed space. Nance. McCormick barked out the word. Then, more gently, he said, no need. Assuming she'd been by the door and thus out of sight at the time I'd climbed out of the cupboard, the little girl had covered a surprising distance while I'd been focused on Mary. She'd gone from the door to the corner of the room that was just past the family's firstborn. Very thin books with colorful covers and small baskets all sharing a shelf suggested it was her corner, where her things were kept. Given the tension I saw, I had to assume that there were guns hidden there that required more than a cursory look to find. The Lady McCormick was younger than I'd expected. Where McCormick was 30-something and parts of him looked twice that, with the creases and lines in his face and hands etched in by the work he did here in the mill, the woman looked 18 and had parts of her that looked 30. A tiny scar at one lip added a surprising degree of character to her face, and her eyes heavily lined, they looked more dangerous than McCormick's. You told me, she said. You told me, right off the bat, the first time you pulled this, that I would always know. I would always be consulted. This isn't that, McCormick said. They aren't. This is reckless, especially when things are this uncertain. They're talking about trainloads of guests. There's even a rumor that the Baron is going to move elsewhere, now that he's married, and there'll be another son of the Richmond line taking up residence in the house, if Warwick is even standing by the time the festivities are done. Lower your voice. Bethy doesn't like not knowing things, and she might be dragging her heels as she leaves, in hopes of hearing something. These two aren't mine. They let themselves in and held me at knife point. They did some talking, I did some listening. Now they're just about ready to leave and stop disturbing us, I'm hoping. Just about, I said. The wife was young, but she was 100% Mama Bear. She was strong, healthy, and looked especially dangerous in the midst of her family. The kid, though, she had my attention. She was a stick, with arms I could almost encircle with middle finger and thumb, not because of a lack of food, but because she was starting to grow, with a mind to her father's tall stature. Her dark hair was straight, her eyes large, wary, and angry. So many of the things common to children, even some of the younger mice and the more damaged children of Lambsbridge, they weren't there. Warmth, innocence, dependency. She was the product of her environment, a reflection of her parents, of the Baron's control and darkness seeping into this town, and of her father's training, whatever it had been up to this point. Given a few more years, I expected he would teach her how to fight. Not pretty fighting with stances, but how to really hurt a person in a brawl, how to go for the weak points. She would learn to use knives and guns. So many of the mice learned some of these skills because they were bored, or because they were scared, and the oldest boy or girl at the time didn't know how to make the fear go away, except by equipping them against the fear. Few went about learning or being categorically taught every dirty trick in the playbook. Most of the ones that tried lost heart or weren't healthy enough to go about that much vigorous exercise. Gordon was one of the few who'd been healthy and determined enough. This girl, by virtue of who her parents were, could well be another one. I could see something lamb-like about her, and I felt a kind of pity mixed with relief at the thought. The former I understood, but the latter took me a few moments to figure out. Even in a dark place like this town, people are finding ways to fight back, to struggle, and make themselves strong. Mary moved, getting my attention, reminding me that we needed to do something here. 3 questions, then we'll go, I said. All right, McCormick said. There are others? You don't work alone. You can't honestly expect me to answer that, he said. You just did, through your body language. It wasn't essential to our mission, but it helped me to know that there was something of a pushback against the Baron's influence on this town. Can you point me to someone who was left behind as a survivor, after the Baron visited? Someone angry who could be convinced to talk. He looked at his wife. There are too many problems if we try to wait for him to attack someone. We could be in the perfect position with the perfect timing, and we might not be able to spy on him and spot a weakness. But if we ask a survivor, you might get a clue, McCormick said. I still want answers, Dar, his wife said. You'll get 'em. Let me get rid of these 2 peckerworts first. At the foot of Cricker Street, there's a fountain. 3 statues in that fountain that look in the 4 cardinal directions. Go to the house, the fish pointing at it. The old woman there, she lost her family, and she's been emotional enough about it we're all thinking she's going to do something and get herself dragged off to Richmond House. Can't even get involved to help without getting ourselves hurt. Be wary of the firstborn that family left behind for her. It's irritable and dangerous. Noted, I said. Final question, then. The church. What about it? A church with no religion. It doesn't have any apparent purpose, all the symbols are stripped away. It's bothering me, not knowing. Seems to me that you answered your own question, boy, McCormick said, sneering a little in disdain as he said it. Answered. I started to ask it, then cut myself short. Of course. Right. Mary gave me a curious look. Church with no symbols. It's a symbol unto itself, isn't it? A slap in the face of people who are most in need of the church as a refuge. Hollow, empty, bastardized. Something like that, McCormick said. His daughter had walked over to him, where he still sat in the chair. He put his forearm across her narrow shoulders. Some used to make a habit of dropping flowers in front of the door, as surreptitiously as they could. The Baron's doctors invented a beast that could sniff people out by the oils their fingers left on the flowers or something. It's not the first time that something has happened with one of the churches that are around town. They're there to tempt us, to bait us. All of this, it's a game to that noble, a farce. It's something of a game to me too, Mary said. She seemed to be focusing on the little girl more than McCormick or his wife. I'm competitive. I don't like losing. My friends killed 3 nobles, and I didn't even get to participate. I want this one, and now that I'm this close, I want it so badly I can't keep my fingers still. If he thinks it's a farce, then I want to see if I can make him laugh while I put the last few knives in him. Yet. McCormick drawled out the word. He looked at her with what might have been renewed respect. You let me know when you're done, Wai Donsha. Mary gave him a single nod. We took our leave from the mill, checking out the windows that the coast was clear enough, then moving quickly. You all right? I asked Mary. I'm good, Mary said. I could see in her eyes that she was playing through the permutations in her head. Where I considered the plans, she was considering the fight. Full-on bloodthirst, now, stoked by what she'd heard from McCormick. She had enough details that she could start to visualize how things might play out when we went for the Baron. If you're good, then it's all good, I said. I like having a mission, a destination, she said, simply. I nodded. Her focus was on watching our surroundings and on anticipating the fight. I could give her a minute, then bring her out of it, get her thinking about what we needed to do to prepare. I was distracted in my own way. If we didn't need to talk, then that was fine. I could use the time to think. To consider the problem. The two of us became three of us. Nance had been so similar to the girl I'd seen in the train car that I'd started thinking about the lamb that never was. The features remained alien. Yvette, with eyes too large, a doll in hand. Is that the only reason you brought me along, Sylvester? The question echoed in my mind. Yvette, she'd been the problem solver. The plan had been for her to be the one who devised the solutions, serving in an additional role as a medic. Lillian had taken up the medic part. I'd become the problem solver in a very different way. Now she lurked, taunting me with the question. Why had I been thinking of Yvette? What kernel of subconscious was now nagging at me, begging to be recognized? Pieces fell into place, like the tumblers of a lock I was picking. A half-dozen questions I'd been asking myself were answered in one fell stroke. Yvette smiled at me, hugging her doll. Where were we going to stay when we weren't working, when the streets were so hostile and the hiding places so few? Everyone moved in groups, practically. The citizens, the local law. Where could we get information? Was it possible to get a firstborn of our own, without the prices that usually needed to be paid? The papers we needed to travel this city without drawing second glances and possible legal attention. We're not going straight to that street with the fountain, I said. Mary gave me a surprised look. You have an idea. We're already committing the worst crime one can commit in the Crown States, I said. What's another capital breach of the law? You can get some practice in for whatever it is you plan to do to the Baron, and I can see if I can't indulge in some problem solving. Do tell, S.Y., Mary said. She had a light smile on her face. She knew I was toying with her at this point, trying to work her up. I feel like it's time I started learning some academy science. Let's take over a lab and see if you can't get the doctor in charge to teach me something or other. Yvette cackled, and I was the only one who heard her. In sheep's clothing 10.10. 3 doctors were walking down the street. Each of them were young, no older than 25, 2 men and a woman. The men had thick sideburns, one with tinted spectacles and a mustache curling up into the sideburns, the other with no facial hair or glasses, but a sharp nose and arching eyebrows. The young woman wore her hair in a style more like a man's, but with overstyled curls at the front and ears. Helen had worn her hair in a similar style, once. She looked younger than the men, her doctor's coat large on her and probably intentionally so. There were creases in the sleeves from how she'd habitually rolled them up. Artists as much as they are doctors, I thought. They seemed to combine the most annoying traits of both groups. They walked while talking, and they expected others to get out of their way. The idea of moving out of the way for a citizen of Warwick didn't seem to cross their minds. They gesticulated wildly, and though I couldn't hear complete sentences, I could make out the cadence of those words, the emphasis and the inherent expectations that went with the language. I was put in mind of theater jockeys who saw a good play and then only spoke in lines from that play for weeks afterward, and of niche groups of academy students who had specialized in a field and ceased to be aware that there was more to the world than that one field. Mary and I walked down the length of an alley, eyeing the trio up until they walked out of sight. Without an exchanged word or signal, we picked up the pace to get far enough ahead of them. Our suitcases and bags were stowed away under a porch a few blocks away, leaving little to nothing to weigh us down. We had only the essentials. Mary had her weapons, I had the most basic tools. One of those 3 individuals was about to have a very bad day. It was strange to follow them like this, seeing them so jovial with one another, so unaware that it was essentially a roll of the dice that determined their fates. My recent lack of sleep might have been coloring my observations with a surreal tint about the edges, but I felt like this might be how death felt, tracking the ones whose fates had already been determined. We got far enough ahead and waited at a corner, watching up until a trio of law enforcement officers and their dog walked by the alley. Once we were fairly sure they had passed, we stuck our heads out again, watching and waiting for the trio of doctors to pass. They didn't. I changed position, head tilted, my ear extended to the side. I listened, my brain working to pick through the sounds of hooves and feet on the road and the babble of conversation to listen for the conversation of the 3 doctors. Had they stopped in the middle of the street? If they had, what were they doing? Mary straightened, stepping back and away from the corner. I looked her way, and she gestured at the building we were crouching beside. Inside? I looked for the nearest window. Mary moved to the base of the window and held out her hands. 2 striding steps, a hop, my feet meeting her hands, and then she straightened her hands as I straightened my legs. I caught the windowsill, still standing on Mary's upstretched hands. I missed working with her. We had always walked in step, in a manner of speaking. When we were on a job and we could work together, it took so little communication for her to convey to me what she needed or wanted, and vice versa. It was like dancing, intimate, close, 2 naturally gifted partners moving in sync, able to use the movement of an eye or a change in how tightly a hand was held to suggest something. The trust was there, when it came to the job. Saddening, that it wasn't there otherwise. The betrayal loomed. Mary backed away from the wall, then approached at a run. I shifted to a one-handed hold on the windowsill, bracing the edges of my feet in the gaps between bricks, and extended a hand out and down. Mary was a flurry of fur-lined coat, lace, hair, and ribbons as she climbed the wall with a running start, hands barely touching it before reaching up. Her hand seized my wrist, and my hand seized her wrist. My white-knuckle grip on the latch at the bottom of the window was just barely enough to keep her weight from pulling me down and away from the wall. She looked up and over. She didn't want to share a window with me. No, she wanted to move to the next window over. I reasserted my grip, then nodded, swinging her away from the window in question. Using me as a rope of a sort, finding the scarce footholds in the mortared sections between bricks, Mary moved away, then used the backswing and her own running footsteps to help cover the distance between the windows. She let go, lunged, and grabbed the other windowsill. Together, we climbed up, folded arms wrapped around sills as we peered over and in. Mary had more upper body strength than I, and she was faster to arrive. I stared into an empty hallway and sitting room. There was a great deal of art on the walls, including some very large advertisements, which seemed like a very weird thing to have indoors. The one in plainest view featured a clown in the French styles. The silhouettes of the audience that sat around the clown each had crowns. Some stage production that targeted nobles and the upper class. 2, she gestured. 1. Gone. 2 of the 3, then. Her instincts had been right, or she'd caught a clue I hadn't. Wood water. The 2 gestures flowed into one another. Wood water would be tea. Mary's view was probably of the kitchen. They'd just stepped indoors, they were putting a kettle on, and it would be a while before they stopped moving long enough for us to find our way in. I settled in, shifting my grip and footholds to prepare for a longer stay, clinging to the outside of the wall. Quick glances confirmed that nobody really had a good view of us. That could swiftly change. Mary held up a hand, no gesture in place, and then signaled me. You. I hunkered down just a bit as the pair came into my view. The woman and the man with the arched eyebrows. She was being playful, teasing and affectionate. She kept touching his arm with her hands, then when he finally responded to her, she stepped back and out of his half-hearted attempt at reaching out, giving him a coy smile. I gestured the general details to Mary, making the relationship between the 2 targets clear. The man with the sharp nose and the eyebrows that had been plucked to a jaunty angle took his turn at pursuing the young woman, saying something, moving closer. She dodged out of the way, still flirting and smiling as she did it. She picked up a piece of paper from a desk at the center of the room, holding it at arm's length. It was a sketched portrait not unlike the mugshots of criminals that sometimes appeared in post offices, but it was of a firstborn. She used the pretense of work to deflect her beau's advances. I communicated this too. I watched and we waited as the scene progressed. Given the excess of flirting, I expected them to get to the point where they were distracted and we could slip inside. As is, they maintained a strange dance of their own. Never drawing too close, never getting too far away, it was as if they wanted the to and fro more than they wanted resolution. They backed off too easily when the other ceased teasing or when any displeasure or change of focus was apparent, and they traded roles on the regular. There were connections I could draw from that, ideas I could put together about who they were. People who had known each other for too long. They had turned the pursuit into the objective, let things fall into habit. In short, they were what I might have been with Mary and / or Lillian, had I not bitten the bullet and decided to direct Mary to Gordon and pursue Lil. I could smell the faint flowery waft of girl that had accompanied Mary's leap in my general direction in her grip on my hand. I knew that she dabbed perfume on her wrist, and I had grabbed her there for the best possible hold. But I could also, if I turned my imagination to the task, do much the same with Lillian. It was a lonely thing to do, devoting so much attention and focus to wisps and imaginings. To let myself imagine that the shapes reflected in the mirror put Lillian's face a few inches from my own. I made a mental note, that I needed a night's sleep before I tackled the Baron. It was too easy to let things get fuzzy around the edges. The kettle whistled, the shriek of it audible even from outside. The man stepped away, leaving the woman to look down at her notes while he prepared the tea. Clear? I gestured at Mary's window. She shook her head. A moment later, a gesture from her. 3. All 3 people were in the house we were spying on. I was able to see as the young man with the tinted glasses and bristling mustache stepped into the living room. The flirting was in full effect with him and the young woman, much as it had been with the other man. They, too, flipped between roles of pursuer and pursued, never settling on a role. I was used to holding strange positions, but lurking at the outside of the building made us obvious if and when anyone happened across us, and there were officers out there with dogs, sniffing for trouble. I was anxious to get inside and get to work, but, somehow, the trio proved to be a hard nut. They were too active, moving between rooms without ever settling down. Their attention was all over the place. Lillian, I thought. It was a conscious decision, to step further away from grounded reality and let my mind use one of the strongest points of reference I had available to dredge up memories and details, and to see things in a different light. Lillian wasn't talking to me, but I could make out hints of her expression, where the upper half of her face was reflected in the window. Contempt. These 3 walked in circles that Lillian went out of her way to avoid. In a way, they were her antithesis. They weren't healers, they weren't interested in the people, and they hadn't taken this position out of a hope for something better. No, they were indolent. There were clues there, but it wasn't enough. Gordon? I thought. Then I remembered that Mary was here. She was already thinking about the attack, how to hit these people where it hurt. No need to be redundant. Helen. You know they're using stimulants of some kind, right? Helen murmured. You can't wait for them to sit still because they're not going to sit still for hours. Yet, I murmured back. I had an idea. Mary's head snapped around to glance at me. Drug, I gestured at her. Agitate. Attack? Agitate enemy mess scare? Mary's hand moved through the gestures in a rapid way, touching on ideas in abstract. I had to turn it over in my head once or twice until I thought I knew what she meant. Attack, shake them up. Disturb them, scare them. Would the stimulants and altered mental state hurt their reactions and reaction times, create windows of opportunity where there weren't any? I thought of the analysis thus far, of how they had acted like they were invulnerable and untouchable when they walked down the street. If we shattered that illusion. Go, I gestured. She moved one hand to the window, lifting. It resisted. Locked. A moment later, she was climbing up, each hand on one side of the window frame. She stood in plain sight of anyone in the kitchen, knife jammed down between the lower window and the upper one, forcing the latch. What was the initial statement, as she hauled the window open, ducking through to step inside. There was the sound of something very large and heavy tumbling to the ground. From my vantage point, I could see the woman and the man with tinted glasses standing, the woman doing so with such force that she slopped tea on the ground. "Ah!" was the strangled cry from the kitchen. The woman, in the process of putting her tea down, practically dropped cup and saucer in her hurry to go help. It meant Mary was alone, dealing with 3 grown but adult adults who presumably had little experience in fighting. I trusted her to hold her ground, but in the spirit of being a good teammate, I hurried to open my window, which had been left unlocked, and climbed inside. The short-haired woman turned to face me. She had a letter opener in hand, an improvised weapon she had grabbed in the time it took me to slip through the window. I had a gun and a proper knife, but I wasn't wholly sure this was a fight I'd win. Stimulants and fear meant she was unpredictable and possibly aggressive enough to lunge at me, and I wouldn't win a contest of strength against a 20-something woman, even a sprite of a woman like this. I glanced at Mary's prey. The man was down on one knee, arms flailing. Loops of razor wire had encircled his head and neck, with a line of wire drawing blood at the corners of his eye sockets and bridge of his nose, pressing in close enough to the eye that the eyelid couldn't completely shut. Another loop encircled his mouth, cutting in at the corners, while a third had him at the throat. Mary stood several feet behind him, 1 foot out and in the small of his back, one of her hands holding a knife, using the weapon's handle to control the wire like a kite flyer might manage the kite strings. Her other hand held a throwing knife by the pommel, ready to take the bespectacled man out of the fight. Eyes, mouth, throat. That's going to end gruesomely, I said. I'm just not sure which is going to go first. The woman with the letter opener glanced back at her friend. Good. She was suggestible. If the wire slips down, he'll lose the skin of his nose and a lower eyelid, it looks like, I said. I touched my eye patch. I was careful to modulate my voice, to sound more bored and calm to make the scene more dissonant and terrifying to our panicked guests. I've traveled down a similar road, and it is far from pretty. Shut up, she said. But the mouth. I said. Once that wire properly breaks the skin, if my friend isn't careful, or if eyebrows there jerks the wrong way in reaction to the pain, it's just going to slide back, cut through both cheeks like a hot knife through butter, until it reaches the back teeth or the muscles of the jaw. Then there's the throat. I don't know if you've ever cut a throat, but I gotta say. Shut up. There's a lot of blood. She made a movement toward me with the letter opener. Mary managed the wire, and her victim gargled out a low warning scream. Like he was a puppet and Mary the puppeteer. The low scream was enough to distract the woman from her imminent attack. She hesitated. Weapon, I gestured. Drop the weapon, Mary said. She moved her weapon a little to one side. The wire slid, all 3 lengths sawing lightly against flesh. Her victim's shuddering breath was staccato, broken by the intensity of his shudders. The letter opener dropped to the ground. I extended the toe of my shoe, touched it, and dragged it back and away. I picked it up. Take over. Mary asked me. I grinned. I had to walk past the woman, spectacles, and Mary's puppet before I was at Mary's side, able to take hold of the knife with the wire. My hand brushed against Mary's as we transferred the grip. All 3 of our targets were frozen. The 2 that weren't in the embrace of Mary's wire could have made a break for the door while Mary and I were preoccupied, and one or both of them might have made it. As far as they were aware, I didn't have a pistol, and if they rounded the corner, Mary couldn't give chase without risking releasing her current victim. If they'd thought about it rationally, staying was a very bad idea. But they weren't in rational states of mind. Was it loyalty that drove them to stay? Stupid, self-destructive loyalty? My gaze lingered on Mary as she worked, guiding the 2 others to chairs, making them sit down. We only really need 2, I said. My victim gurgled. I had to lean forward, keeping my hand in place, to make sure I hadn't accidentally pulled back too hard. He was fine. A bead of blood where his eyelid had been lacerated had to be making his eye sting something fierce. The lid that was caught by the wire and being stung by the blood fluttered like the wing of a butterfly that was in the midst of being electrocuted. The other 2 didn't look or sound happy about what I'd just said, but they at least had the sense to stay quiet. We only really need 1, Mary said. But I'm interested to hear what you're thinking. Having 2 means we can threaten the welfare of 1 to get the other to do what we want, I said. If we take out a third, we let them know we're serious. Point conceded, Mary said. You, eyebrows, I said, giving my puppet a light kick in the back of one knee, upsetting his balance without quite tipping him over and shredding his face. Who should we spare? His eye rolled back into one side until he could almost look at me. Her. Then you, mustache, I addressed the man with tinted glasses. Who do we spare? He seemed horrified at the question. His eyes widened. But, like any gentleman would, he said, her. 3 friends, 2 men who were after the same girl, they never made anything of it because they respected the friendship more than matters of the heart. They flirted with each other and with drink and drugs, but never crossed the line. I asked the questions, but I already knew what the answers would be. I urged things in that direction with the phrasing, who do we spare? Even if they weren't the Academy's top scientists, they were educated sorts, and the wrong phrasing might lead one to try to play my game instead of falling into my trap. Making them focus on who most needed rescue enabled me to prey on their good breeding. Tiebreaker, I addressed the woman. Which one do we kill? She looked between the two, startled, wide-eyed. The sense of invulnerability had been stripped away. This makes a good test run for going after the Baron, I mused. Me, she said. She was defiant, her jaw set. I met Mary's eyes. She stood behind the woman, who had twisted around in her seat in hopes of keeping both Mary and me in her field of view. Mary's thumb hooked past the bottom of her skirt, to the top of her stocking, and I saw the hard line of a blade there. She drew the knife and drove it home in one motion. With a kind of cough and sputter, too forceful and swift to seem real, the woman collapsed in one direction, tumbling out of the chair and onto the ground. Her mouth gaped, opening and closing, to little avail, as she lay there, eyes open, unable to draw the breath she wanted to. She coughed, and flecks of blood painted her already crimson lips. The spectacled man who had been made to sit on the other side of the little coffee table leaped out of his seat, going for Mary. He didn't make it. A blade was flung down at an angle, piercing the top of his foot and pinning the sole briefly to the hardwood floor. He twisted on the spot, then sprawled, howling in mixed pain and grief. You could have run. You could have gone for help, sought a solution on your own, I thought. If you'd been a real gentleman, you could have saved your girlfriend. But you remained stuck where you were, and you doomed yourself. Do you have a lab in-house? I asked. As the most able to move and act, my puppet spoke, Yas. You're going to take me to the lab, I said. The yes was a little slow in coming. The man with a knife in his foot looked up at my puppet. A message seemed to pass between them. Nothing too vital, only an awareness of what their reality was. I punctured her lung, Mary said, in a matter-of-fact way. Can you save her? Spectacles looked up, each gasping breath serving dual purpose as a little moan of pain. He managed the word, yes. Then try. While you do that, your friend is going to take my friend to your lab. Another exchanged look. It took a kind of bravery, with razor wire digging into face and neck, but my puppet managed the slightest of head nods. Okay, the man on the floor said. I'll need my kit. It's upstairs. Go. Crawl if you have to, Mary said. Her voice was utterly without empathy. She looked down at the woman, who was still struggling to breathe. I'd hurry. I watched as Mary escorted the man, walking behind him as he hobbled his way down the hallway. There was an edge of viciousness and ruthlessness to her actions that seemed unusual for Mary. For someone so straightforward, Mary required a lot of reading between the lines, and I was left to guess as to why she was acting like this. She had always been a cold-blooded killer, but the trick with the wire and the man's face, while evocative, wasn't the methodology of that efficient killer I'd met at Mothmont years ago. Was it her finding an outlet for other emotions? For her frustration about Lillian and the loss of Lillian's black coat? About Gordon's death? A part of me hoped that it was an insight that might lead to Mary making the decision to come with me. That our coordinated dance might continue beyond this one mission. I knew how Mary worked, the things that made her tick. I knew that there were manipulations I could use that would get the results I was so heartsick for. I could have done it with Lillian, so easily, given her a push at a moment of weakness, when she was telling me that she would give up on the black coat and choose me instead. I could get Helen on my side. I could even convince Jamie, who I struggled to understand and predict, so much of the time. But it wouldn't be their decisions. It was a coward's way out, even if it seemed sensible in the moment. Forgiveness would be found wanting in the days and weeks that followed. I looked up and met Mary's eyes. I might as well ask directly. Where does this new anger come from? I murmured. Urim, my puppet managed. I watched as she raised a finger to her lips. Silence. A matter of seconds later, the real Mary made her way down the stairs with her injured subject, a medicine bag in one hand. Like Lillian's bag, it was one of the newer ones, expensive, the contents very up to date. I'll need to take her to the lab to give her proper treatment, Spectacles said. The woman was managing gasping breaths, but it was as if she was trying to breathe with a 100-pound stone on her chest. Each intake of breath was an uphill battle, a strain. Then drag her, Mary said. The man wasted no time. I had to pull my puppet back to keep the way clear, as we let the man drag his patient, hobbling as he used one heel instead of his whole injured foot to move. Mary spoke to his back as she followed, I hope you know, each time your friend doesn't cooperate, I'm going to put a knife through one of your hands. That's going to have a big impact on your ability to practice medicine and on this woman's future. We understand, the man said, his voice strained and trembling. In a procession of sorts, we made our way to the lab, which was on the lowest floor of the house. Except for the fact that it was better lit than any room in the house, it very much had a dungeon aesthetic. Stone walls, stone floor, metal counters and tables, and countless tools. Papers and books were set up everywhere, filled with more sketches than proper medical terminology. Along one side of the room, incomplete bodies floated in tanks. Skin without the flesh, fetuses the size of grown men, and homunculi, vat babies of a far cruder sort than Helen, Ashton, or Yvette. The man laid the woman on one counter, and Mary wasted no time in tying the woman to the rails at the edge of the table, using lengths of razor wire. The man with the spectacles and mustache watched but didn't protest as she tied a length of wire around one of his ankles, binding it to the same table, restricting his movement. I don't see any of the babies, Mary spoke. Spectacles' expression was an interesting one. His hands busy, he still looked to his friends, as if for confirmation. Neither was in any shape to tell him what to say or do. No babies, I said. Not here, not like that. Another look at the mustache man confirmed my statement. The children weren't being made into firstborn. A test of the firstborn's blood would likely reveal that there was no relation between the monster and the family they had been assigned to. At best, the similarities had been designed, added for the psychological impact. Mary's expression was an interesting one, as she realized the same, staring at the cases where the monsters were obviously being designed from scratch. Disappointment? You're thinking of Mary Coburn, aren't you? I asked. The real one. That's where the extra viciousness is coming from. At least in part. You were the same way with Percy, when you shot him. Was I? Ruthless, I said. More so than usual. They always go straight after the children, she said. Not even using them as resources, but discarding them. Percy, he went after children and he used them to make the ghosts, but the crown discards children. Treats them as something expendable, I said. For a moment, I felt a flare of hope, that maybe Mary could be convinced. Then I remembered Lillian. My breath caught in my throat as I started to speak, forcing me to swallow and try again. That bothers you? No. Not really. But I feel like it should, so I act like it should, Mary said. She hopped up to sit on a counter, knife in her hands. I feel like I should want it to stop, and at the same time, I owe my existence to it. Me too, probably, I thought. I had no idea where I came from. We kept hearing about children disappearing or being cast away. I'd seen the slaves in Lug, the non-clone counterparts of the bad seeds, and disappeared mice. Each and every one could have pointed to my origins. I would likely never have the answer. I think you're a terribly dishonest person, Mary, I thought. Maybe that's why we get along so well, when left to our own devices. But you're not dishonest to the rest of us, or to our enemies. Only yourself. How many times have you said that now, that you aren't acting because you feel or believe a certain way, you say you're doing it because you think you should. Killing Percy, wanting to track down the ghosts. You just wanted Percy to die. Lillian didn't factor into it. This bothers you. And you won't ask, leaving me to. Where do you send the firstborn babies? I asked. To the nobles, the man with the mustache said. 4. We don't ask, he said. He was busy using a set of modified hand bellows to get the woman to breathe. Her eyes were open and staring. I nodded. I allowed some slack in the wire that wrapped around the face of my puppet. Do you really think you deserve any mercy at all from us? I asked, of all 3 of our victims. After what you've done to those families. To those children. From the looks in their eyes and on their faces, I imagined it was the first time they had really considered the question, or if they had faced the morality of what they were doing before, it had been long ago, a question that was easily glossed over as they studied texts and focused on advancing, finishing projects, and succeeding in their careers. I looked at Mary, who was so close and yet so far away, sitting on the other end of the room. I knew I could convince her to come with me, that I just had to ask in the right ways, raise the right ideas. I knew also that I couldn't. It was a very lonely experience. In the midst of that, I turned to another lamb for consolation. Yvette lurked, agitated, far too eager to get to work. My puppet leaned over a metal counter, gripping the railing that bounded the edge. He didn't seem willing to move, except to gingerly dab at his wounded, twitching eyelid, and blood dripped down his face from the myriad cuts and lacerations, pooling on the counter. Tying their fates to those of their friends had been part of my goal. To break them, challenge them, to satisfy some internal craving I had to validate how stupid it was to stay in a bad situation out of loyalty. I have a laundry list of projects I'm wanting you to complete, I said. You 3 can take turns getting them done, I don't care. But you are going to have to make an ugly decision. My friend and I were going to force whoever we conscripted to modify themselves to look like a proper firstborn, so we can move freely through the city. That's a hard thing to do to yourself, so someone's going to have to volunteer, or they're going to have to choose one of their friends as their patient. I could see the looks of horror on their faces. It was my turn to be cold. Mary and I hadn't actually discussed this. I'd only thought about it in terms of getting someone else's firstborn fresh from the shop and using that. This was more poetic justice. Don't worry, I said. My voice was dark. They'll be able to return you most of the way to your original appearance. That's one project. Project 2, are you all familiar with the studying drug? Wyvern. Mary's eyebrows went up. I'll explain the reasoning later, I told Mary, lying through my teeth, before I turned back to my puppet. I'm going to need a batch of that to start. Then, let's see, while I'm thinking about it. Poison gas, Yvette said, grinning. Poison gas, I said. 3 things, as a starting point. I'll come up with more as the night wears on. And I want to see you do every step. Let's see what sticks. In sheep's clothing 10.11. How many labs have we been in? Yvette asked. I'm not asking for any reason. I'm curious about the number. We? I arched an eyebrow. You know what I mean. We're not going to pretend I'm real. You're very detached from reality. You're putting yourself in a very detached, suggestible state where the only suggestions you're listening to are your own. That the lambs are here and helping. That you're not alone. Careful, I warned. I kept my voice low, so as not to wake Mary, who had fallen asleep with her head on my shoulder. 2 of the 3 conscripted doctors turned their heads to look at me. I reasserted my grip on the pistol I held. I might not be much of a lab geek, and my memory might be garbage, but I know enough to know that that stuff you're working with is volatile. I know I've seen it used in explosives. I've used it to blow up labs very similar to this one. Clifton, the man with the mustache, pulled his hands away from what he was working on. You might know more than I do when it comes to this, then. If you want a weaponized gas, you need to disperse it. The phosphor is the best way I know for doing that. I watched his expression for a moment, then nodded. Nice recovery. It's almost like you were talking to them in the first place, Yvette said. The look on her face was intense, but it wasn't the smoldering intensity I had recently seen on Lillian. It was the wide-eyed, hair-flung-back look of someone who stuck their head out of the window of a fast-moving train. Her pale face still resembled McCormick's daughter, as if my subconscious had latched onto that, but the eyes were larger, the mouth smaller, the teeth exposed by her unending smile different every time I looked at her. They would be overrun by an overgrowth of gum tissue one moment, then the next time she looked my way her mouth would be filed with something very similar to the braces used to align teeth, except these braces were used to hold the gums at bay. Then she would part her lips in a smile and her teeth would be the sort that was badly in need of braces. I knew that my mind had, at some distant point in time, latched on to the fact that vat babies tended to have problems with teeth, with hair, with the proportions of faces and body, that I'd collected the fact and held onto it where I let so many minor facts slip by. Because it related to Yvette, Helen, and Ashton. Even when human tissue was used as a starting point, it was hard to hit every mark consistently, especially those parts of the body that appeared late in the various stages of growth. That Helen was as attractive as she was said a great deal about Ibbot's talents as a professor. The creation of beauty wasn't even his specialty, and he'd managed it. She was a work of art, and whatever else I thought of Ibbot, I had to admit he was a true genius, based on Helen alone. Ashton, meanwhile, was vaguely off-putting but still hit the mark, the work of a committed team who could refine and implant the refined pheromones package once they had a vessel to hold and transmit it. Helen was the actress, Ashton the social manipulator, and both needed to look good, considering the roles meant for them. But Yvette, to make sure they had something workable, they would have had to get her to a later stage in development, grow her to the point that she was able to respond and communicate, then test her. Getting a workable brain and an acceptable appearance, for someone who would primarily lurk in the background as a problem solver, it was unnecessary. She was the safest one to have out and keeping me company, because of all of the lambs, she was the only one I was moving closer to. To bring out the others would only remind me of those I had lost or those I was likely to lose soon. Carmen, the young lady in the trio of scientists we'd recruited, knocked a tool into a pan, startling herself. Mary woke at the sound. She'd fallen asleep holding a knife, and raised it to fend off any attackers, but I already had the pistol pointed at Carmen. Mary relaxed. Carmen saw the pistol and startled even worse. She was shaking like a leaf, clearly agitated. I'm sorry, she said. Please. You woke up my friend, I said. I'm sorry. I'm so tired. We've been working all night. I can't even see straight. I lost blood earlier, I'm hungry, I'm sore. Shut up, I said. It looks like you're pretty close to done. Just keep working. You'll be done soon. What happens to us when we're done? One of you gets to be our firstborn companion, I said. I doubted Carmen was up to it, which left Clifton and Simon as our options. Clifton had ditched his tinted glasses to see his work better, while Simon's face was stitched up and bandaged. Neither seemed particularly keen on the idea of staying with Mary and I. They shrunk away from looking at me and focused more on their work, like errant students who hadn't done their homework, hoping to avoid their teacher's attention. I left them to their work, dropping the pistol until my hand rested on my knee. I fell asleep. Mary asked. Yet. I don't do that. That's not me. I'm alert when it counts. You're human, I said. Helen can manage without sleep, but she's different. Did you sleep? She asked. Were we asleep at the same time? No, I said. I didn't sleep. Mary looked genuinely distressed. I gave her shoulder a rub, not sure what to say or add. I could have speculated as to why she drifted off, but none of it would have really addressed why she was so bothered, and a lot of my speculation would have added to how bothered she was. Whether it was because she was comfortable with me or the emotional cost of recent events had cracked the facade and let the human frailties show, I could keep quiet on the subject. You should have slept, Mary said. I tried, but as comfortable a pillow as your lap might be, a metal counter does not make for a comfortable bed, and I was twisted into a weird position. By the time I got comfortable, you'd drifted off. Concern was clearly etched on her face. Her fingers drummed her knee, where her leg hung over the countertop. Don't worry about it, I said, keeping my voice low so the others wouldn't hear. I am worried, she replied. You got some sleep, I'm fine. I've done more with less in the past. All you need to do is focus on being as excellent as we both know you can be. What we're doing is going to require it. I feel like you are subtly manipulating me, Mary said. I rolled my eyes and hopped down from the table. Mary wasn't wrong. I'd downplayed my own fatigue, jamming it in between reinforcing statements that turned her focus back to herself. Ignoring the subject would have left her feeling like it needed to be addressed. I'll be with you in a moment, she said. My leg fell asleep. Yvette was hanging around Simon, which was my cue to pay more attention to what he was doing. For much the same reason I could sometimes get a bad feeling by way of prey instinct, Yvette represented parts of my subconscious that were potentially picking up clues that my conscious mind wasn't. She stood on his right, and I moved around to his left, gun in hand. The formula you wanted, he said. He mumbled a bit, with the way the stitches and glue pulled at his wounded face. One of his eyes was badly swollen. He was tense, for reasons beyond the gun I had pressed against his lower back. I wrote down the mix and the steps. We've used this often enough when the Baron Richmond has been leaning on us. It helps with inspiration, but going too far down that road, bad nightmares. I glanced past him at Yvette, who had her elbows on the counter. Okay, I said. I glanced up at Simon. I want you to give either Carmen or Clifton that dose. I watched his expression, the momentary fear, the arrest of his already warped facial expression and body language. I'm patient, I said. And, barring bad circumstance, we'll be coming back to drop off our new firstborn, right? So, test that, I'll double check the formula with someone knowledgeable while we're out, and we'll either do some more tests or I'll take the next batch as I return. It'll give you something to do while we're gone. I watched his expression change, his less swollen eye moving to his friends. Which one? I asked. You keep doing that, he said. Making us choose. Because I want to ruin the bond you have, I thought. I want to drive in a wedge. Which one? I asked, again. He turned, looking at his companions. This would be easier if one of you volunteered. Please? Carm. Never mind, I jumped in. I reached out with my free hand, taking the syringe and the paper with notes it was resting on. I believe you, that this is legitimate. If the stakes were higher, then I doubted he would be able to ask his friends to volunteer in good conscience. I wasn't sure if this formula was as good as I'd get from my personal team, but it was one I could believe to be relatively safe. Behind me, Mary hopped down from the table. I gave you 4 projects, I addressed Clifton. Where are we at? Not done, he said. Give me an hour. Not done with any of it. I'm juggling the gas, the drug, the poison, and I'm trying to prepare for an improvised surgery with parts that are swelling as we speak. I've got it on ice, in hopes that it's ready. I nodded, looking over the table. And Carmen? I asked. Mary joined me, limping a little where her leg was a little wobbly. She'd taken a moment to fix her hair and retie her ribbons. This is too big a job. I can't even keep my hands steady. She was breaking down, and even my slow approach seemed to ratchet up her nervousness. I stopped where I was and leaned against the nearest counter. I stared at the flesh that was laid out in ribbons across the counter in front of her. Clifton spoke up, it's a simple job, Carmen. It's why we gave it to you. You've done it 20 times. 20 times. How many families had been altered by this trio of people? It would be nice, Yvette said, if there was a way to make one a firstborn, and force them to take the role for life. Mute, unable to express themselves, wearing the flesh of a monster. How do you normally do it? I asked. Putting the firstborn together. Clifton answered for the shaky Carmen, most of the time, we get the remnants of other failed projects. They'll have weapons built in, altered physiology, or they'll be ravaged by drug testing. It gives us a good starting point. We'll keep projects on hand that we can apply to build on that, add some personal touches to match them to the parents. Don't always have to do it, just have to do it often enough that we seed the idea in the population's mind. What about the things in the vats? Mary indicated one of the more twisted vat babies. Have to mix it up now and again to keep it fresh. If they were all variations on the same theme, then they would get complacent. The vat creations let us make something really worrisome, so they always have to worry if they're going to get one of the really bad ones. How do you keep them in line? They come programmed, don't they? Another team handles that. It's the same treatment the stitched get, but they're obviously alive. Lobotomies and brainwashing. Something that's sensitive, it isn't handled here, is it? At Richmond House, by the senior doctors. It couldn't be easy. Simon spoke, still speaking funny with his face as cut up as it was. What you're doing here, with the gas, dressing someone up like a firstborn. It's clear you're trying something. What of it? I asked. If you cause an incident, the firstborn in the area will react. They'll hurt anyone in arm's reach, usually the families they're assigned to, and then they'll arrive to help local law enforcement in handling the crisis. What keeps them from doing that when the Baron goes after a family? It's usually quiet. Most families, they don't fight back, because they know it'll hurt their neighbors. But the people here, they're scum, you know that? They're criminals, the poor, drunks, child abusers, they're scrapings from the bottoms of the filthiest barrels. Sometimes they'll put up a fight, because they don't have the capacity to be social creatures and care about those around them. But even then, the disturbance of a bit of shouting and furniture being thrown around will only bring 2 or 3, from the nearest houses. Only 2 or 3 families will suffer for it. And if someone were to fire a gun? I asked. I waggled the pistol. Like this one. I don't know how loud that is, and we're underground, but maybe the whole neighborhood. I see, I said. It really couldn't be easy. Mary had a knife in hand. She was tapping the flat of the blade against her stockinged leg in an agitated fashion. We could just make a loud noise, then, Yvette said. Leave them tied up here, draw the firstborn in, let them get torn to pieces by their own creations. My focus is on this job, I said. I'm only saying that because it's very, very tempting to think about inflicting the worst imaginable fates on you 3. My friend here, she's thinking about a friend of ours, someone who is what doctors should be. She might, like me, be thinking about how very galling it is that you've achieved any kind of station or privilege at all, being absolute monsters, while our friend struggles to climb the ladder. Clifton set his jaw. Carmen looked away. Simon's expression was hardened, but what it had hardened into was hard to read, given the damage that had been done to it. You call the people out there scrapings of the bottom of the barrels, but you might not know that I'm one of those scrapings, I said. And I think. I stopped, biting my lip for a second as I shook my head. I think, I said, my voice low, that you're really not in a position to talk about lack of empathy or goodness in someone. I would be very careful about what you're saying, because talking along those lines, it's making me want to be creative in how we handle you 3. Yes, Yvette whispered the word. Mary was nodding. She was listening almost as intently as the trio were, and the knife had ceased slapping against her thigh. What we do, we were forced into, Simon said. We were students, we didn't plan to be this, but we got tested, our talents, such as they are, they got noticed, and we were recruited. We're making the best of a bad situation. Was he telling the truth? There was probably some kernel of truth in there. It was even possible that it had been true, once upon a time, when they were new to the city. But the language that Clifton had used to describe the locals of Warwick, and the attitudes the 3 had displayed before we'd caught them, the evil they were doing had been reduced to a casual sort of wrongness. They had ceased to care a long time ago. Well, I said. I looked at the strips of textured flesh that had been laid out on the table. That's good, then. You've had practice in this. This situation is similar to what you described. We noticed you. We recruited you. And now you're going to have to make the best of an even worse situation. Who's going to be our firstborn? None of them wanted to be it. Carmen shrunk into herself, hands fidgeting at her pockets, eyes on the ground. Clifton? I asked. I'm still going to be another hour on the gas, and the poison, and the drug. Clifton said. The answer came quickly enough and smoothly enough that I knew he'd rehearsed it. You bastard. Simon said, wasting no time in realizing what Clifton was doing, and what Clifton had done. Delaying tactics. No. You've walked away from all of this unscathed. Your face wasn't ruined, you. I raised my gun, pointing it at him. He stopped talking. Ruined as his face was, I could see the resignation on it. Unless you'd rather she wear it? I asked, indicating Carmen. Simon's face contorted. He shook his head, before drooping into a defeated slouch. At least you're a gentleman, Mary said, in her coldest voice. Get to work, I told Carmen, indicating the strips. Then I looked at the man with the mustache. Clifton. Give me an eye. I felt as though I was more conspicuous without an eye patch than I was with one. My eye was a mess, watering constantly, and it still lacked vision. I'd had a featureless orb beneath the eye patch for the sake of keeping my overall face in the right shape, and to keep to the Baron's rules, but it drew attention and served as the sort of thing that people took notice of and mentioned to the people in the know. Eye patch, featureless orb, neither let me blend into a crowd. This, at least, was an eye that would look more or less where I looked. The ointment smeared around my eye would reduce swelling and the appearance of redness. It didn't look pretty, I was sure, but it didn't draw nearly so many curious glances. Clifton and Carmen had been left behind, bound with razor wire to the furniture and to each other. If what they'd said about the firstborn was right, then they wouldn't be too inclined to scream and shout for help. We'd gag them anyway. The razor wire served as a restraint that could cut them or cut the person they were bound to if they struggled too much. On Simon's part, the strips of flesh fit together with barely any seams, sucking close to skin, as though he was wearing leeches from head to toe. His covering of skin was ridged, moist, and already becoming touched with frost where the cold froze the mucus layer. His eyes were deep recessed, and one of them, thanks to the damage done by razor wire, was distorted slightly in shape, with a notch in the lower eyelid. His mouth, due to the weight of what had been attached to his chin, hung slightly open, his breath fogging in the air. Now and then, he huffed out a breath or flinched, as though he was in pain. I highly suspected that Simon had gotten the better end of the deal. He was mobile, while the other 2 were left in the dark, unable to move or speak. Mary and I led the way to where we had stashed our bags. We pulled them out of hiding, then rifled through the contents, picking out clothes. Turn your back, I told Simon. He did. Mary and I turned our backs to each other, each keeping an eye on Simon. I shed my outer layer of clothes and changed into something that matched the locals more closely. I found wool socks and pulled them on, before putting my boots back on and lacing them up. Mary added more blades to her arsenal. You're going to have to lose the ribbons, I told Mary. I'm dressed, by the by. 3 seconds, she said. I waited, counting. 6 seconds in, she said, okay. She was, like I was, wearing nice clothes, but she was dressed in a nice black dress with a white lace collar. She chose to wear a black rain cloak, the sort with an inner lining for winter and a hood. I'd layered jacket over a dark green sweater, which I wore over a collared shirt. I didn't expect a job, she said. I only have the knives I normally wear. Is it enough? I asked. We could go looking. I have about 20 of the balanced knives, 2 of the longer ones with hilts. It's enough, she said. I could do with more wire, but I'm not sure where we could get any. She pulled off her ribbons, and was very careful to avoid the wire that was worked into the middle of each ribbon as she stuck out a leg, pulled her skirt up a bit, and tied the ribbons around her upper thigh. I nodded, tearing my eyes away. I patted myself down, making sure I was equipped. I had the pistol, I had the gas, I had a knife of my own tucked into my boot, and I had the syringe with the wyvern formula in it. I also had the stimulant in a vial of liquid poison, the remainder of Clifton's projects, finished after the gas, while Carmen had still been working on our firstborn. Drugs didn't work so well on me, be they stimulants, depressants, hallucinogens, or the performance-enhancing sort. The reasoning for why was much the same reason that poisons, diseases and parasites didn't find much traction in my system. I'd built up tolerances to most things, and had been given medicines and drugs to help my body cope with the toxic loads that wyvern put into my brain and blood. I could take some drugs, if they were concentrated enough, but once certain volumes and tolerances came into play, there was often a very thin margin of the drug works between doesn't work at all and kills sy. But many poisons could double as a medicine, given the right dosage and method of application, and many drugs could double as poisons. That was useful, and poison served as a weapon both Mary and I had some experience with. In this case, there was also a third benefit. If our firstborn Simon started getting antsy for his next dose, as Carmen had been doing as we'd walked away, then the stimulant might serve. I knew it had been made with drugs they'd had on hand for their personal use. Mary straightened out her skirt, gave me a once-over, and then reached up to fix my hat. I patch aside, my wild black hair was one of the most distinctive parts of me. The cap helped. I straightened her collar, rather unnecessarily, and flicked at a bit of hair that had fallen forward to drape over her shoulder. I'm still mad at you for Lillian, she said. The cold glare cut right through me. You're more emotional than I've known you to be since the day we met, or the day you thought we could cut our way past the ghosts and find Percy. Was she sensing that something was wrong, that my behavior had changed? Consciously? Subconsciously? You'd be mad at me, whatever happened, I said. It's okay. I think she'd be happy to know you were mad on her behalf. That's the important thing, Mary said. That she's happy. It was such a simple thing to say, and it cut me to the core, because I knew the consequences of what I was doing, the steps that followed after this job, and I knew that none of it would put a smile on Lillian's face. I couldn't find a response. In a way, I was saved by the ringing of a bell. Both Mary and I looked at Simon. A train, he said. His transformation slurred his words even worse. We're supposed to get out of sight. They evacuate the streets, and only the local law stays, looking for anyone that's slow. I gestured. Mary followed, and Simon hurried to keep up. Good boy. It's... I glanced back at our pet monster, with his face that looked like it was melting off, forehead too high, jaw too low, rolls of flesh around the neck, disappearing beneath his clothes. What? I asked. It's just strange. The trains pass at regular times. This isn't regular. I asked. He shook his head, waddles and rolls of loose skin shaking for several moments after his head had stopped. He closed one eye in a wince of light pain as the alien tissues reasserted their grip across one side of his face. We'll watch, I said. Mary? Keep an eye out for any officers or firstborn. She nodded. We found a bit of a vantage point, at a rise where several general-purpose stores were clustered. A tailor's, a grocery. The train rolled into the station. There were more uniformed members of staff than there had been when we'd departed. That was the first sign that something was up. The soldiers came next. Standing guards, dressed in what would normally be their formal blacks, saved for special events and funerals. Long coats with shiny trim, tall hats, guns at each shoulder. They lined the way from the train to the base of the station, a row of men on each side of the path. Mary turned her head to look for a moment before going back to keeping an eye out for trouble. It's what McCormick's wife was saying. The nobles? They were expecting multiple trains to arrive with guests. I watched as the people departed the train. Something about their body language. They were dressed well, in some of the highest fashion, but they weren't dressed like true nobles. They didn't give off that air. No, not quite, I said. The upper crust. Politicians, top-tier merchants, military men, the rich. Maybe the most minor of nobles, maybe. Mary nodded. She gave up on watching out for trouble. It was fairly clear that nobody was sticking their head out. We were safe for the moment. This is the prelude to the real guests arriving, I said. I would be very surprised if the Gages weren't guests of honor down there. I didn't expect all of this so soon. It's the wedding party, for the Baron and Emily, Mary said. Complete with a small army in security. More people and layers of defense between us and the Baron, I thought. This was what it was to be in a position of power. He didn't even have to try, and he just drifted out of easy reach. After these people, after even more trainloads of them with their personal retinues of soldiers, the nobility should arrive, I said. I took in every detail I could as I stared down at the people who were now moving off of the train platform, not even daring to blink. Not just a few, but large numbers of them. The Baron's extended family, at a minimum. Once they start showing up, everything inevitably gets darker, bloodier, and harder for us to manage. What you and Lillian said about Mauer, do you think he's here, with those guns of his? It felt too early. He would still be getting his feet under him, gathering intel. But Mauer and Frey had surprised me before. I wouldn't say no because I didn't want to tempt fate. If Mauer's men were here with the guns, then the Baron would only show his face for as long as he needed to in order to create plausible deniability. If they weren't, then we still had a dozen or more nobles to contend with. Let's hurry, I said. We have to be in position. With every passing moment, our hands would be further tied. In sheep's clothing 10.12. All things considered, with the precarious situation and the immense danger we faced, our situation could have been far worse. The preparations Mary and I had made were now paying off. We were largely invisible, walking down the street in the company of Simon. His flesh hung loose on him, his lips parted in a permanent leer, and he limped as he walked. Yet because of him, we barely got a second look from the people around us. The arrival of the hoity-toity types to Warwick might have played a part in that. As citizens emerged from their houses, the new arrivals made their way through the city. All were dressed in their finest, and given the status they held in society, their finest was impressive. I was more worldly than most, and I didn't recognize some of the fabrics they wore. Man, woman, child, and the occasional monstrous pet. They were colorful, crisp, and eerily bright as they walked through the city, gawking at those they passed, talking noisily. Mary and I were part of the crowd at this point. Earlier, I'd observed how people spaced themselves out. Now I could see how they gathered together, trying to flee indoors and watch from the windows, clinging to the sides of the streets when and where they couldn't. Members of the local police force were blocking them from retreating further. The locals were a stark contrast to the upper crust types. Their heads were bent slightly, their eyes averted from making any lingering contact with anyone around them, and they were dressed in dark, drab clothing. The clothes were nice, really, without any loose threads or worn patches, but they still weren't the sort of thing that was meant to draw attention to the wearer. I watched, Mary close beside me, as the officers of Warwick gathered together. The uniformed men formed something of a wall, keeping the new arrivals from progressing down the street, much as they'd boxed in the locals. They were tense, I could see, and very mindful of where their pistols and swords were, pistol at the right hip, sword at the left, with exceptions for those I had to assume were left-handed. The leader of the officers spoke to the person at the head of the group. Mary and I weren't close enough to hear. Here and there, the people at the sidelines spoke among one another. Husband to wife, parent to child. I deemed it safe to communicate with Mary. I murmured, a city like this, with all the rules in place, the authoritarian control, everything so carefully poised? They don't want the visitors to disturb things too much. Whatever happens, if the firstborn are as prone to getting violent at the slightest provocation as we were told, Mary said, glancing at Simon, then disasters are going to be likely. Someone's going to make mistakes, and people are going to get hurt. I would suspect, I said, very carefully, that this is entirely the plan. People don't tend to want trouble at their wedding, Mary said. This isn't about the wedding, I said. I watched the aristocrats glance at each other. They seemed somewhat upset, but it wasn't horror, it wasn't anger, it was the look of a group of people who had hoped to have a picnic out in the sun and saw the rain arriving. No, he doesn't care about that. But if people get hurt as collateral, it's very much a personal touch to the whole affair, here. If his fellow nobles die, it's less people in his way as he asserts a position of true power. It's very possible he doesn't plan to be here for much longer, and he may be sacrificing a large share of the citizens of Warwick in the course of the celebrations here. Mary nodded. I watched her face as her eyes took in the crowd around us. Scared individuals. He's going to find his allies among the nobles and upper crust, then he's going to secure their safety, assuming attack. He's going to be especially careful, whatever happens. Listen, the local police chief raised his voice. These people are the guests of the Lord Baron Richmond, and they are not the last that will arrive. For the time being they will be confined to the city center. Many have accommodations to arrange and errands to run. Outside of the city center, they will abide by the same rules you do. To facilitate this, each group of guests will be joined by you and your firstborn. You will do as you are asked and help them wherever possible. There were murmurs in the crowd. Remain outdoors, make yourselves available, and accompany anyone who asks. Spread the word to your neighbors. We will be checking homes. As if to demonstrate the power the visiting members of the upper class held over Warwick's people, someone in the crowd pointed at a man, a wicked smile on his face, and made a beckoning gesture. 100 sets of eyes watched as the man who had been beckoned lowered his head and started to walk. His son, about 10, held his hand, walking at his side, while his firstborn acted like his shadow, following behind. The thing would have been about 8 feet tall if it could stand straight, but its back arched high and then swooped down, putting its head at a lower level than its shoulders. All down the spine, insect-like limbs moved and twitched incessantly. Its arms were held close to its chest, wrists bent, fingers curled. Following the aristocrat's move, other visitors began picking out those families that would be part of their retinues. I saw a woman with elbow-length gloves and a long dress reach up to touch a firstborn's porcine face. From the look on the face of the man that belonged to the firstborn, he fully expected it to snap and kill both the woman and his family. The stark horror in his eyes, it struck a chord with me. He was someone who was having to willingly and obediently face down his worst nightmare. I saw the chief of the local police say something to the woman, and she pulled her hand back and away. The expression on her face was anything but apologetic. She smiled like she was in on a joke, and the police chief didn't smile back. Accidents were going to happen. Days and lives were going to be ruined before this was over. Lives would be cut short, and families would mourn the dead. The energy around us was one of tension, everything wound so tight it could almost start humming. The most obvious members of the group had been picked out. Those who remained were those with the sense to evade notice and avoid eye contact. They couldn't be summoned if they couldn't see the points or gestures of the aristocrats. This, in turn, led to the visitors walking further down the street, until they got close enough to call out. Being small had its advantages. At the back of our particular little cluster of crowd, Mary and I were hard to make out compared to the adults around us. My hopes that we wouldn't be targeted grew fainter as the aristocrats made their way further down the street. They were treating this as a game, now. To find the more attractive people, the people who least wanted to be picked out. A woman near me started shaking. She looked as if she'd been the nervous type well before she had come to Warwick. She was petite in the same way that some of the older mice I'd known were. Someone who hadn't been well nourished in her formative years. Her husband put an arm around her, but his comforting gesture went with an expression that seemed like it had run out of patience long ago. You, one of the aristocrats said, targeting her. The woman jumped as if she'd been poked with something sharp. The aristocrat was a man, dark-haired with a dark beard and a mean smile. His jacket was embossed black wool with gold leaf. I have a daughter to get back to, we left her at home alone to watch over the fire, and our firstborn is. From the look of the man's smile, it wasn't going to work. He was the sort that would get along with the Baron. The sort that took a perverse joy in the suffering of others. I said you, the man said. I've been instructed to gather flowers. You will show me where I can do that. The woman's husband took the lead, pulling her along with him. The firstborn was a scrawny one, with a face not unlike the younger twins had had, bone with skin stretched over it, and no muscle or fat to pad it. It wore clothes too large for it. It moved very slowly. We needed a plan. We needed to get as close to where the Baron was likely to be as we could, and in an ideal world, we would need to do it sooner than later. How would this unfold? He would come down from the house in a show of strength and panache, he would show off his wife, who was likely in the process of being dressed up and having her physical modifications removed, and he would meet the crown nobles and aristocrats. If Frey or Mauer made a move then, he would be ready to retreat. The opportunity would be lost, and he likely wouldn't show his face until all was over and done with. Even with a small army at their disposal, I doubted Frey or Mauer would have an easy time attacking the noble in his home. With a large army, well, I doubted they could easily manage a large army without attracting attention. If the enemies weren't here, then the Baron would socialize with the visitors, make a show of demonstrating just how much control he had over the locals, very probably by killing quite a few of them, and then retreat. The wedding would happen tomorrow or the day after. We needed to relocate to the city center, where all of the aristocrats were being corralled. That was the place where the Baron would meet and greet, and where he would make his announcements. But simply walking there would be a problem. We would be picked out and made victim to some aristocrat's whim. We weren't being scouted just yet, but the crowd wasn't budging, much as rabbits might freeze as they noticed a predator. They averted their eyes and waited until the nobles drew near enough to pick them at random. If they could only get through this part of things, then they would be able to stay in the background, tend to their yards or stay away from where the aristocrats were, and avoid too much trouble. If they got picked, however, and they were at the whim of whatever rich asshole chose them, and they would be plunged into a volatile situation where they might run into noble, or where some idiot might cause enough of a stir to disturb the firstborn. I peered over the visiting members of the aristocracy. Some that were new to money, akin to the gauges, and they clearly had something to prove. There were others I could recognize as older money, there were families, businessmen who wore their traits on their sleeves, and politicians. New money would be too worried about ruining what they had. Old money would be too inflexible. Families with influence were hard to wrangle, but doable. Businessmen, I wasn't sure I could get the leverage. Politicians were used to being manipulated, and often frustrated with the status quo, given how they would always be second to the crown in authority, but the ones that were good enough to be here knew how subterfuge worked and how it worked against them. Manipulation would be possible, but it would require too much effort. My eye fell on a young man, no older than 16. He wore a black wool coat that he left open, and a fine scarf. The boots he wore suggested he rode, though they had been shined to a glossy black and there were no telltale scuff marks suggesting a recent ride. A hunter, if I had to guess, and a scion of a noble family. He was in the company of a pretty red-haired girl, a touch younger than him, who had clearly had her face altered. Nothing jumped out at me as bad handiwork, but the fact that I noticed she'd been altered and wasn't a born beauty meant that there were subtle signs. Given enough years, I expected she would go down the same road that Mrs. Gage had. The little signs would add up and she would be something regrettable. A wannabe noble. The girl wore a dress that was just far enough away from being white and had just enough of a blue tint added that she wouldn't steal the spotlight from the bride. It was close enough to be dangerous, considering the volatility of the nobles, however. I touched Mary's hand. She glanced down, and I gestured. Dutifully, Mary shifted her weight from one foot to another, a slight movement, but enough to draw notice, when half of the crowd around us wasn't daring to breathe. She met the boy's eyes, then looked away. She did a good job of acting, shrinking down in Beck. It really didn't take much at all. You, the hunter said, without any hesitation. Mary looked at him, and he spoke again, yes, you. Come on, now. Mary and I stepped out of the crowd, followed by Simon. Eyes were on us as we joined the pair. The red-haired girl looked me over and looked somewhat disgusted. The young hunter's attention was wholly on Mary. Walk with us, he said. He turned to go back the way he'd come, but he paused. When I or Lainey tell you to do something, I expect you to respond much as you would to a noble, but call me sir. Call her miss. Yes sir, Mary said. Yes sir, I echoed her. Why did you come, he asked. Are you related? No sir, I said. Not by blood. But our parents were paired together, and we were made to come with. I have to go where the family firstborn goes. Humph, he made a dismissive sound. He resumed walking, and we followed. The red-haired girl, Mary, and I made 3 people that were all walking side by side behind the young hunter. Simon followed us, limping. My mind was working to come up with answers well in advance of any questions he might ask, so I could sound natural and normal. Useless, in the end. Neither he nor the girl in his company seemed to care about us. The girl spoke, what do you do to amuse yourselves in a place like this? I had to fight not to give her an incredulous look. Did she not really understand what this city was? Individually, we read, miss, I said, we pursue hobbies like painting and wood carving that can take place in the home. I like needlework, miss, Mary said. She was still playing the mouse, and in doing so, she reminded me of Lillian to the point that I wondered if she was specifically copying her best friend's mannerisms. I am very good with a thread. Behind us, Simon made a small spitting sound, a sputter cut short. But what do you actually do? The girl asked. I understand this nonsense with the monsters, but no self-respecting person our age grows up and stays entirely out of trouble. Miss, Mary said, this place affords us no respect at all. We do our best in the day-to-day, we stay out of sight and out of trouble, and that has to be good enough. I don't believe it, the girl said. Enough, Lainey, the young hunter said. Let it be. I just spent 3 hours on a train, I was up when it was still dark out so we could catch the train on time, and now I'm supposed to sit on my hands and do nothing while our parents make bad jokes and try to look important? There has to be a pond where people sneak off to go skinny dipping, or a spot in the woods where the boys and girls stow booze they've managed to sneak from their parents. Monsters lurk in the woods, to guard Richmond House, miss, I said. And if we were to try skinny dipping, we would have to bring our firstborn, and they would watch. I had to look past Mary to see, but I could see a frown cross Lainey's face. So, she asked, defiant, as if she were so brave that she wouldn't care if a monster leered at her. I didn't believe it in the slightest. Here, the young hunter said, indicating a nearby building. He'd led us off the main street. There were people around, but not many, and they seemed eager to avoid the young aristocrat's attentions. It's a stable, Lainey said. He tried the door and opened it. I could smell the rich smells of the horse, the shit, and the hay. I just finished my first half year at Whirls, and I thought I'd have a nice time, but no. I have to sit on the train for 3 hours, and now I get to watch you ride? Chance, you're taking a dull, terrible day and making it even worse. Come on, Chance said. The stable had windows, and light made its way through, but it wasn't much. We made our way inside as ordered. The light inside dimmed considerably as the sliding door was closed behind us. Chance turned his attention to Mary. He approached her, and she backed up. He moved more quickly, eager now, hurting her to control where she moved, until she bumped up with her back to a wooden pillar. Move over, this way, so you're in the light, he told her. Mary averted eye contact and moved over. Really, Chance? Lainey asked. This is even duller than watching you ride. He waved dismissively in her direction and mine. Amuse yourself with the boy. Her eyes locked onto mine. She made a face. Not interested. Already twisted, tormented and badly abused by the paces I had put it through in the last few days, my ego took another hit. Chance performed his dismissive wave again, with less enthusiasm or care behind the gesture. His attention was wholly consumed by Mary. He was well in her personal space now. You're not bad looking, he said. Mary is a damn sight better than not bad looking, I thought, affronted. My flare of annoyance coincided with Lainey's eye roll. She met my eyes and nodded, as if we were suddenly entirely on the same page. What do you think? He asked Mary. Mary twisted around, glancing at me. I gave her nothing. Better to let Chance wind himself up a little more before we let him down. My boyfriend recently died, Mary said, her voice quiet. No offense to you, sir, but I don't think my heart would be in it, whatever happened. I won't press you, even though I know you're under orders to do exactly as I say, Chance said. He seemed to like the position of power, even if he wasn't quite exercising it. I'm a gentleman. I will say that I'm a wealthy gentleman. I imagine you're looking for a way out of this town. I could give you that way. Except it's not your money, Chance, Lainey said. It's your parents'. Shut your mouth, Lainey. The red-haired girl shot me a smile, as if the fact that she'd given Chance some trouble was a great bit of fun. I don't know, sir, Mary said, shrinking back, her head down. I can be convincing, he said. It was my turn to roll my eyes, now. This was painful to watch and to listen to, and his complete lack of tact or ability to manipulate offended me. Marcy, I said. Is that your name? Chance asked. The hunter, on the prowl, single-minded in his pursuit. Marcy is a good name. A lot of girls are calling themselves that, now that Mary has fallen out of fashion, what with the church and all. Are you giving me permission? She asked. Permission? Chance asked. Yes, I said. Chance didn't get another word out as Mary pounced on him. She'd managed to draw 2 blades before she made contact with him, and as she landed astride his chest, she brought both blades down. Lainey's hands went to her mouth. She wasn't quick to connect the dots, and by the time she'd turned to look at me, I'd drawn the pistol. She raised her white-gloved hands. What do you think you're doing? Chance asked. This. Mary did something to make him stop talking. A knife to his throat, perhaps. Lainey, meanwhile, stared at me, her eyes glittering with excitement, hands raised. His clothes are too large for you, Mary remarked. I know, I said. We could put you in Lainey's clothes, though. Simon and I could be your Warwick-born accompaniment. Mary moved the points of her knives, turning to look Lainey up and down. One young noble, though? Mary asked. Hard to sell. It was. Mary, alone, with a single boy and a monster in tow, based on the demographics I'd seen earlier, it wasn't an easy image to pull off. People would glance her way and remember the scene. I trusted Mary to play the aristocrat, she'd been a Mothmont girl, but that wasn't the concern. Firstborn. Chance managed, voice strangled. Mary's distraction had given him the chance to speak. I'm not a firstborn, Simon said, sounding tired, his words slurred. I'm a doctor. Yesterday evening, my friends and I were in the same situation as you two, except they carved into my face as part of that, and they stabbed my lady friend in the back. When they were done, they made us use our talents to modify me. I would suggest that you do what they say. Good man, Simon, I thought. Do you do this sort of thing a great deal? Lainey asked me. Simon's little speech had put new fear into her eyes, but her voice was breathy. She was pretty, though not so pretty as Mary, because it wasn't a real sort of prettiness. Her red hair was tidy and her clothes flattered her figure. The look in her eyes was intense, suggesting she was wholly caught up in the moment. It would be so easy to get a reaction out of her, to say one thing or another and toy with her emotions, to excite her, to devastate her. Yet all I found myself feeling was a profound sense of how much I missed Lillian. I put a sly, wicked smile on my face as I touched the nose of the pistol against her sternum. I think that now that the tables have turned, it's my turn to ask the questions. Miss. Just a little bit of play, to get her reeled in just a touch more. Am I supposed to call you sir? She asked. Fear and excitement mingled as she gave me a smile with just a hint of a falter to it. Not at all, I said. We're going to walk out of this stable. Possibly with and possibly without Chance over there, depending on how cooperative he is. I'm thinking you'll be cooperative, won't you? The smile was no longer faltering. She'd wanted excitement, and she'd gotten possibly more excitement than she'd had in her life to date. I suspected that particular well was bottomless. We are going to leave as a group, I told her. You're going to act like you were before. You'll tell me and Mary there to do things, but the most important thing is that you get us to the town center, in the thick of things. What do you think about that? I think, can I be honest? I nodded once. I plan to avoid my parents and my aunt as much as possible today. They know I plan to, and they'll be surprised to see me. Well then, I said. Would they be less surprised if Chance was ordering us about and being something of a stubborn ass? Chance squirmed a bit, clearly offended. I think they would find that a perfectly good reason for me to be back there, she said. She licked her lips, as if they were dry. And for Chance to be alive. The girl wasn't dumb. Mary, I said. I'm thinking along the lines of a razor wire slipknot. Put it around his neck, run it through his sleeve. Tug, and you slice his throat? It should keep him obedient. Give me 2 minutes, Mary said. I nodded. And you, miss, I assume you don't need razor wire to stay complacent? Knowing I have the gun should be enough. Her head moved, signaling I was right. I suspected I could have handed her the gun and she would have still been obedient. I also suspected that, at the first sign of trouble, she would prove to be a problem. What will we do in the meantime? Lainey asked. There was a change in the tenor of things outside. The citizens of Warwick were captive prey, and they were sensitive to changes in their environment. There was a great deal of tension, and the smallest movements could make things reverberate through the streets and buildings. This wasn't a small movement. You could pat me down, Lainey said. For all that she'd said she wasn't interested before, she sure seemed to find me interesting now. Shut up, I said. I'm listening. For? She asked. I raised the gun, and I pressed it between her eyes. Obediently, she shut her mouth, pursing her lips. I listened, and I heard distant horses. A procession, not dissimilar to the arrival of the first trainload of aristocrats, but heavier, weightier. The Baron is here, I said, voicing my observations aloud. At the town center. This is it. In sheep's clothing 10.13. We entered the city center as a quintet, 2 lambs, 2 aristocrats, and a man-turned-monster. The layout of the town made this the space where festivals would be held, if Warwick was the sort of place to hold festivals. If Warwick had farmers' markets, where everyone gathered to sell produce and trade goods from the professional to the homespun, then this was where the people would set up their stalls. It would be where friendships were made and rekindled, where gossip was exchanged and conversations were had. But Warwick wasn't that sort of city. No, the heart of this city didn't beat. It, like the Baron Richmond's church, was symbolic, and it was a symbol designed to be false and discouraging. Now the man had his gloved hand around that heart, gripping it, forcing it to beat to his tune. The resulting life and animation was a stricken sort, one driven by fear and ungainly, unpracticed movements. Our group wasn't dissimilar, but it was dangerously lopsided in how awkward things were. Chance held himself too rigid, Mary's dog on a leash, his collar little more than a slip of razor wire. Mary was doing a good job of playing the meek Warwick girl, but Chance looked too concerned with his own mortality and our immediate surroundings. I wondered if people would have taken notice of his nervousness if he wasn't 16 or so. Just a little bit older, and he might have looked like an adult. Lainey had seemed normal, but was swiftly moving away from thinking of this as a little game. As if we were invisible, we passed through the gauntlet of soldiers and guards that were watching all entrances to the city center. Lainey seemed to lose the light in her eyes and the bounce in her step as we left the men with guns behind and entered the broader crowd. The adults around us that weren't desperately trying to fade into the background were of Lainey's social class, her parents, aunts, uncles, people her father might do business with, people she might interact with in a few years, when she was grown. She understood them, and she knew the good it could do to be on their good side, and the ruin it could bring to be on their bad side. Which was a very complicated way of saying that the familiar faces might be bringing matters home for her. The Baron isn't here yet, Mary commented. He's coming, I said. I could track the shift in the tone of things and in the crowd's attitudes. Anticipation mingled with fear. Even the aristocracy of the Western Crown states had a healthy fear of the nobles. The Baron? Chance asked. Whatever you're doing, I don't think you want to cross him. You're right, I said. We really don't want to cross the man. Mary made a point of briefly meeting my eyes. She looked away, giving me a fractional nod of the head by way of agreement. The statement that we didn't want to get on the Baron's bad side seemed to put our hostages at ease. Simon knew more than the kids did, but apparently I sounded convincing, and the tension in his shoulders eased somewhat. There were so many people, and it was getting increasingly clear that this wasn't a good battlefield, be it for the overt attack or the subtle one. The street was level, all stone, and the stone gripping wood, with mortar where the fast-growing wood hadn't extended far enough. A town hall, a smaller church, and several large houses blocked in the area, which formed something of a plaza, capable of holding perhaps 1,000 people, if I had to guess. If and when the population here exceeded capacity, the guards that stood between the buildings at the plaza's edge could move further down the streets, increasing the number by 200 or 500 people. Anything more than that, and I suspected that holes would appear in security, with too many access points to cover. A third of the way down the plaza, pale stone had been laid out in some shallow, long steps, leading up to a raised section. 2/3 of the way down, the steps and raised portion reoccurred, with a stage overlooking the entire affair, and a fountain behind that stage. The statues added a kind of presence to it and framed it. A soldier, a doctor, and what I assumed to be an aristocrat, all in modern crown style. By no accident, I was guessing, the construction of the stage had passing resemblance to a hangman's gallows. It was fancier, with more trim and style to it and carvings etched into the wood, but the breadth of it and the overall dimensions were evocative. You suck at fighting, Gordon said. So I think you're on the right track. If you actually find yourself at odds with the Baron, on his turf, surrounded by his friends, you're going to lose. Even if you have Mary with you. I nodded. I took note of a cluster of tables, and more tables were being added. Tables were being carried by the people of Warwick at the order of the aristocrats that were taking a hand in the event. Dining room tables plucked from houses, very probably with the assumption that the tables were free for the taking. Entitlement. I know you like shaking the box, but this is a situation where you get one shake at most. The houses and town hall around the town center are occupied. Soldiers, stitched, bodyguards, and all of the war beasts you noticed before, they're camped out in there. Our group had to stop as a cluster of adults walked in front of us, cutting us off. Entitlement, again, was in full display. They were adults, well-to-do adults, and they wouldn't pause or make way for children. Mary and I drew closer together, and Lainey became part of the huddle. Chan stumbled a little as he fought to stay close. Not that Mary would ever make a mistake and let that wire draw closed. Chance's bloody demise was too dangerous a possibility here. There's no nooks or crannies, I shared the observations that Gordon had given me. The buildings are all occupied. We can come and go as we need to, so long as we have these three with us, Mary murmured. True, I responded, keeping my voice down. I looked around again. The way was clear, but talking strategy was important enough that I was willing to stop roaming and start figuring out the next few steps. I was content to stay where we were, at the southern end of the plaza, on the lowest tier. Leaving and camping out in a nearby building makes for a break from opportunity, though. Too far away, and we can't act on anything we need to act on. With everything that follows, we'll want an escape route, or a place to hide. I can't move without knowing where I'm retreating afterward, sy. Wow, Lainey chimed in. She'd overheard, which I'd intended, and her attention was fully on us, which I had also intended. This is real, isn't? The wire, the things you're talking about, like you're so used to it. What are you actually here to do? Don't ask questions, Lainey, Chance said. He was tense, his voice lower than was necessary, given the surroundings and the lack of anyone special in earshot. If you find out, it'll be later, when the time comes, and that'll only be if you are paying attention and only if my friend and I think you'll be useful, I said. Hook set. It served to pull her attention away from the people around us. Ironic, given that my attention was now fixated on them. For now, the battlefield consisted of people, the well-to-do, movers and shakers in the militaristic, political, commercial and scientific spheres of the Crown States. What are you thinking? Mary asked me. I shook my head a little. I'm trying not to think. Do me a favor? Give me a minute. She nodded. We were all outside, but the surrounding buildings blocked the cold, and the sun was overhead. All things considered, the cold wasn't bad. It looked like fires were being prepared, for people to gather around. Heated pots were being set up under tables. Not the flammable kind, unfortunately. Nothing I could make explode. The crowd moved this way and that across the plaza. We were hunkered under the eaves of the town hall at the southern end, forming a cluster that huddled together as people moved around us. I leaned against the wall, using my one good eye to watch what was going on. Going by the speech patterns I could overhear, the fashion, and the way they seemed to be close-knit, I was guessing the party guests were all from the same overall area, the western or the northwestern Crown States. That close-knit was like a spider's web. Invisible threads connected each person. Family ties, profession, old relationships, interests. My wyvern injection was still fresh, and my brain hadn't slept recently. I was slightly detached from reality, which wasn't a bad thing when I needed to break my focus and take in the greater picture in abstract. I'd already been studying the crowd and now I could push myself to take it in like those soldiers and bodyguards on the perimeter were. They, men who had stood by during events like these for years or decades, watched the crowd in a practiced way, with skill. They knew the particulars of what to watch for. I could watch with instinct, by pushing my brain into another sort of space. The crowd was a blur. I didn't think about or look at anyone in particular. I looked at the collections of people, how they clustered, who stood further from who. I looked at how some people shared a closer personal space, tuned my ear for the pitch of the conversations, the degree of ease with which they talked. It was something I had done since I had first started taking the wyvern formula, taking in the bigger picture and using it to inform myself in a way I couldn't put word or label to. Now I pushed it in another direction. I knew I was taking longer than I'd told Mary the first needed, but I took the time to follow people as they broke away from one conversation, then moved over to other groups, the differences in how they talked, the space they shared with others. I wondered for a moment if Mauer made use of this social instinct on a regular basis. If he pitched his voice and shifted his body language to capitalize on these same sorts of signal. Mary was talking to Chance and Lainey. I tuned it out. Everyone was connected to everyone, threads tying one person to the others around them. Continued observation let me see how strong and how intimate some of those connections were. As if all of this was a spider's web. Push on one point, and strands would break or collapse into cling to the offending fingertip. In this blurry landscape of bodies, some figures seemed to become more distinct, while others faded away, unimportant, not useful. I was aware as the entire web shifted. My vision came into focus, and I touched Mary's arm. He's here, Mary said. The Baron arrived in the far corner of the plaza from where we stood, and that was partially my intent. He stood taller than the last time I'd seen him, which suggested modifications, and he looked positively regal. In any other circumstance, the man might have been laughed at for dressing up to the extent that he was, but he had several advantages here. The crowd was his, and he had the opportunity to meet and greet the important people before his enemies did. This event, too, was all about him, and few would attack a man who was celebrating a wedding or engagement, whichever this was. He was tall, like the figures in myth were tall, pale, with sly eyes and straight golden hair. The colors of Richmond were worked into his clothes, black intermingled with yellow for the lining, and emerald for the draping jacket and slacks. He wore high boots, I noted, and I imagined that people would see that as reason to adopt the fashion. Provided the night went well for the Baron and the noble still lived. No need to curry favor with a dead man, of course. His expectations of how the night would go clearly differed from mine. He wore a gold circlet. It was a ballsy move, wearing something so close to being a crown or coronet, especially with other nobles due to show up. It signaled ambition, and his confidence moving forward. I could imagine 5 or 10 different ways that he could use that one simple detail of what he wore on his head to shape the coming narrative. Whether Frey or Mauer attacked or not, the relationships he sought to make or capitalize on with other lesser nobles, if he wanted to actually provoke someone. I turned my mind away from the subject, lest I get caught up in it. Beside the man, meek and miles different from the woman I had met, was Candida Gage. Her dress included a draping hood. Where the Baron wore emerald, the woman wore white. The gold leaf and black check trim was much the same, lining the hood and detailing the dress. She hid it well, but she moved like someone blind. As the hood hid the marks from where her horns had been removed, she wore new eyes just like I did, replacing the altered eyes she'd had before. They held up for the sake of appearances, but they didn't let her see, or they didn't let her see well. He hadn't had her for a day before he'd seen her put under the knife. It fit his mentality, to show her the power he had over her, without being so vulgar that he might lose his shot at plucking immortality from her brain. I saw the Baron's doctors, all as a group, and I watched as certain heads turned at their arrival. Other doctors in the crowd, almost universally wearing long coats, like stylized lab coats, dressed up in 5 kinds of flourish for high society. And I could see the Baron's sister. The sole surviving twin. A giantess compared to the crowd she walked through, a monster that, even more than the Baron, made the citizens of Warwick shrink down in a way. That she'd arrived alone stirred faint murmurs from the crowd, and a sharp look from her immediately silenced those same murmurs. This, for the time being, was the arena. The Baron and his sister would reach out, mingling, and Mary and I would be the mice that avoided the prowling cats. We'd seized the artist Dr. Simon to put ourselves in a position to seize Chance and Lainey, and we'd use them to put ourselves here. All other things set aside, crowd removed, battlefield disregarded, Baron left unarmed and blithely unaware of potential danger, we stood only the slimmest chance of success in taking him out of the picture. All those things in consideration, it was harder than that. Which meant I had to turn my focus back to the people I'd been paying attention to as I'd studied the flow and intimacy of the crowd. Chance. Lainey. Simon, too, if you think you won't be heard, I said, and I described what I was looking at even as I noticed the details, over there by the table with the bread. There's a man wearing 2 swords at his belt, a decorated military type, with hair in bad need of a trim. I don't recognize him, Lainey said. Me either, Chance said. Why? Mary asked. Because people are giving him a wider berth. The only people talking to him have been military people of his rank who have a duty to talk to him, some are maybe old comrades, and even they moved slightly further away from him as the Baron arrived. He's on at least his 2nd glass of alcohol, and it's not even that late in the day. He doesn't want to be here, and I want to know why. There's a contingent of soldiers stationed in Warwick, Simon murmured, speaking without moving his misshapen lips. He leads them, and he led them in Lug. He didn't do well there, and he came back at the same time as the Baron. In disgrace? I asked. I got a slight nod. Why? I've heard differing versions of what unfolded. Not very helpful, but the less Simon talked, the better. I moved on. Over there. A woman in a silver blue dress and the white fur jacket, with a flowery blue decoration in her hair. She's not very old, but women twice her age are paying her special attention, old hens flocking to a young peacock. Female peacocks are drab, Mary commented. Work with me, I said. That's Ruth Bloxham, Lainey said, standing on her toes to see. There are people in the aristocracy that really want to get an in with the nobility, even marry into the lower ranks. She's one of them. I know the type, I said, glancing at Candida. She was keeping her eyes on the ground as if she was shy, her hand on the Baron's arm, to hide the fact that she was mostly blind. She reacted to movement around her, which was better than I could do with my eye. The benefits of having better doctors. Still, she didn't focus on anything or anyone in particular. She couldn't. There are families that have been working for generations to curry the favor and prestige that would get them an in with the crown. Then there's Ruth. She's done it single-handedly. Since she was 16, she's been connecting with the right people, earning and using favors to meet even more powerful people she can earn favors from. There's at least 1 minor fashion trend and 2 musicians who owe their success to Ruth. The hair thing? Chance asked. Lainey nodded. A natural-born socialite and political player, then, someone with a sharp eye and a sharp mind. When the Baron arrived with Candida on his arm, eyes turned her way, I said. Based on what you said, she was a contender to be his wife. Yes, Lainey said. There was talk on the train here that she must be upset. That she might even snap. There's some resentment in some circles, my older cousins are about her age and they hate her so. They say her success so far has been luck, and they're hoping this is the event that breaks her and leads to her ruin. I studied the woman, watching her. Ruth seemed so at ease. The Baron looked her way, smiling, and she smiled back, though her attention was more on Candida, as if Ruth wanted to catch Candida's eye, should she look up from the ground. I saw her tall heels momentarily rise up off the ground as she stood on her very tiptoes, trying to get a glance. She doesn't give me the impression of someone that's about to break, Mary said. I shook my head. She wants to talk to Candida very badly. I'm just not sure if she wants to because she's a fantastically good actress who can hide her ill intent from me, and plans to sabotage Candida, or if it's for genuine reasons. Maybe she sees Candida as someone who can be a peer and a real friend. A genuine non-threat, in a way, compared to people like Lainey's cousins, who want to tear her down, and others, who are only stepping stones to better things. When you started theorizing, the first place my mind went was if she pursued the Baron, once, and learned how dangerous he was, Mary said. And her primary interest is to warn the fiancé? That's a dangerous game to be playing, I said. Yeah, Lainey drew out the word, her expression caught up in something akin to awe, like she couldn't even comprehend the idea. Whichever of the 3 options it was, Ruth Bloxham was insanely brave and insanely confident in her ability to navigate this political stage, considering how approaching Candida meant being in proximity to the Baron. Emphasis on the insane part of things. There was someone else, I murmured. I scoured the crowd, watching, looking past the hundreds of people who were only 1 or 2 steps down from being dressed for a costume party, all color and flamboyance, their masks ones of surgical alteration, hiding the faces they'd been born with under the prettier and more handsome ones the doctors had given them. We'd leapfrogged from being nobodies to having a firstborn, then from having a firstborn to having a firstborn and 2 aristocrats in hand. Getting near enough to the Baron would take another leap. I needed someone or something to capitalize on. An enemy of the Baron, like the decorated general, or someone close to him. From there, I could find a way to deal with the twin, potentially, and any of the Baron's doctors who might be able to save the man from the fates I had in store for him. Ah, I said, as my eye found my target. The last 2 people who'd formed a critical point in this spider's web. A very dangerous pair. I'd seen the whole ebb and flow of the crowd focus around one point, with people leaving like they were on a mission. When Candida had arrived, the crowd had moved to let these people be a part of it. They beamed with happiness. Mr. and Mrs. Gage. Candida's parents. Next to the Baron, this was their day. The Gages, I told Mary, who had never seen them. They cannot, whatever happens, see me. Mary nodded. She fully understood. Or so she thought. The Gages knew me. Not letting them see me was critical, but more critical was the need to avoid letting anyone critical see me with Mary. Should that happen, she would become culpable. I could be seen, targeted, and run away a fugitive. Mary had to return to Lillian and the others. This was the other hitch in the plan. I needed to remain in a position to tie up loose ends. Mary had to escape alive. Witnesses would need to die, most likely. The thought made me look at Lainey, Simon, and Chance. Lainey's face was flushed with excitement and fear. She looked giddy. She was such a different personality from Lillian, but she kept reminding me of her all the same. I'd seen Lillian giddy, before. Before I'd said goodbye to her, even. I would have to say goodbye to Lainey too, very soon. I wished very dearly that there wasn't a glimmer of innocence and goodness in her, beneath the surface. I wished that I didn't like her just a little bit, that Chance had been a bit more of a bastard to Mary. Focus on the job, Yvette reminded me. I won't ever forgive you if you slip up and mess this up. Okay, I said. We move now. I had Mary, Lainey, Chance, and Simon's full attention now. You only get one chance to shake things up, Gordon's voice cut through the crowd. After that, they tighten security, they start looking for you, or for the instigators. The Baron will be more careful. Make sure it's worth it. Simon, I said. I drew the stimulant drug out of my pocket. It was a packet of powder. I could see him react as he saw it. Eager. How many doses are in this? For someone your size? 4. For someone like you? Not counting tolerance. 3, perhaps. 2 if I assumed some tolerance. I'm also assuming that this is the in vogue drug for the upper crust. You would be right in those assumptions, I suppose, Simon said, voice a whisper. He flinched as someone walked past him. If I gave you the whole packet, a double dose or so, what would happen? He tensed. I held up a hand to keep him from answering. A group of slower-moving elderly women walked past us. I lowered my hand, and he spoke. I would die, thrashing, convulsing, and frothing at the mouth. If I didn't kill myself by beating my skull against the cobblestones, I would choke on my own vomit, most likely. Good, I said. I'd had a gut instinct, based on what it was, but every drug was different. I knew what to expect from this, above and beyond what Simon had shared with me. I looked at Mary. Feel up to it. You want her to take it? Lainey whispered, horrified. She had a shred of empathy for others, it seemed. Damn it. He wants me to give it to someone, Mary said, her eyes locking to mine. Who? Ruth Bloxham. The whole packet. She didn't wait for further orders, but she knew me well enough to read my expression, tone, and body language, and knew from that I had none. She pressed Chance's leash into my hand, as I'd pressed the packet into hers, and then walked into the crowd, graceful, skirt swishing. Virtually anyone else might have stumbled, trying to navigate the people who moved this way and that, unpredictably and suddenly. She had no trouble at all. My hands shook with anticipation and suppressed emotion. I glanced at Chance, who had turned white with shock, then turned my head the other direction to look at Lainey. There was horror in her eyes. There would be more horror etched into her face before the day was through. In sheep's clothing 10.14. From the point that Mary disappeared into the crowd, I didn't see her. I knew how she moved and the habits she stuck to, and I knew how she would move through the crowd. I still didn't see her. I trusted Mary as I did any lamb. But even though trust was a completely different thing from the ties that bound us to one another, the loss of those ties tested my ability to trust. Uncertainty about things bled out into uncertainty about other things. I had to put it out of my mind as best as I was able. I couldn't afford to hesitate or second-guess Mary's abilities. Her abilities and my abilities were the only rocks in these unsteady waters. The only thing I knew and could fall back on. Everything else was in flux, and I could put all of my thoughts to the task of anticipating anything around me, only to end up surprised. The lambs had to be a constant, or my entire world would consist of people, events, and things I had to second-guess. It struck me that in a span of time ranging from the next hour to the next day, I would lose that. I would leave them behind. The shaking in my hands got worse. Not just tension and anticipation, now. She's going to die, Lainey spoke, at a whisper. You just made this decision and gave the order, and she's going to die horribly. SHHH, I said. It was hard to keep my voice gentle and keep from being harsh to the hostage. Try to keep your expression neutral. If you tip someone off, then this gets really ugly, and she might really die. What are you talking about? A full dose, he said. SHH, I said. This would be so much easier with another lamb present. Mary was seeing to her task, and there was nobody to see to the hostages while I focused on more important things. My attention was divided. The tables that were being set up around the plaza were being set with tablecloths, and much of the conversation was taking place around the tables. Men and women who had attended 100 parties like this one, Ruth Bloxham included, knew how the events would proceed. It was perhaps odd that things were still being prepared around them, but that might have been the status quo when the nobles were involved. Mr. and Mrs. Gage were the organizers here, in charge of the little details for their daughter's special event. At their behest, appetizers and tea were already being set on the tables. The space around Ruth was about as clear as it would get as she excused herself from the conversation, smiling. She collected a saucer and a cup of tea, 2 cookies perched on the edge of the saucer. Probably finely crafted little things, dusted with icing sugar. The fact that she'd collected the cookies and kept them on the saucer where they might fall off made me think of her as being more of a kid than she was. She'd started out at 16 and she had to be in her early 20s now. This party, it was her environment, one she navigated like a fish navigated water. She let her guard down in ways that others couldn't afford to, even with something as inane as cookies. That, in turn, gave her an allure. Youthful and playful in demeanor to appeal to the younger women, smart and adroit enough to hold her own with the older ones. That she was gorgeous covered most of the bases with the men in attendance. Remember how you wanted to sit down and learn from Mauer? Helen asked me. I nodded slowly. I would like to learn from her. Yeah, I said. Chance and Lainey turned their heads to look at me. I spotted Mary in the crowd, momentarily standing still while people moved around her. Her hands were empty. She met my eyes. It's done, I said. Mary was already gone. You're a monster, Lainey said. There was surprising emotion in her voice, as if she might start crying. Simon could have told you that, I said. You don't look at the firstborn around here and think of the misery that surrounds them. How monstrous what Simon does is. What about what the Baron does? I'm 14. There's nothing I can do about it, Lainey said. And when you're older, you'll have other reasons for not speaking up about this injustice. Ruth Bloxham, like you, like your parents, and like everyone here, condones these atrocities. You condone them by being here. Do you think I didn't see the looks on your faces when you picked out my friend and me? You were eager to participate on their level. Don't use age as an excuse. You're a monster, she said, again, her expression twisting. It wouldn't be possible to get through to her, and it wasn't a priority. There were too many other things in play. I searched the crowd, watching, making sure the pieces were all in place. While I did so, I simply said, I'm a monster that knows exactly what he is. You're 3 monsters who pretend not to see. When and if things get ugly, I want you to remember, the ugliness you're seeing has been ongoing, affecting the poor, the people who you and your families stepped on to get here. I think you're a special kind of ugly, Lainey said. You're not one of those rebels, are you? Chance asked. The Brands. No, I said. No, not really. I'm alone. Ruth Bloxham laughed, hunching over slightly, hand to her mouth. The smile touched her eye. She worked to compose herself, taking a drink of her tea. Mary would be making her way back, and my thoughts were interrupted as I watched Ruth Bloxham, in the company of a young man and a young woman, turn away from the table, say something light and teasing, her voice raised to address the larger group she'd just been talking to, and then walk away. The trio of Ruth and her 2 new companions walked further from the hub of activity around the Baron and Candida, closer to me. You're alone? You have that girl, Chance started. I moved my arm, raising a hand to tell him to be quiet. I felt the tension of the wire against my finger just before Chance felt the lack of tension that would come with the wire breaking the skin, only just enough reminder to keep from inadvertently killing him. It did get him to shut up, though. Ruth Bloxham. Do you want her to die like Simon described? I asked. No, Lainey said, as if I was crazy for even asking. Chance, mute, shook his head. I looked up at Simon. No, he said, speaking under his breath. I looked around. Mary wasn't anywhere to be seen. It made sense that she'd be taking a circuitous route. It made it harder to draw a connection between what was about to happen in our little group of 5. It also made it harder for me to hand over custody of our hostages and handle the situation. Good, I said. Here. I pressed Chance's razor wire leash into Simon's hand. Mary might be along any second. In the meantime, you look after yourselves. They weren't quite able to hide the looks on their faces. Incredulity. If you mess around and I have to come back and take control of the situation, she'll die. This is your test. How good are you, as people? I didn't have time. I turned away, starting to walk off, the 3 left behind. I got about 3 steps, then turned around and walked right back to them. Okay, never mind that, I said. My voice changed, switching to something a little colder and more intense. The intensity wasn't hard to manage. I simply had to stop holding back and let the mask skip a little. Chance, Lainey. If you try something, not only will Ruth Bloxham die, but some of my friends will die. Your parents will die. So will you. Simon knows about the poisonous gas his buddy made. Simon? You know I'll get to your friends before you do. You will walk down into that basement, you will see their bodies, and you will know it's your fault. Want to call me a monster? Then I'll show you my ugly side. Simon didn't hunch over to better meet my eyes. He didn't stoop, he stood tall, wrapped in his monstrous flesh, his face distorted. Only his eyes, but for a notch in one lower eyelid, were normal, the emotion showing through. But even as he stood tall, looming over me, I could see that I'd had an impact. That I held the power. Keep hold of that wire. Keep your mouth shut. I'll be keeping an eye out, and Mary will be with you shortly. I said. I was already turning to leave as I finished talking, walking into the crowd much as Mary had. Where she'd walked in front of people with confidence, I aimed for the voids, the wake of the larger groups, the shares of smaller ones. Hearing Simon talk about the side effects of the drug had let me pin down what sort of drug it was. Stimulants came in a variety of forms, but I could make assumptions, based on what I knew about drugs and what I knew about stimulants of that particular style. Going with food and drink, and I knew it was in the food and drink, I knew it would take a little bit of time to affect Ruth Bloxam's body. She'd been dosed, and I knew I only had a minute or two before she started to succumb to the stuff. Probably 2 minutes at most before Lainey, Chance, or Simon reconsidered my words and reached out to someone for help. This wasn't how I wanted to play this. I was having to juggle too many things. The hostages, the target, keeping the Baron in my sight and the other players in my peripheral awareness. Now I had to throw another complication into the mix. I walked through the crowd with purpose. I reached the thicker part of it, where people stood close, husbands with arms around their wives' waists. Children held close to keep them from getting away from their parents, people leaning together to kiss one another's cheeks. There were people carrying tables and bundles of cloth. In the midst of this particular hub, I found the Gages. I searched the immediate crowd for problematic faces or characters, then touched Mr. Gage's hand. He turned to face me, and I turned away, inviting him to keep turning, to turn his back to the bulk of the group he'd just been conversing with. Sylvester. I didn't know you were in attendance, he said. He shot me a smile, brilliant and guileless. This was his day. Years of work come to fruition. Never mind that his daughter was blind and holding hands with one of the biggest bastards I'd had the displeasure of meeting. Are the others here? I'm alone, I said, for the second time in a matter of minutes. I'm here for someone else, sir. Busy young man, he said. I hope it's nothing serious. I wanted to look over my shoulder to check on Ruth. I didn't let myself. I had to remain at ease. You're familiar with Ruth Bloxam, sir? I asked. His eyebrows knit together, momentary concern. His smile slipped a notch on his two chiseled features. Is she doing something? She's about to, I said, keeping my voice low. Very soon, she's going to succumb to poison. It's going to look like an overdose of a recreational drug. I'd rather remain on the down low so I can find the culprit. Can you do me a favor? You stand to gain a great deal, even. I could see his eyes widen. You arranged Candida's partnership with the Baron Richmond. Above and beyond what we asked for. If there's anything I can do, then. Ruth just disappeared around the side of the apartment house with the hanging plants over the door. Her friends are liable to panic or misinterpret what's happening. Go find her. The moment you see something wrong, call for a doctor. When it makes sense to do so, insist on the best. Play your chips, Ruth will repay you tenfold. This is. Whatever you do, I didn't let him talk, don't make a ruckus that will disturb the firstborn, and do not mention I was here. There are ears everywhere, even close to the Baron. Help me do this, like I helped you turn Lug to your advantage, and I'll help you make this event a success. I could see him draw in a breath, standing a fraction taller. He believed me. Go, I hissed the word, giving it enough force that some heads turned, looking for me. I was already slipping past waists, hips, and legs. The stones had been thrown. Every last one was in the air, yet to hit the respective targets. The Gages would be a tool for my purposes, a massive effort and more than middling risk on my part to compensate for the simple fact that the Lady Bloxam had walked 10 or 20 feet further away from the doctors at the party. The trio of hostages were keeping each other hostage for the moment. The Baron, his sister, and Candida were talking to people, moving in the general direction of the Gages. Mr. Gage was now looking for Ruth. Ruth was a bomb with the fuse lit. One shake of the box. There was a chance the Baron would get suspicious. A chance he wouldn't. I was hoping for the latter, but I wasn't counting on it. I saw Mary before we both made our way back to the hostages. I flashed hand signs. You. Stay. Wait. Follow. She blended back into the flow of the crowd, moving with groups that were moving, but keeping her eyes and her shoulders squared off on another point, as if she had a task to do, so that group wouldn't take too much notice or offense of her proximity. I, meanwhile, headed straight for our hostages. Mr. Gage walked right past me, shooting me a momentary glance. Too important that nobody see Mary and I together, especially now that the Gages knew I was here. I'd finally gotten around to signing my own death warrant, in a way. The list of people who knew about me and my involvement was too long. Mary was salvageable. She had to be salvageable. But I couldn't set her up to be hunted for the rest of her life. Me, well, I'd anticipated being a fugitive since before we'd boarded the train. Come, I told my hostages. Talking to me like I'm a dog. Chance asked. Come, sir, I said, taking the thread from Simon. I tugged, and I saw actual pain on Chance's face. Perhaps a little too much of a tug. I wasn't an artist with the wires like Mary was. We made our way out to the side, and I had a glimpse of Ruth Bloxam and her companions. Ruth was on the ground, felled, her companions looking after her. The hostages and I carried forward onto another street, the house blocking our view of Ruth, and I saw Mr. Gage striding in the opposite direction, heading toward the doctors. He was someone people had been watching, and now that he was moving as briskly as he was, people were noticing. Conversations shifted tone, people watched, and the hostages and I could stop just shy of the perimeter with the soldiers without looking like we were doing something weird. We were watching, like everyone else was. A murmur of concern swept over the crowd. Even as she tried to duck away for a more private conversation with what I assumed to be close friends, there were countless eyes on her, and she couldn't hide in the plaza much more than we could. The guards who were standing guard a matter of feet from us shifted position, a few of them venturing forward to see what was going on. We were on a street that shot off from one corner of the plaza, and they still maintained the manpower to block off the street, while making sure there wasn't something more pressing going on. I could see through windows. The soldiers I'd noticed earlier were still occupying the buildings around the plaza, but now they were gathering, looking to get more information. I gestured. Come. People began to move closer to Ruth Bloxham, and as the crowd passed in front of our street, Mary emerged, hurrying to our side. I looked at the perimeter guards, and tugged the thread twice. Sirs, Chance addressed the guard. He hesitated. Be good, I thought. With so much going on, this would be the time to try something. If it's no trouble, we would like to get through. There's some funny business going on, one of the soldiers further down the street said. He was looking around the corner, following what was happening with Ruth. Any reason to detain the ladies and gentlemen here? Deferential without any give or softness to him. The guard with his job to do and the young aristocrat that might have clout. It made for a strange balancing act, and clearly one that this man had performed before. The guard closer to the street shook his head. No. Miss Bloxham is ill, it seems. One of the Baron's doctors is tending to her now. I tugged the wire twice more. Faint tugs, but ones he would still feel. His senses would be tied to the thread of metal. He didn't speak. I didn't test him. Long seconds passed. I was tense. There were two buildings that made sense for Ruth Bloxham to get taken to. The town hall was one. The second fake church was another. The buildings, unfortunately, were kitty-corner to one another. There was too much ground to cover to get into either building. I had to pick one, and I was picking the town hall. If we were detained for much longer, then it would all be for naught. The soldiers in the buildings would no longer be so focused on what was going on in the plaza, and access would be next to impossible. Forgive me for asking, but you wouldn't know anything about what happened to Miss Bloxham. Easy practice allowed me to keep from going stiff when every part of my body wanted to go rigid in the face of a worst-case scenario. I could remain relatively relaxed, and put an expression of sheer confusion on my face. They weren't looking at my face. No, they were staring down Chance, who had a sheen of sweat on his forehead, just as rigid as I'd fought to avoid being. No, sirs, Chance said. The time window was slipping away. I could see the crowd moving, parting to make way. I wasn't sure which building it was to. Too many guards, too. We couldn't cut our way past them without drawing notice from the crowd that was only 15 feet away. I only ask because you seem distressed. Accusatory. Yes, sir, Chance said. Why? Chance didn't have a ready answer. He glanced at me. I seriously considered if I would have to pull the noose tight and kill him. Catastrophe would follow. We would lose everything. It would be the worst-case scenario for every single one of the lambs but me. A tiny part of me wanted him to give me the excuse. For him to glance at me again, suggesting I was the cause of his distress. I would kill him, Mary and I would slip through the perimeter, and the Baron would catch wind of our presence here. Then we would have to rescue the other lambs before the Baron could give the order for them to die. And in the wake of it all, one more botched job, circumstances I couldn't control, blameless, I would be surrounded by the people I cared about most in the world. For the price of one less than innocent life, and a horrible lie to those same people that I cared about. A moment of selfishness. I'm sorry, I'm going to need a clearer answer, the guard said. His tone was stern enough that others took notice, stepping closer. I had to mentally revise our chances for slipping away. One moment of selfishness. It was even his fault. He was looking at me. I looked past Chance, and I stared at Lillian, the clearest image of her that my mind could conjure, her head hung, face hidden by short hair and shadow. Not just one moment of selfishness. I couldn't forget that I'd made a promise to Lillian, that the Baron would die. I would be betraying her. I couldn't do that. Not on purpose. One blink of my eyes, and the image was wiped away. I was staring at Lainey. My focus and expression shifted. I looked between her and Chance before dropping my eyes to the ground. I think my cousin likes Miss Bloxham, sir. Chance turned, too fast, staring at Lainey. I know I said I would keep it a secret, but if you don't tell them something they're going to wonder. Chance said. The guard who had been questioning us shifted his grip, holding his rifle with both hands. I couldn't see anything above that, because I was trying to be meek and to hide. Hurry on then, if you please, the man said. There's a crowd there, and it doesn't look like they're going anywhere fast. If you're coming back through, then come through here, I'll wave you through. Very gracious of you, sir, Chance said. He'd found his voice again. We were free, possibly too late. We headed down to the end of the street and rounded a corner, moving around the back of the building. That was good, Lainey. You have promise yet, I said. She didn't have it in her to be pleased. My earlier suspicion was proving correct. Lainey was willing to play along, but of the three, I suspected she was the one who would snap, cry wolf and bring trouble calling. What was that all about? Mary asked me. Which? I'm a step behind you, I can't follow what you're doing. I dosed Ruth, now she's being looked after by the Baron's own doctor. Which I assume you planned. I was pretty sure it would unfold that way. It would look bad for someone to die on his watch, and for there to be a perception that he could do something more. If he'd gone that route, I could have exploited that, using the disgraced general. But he didn't. He's powerful, but there are people here he wants to curry favor with. Mary nodded. Now we need in. Medical care plus patient of high station means a need for privacy, I said. I urged the others to keep close to the town hall, moving below the windows so that any soldier that was looking out the rear window wouldn't see us. It took a few seconds before we'd moved far enough along that I could see a window without much light behind it. I gestured. Mary offered her hands. A moment later, I was up and at the window. Another moment later, I had it unlocked. The room was a lavatory, one intended for those who worked at the town hall. I imagined the building was a kind of hollow office, much as the church and plaza were. The Baron would oversee anything of importance, and this ostentatious, sprawling building would be mostly for show. I helped Mary up, and then, because there wasn't much room at the window, I stepped back and away, letting her help the other three get up and in. The bathroom was complete enough that a man could shit, wash himself, and see to his morning and nightly toil. Clawfoot bath, sink, toilet, towels, and white tile that had been scrubbed in the last 12 hours. I went to the mirror, and I tidied myself up, then went to the door. A soldier glanced at me as he walked by, taking no particular notice. Dressed as a citizen of the city, I was largely invisible. The town hall would have other citizens working in the capacity of staff, looking after the soldiers and making tea. I still felt a little sick from when I'd considered damning the lambs for my own selfishness. I gestured to Mary, telling her to wait, and then left the lavatory. I looked into the layout of the building, and then to the distribution of the people guarding it. Most were focused on the idea of an attack from the outside, the approach of terrorists or other problem elements. There were some at the stairwells, and a great many in the front room with growing and hissing war beasts. 80 or so soldiers and their pets. Men in crisp uniforms with good weapons. The room where Ruth Bloxham wasn't a hard one to find. People came and went, and no less than 6 soldiers stood by, not because they were strictly guarding it, but because they'd moved into the first open, available room on the ground floor, for expediency's sake, and that was also a room that the event's security was using. Men on relief from active guard duty, watching through the windows to make sure all was going well. I went back to the bathroom. Mary had brought everyone inside, no doubt with Simon doing much of the lifting. I went to the towels, and I picked up a stack. Reaching behind me, I withdrew the pistol, the syringe, and the gas bomb, and I put them among the towels. They would escape a cursory search of my person, and they would be easily in reach if there was trouble. I'll go first, I murmured to Mary. Keep an ear out and an eye out, watch these 3. You know the usual signals. I'll see what we can do with the Baron's doctor. The Baron's doctor? Simon asked. I would let Mary deflect the questions. I turned, carrying the towels, and marched with purpose to the room where Ruth was being looked after. The people near the door let me walk by, carrying my towels into the room. The doctor was a young man, blonde, with bone structure very clear on his face. His cheekbones weren't very high, but the bone structure did outline the cheek in a way that made him look more gaunt than he was, his thin eyebrows set on a heavy brow, as if he was forever concerned with what was in front of him. His black coat was of the dressy sort, wearable to events. He wore a vest and tie underneath. Ruth Bloxham lay in a state of undress on the bed, wearing only her underclothes. The doctor's bag had been emptied, contents strewn around his patient. What's this? He asked, turning toward me. Towels, I said. I was told to bring them, sir. You were not told by me. Put them down. Leave. That's enough. He spoke loudly enough that the guard outside would have heard. Not ideal. I moved to the nightstand beside him, and I set the towels down. Behind the man's back, I withdrew the pistol. While he bent over the bed, I put the barrel of the pistol between his butt cheeks. He started to move, and then froze as I drew back the hammer. We remained like that for a very long while. I could shoot you pretty much anywhere, I said, my voice low, and you could get patched up in time. But any bullet carries a possibility of longer-term damage. Putting a bullet here, it could cost you function, number 1 or number 2. Embarrassing to get treated, too. I see, he said. I'd like to continue treating my patient. Please do. He collected a needle, and pressed it into his patient's arm. His other hand went toward a boxy case of medicine. I'd seen Lillian use the same sort of thing before. Antiseptic powder, for deeper injuries, if I remembered right. You don't need that, I said. His hand stopped where it was. Well, I mean, you do need it. Loose lid, just hurl it back my way, I'm probably blind for a good few minutes. But trying won't end well for you. You're one of the lambs, he said. He took your eye. Yes, I said. I'm here for payback. You're going to help me kill your boss. I see, he said. He got another needle. I tensed as I watched him handle it, but it was intended for Ruth Bloxham, not me. Now, tell me, I said. If I wanted. There was a light knock on the door. The doctor and I both froze. The knock came again. There was a pattern to it. A lamb knock. I'm going to let her in, I said. Stay put. He watched me out of the corner of his eye as I stepped back, keeping the gun trained on him. His hands remained where they were, frozen. Without turning away from him, I opened the door for Mary and our 3 hostages to come into the room. The words Mary spoke were just about the last ones I wanted to hear. She's coming, Mary said. No need to say who she was. Not when Mary's tone was so telling, so stressed and excited in the same moment. It suggested a fight, and the only she who posed a fight would be the sole surviving twin. In sheep's clothing 10.15. Stay? Go? Mary asked. My eyes swept over the room, Ruth Bloxham, our hostages, and the doctor. I could see the items strewn across the bed. Stay, I said. How long? Seconds, Mary said. She was already reaching beneath her skirt to retrieve the ribbons she'd bound around her thigh. She wound them around one hand. You four, back away from the door, I said. Doctor, keep treating Ruth. You're insane, the man said. I pointed the gun at his head. I circled halfway around the bed, until I was at the foot of it. Small room, not much elbow room for a fight. Mary reached over to the bed, grabbing 2 tools from a leather set of surgical implements. She already had wire in her hand. She went straight to the door, winding 1 loop of wire around the hinge. Then, with the tools in hand, she pushed the wire through the space between the top of the door and the frame. Strong, tall, fast, heightened senses. Her body opens up, used to be 2 people nested in one body. The Baron's doctors would have given her something, I said. I looked at the doctor who was working on Ruth. Nothing to say, he said. His eyes were fixed on his patient, neck stiff, head rigid, as if he would fight me if I tried to turn his head or budge him from his current position, even on a physical level. Mary slid the wire down from the top of the door, until she had the wire stretched at a diagonal across the other side of the door, all done without having opened it. She stood beside the door, wire wrapped around the handle of a knife, a whole loop worth of slack hanging from her other hand, every muscle tense. You'd rather take a bullet? I asked the doctor. He looked up, fixing his eyes to mine. I'd rather take a bullet than cross her. It was as if he'd summoned her. The door swung into the room, banging against the wall. The twin had to stoop as she came through the door. Pale, eyes wide, face contorted, golden hair already disheveled from her march across the town hall. Lambs. The wire was too low, cutting across her chest, not her throat. Mary remedied that, hurling herself at the twin, knife out, her other hand manipulating wire. The second length of wire settled, loose, around the twin's neck and shoulders, around the time she saw Mary. Mary hauled back, tugging the wire tight. The twin's hand moved as fast as the wire did. Fingers went up in between the wire and throat. One hand was pinned, flesh sliced, palm outward. Mary hung there, feet against the twin's chest and stomach, suspended by that same wire, facing the twin. They almost had the same look in their eyes. Little girl, the twin spoke, her voice barely impacted by the weight of a 7+ stone girl hanging off of her neck. Do you really think you can win? She started to take a step forward, and then stopped. The wire was still bound at one end, wrapped around the hinge. My lady, one of the guards outside spoke. It was almost a question. My hand inched toward the bomb with the gas. Stay, the twin said. It's handled. Yes, my lady. She didn't even sound concerned. One of the noble's hands was trapped under the wire, but the other one was free, hanging at the twin's side. I saw it, and I knew Mary saw it. Mary's foot, poised against the twin's stomach, slipped from its position. The hand flashed out, grabbing, to capitalize on the slip, and Mary's foot snapped back up as fast as it had dropped, this time with a blade. A feint. As fast as the twin's hand was moving, Mary only needed to put her foot in the right position, toe pointed, to let the blade plunge through the hand. Knives in the soles of her boots. Flick the foot out with the right motion, the knife swung out, until it pointed forward. Flick back the other way or knock it against some part of the environment, and it went back in. The clothes she wore now were the same clothes she'd brought to Lillian's for a sleepover. This was daily wear. She let her other foot leave the twin's upper chest, her body suspended between the boot knife that impaled the twin's hand and the hand that held the knife, wire extending from that knife to the twin's neck. Her foot free, she flicked it, drawing the blade, and swept it toward the twin's wrist, a half foot from her other boot. She got 2 quick slashes in before the twin pulled the hand back and away. Mary's boot knife came free of the hand. Both boot knives immediately found a home in the side of the twin's stomach. Kick, kick. Then they were out again, and again, as Mary moved from one side of the twin's body to the other, like an ice climber hurrying out of the way of a catastrophic amount of falling ice, still hanging by one hand from the knife and wire. I spend my time thinking about how to get out of bad situations, or how to get around them. I think about my enemies and their thought patterns, about their weaknesses, and how everything can be arranged to maximize our odds. Mary thinks about how to make people bleed. The twin started to reach for Mary again. Mary's foot moved, ready to intervene, and the twin stopped there. Then the free hand reached back, taking hold of the door. In one wrenching movement, she tore the door from its hinges. Mary avoided the first swing of the improvised weapon, wincing as half of the door splintered around her, punching into the wall, but she didn't avoid the second or third hits. She scrambled back and away, until she was near me, still holding the knife, moving it in quick circular motions to unwind the thread around the handle. It stopped short. Out of thread. In the wake of the ruckus, I could hear a not-so-distant howl. It was a distorted sound, hitching as the source seemed to be overcome with emotion. I heard more crashes nearby, more screams. I waited for those screams to reach even further, wakening more firstborn. They didn't. 4 or 5 in total. Out of thread and firstborn incoming. I heard the tap as Mary knocked the toes of one boot against the floor to set the knives back inside her boots. She was bleeding badly. Her skin had been shredded near her temple and ear, and some of the tag of skin that hung loose had hair on it. She pulled her lips back from her teeth, showing how bloody those teeth were, then spat blood onto the floor. I put my hands out to balance her as she returned the other knife to the sole of her boot with a tap on the floor, wavered, and nearly lost her balance. The twin, possessed of more lack than she'd had before, pulled her hand out from beneath the razor wire. The act of doing so meant dragging meat against the wire, slicing it clean off the fingers. The wire caught as it found a groove between those charcoal black finger bones. Her eyes still fixed on us, she pushed, her hand straining against the wire, skeletal fingers clawing at the air as she worked them. While she did so, however, she wasn't just loosening the wire around her neck. The wire was biting into the flesh at the back of her neck. Anyone else would have worried about paralysis. Not her. She took half the flesh on her fingers off as she did it, but she managed to slide the hand out from under the wire. Mary spat blood again. Help. She didn't look at me as she said it, but I knew it was meant for me. Okay, I said. I moved to put some distance between us, moving around the far end of the bed. I didn't want to get in the way. Exactly right, Mary said. Now, help. And don't get in the way while you do it. Behind the twin, there was a commotion. The guards who were standing outside were now dealing with the firstborn. Swords only, someone called out. Guns would start a chain reaction. Too much noise, and the agitation of one group of firstborn would stir others, until the entire event was a slaughterhouse. Doctor, the twin spoke. I wanted no part of any of this, milady, the doctor said. How is our party guest? She asked. Her voice was cold. I know my brother likes her. I've given her all of the care I can for the moment, milady. Minutes and hours will tell the rest of the story. Are you strong enough to carry her out of here? No, milady. Not easily, though I could drag her. And the twin half turned her head. The firstborn and the soldiers were fighting, the soldiers doing their best to avoid stirring up even more havoc. It's not safe for her out there, milady. They, the twin spoke to the Baron's doctor, killed my sisters. I'll repay them for that injury here. It isn't any safer for you two in here. Her hand went up, found Mary's wire, and traced it back to the damaged door hinge, which had been half torn from the wall in the process of the door's removal. She gripped the hinge, then ripped it the rest of the way from the wall. Mary was hurt. She wasn't the sort to deny help when it was given, but she also wasn't the sort to ask for it. That she'd ask suggested she was spooked. It was possible that she wanted me in the fray to make up for whatever issues her injuries had introduced. Balance the scales once again. I understand, milady, the doctor said. Do you want us out of the way? She reached out, seized Ruth Bloxam with one hand, and moved Ruth to the corner of the room opposite Mary and I, propping her unconscious body up against the wall. Her hand lingered there, finger extended and pointing. Stay. The doctor obediently retreated to the corner. The twin was bleeding considerably. Her hand, wrist, throat, and stomach had been sliced and punctured in multiple places. Blood welled out and pooled beneath her. She hardly seemed to care. As Mary and I watched, the woman's flesh parted. A golden seam appeared, across chest, circling around one breast, then moving to the side of the ribcage. Mucousy fluids extended from the sucking meat on one side of the divide to the meat on the other. She reached up, in. And Mary threw a knife. The twin was just fast enough to avoid having the knife strike her in one eye. Her hand came out of the divide with a rapier in it. All charcoal black bone, roughly 5 feet in length. I knew how dense and heavy that material was, but she had no trouble holding it like she might a fencer's foil. Our hostages were cowering, ducked down low. I saw Lainey practically curl up at the sight of the weapon, head hung, not even willing to look. The room wasn't that large. Between the length of the twin's arms and the length of the weapon, there wasn't much room to maneuver. Her foot was the first thing to move, coming out, catching the edge of the bed, and kicking it toward us. It flipped as it came, wooden base, headboard, footboard and all. I didn't have to worry about the harder edges, as it was mostly the mattress that came flying my way. Down. Mary cried out. I went limp, letting myself sprawl, mattress threatening to pin me between bed and wall. The rapier's point punched through the bed, mattress, and into the exterior wall. I more or less crawled to the end of the bed, making a point of pushing along the various medicines and tools that had fallen off the bed and against the wall. I crawled free, and saw Mary and the twin fighting again. Mary was slower. She couldn't move and throw a knife at the same time. She found opportunities to stop, get her bearings for a half second, and then throw, before she threw herself out of the way of the next swing or thrust of the sword, or preemptively repositioned herself. My eye went to the stuff that had fallen from the bed. Medicines, drugs, sharp implements. I saw the powder that the doctor had planned to use against Mary and I. I saw his eyes widen as I grabbed it, pulling off the lid. Milady, he warned her, as I hurled it. Her free, damaged hand went out, blocking the incoming object, swatting it out of the air. A cloud of white powder billowed from the impact point. She moved away from it, putting herself in the corner, her hand up near her face to block one of Mary's knives from striking her head while her movements were more limited. The knife sank into her already mangled hand. There were more items strewn on the floor. I kept my eye on the doctor as I moved for one, then shifted position to go for another. Momentary alarm. He might as well have shouted to me that the item was dangerous. I picked it up. Some fluid with a name I couldn't even pronounce. I hurled it at the twin. It hit the wall, shattering. The chemical rained down on the twin. The doctor relaxed, and I realized I'd applied it the wrong way. The noise of the bottle breaking provoked the firstborn that were just outside. They snarled and howled, more agitated than before. It hurts, Lainey said. It hurts. Clipped by the bed. So much chaos and noise surrounding us, and Mary and the twin were so still. It wasn't an even fight. Mary was more hurt than before, and the twin wasn't moving any more slowly or suffering on any perceptible level. The twin was taller than average, a foot taller than a very tall man might be, but in her sheer ability to be indomitable, seemingly untouchable and unreachable, she seemed a giantess, too big for the room. I tried to get the doctor to tell me what items might be useful, and again, I saw a tell. I scrambled for an item, and this time, he scrambled for it too, to stop me, and to get in my way. Disobeying his mistress' orders? He wasn't a fighter any more than I was. Had he tried, he could likely have beat me, stopped me, punished me even, and still kept me from getting my hands on the tall bottle I'd been reaching for. As it was, his eyes were on the prize, and my eyes were on his carotid artery. I drew my knife from my boot, raised it up, and brought it down on his neck. I saw his eyes go wide, his hands flounder. I hauled the knife up and out of the throat, a surprising amount of blood gushing out of the wound, and then drove it through one of his scrabbling hands to nail it to the floor. I left my knife behind, picking myself up, as I hefted the bottle. This label I could read. Sterile alcohol. I knew I could have improvised something with the bottle, given a moment, a rag, and a source of flame, but I doubted Mary had it in her to hold out that long. Holding the neck of the bottle in 2 hands, I hurled it. I realized, too late, that the twin was watching me, ready. She caught the bottle out of the air before it could strike any hard surfaces. She drew her hand back, ready to fling it back at me, and a flying object struck the bottle, shattering the upper half of the bottle in the twin's hand. Fluid and broken glass showered one hand and one side of her body. The twin used her free hand to wipe the worst of it off. Her eye fell to the doctor, who lay on the floor, bleeding out. She thrust, without a glance toward Mary, and Mary only barely avoided the rapier's point. Without drawing back, the twin swept her blade to one side, practically flicking Mary across the room. A spray of blood flew out where the rapier's edge had caught Mary in the side. Is it only you two? The twin asked. She sauntered my way. I backed up until my feet bumped against Mary's body. I felt hollow, completely and utterly alone in the world, though I was surrounded by a small crowd, and a larger one surrounded much of the rest of the building. I couldn't even reach for the imaginings of the other lambs, because I wasn't sure if Mary was dead or seriously hurt, and I couldn't be distracted. I was left to stand alone. Only us, I said. I didn't expect to run into you this soon. Wanted to talk to the doctor here, figure out a strategy, for dealing with you and for dealing with your brother. It's kind of a damn shame that you showed up as soon as you did. A part of me wants to taunt you, she said. Talk about what will happen to the other lambs, after this. But you should know by now, and I don't think you're worth the time and the breath. I thought about the other lambs, and I thought about how I was already saying goodbye to them. But to give up even the glimmer of hope? To know that they were gone? Say goodbye to another lamb forever? I know that look, the twin said. Backed into a corner, fight or flight. But you've got nowhere to go, and you know you can't beat me in a fight. At my feet, moving against the back of my calves and my ankles, Mary stirred. She wasn't in fighting shape, and she wasn't, I knew, playing possum. I was hoping to see that look of despair, she said. I haven't gone 10 minutes without wanting it, without wanting to see it and then tear your face off, to preserve it forever. My eyes followed the point of her rapier. The damn thing was long enough to be a lance. She moved it left to right to left. A snake charmer charming the snake with the movement of the flute, only I was the snake. It hurts, Lainey muttered. She was hunched over. Kill the hostages, I willed the twin. Kill Lainey and Chance, for distracting you during this moment. She didn't. She drew the rapier back, then thrust it, straight for me. I threw myself to the side, tumbling to the floor and skidding as I landed atop vials, pill bottles, and tools. Nothing I could really use, at a glance. She drew back, ready to stab again, and I knew her target was Mary's body. No. I shouted. Too loud. Howls and screeches echoed through the building at the cry. They responded more to speech than to anything, and they responded here. One of the firstborn beyond the door broke past the soldiers, and came tearing into the room. It didn't even have the sense to dodge or minimize the damage as the twin swung the rapier. Had it been one step back, the rapier might have missed. One step further forward, and the rapier would have had to cleave through the meat of the throat, the bone of the spine. It was a strong material, but I doubted it would make it through. As it was, it cut cleanly past the flesh at the front of the firstborn's throat. A backhand swipe disemboweled. There was no more time. My hands were empty. I'd had a gun. It was. I turned my head, and I saw the hostages. The gun was in arm's reach of Simon and of Chance. As if in slow motion, Chance reached for the gun, then slid it across the floor. I swept it up off the ground, then ran toward the twin. Firing at range wouldn't work any more than a half-dozen serious stabbings had. Fast as she was with the rapier, it was ungainly. I closed the distance, hurling myself at her, saw the weapon come around, and dove. I mentally recited an apology for everyone who was about to get hurt or die, but I knew that this was something I'd do 10 times over, if it meant Mary had a chance of making it through. I moved the gun near the twin's leg, and I fired it, the bullet aimed at nothing in particular. In the wake of the shot, I heard screams, and howls, many of them from the street. The hammer of the gun struck the metal, and it created sparks. The spark touched the alcohol, and half of the twin swiftly went up in flame. I flipped over onto my back to look up, to see, and I knew immediately that it wouldn't be enough. Smoke and fire reached up toward the ceiling, flesh burned and I could smell it burning, but she didn't scream, and she didn't flail. Instead, she let the rapier fall to the floor. I hurried to move out of the way while she was half blind and preoccupied. One of her limbs, a hand or a foot, clipped me, and sent me sprawling, reawakening the recent injury to my shoulder that adrenaline had quieted. To a backdrop of screaming, I scrambled back, until my back was against the wall. I panted from the burst of exertion, and watched as the twin opened up her body, unzipping it, reaching for something within herself that would serve to end my existence or to stop the burning and free her to resume her cold rampage. She drew her hand out with an organ within it, bulbous and unrecognizable. She squeezed, and fingertips and bone punctured the flesh to let liquid cascade out. It drenched her arm, and where it did, the alcohol wicked off, the fires going out or dropping to the floor. She held it high, and she let the liquid rain down over her. So much effort, and she didn't even burn properly. Fire was the most common answer to the Academy's creations, and she'd been given a clear answer to it. I picked myself up off the ground. To my left, Mary was doing the same. Ruth wasn't far from me, and neither was the bedside table with the folded towels. I reached into the folded towels, and took hold of the poisonous gas. I hucked it at her. Half disassembled, limiting the spread of the flame by keeping herself in distinct pieces, she wasn't as mobile. The gas erupted around her, forming an opaque yellow-green cloud, the little globe continuing to billow as it fell to the ground. "Cover your mouths," Simon called out. I saw a glimpse of the twin as she backed away, moving to one corner of the room. She was pulling herself together. "Soldiers," the twin called out. "In here." "Milady." A voice from the door. I couldn't even see the source as the gas filled half of the room. "Get them. The firstborn are. Get them. Kill them, and then deal with the firstborn." I gestured, without looking at Mary. If she was in any shape to cooperate, she would. If she wasn't, I didn't want to see. I indicated the door. The gesture for attack. The third one we'd ever taught ourselves, part of the first 6, integral to how the rest had evolved. A knife flew through the smoke to draw a telling sound. A wet thwack of the blade striking home, the sound of a body. I was already walking forward into the gas, breath held, bending down to fumble for the source of the billowing gas. Once I had it, I held it close to my body to minimize how much it spread. My eyes teared up, my vision swimming in a way very unlike vertigo. I could only see the smoke, billowing and noxious, and feel it burn my nose, mouth, ear canals, dick hole, and asshole. But, as I got closer to the end of the room, I could see the windows, pale squares of yellow-green in the midst of the smoke. I saw as one of her hands smashed the window, and how the gas suddenly flowed toward the opening in the glass. I could see the dark shadow and silhouette of the twin, and the light of the fires that still burned at one of her hands. I plunged the smoking globe into the fissure of the twin's body, saw her tense and react, and braced myself for the retaliatory strike. It hit my arms, my upper body, my head, all at once, the shock spreading through more than half of my body as it knocked me off my feet and onto the ground. Not as strong a blow as it might have been. She couldn't see me. The hit did make me take in an involuntary breath. The entire inside of my mouth burned in a way that reminded me of disinfectant poured on a wound, but it treated my entire mouth as that wound, and made me feel like every affected surface would erupt in ulcers, if it wasn't already. Coughing, sputtering, I staggered out of the worst of the smoke, stumbled into a wall, and collapsed against the ground. The hostages, Mary and Ruth, were mostly out of the worst of the smoke. Especially now that it was contained. The twin hadn't accessed the globe, she wasn't pulling it free and tossing it at us. She didn't scream or taunt us. Only silence. My breath wheezed as I stared into the smoke. I realized I wouldn't see anything, and looked away. I looked to Mary, who sat against the wall, bloody and battered. She had a nasty cut running from belly button to shoulder blade. I wasn't sure how deep it was. All around us, I could hear the firstborn raging, the sounds of fighting. People were using guns more, which made the situation worse. The Baron was fleeing, and the soldiers that weren't fighting firstborn were now converging on our location. We didn't have long. Still, I needed to see. Chance and Simon opened windows, staying as far from the smoke as they could, mouths covered. The smoke began to clear. The twin was there, sitting against the wall much as Mary was. Bled, burned, gassed, and to look at her, she was still breathing. I patted myself down, and found no weapon. I looked to Mary, and saw her holding a knife out. I took it. I approached the twin, while Mary threw more knives toward the door. I saw the twin meet my eyes. He didn't even care, she spoke, her voice ragged, ravaged by the smoke. I thought she should cough, given what I was experiencing, but she didn't. "The Baron?" I asked. He took that woman as if it was payment enough. Didn't care. Immortality was more important than our sisters. He smiled. He laughed for his guests. Didn't want me to wear black, to mourn. "To be fair," I said, "you're awfully hard people to feel sorry for. You want to be mourned." "We were supposed to." She wheezed a breath. She tensed, like she was going to swing for me, try and execute me on the spot. Something didn't let her. Supposed to have him, if nobody else. Him. But we're just bastard children. Even to him. Now. I could hear movement outside, I gestured to Mary. Now I die alone. Yeah, I said. I choked back 10 different sorts of emotion. I didn't sympathize with her, but I could sympathize with what she was saying. I don't suppose you'll give me some advice on how to deal with your brother. She shook her head. I wasn't surprised in the least. A part of me, hearing what she'd said, wasn't surprised that she wasn't fighting more. The damage wasn't that severe. She could have mustered the strength to hit me, fought to the door, gotten access to a doctor, and gotten patched together. But she had no reason to. Not anymore. Then. Want to help me help you move along? I wasn't sure if she'd even heard me, but then she slouched. As she did so, her body came further apart. I could see how the gas had affected the meaty inner layers. It looked like the inside of my mouth felt. She strained, and I saw her bones shift and move. Her entire body was reconfigurable, to help the doctors do their work and to make room for her little sister. Her ribs pulled back and away, exposing organs in her chest. I sank the knife into place. I had to grip it with both hands to rake it across the surface. I watched as it strained, gushing blood, and then stopped beating. I stepped back and away. The other lambs surrounded me. Gordon, Jamie, Mary, Lillian, Ashton, Helen, Hubris, all watching as the twin slowly died. I saw the peace on her face, and every sense was aware of the violence and chaos all around us. Warwick had finally snapped, and it wasn't pretty. I'd shaken the box twice, in the end. Now I had to deal with the consequences. In sheep's clothing 10.16. It's not your fault. It's not my fault. This would have happened anyway, in some form. That you pulled the trigger and the Baron didn't doesn't change the fact that he set this up with the hope that there would be bloodshed. He had to have. The twin burned behind us, the already existent flames needing only a bit of attention from an oil lamp that had fallen to the floor before they could wreath our nemesis. Fire would scorch the most telling evidence away. What lay before us would need something more. The sheer number of soldiers in the area was keeping the firstborn from doing too much damage, but the degree of violence was shocking. The firstborn were as relentless as any stitched, just as strong, but they were alive. The way they moved was more unpredictable as a consequence, and their movements were single-mindedly focused on finding the most destructive path possible to the most recent stimulus. The more I saw, as we moved around the fringe of the ongoing bloodshed, the more convinced I was that these firstborn had been made to hurt, not to kill. Short claws sliced through skin and left deeper tissue intact. Meaty hands broke hands, arms, and the occasional leg, but the firstborn wouldn't kill the individual. Which wasn't to say that people weren't dying. What do you think of your handiwork, Simon? I asked. There was no response. When I looked at him, all I could make out was the mask of flesh, his eyes meeting mine. We circled the plaza, entering closer to the north end, where the stage and fountain were. Given how things were unfolding, I suspected the firstborn had been gathered here, at the fringe of the party, where anyone could look over and up at them. As the noise and chaos had reached them, they had moved en masse, crashing into the midst of standing guards and some of the braver aristocrats who carried swords on their person. Mother, Chance murmured. We weren't using the wire leash on him anymore. He touched Lainey's shoulder. Lainey, they're okay. Their parents and loved ones. I couldn't see which people they were referring to, exactly. All of the aristocrats looked the same to me. Lainey didn't look nearly as enthused as Chance did, but something in her relaxed on seeing. She was cradling one arm, but it didn't even look broken. For all that she'd cried out earlier, I wondered if the damage was somehow worse than it looked, or if she was so sheltered that it was the very first time in her life that she'd actually been hurt. I took my attention off of our hostages and assessed the situation in short order, looking for the key people, the people the party had centered around, the Baron, the Warwick locals. I could see the trail of bodies leading away from the plaza, going further north. The Baron. The soldiers were winning the fight, but the sheer density of firstborn here was posing a problem. As our group moved around the very edge of the plaza, keeping our distance from the fighting, soldiers took note of us. Their eyes fixed on Simon. I knew right away what their concern would be. Another firstborn, another potential combatant. Nothing Simon had done thus far spoke to him being interested in anything more than self-preservation. He was loyal to his friends, and he'd provided help to our group, but that counted very little in the grand scheme of things, as I saw it. As a consequence, when I saw a soldier turn, looking at Mary and I, then turning his focus to the firstborn at the tail end of our group, I did nothing, keeping my head down as much as I already had been, and let the dice fall where they were slated to fall. It was Mary, in the end, who turned, saw, and grabbed the firstborn's hand, tugging sharply on it so they both fell together. The rest of us stopped running, while Mary looked up at the soldier, eyes wide, half panicked, like she was entirely unable to fend for herself. That look was enough to give the man pause. He held out his sword. It's dangerous, he said. I wondered if Simon would do anything. It's my brother, Mary said. Please. For a long moment, I thought the soldier was going to strike, resolving the situation, so he could go back to his comrades. His sword wavered. It would be easier if he did execute Simon. The social currency and independence the firstborn offered was dwindling. Simon remained a loose end. The sword lowered. The man, young, no older than 20, extended a hand to Mary, helping her stand. You're hurt. We got attacked by some others. Her firstborn helped us, I said, indicating Mary and Simon. He shot a skeptical eye at Simon, then said, they're going crazy. You need to get out of here, the madness that's getting to them, it's contagious, passing from one to the other. We will, Mary said. The Baron, I said. Is he? He's gone, the soldier said. He headed up that way. The first wagons passed through the hills. We're handling the situation here, then dividing people into those who will go to the Baron and those who will stay here to clean up. He's going to be so mad, I said. I ran my hands through my hair, as if I didn't know what to do with them. They're going to take it out on us. They always do. I saw the soldier's expression change. He couldn't look me in the eye, but his eyes didn't remain on any fixed point. Lost in thought. His knuckles went white as he gripped his weapon. I saw his eyebrows move. Concern, and not for me. This didn't sit easy for the young soldier. That was something I could use. Sir. I ventured. I let my voice hitch. I had his attention. Our parents are at Richmond House, their servants. Is there any way we could? I trailed off. You want me to help them leave? They only go once a month, and for special events. He uses us boys and girls to control them while they're there, and scare them. Sometimes he hints that he has us in the dungeon, I said. I was improvising, and the lie was spinning out into something convoluted. He'll make them wonder all day, have them work so hard to please him, because they think we're at his mercy. He plays games with their heads, and telling them that one of us is hurt or in danger or letting them think they can escape when we're really in the dungeon, that's the sort of game he'd play. Our parents are always so happy to see us when they get back, Mary said. I don't know, the soldier said. You can't? I asked. I don't know, he said. He glanced back at his companions. When he looked back at us, his focus was on Chance and Lainey. They're good people, Chance said. We owe a lot to them. My family isn't overly important, but if you gave your name to me and helped them out, I could. The soldier shook his head. That's not important. Okay. I'll look into it. There will be one wagon cart that goes back with some guards for Richmond House. I might be on it, and I could get you on it, if I explain. Please, Mary said. She reached out, touching his hand where it gripped the gun. I imagined that moment of contact and the expression on a pretty girl's injured face would haunt him for a long time. Much as the image of the blood-strewn plaza was liable to linger in my mind's eye. I was cursed to a faulty memory that would only retain the bad things. 1 hour, the man said. Meet me here. I'll try to be here, if orders allow, and I'll try to arrange something. For now, just get somewhere safe. Then he was gone, running, back to his comrades and fellow soldiers and guards. No such place, I murmured. We made our way. I pointed the way, as best as I was able, but the sameness of so many of the houses and the scarcity of landmarks made it easy to get lost. You can act, Lainey said. You can lie and make it sound real. You know how to fight, or she does. My throat hurts from when you used that gas and none of the stuff actually reached me, but you walked into it. Where did you come from? What's really going on? You said it earlier, I said. We're monsters, aren't we? That doesn't explain anything. Have you changed your mind? I asked. Do you see us as something else? I think you're scary, and... I raised a hand, interrupting her, and then let it drop. We're monsters. It's not my job to convince you of anything different. We, have another job. Your job is to come with us. Further away from the plaza, the fighting was non-existent. People, forbidden from going indoors, had taken to hiding. It wasn't a lame hide-and-seek sort of hiding, but it was a sustained effort to stay out of sight without looking like they were staying out of sight. They clustered in groups of 3 to 10, gathered in nooks and crannies with their firstborn looming over them like guillotines. They kept their heads down, hunching over with backs to us, or averting their gaze. A broken community. Finally sufficiently lost, I looked at Simon. Your lab. Where is it? Still unwilling to talk, he pointed. My gut instinct had been right. The house wasn't far. Chance, I said. What is it? You helped back there with the soldier. And with the twin. The twin? The Lady Baronet of Richmond. Why? I asked him. Because I saw how things were unfolding, and I remembered hearing the stories. Those memories were so vivid that it was like someone was speaking in my ear. Things the twins did. Not so different from what you told the soldier back there. Simon pointed, indicating a street. We changed direction. I couldn't foresee any future where the Lady Baronet won and then let us go. She would be suspicious, and she would punish us without asking questions. She would, I said. It wasn't courage, if you're thinking that, Chance. It wasn't. It was a horrible sort of fear. And the soldier. I don't even remember what I said to him. I nodded. We were approaching the front door of Simon's house. I drew the house key from my pocket and opened the door. The stray items and blood from our earlier fight was still scattered and spattered, respectively, across the first floor. Blood marked a trail upstairs and down. Simon was now in the lead of the group, eager. He walked with purpose to the basement door. The rest of us followed. You saved him from the soldier back there, I murmured to Mary. She limped a bit as we approached the stairwell, walking just beside me, the 2 of us behind Lainey and Chance. I wasn't sure if you had any more plans for him, Mary said. She winced and opened her mouth to touch a tooth. Fingers still in her mouth, she glanced at me. There were so very few people in the world who I could communicate so much with only a second or two of unwavering, sustained eye contact. I loved Mary so much. Not as a girlfriend, she never would be one. But the way we worked in concert, the communication and the feeling that she and I were a pair, when it counted. I wanted to say it out loud, regardless of the circumstance, much as I'd told Lillian. I wanted to speak from the heart, even while knowing that any and every time I did, it somehow became poison. We approached the bottom of the staircase. Simon had stopped in his tracks. Reaching the bottom of the staircase, I could see why. We'd bound Clifton and Carmen to the polished steel countertops, the crown of Clifton's head touching Carmen's. They both now lay in pools of congealing blood. Carmen lay contorted, the position far from the pose we'd left her in, dried froth and possibly a small amount of vomit collected around her nostrils and mouth. The act of taking her extreme pose had been violent, clearly, with razor wire hauled through flesh until it reached inflexible, unyielding bone. Here and there, the wire was so taut that it held her hands and legs in the strange positions. Lainey stumbled into one corner, heaving in breath while making gulping sounds. Chance hurried to her side, looking for something to vomit into. Fits, Simon said. His voice was hollow. Withdrawal from the drug. Carmen had been the one to have fits. To keep one from struggling or chancing a cut to their arm or leg, we'd bound Clifton to Carmen and vice versa. The wires went from one individual, under the table and around to the other. The idea had been to keep each one from struggling by making their struggles dangerous to the other. It had worked, she'd struggled and her fits had effectively killed Clifton. Simon wheeled on us. I could see the pain in his eyes. You did this. I remained silent. There wasn't anything to be said. He wouldn't hear. He raised his hands to his face, fingers digging in, and in the doing, he provoked the living flesh that he'd been wreathed in. It contorted and pulsed, flexing under his fingers, making his monstrous, melted expression into something bloated and even more monstrous than before. The eyes behind it all were so very human, with a terrible sort of emotion in them. He spoke again, but the words became a cry, and the cry became a ragged, agonized scream that tore its way out of his mouth. He started to move toward us like he might throw punches and try to savagely beat us, then almost concurrently remembered the fate of the twin. He dropped to his knees. I waited, listening at the keening cry of the man. In sound alone, it almost perfectly represented what I'd been feeling since I'd left Lillian's. I let it go on for far too long before I raised my hand, 2 fingers extended. I let my hand drop. Cold, quiet, and so fast I barely saw, Mary threw a knife underhand. Lainey shrieked as the knife struck home and Simon toppled to the ground. Chance wrapped his arms around her. I want my wire, Mary said, her eyes on the bodies on the counter. Get it, I said. I can sew up my most minor wounds and see about looking after Lainey's arm. When we're done, I'll patch you up, and you patch me up. Mary gave me one curt nod. She stepped over Simon on her way to the bodies. I looked for and began collecting the necessary supplies for wound treatment. I ran water in the little cast steel sink and waited until it was sufficiently hot. Are you going to deal with us in the same way? Chance asked. His arms were still around his sobbing cousin. Tie up loose ends. Not a dumb guy. I don't know yet, I said. What decides it? He asked. His voice was tight. Things like whether I can trust you to keep your word and be afraid enough of us, I said. And I looked down at Simon. His scream lingered in my ears. And I asked him a question earlier. About what he thought about his handiwork. He made the monsters. He couldn't give me an answer. That doesn't mean he didn't feel bad. Lainey said. She sounded as if she was panicking. Chance squeezed her, as if to compel her to stay quiet and calm. I act, like you said. I lie. I read people like she makes them bleed. If he'd given me one sign, one indication of remorse or pity for the people he hurt over the last few years, I would have let him live. I even asked him outright. I gave him a last chance. You asked me if I thought you were a monster, just a little while ago, Lainey said. I did, I said. I set out the materials for first aid. Is that the same sort of question? No, I said. I don't care what you think about me. Chance was glaring at me now, his jaw set. But if I was in your shoes, Lainey, I would be thinking hard about what kind of answer you can give me. And I won't necessarily ask a question before I expect that answer. You said Lainey, you referred to her specifically, instead of say it to us both, Chance said, his voice quiet. Is that because you think I gave you an answer? On the far end of the room, in front of me, Mary glanced at me. She knew. If you want to kill her, you'll have to kill me first, Chance said. I turned around so I could look at them straight. Then, instead of answering Chance, I gestured at Lainey. Get up on the counter here, I'll take a look at that arm. SY, Mary said. I stirred, realized my head was on Mary's shoulder, her hair pulled back out of the way. I sat up straight. We were still in the basement. Chance and Lainey were sitting on a countertop. Sheets covered the corpses in the room, but neither of the young aristocrats looked at ease. I slept. I asked. I don't think so, Mary said. A minute, maybe 5 at most. It was fitful. I wasn't surprised. I felt more tired than I had. Phantom images of other lambs were disappearing. After we'd handled the first aid and Mary had been given painkillers, I'd gathered up supplies I assumed I could use. Packets of paper and cloth that held powders I knew to be hard on the eyes and nose. Then, when Mary and I had run out of details to talk about, I'd filled the quiet with their voices, the dim with their faces. Somewhere in the midst of it, I tapped myself out. It hasn't been an hour, I said. No, she agreed. It's not time for the rendezvous. But... She gestured. Ear. Sound. I listened. A dull noise, reverberating through the town, heavy. Like weather, but not weather. A train. I didn't even hear it stop, Mary said. But I heard the steam vent as it started to move again. It just arrived. I nodded, taking it in. Okay. You like to stay ahead of things, she said. I thought you might want to scout it out. I hopped down off of the countertop. I looked around the room. I gave her a nod. The phantom images of the lambs were long gone, having only been halfway between dream and daydream. Still, I remembered the feelings I'd had while they were here. In the twilight of near sleep, I'd almost let myself believe. Chance and Lainey approached without complaint as I indicated for them to move. Chance seemed a lot more stern than before, his jaw set. He'd drawn blood in an indirect way. He looked like a hunter, but the death he had indirectly contributed to was a far weightier one. Helping to kill a noble, of all things. He had matured by leaps and bounds. Now he was looking at me and wondering what other hard decisions he might have to make. Lainey. I couldn't say. She'd been forced to grow up a great deal, and I had challenged her to grow up the rest of the way and to do it fast, by demanding an answer out of her. I couldn't make myself believe she had it in her. A lot of people have seen us, now, Mary commented, as we left the house. I gave her a singular nod in response. What happens if you let Chance and Lainey go? You scare them. That would be the idea. And the soldier who is giving us access to the Baron's mansion won't talk. Others won't ask him, and he won't venture to say. You're sure? Sure enough that I'm willing to stake your life on it, I said. And the life of the other lambs. Mary didn't have a response to that. I'm not willing to stake your life on many things, I said, my voice dropping. I know, she said. I believe you when you say he won't talk. I ran my fingers through my hair. My breath fogged in the cool air. The soldiers in the house where the twin died didn't see through the gas, and they won't talk for similar reasons the other soldier won't. Only they'll be less motivated by good nature and more by fear. They were close to the twin when she died. That failing will reflect on them. Not wholly the truth, that. Some had glanced through and seen me. I was sure enough that they hadn't gotten a good look at Mary. I was alright with that end result. The group at the train was still there. It had seemed to be a particularly slow-moving group of aristocrats, but as we made our way across the city, periodically glancing in that direction, it didn't look like they were leaving the train station. We headed straight for the plaza, and I could almost remember the way back without Mary prompting me. The soldier wasn't there. 40 or 50 minutes had passed, and the fighting had concluded. Bodies had been dragged away, and whole groups of people were bringing water, sloshing them on the cobblestones to wash the blood. Not all of the groups had firstborn with them. I'd planned to be here as the people on the train arrived, get the lay of the land, and see if there was anything I could use. They still weren't advancing into the city. Frey? I wondered. Were her people here in disguise, dressed like the upper class? No. That would be too hard to sell. What are you doing? Chance asked me, don't just stand around. Get water, clean. I could see the look in his eye. He was playing along, and I couldn't see any guile. Yes, sir, I said. Mary and I went to get buckets. I kept a close eye on the young aristocrat, collected the bucket, and used the fact that I was moving around to try and get a better sense of what was going on down at the train station. Something about this didn't make sense. I was surprised at how much the sense of it nagged at me. I was so fixated on that odd scene that I needed Mary to nudge me before I saw our escort making his approach. The guard we'd pled to earlier was coming, and he had others with him. Nothing seemed duplicitous about what he was doing. Not unless he'd lost all ability to feel bad about the violence and wrongs committed against Warwick's people. He'd brought his superior officer and a friend, it looked like. We would have our ride. I glanced again at the train, then back at Chance and Lainey. There. The aristocrats were now coming. There were no less than 4 nobles in their company now, departing the train. I could only see them from afar, but 3 looked younger than the Baron and the twins, older than 15, going solely by proportion in their style of dress. The 4th was older, exceptionally fat to a degree that had to have been created by academy doctors, with crimson hair, and I couldn't even tell if they were male or female. Nobles, I said. They weren't expected to arrive on this train, right? They weren't. What are you thinking? Mary asked me. I'm thinking about the next train. All of this, it's a play, right? A strategy. The Baron, he's not a stupid man. The violence, it doesn't make a lot of sense, but he planned it to an extent. He anticipated Mauer or Frey coming for him, or coming for a cluster of nobles. The firstborn would or will be a distraction, and what does he do? You've said it before. He retreats to Richmond House. I turned, looking past the houses at the forest, and at the expansive manor that peeked through the trees. And remains disconnected. What does he do when and if the soldiers can't get things back in control? He'd want to hop in a wagon and make his way down to greet the other nobles, and he wouldn't be able to, not gracefully. That far away, he'd be too slow to move and react. Does he really want to look that weak? That out of control? Power and control. The nobles have the power and can never have enough control. He's here, Mary said. He made it look like he was going to Richmond House, which anyone would expect, and then he doubled back. Not here, but close, I said. I think I know where. I looked past the tops of houses and buildings, to the spire of the godless church. In sheep's clothing 10.17. My grip on Lainey's wrist was so tight that when she crashed to the ground, I could see the imprint of my hand, distinct and white, the skin around the finger marks crimson. I'd been pulling her along so we could get to the church as quickly as possible, and she'd hit her limit, stumbling, then being pulled down to the road, skinning her knees through her stockings. Ahead of us, Mary and Chance remained where they were, looking back. Lainey? Chance asked. I looked from Lainey to the end of the street. The largest church hadn't been far from the train station. That little detail mattered. I was tense, and all of the emotions I'd been bundling up until now were binding together in that tension. I had to hold back to keep from lashing out at Lainey. I'd studied her as an individual, I'd known that she couldn't run this far or this fast, that she didn't have it in her to face the situations we were dragging her through. I knew it wasn't fair, and I wanted to tear into her and shout her down all the same. I wanted to backhand her and drive some sense into her, or draw the gun and use it to provide incentive. There were too many important things hinging on this. We were close and a matter of seconds could make things very, very difficult. Please stand up, Lainey, I said, and the soft, gentle, almost pleading tone I gave my words was as great a job of acting as I'd ever done. I can't, she said, between gasps for breath. The words were almost a mule. If I hadn't been expecting words, I might have interpreted it as a whimpering sound. She wouldn't look up at me. You can, and you have to, I said, very patiently. Right now we're about a 10-minute walk or a 5-minute run from the train station, the same train station that the aristocrats and some nobles just left. There's a chance, a real one, that some people might turn the corner at the end of the street up there. People who want to keep their distance from the noble, men with guns scouting the area to protect the people they're assigned to guard, people assigned tasks or told to prepare accommodations. If they turn the corner and see us, it's going to make things very complicated. I can't, she said, again. There was a kind of defeat to the words. The mule was gone. She was working on catching her breath, and the emotion was slipping away from her words. I'd predicted she would be a problem. I'd expected hysteria, not catatonia. I suspected I had a very good idea of what her family and circle of friends were like, now. Every second counted. Earlier, you were excited to be a part of this. When all of this is done, with luck, you're going to go back to your friends and family. A bit wiser in what goes on in the background, maybe, more grown up in an unhappy sense, I said. I had no indication she was even listening to me at this point. I dropped down so I sat on my heels. I couldn't quite mirror her posture or actions to get more on her level and find a way to communicate with body language, but being closer to her would help. Do you want this to be something you look back on with shame? A black mark, something that sits with you for years, every time you face a bad situation? The omnipresent knowledge that you broke the first time it really counted? Because that's a lie, and I want you to help me prove that's a lie, I said. I read people. I've read you, and I know you have it in you. A lie. Don't fall into this trap of fear and self-doubt, I urged her. There wasn't a response. No sound, no movement. I was so focused on her I missed the first part of what Mary said. How, Chance? I've never seen her like this, I heard Chance say. I looked up at Mary. Go ahead. Scout the area. Are you sure? Mary asked me. No, I said. I put a hand on my knee for balance, and I made a gesture. But it's better than all four of us being out here. Agree, was her gestured response. She wasn't agreeing to my statement. She was simply accepting the fact that I might have to do something Chance wouldn't want to see. She and Chance ran. I turned to Lainey, studying her, watching for the slightest movement of head or fingertip. I looked at her clothes, trying to see if there wasn't some clue to her personality that would give me a way in. At this point, Gordon murmured in my ear, you want to consider putting a bullet in her. The blunt, simple solution. You always were a ruthless bastard deep down inside, Gordon, I thought. When they put your brain together, how did they do it? Did they include someone who was very good and enthusiastic about hurting others? Someone you could tap into when the situation called for it, who lurked deep inside you the rest of the time, half asleep? Who else was there to ask? Lillian? She wasn't talking to me. A mental block was firmly in place, making it too difficult for me to pull a complete profile on her together, maybe. Or I simply didn't want to think too much about Lillian. Jamie, then. In the absence of Lillian, Jamie was perhaps the most moral of the lambs. I supposed it was because he remembered everything, including the blood on his hands. It made for quite a burden, I imagined. I closed my eyes a moment, thinking about him, that feeling when he lurked, as if he was always in the corner of my vision, not quite the new Jamie or the old, haunting me as he straddled the line between the two. It was a recurring theme that came with him. That feeling that he was always there. When I had a question, he had an answer. But he wasn't here, and I wasn't sure he would be, after. With Gordon gone, Jamie was the one lamb who depended most on his treatments to continue functioning. Without going in and reorganizing his memories, depositing them and taking them back in, or whatever it was he did, he would fly swiftly towards a breaking point. The result would probably be more horrific than the simple blank slate that had followed the loss of my best friend. That was likely why I hadn't jumped straight to Jamie, and why he didn't emerge as frequently as some of the others might. Jamie's presence went hand in hand with a feeling of loneliness and loss. It was hard to bear for long periods of time. It left me feeling like I needed to get away, to surface for air, but it wasn't air I gasped for. In my mind's eye, so vivid he was almost there, he crouched beside me. I need to figure out how to get through to her. I need a counterpoint to what Gordon is saying. I heard Jamie's matter-of-fact voice. What you're telling her, about how she'd regret this for a long time. That it would be a black stain in her memories, coloring things for a long time? You might as well have been talking to yourself, SY. You hate hurting the young. Damn it. There's a reason you didn't immediately take Gordon's suggestion. You don't want to be that person. Not if it isn't absolutely necessary. There was another reason I hadn't jumped to thinking about Jamie. His presence tended to coincide with uncomfortably penetrating analyses of myself. I stared at the top of Lainey's head. I waited, thinking fast, half of my thoughts preoccupied with the Baron and the upcoming confrontation. I had to find a way to disable the man, and that was a hard thing to do. I needed to get the drop on him, if that was even possible. But I couldn't do that without leaving Lainey behind. Leaving her behind would mean someone could grill her and find out about Mary. I saw as her fingers moved, lifting off of the road, then curled up, her hands twisting so she could make them into fists, the sides of each hand still against the ground to help hold her head and shoulders up. It was movement, a suggestion she was interacting with the outside world. I'm sorry, I said. I could see her tense. No, I'm not apologizing because I'm about to hurt you, I said. I'm sorry because I pushed you too hard. I could see her relax. This is almost over, I said. You don't even need to do or see or say anything. You just need to get somewhere safe. Then this wraps up, I'll make all the necessary threats to ensure you won't say a word about my existence or my friends, and you go back to your family. Slowly, I saw her work up the ability to move again. She wouldn't look at me, and she moved at a glacial pace. She started, hesitating. A part of me wanted to scream. A calmer part of me was already prepared for the hesitation. I finished her thought, touching her arm and hand, helping her to complete the movement with gentle assistance while I helped her continue her thought by talking it through. You've never seen someone get hurt before, let alone killed. She shook her head from side to side, an agreement. You're right. I've always worked to bury my thoughts about the people that people like the Baron Richmond hurt and torture. You hear about the monsters as a kid and you wonder why people don't do anything. Yeah, I said. Please move faster. Ho, the cry came from the far end of the street, not far from the train station. A horrible fear gripped me. It was a soldier with a uniform that screamed elite, and that soldier had a dozen people with him. 3 of those people were nobles, an adult, and 2 adolescents. A 4th was an experiment, head and shoulders above the adult, who was a good 8 feet tall, at my best estimation. The experiment looked to be all morbid, tumorous flesh, packed into a shell of well-tended cast iron, the flesh throbbing against the shell as if the entire beast was made up of giant hearts. Digitigrade legs and a tail all styled after a bull's, 3 sculpted breasts, 2 long, feminine arms, and a head, over-large, gold rather than iron, with 2 faces, sculpted with 4 twisting horns. One had a mouth that yawned open, the other a serene expression. The imagery couldn't be mistaken. The noble had a pet, a vat-grown devil. I lightly tugged on Lainey's wrist. I felt her resistance, and knew she was frozen in fear. There would be no moving her, and I wasn't about to leave her behind to tell the noble about Mary. This is where it all ends, I thought. The adult noble was the obese one I had seen before. His body type could only be described as a cylinder. Rolls of his chin disappeared beneath a huge ruffled collar, and his clothes formed a kind of drape that extended to his ankles, with war medals on his chest. He'd chosen to look like this, or someone had chosen this aesthetic, and I immediately had an impression why. He was a giant of a man, all size, and he radiated sheer, undeniable power. He was a titan that I suspected the Duke of Francis would have felt small beside, decorated with alabaster skin and hair that was parted in the middle and curled at the sides, fine and like spun gold. Yet for all that he made me think of an ogre, his eyes looked like they belonged on a fey trickster. Almond-shaped, bright blue, and animated, they immediately locked onto me, supposedly a Warwick local, instead of on Lainey. The boy in the noble's company was his son, or some close relative. The resemblance was uncanny, but the boy was not yet a giant. 5 times my size, easily, but not yet of his father's height. His eyes didn't seem nearly so sharp. He wore a vest and jacket with a long coat. And the young lady, about my age, and undoubtedly a noble, was leaner than her guardian and relative. Statuesque, with the man's fake glittering eyes, yet with none of the apparent humor behind them. I wanted to despise her by default, to hate her, and I couldn't find a flaw to pick at, to latch onto. Not overdone, but not so indistinct as to be lost amid all of the other worked beauties. Her features were soft, her almond eyes green and cold. Her costume, and I didn't have a word for it otherwise, was black, half dress and half suit, with calf-length leather boots and a fine leather falconer's glove on her right hand, though she had no bird with her. She stood with one hand on her hip, body askew, glove hanging at one side, and she made it look natural. Raven hair hung down one side of her head, exposing only the one ear, which had black jewels set into it. She looked like the sort of noble I might have wanted to be, had I been one. Whoever had decided on her aesthetic had made good choices, ones that I suspected made a great deal of sense, with attractiveness as a byproduct. I suspected it all flowed seamlessly, in a way that made me think of the artistry behind Helen. That design was almost enough to distract me from the situation. The situation was bad. I couldn't run. I knew it instinctively. The devil would be on our heels. If I tried, it would mean leaving Lainey. I dropped to my knees. Lainey was already halfway there. Her head bowed as mine did. Elaine Dexter, the adult spoke. His voice was exactly as one might expect, as if the skies had opened and a higher power had spoken, words reverberating as if they rattled the walls. The fact that the syllables were as deep and slow as they were made his voice sound distorted, akin to how I'd once heard an altered baby who had a crying scream of an adult. Yes, Lord Infante, Lainey said. Infante. That put this man around the 9th, 10th, or 11th place from the throne, though it was always hard to tell, with new births and deaths that weren't spoken of. My memory of these things was bad to begin with, but I thought of two possibilities for who he might be. Either the Lord King's second grandchild or husband to the youngest child of the king. His voice boomed. I had a glance of you once, when you were still on your mother's breast. You became frightened at my voice and squawked, interrupting me. I have heard the story, Lord Infante. I am dearly sorry. He laughed, and I imagined, had he had a normal voice, it might have sounded warm. Not to worry, dear child. I have a good recollection for people and events, and I don't use it for nursing grudges. Stand, now. Look me in the eye. Let me see how you've grown. Yes, Lord Infante. Lainey did as she'd been asked. I remained kneeling. You're hurt. Yes, Lord Infante. What happened? An incident, Lord Infante. The locals have monsters assigned to watch each family, the monsters became riled. They. She stuttered. It was as if the man was so intense that weak things simply crumbled around him, and Lainey wasn't feeling strong. All right, child, all right. Shush, the man spoke. Now tell me, who is this rapscallion that is keeping you company? I tensed. Raps my Lord Infante, I. Shush, I told you, there's no need to worry. You're keeping the company of someone who has had droplets of blood fall on him from above, landing on his back, with very full pockets and clothes that belong to someone else. Any of these things might be fine on their own, but they add up to quite a picture. I wondered if I could stab Lainey and run. Boy. Stand. If I was going to run, it had to be now. I didn't. Yes, Lord Infante, I said, standing. I was very aware of how small I was compared to even the shortest of the nobles present, the falconer. You're a killer, he said. Yes, Lord Infante, I said. I was growing to hate the words Lord Infante, but I was willing to take Lainey's cue on this and say it every time I spoke, just to be safe. My admission of being a killer had the noble son's piggish eyes and the falconer's green eyes fixed on me. They were, at the risk of overstating it, mildly interested now. Honest, aren't you? I'm not usually, but here, yes, Lord Infante. If I didn't tell you, I think Miss Elaine Dexter here might. With all respect due to her, she is having a very poor day. With a man of your stature, I feel it would be bad form to be caught in a lie. Very wise, very wise. You don't strike me as a very poor killer, boy. Are you an exceptional one? I'm trying to be, Lord Infante. Today will decide it one way or the other. Trying is a weak word. Who is supposed to die at your hand today? The Baron Richmond, Lord Infante. That actually seemed to surprise the man. He stopped for a moment, and then let loose a laugh so loud I worried the Baron would hear it, some distance away. It made my ears ring. At the poor man's engagement announcement? I'd thought you might be one of his, hired to pick off some lesser noble. I was going to ask you which one, and buy you off if it was one I wanted to keep around. But this? This is something different. Yes, Lord Infante. Who hired? No, I don't imagine anyone hired you. You look wrung out enough that you might have abandoned the job if it was simply about money, and you're too young to understand money as it stands. This is personal. I swallowed. Why the Baron? No, hold, don't tell me why. I don't want to know your petty reasons, and I can imagine what the answer would be. Let's see if you have an answer for me. This event, this narcissistic cockwag of a show, what is he doing it for? I paused, thinking. If you take more time than it takes me to draw a breath to give me an answer, boy, I will personally twist you into 2 pieces and hand you over to my elite guard with instructions to put each half in a different outhouse. Lord Infante, he hoped to lure in others that stand between him and the throne. In the recent skirmish in Lug, he found out about guns designed to kill nobles, and secured an alliance with the man who made them. The Duke of Francis is left with half of a brain. A vegetable in a pretty package. I'm aware. This neatly explains how that came about. The attack is arranged for later, then. I'm not sure he anticipates it for sure, Lord Infante, I said. It was hard to breathe around the man. I was caught now between responding as fast and concisely as I could and being crushed by his voice, while being tense and prepared to bolt for it in some dim attempt to survive if he saw reason to hurt me. He might hope it will happen, but if it doesn't, then he still gets to meet and greet his peers and know they'll likely die in the months to come, as the guns see use. I was leaving Candida Gage out of this on purpose. The man's silence was imposing. Beside me, Lainey drew in a shuddering breath. Will I find reason to regret letting you go? The man asked me. Be honest. Lord Infante, I can't say for sure. But I know one thing for certain. There isn't a person alive who wouldn't think the world is a better place with the Baron Richmond removed from it. There was a momentary pause. Something felt wrong. I shifted my weight, ready to bolt. The Infante's son lunged. As fast as any ghost, despite his mass. His hand hit me like a cannonball. I flew back, and I jerked short, as his fingers had grabbed my shirt front. Lainey shrieked. The sound you made when you were a small child was nearly the same, Elaine Dexter, the Infante spoke. Boy, you almost had me, and then you had to lie to me. I didn't fight. I knew it wasn't a use. I had my gun tucked into my pants behind my shirt, but I doubted it would hurt the son of the Infante. It wasn't worth trying. You'll come with me, he said. You'll work for me. Perhaps I'll alter you. Elaine Dexter, as well. For working willingly beside someone like this, who would hurt a noble, I can't allow you to return to your parents. No. Lord Infante. I couldn't breathe with the fat fist clutching my collar. Mary was going to either try and fail to complete the mission, and the lambs would be splintered, or she was going to miss the window of opportunity and come looking for me, before returning to the others. Perhaps that would be best. She wouldn't find me. Things wouldn't lead back to her, hopefully. She could return to a more normal life as a lamb. No, the Infante asked. He held me hostage, Lord Infante. I managed a nod. Ah, the scoundrel agrees, then. But you could have said no, Elaine, the Infante said. You could have willingly gone to the grave rather than aid in a plot that put a noble's mortal life at risk. Even a lesser man like the Baron Richmond is a higher value life than yours, you can't deny that. You've wronged the natural order. That can't go unanswered. I couldn't speak. Fabric threatened to tear. I suspected that I would die the moment it did, because he would seize my actual throat instead, and crush it like a small child might squeeze gruel between his fingers. I reached down as far as I was able, and I reached for my boot. Between the fingertip of my middle finger and the fingernail of my index finger, I caught the very pommel of the knife I'd slipped within. I hauled it out, moving my hand to catch the length of the handle against the base of my hand, and I had a grip on the knife a moment later. The Infante's son's eyes moved down, looking. He smirked. The knife plunged, digging into my thigh. I let go of it, letting it drop to the road, the clatter of it drawing a small amount of attention. My vision was going black. I'd already been tired, hurt, and exhausted, and it wasn't taking much. Touching my fingertips to the blood, I brought one arm up, and I drew on the sleeve. "TRU." The darkness threatened to overwhelm me. Let him breathe. I was released. I coughed, sputtering, and dropped to my knees, where I coughed more. "You don't believe you lied?" the Infante asked. I shook my head. I wondered if the lack of a proper answer would end me. The Baron doesn't have anyone who cares about his existence? You forget about his sister. Dead, Lord Infante. One is, I know, but the other ah. I nodded in agreement with his realization. You. Yes, Lord Infante. I did it alone, using my hostage and a hostage doctor dressed up as an experiment. Elaine can confirm. I didn't see the look or his indication for Elaine to speak, but I heard her voice. He did, Lord Infante. In the town hall. He killed the Baron's doctor, and then the twin. You used a knife and fire and gas. The body burned. The Baron doesn't know, we don't think. She was talking too much, making what was largely truth sound like a lie. Then I sincerely apologize, little scoundrel. I gave the order too quickly. I suppose I should send you off before I make another mistake. Go, and fulfill this noble goal to make this world a better place by removing one more heartbeat from it. It put a bitter taste in my mouth, to hear my goal described as noble. Worse, it almost felt as though one of the few redeeming parts of this task I'd set for myself had been stripped away. The fact that it was for Lillian remained, but it no longer felt like the first mission I'd set for myself. It felt like I was doing the Infante's bidding. I almost turned to go, and then I glanced at Lainey. I think I'll keep her with me, the Infante said. She's young, and she hasn't yet had the modifications necessary to be in my company for extended periods of time, but I'll find other things to do with her. As I said, she committed a wrong. I may consent to the Baron's death, but it's not for her to say. I could see the emotions fly through Lainey's eyes. The terror, the defeat, and then renewed terror as the scope of her fate sank in. Lord Infante, I said. I already know what you are going to ask, the man said. I would like her assistance in completing the remainder of my goal, if you would be willing, my lord. I'd hoped never to utter the words my lord again. Do you not think she deserves punishment? The giant asked me in his heavy voice. Lord Infante, I said, glancing at Lainey, I think the punishment will come about on its own, with no need of your help or mine. She looked between me and the Infante, clearly confused. Her whole being was focused on the present and her current fate. She couldn't see how things unfolded from here. Shall we make a bet of it? The Infante asked. If I revisit Elaine Dexter and her family some time from now, and I don't think the punishment sufficed, I'll remedy things then. I think that is fair judgment, Lord Infante, I said. He nodded. Then go about your business. I came this way to visit the church, which I found curious, and to see what sort of town a little man like this Baron might have wrought. Then we have the same destination, my lord, I said. The Baron is there, the Infante asked, his eyebrows raising. Then I will skip the church for now. I expect I'll find your body or the Baron's there when we come back this way. I hope for the latter, Lord Infante, I said. But yes, I would expect so. He smiled. His son and the girl gave me sideways glances as they and the Lord carried on past Lainey and me. The moment his back was to me, I bolted, running, once again with Lainey's wrist in my grip. There was no resistance from her. Getting away from the Infante was excuse enough to move quickly. Each running footstep made the stab wound on my leg throb. What Lainey started? She stumbled, as if moving and speaking required too much coordination. She was still in shock. What punishment? Punishment. The Infante had laid it out clearly enough. It would sink in, once she thought about it. If he visited her family and found that she hadn't faced grim enough measures, then he would handle it himself with her entire family at stake. Perhaps he would check in and retaliate against her family, a scene for her to find or later hear about, and have that be the punishment. No. She couldn't go home again. She couldn't look back. She couldn't reach out. It would either be the catalyst that saw her and her family utterly destroyed, or it would mean finding out things that would destroy her. Both were equally possible. I would have to find a way to tell her, but that time wasn't now. I was approaching the church. My fingertips went out to brushwood where a fresh mark had been carved. I changed direction. Now that we were close enough, I could hear shouts. I could make out the words. A shadow. A flash of dark hair at the window, was it? The Baron. Drunk on power and confidence. The voice was loud. Come to me, lamb. Come to me. My soldiers will let you through. If you came for the Lady Gage, then come, or I'll open her throat. I felt Lainey hesitate, and shifted my grip on Lainey's wrist so I held her hand, somewhat more gently. It helped urge her forward. The Infante had taken everything from her, and she didn't know it yet. Hearing the Baron speak, knowing the implicit threats his words carried, facing this scene, possibly my last act as a lamb, I knew that Lainey's imminent situation mirrored my own. Closely enough that I had to wonder if it was on purpose. In sheep's clothing 10.18. We reunited with Mary and Chance, and Lainey ran up to her cousin, throwing her arm around him. What happened? Mary asked. Ran into trouble. It doesn't matter, I said. He saw you. I was quiet enough. It's like he has eyes in the back of his head. But did he see you? No, Mary said. I ducked out of the way as his head turned. I nodded, trying not to let Mary know just how much my heart was pounding. He's taunting us, telling us to get inside. He has his wife hostage. Candida. Candy. Or Emily, depending, I said. I couldn't keep my hands still as I wrung clammy sweat off one hand with the other, then reversed the process, effectively getting myself nowhere. I was very aware of how cold it was and yet not cold at all. The terrified energy that brimmed inside of me was such that I could have stood wet and naked in a blizzard and the cold wouldn't have been the first, second, or even the third thing to register. Snow drifted down around us. It was already getting dark. I think I can beat him, Mary said. But not him and the soldiers together. He won't give you the chance, and I don't want to belittle your abilities, I said, trailing off as I gave Mary an up-down look. She had a tear in her lip, and her best efforts to wipe her face clean hadn't mended the messy red mark that ran down from one corner of her mouth to her chin. Her nose had been smashed, and she still had dried blood edging her nostrils. One of her eyes was bloodshot. I could see from the way that she moved that she wasn't nearly as graceful as she should be. She had her arms folded and leaned against a wall, and I suspected part of her reasoning for taking that pose was that it hurt to move. But you're hurt. Do you have a better plan? I glanced at the church, a block away. That's not a yes, she said. Yes, I said. It wasn't wholly the truth. She gave me a look. I wasn't sure if she was going to comment. I didn't wait for it. I pulled away from Mary, taking a step toward the church and the Baron. Mary grabbed my arm. Quick. What are you doing? I turned around, walking backward, my eyes on Mary. I could see Chance and Lainey just a short distance away, Chance still holding Lainey, who had her head buried against his shoulder. Wait. Stay. Don't do anything, and whatever you do, don't reveal yourself, I said. I'm going to convince him I'm operating alone. SY, Mary said. Wait, I said. In the process, I let way too much of the emotion I was feeling affect my tone of voice. My voice nearly cracked. I took a short breath, then said, wait. Or we both die, and the rest of the lambs suffer as punishment. I hear you, SY. But if you're talking about me being unable to fight because I'm hurt, are you any better off? I'm not that hurt. Able-bodied. But your head, you're not thinking clearly. No, that's not right. You're sharp, but you're detached, something's off. I'm not able to do what I do best, which is making people bleed, I said. I understand. I'm not in good thinking shape, maybe. But I'm not planning to think. You want to fight? She asked. She saw the expression on my face change. SY. In the meantime, I said. Don't show yourself. It's all turned around. I'm having to fight. I need you to put the weapons aside and think. Be sharp, be wary. Keep an eye out for opportunity. But whatever you do, don't show myself. SY, I want to be a part of this, she said. You are, I said. You're one of the most important parts of this, believe me. It was the truth, but not in the way she wanted. She was one of the biggest considerations I had to keep in mind. I couldn't let this mission jeopardize Mary, Lillian, or any of the other lambs. I saw the look in her eyes, and I relented. Don't worry. I'm not expecting to win. But I've got to convince him I'm operating alone. We need him to let his guard down. I can do that, but the instant he thinks there's more than one lamb. Lambs, the Baron cried out. Last chance. I tugged my arm free of Mary's hand. She was still taking in my words, processing the plan, such as it was. Do you have a knife? She asked. I raised a foot and touched my boot. I'd left the knife behind after meeting the Infante. No. I thought it was missing. She pressed a knife into my hand. Anything else? Everything else. If you have anything from Simon's lab. She quickly found and held out a syringe, packets of powder like the ones I'd collected, and one of the ribbons she'd pulled from her hair. Anticoagulant, Mary said, about the syringe. It's probably not strong enough to work on the Baron. Or you. I kept one packet, took the syringe filled with clear liquid, and grabbed the ribbon. My first thought on taking the ribbon was that it was a memento, not on how I could use it as a weapon. The thought almost paralyzed me. I made myself move, and I was hasty enough about it that I almost stumbled, my actions too forceful. The world had been turned upside down. The only way forward was one that wouldn't let me lean on the lambs. I was having to fight. Mary was having to hold back. All of my usual social finesse was now clumsy and brutish. I shucked off my coat as I approached the church, letting it fall. Putting everything where it needed to be, knife and boot, powders between the belt line of my pants and my hips, I freed myself to work with the syringe. I squeezed out 2/3 of the contents, then raised the needle to my face. I hauled out the plunger, and with it, a share of the vitreous fluid from within my eyeball. It was tricky work, when I was walking as fast as I was. I tore off a corner of a packet and added the contents to the fluid. I did the same for another packet, and then replaced the plunger. I shook it, mixing it as well as I could, and then put the needle into my left eye. My head pounded as I forced the contents into the orb of my eye. Fluid bubbled out from the insertion point, and it burned as it touched my eyelid and cheek. The same things that Simon had used to make his gas, though the combinations and quantities were wrong. I tossed the emptied syringe aside and rubbed my cheek with the back of one hand. I was careful to avoid the bloated, drug-treated eye itself, which I couldn't even close my eyelid around. I fished past the packets in one pocket until I found the eye patch, and pulled it on. I was just in time to round the corner and find myself near the front of the church. A dozen soldiers were gathered at the double doors. More were gathered around the perimeter of the church, with several to each of the side entrances. They watched me as I approached. All men, older, some with scars and uniforms that had likely been updated or newly tailored for the engagement event. Not a one of them moved a muscle as I approached, except to turn their heads, following my approach. It was left to me to open the heavy church doors. I had to press my full weight against one of the double doors to get it open. I stepped into the church proper. The Baron was there, sitting on the stage where the altar would have been, had he had an altar, one of his arms around Candida. He smiled as I entered. I took in the surroundings. The windows on either side of the church were tall, but high up off the ground, hard to access without a ladder. The little light that shone through was dulled by the dust that caked the window surfaces. Candles throughout the church had been lit, many set haphazardly, and the wind that blew in from behind me made the little flames dance, filling the entire church with a wavering of light and darkness. 2 rows of 10 pews, with a black carpet stabbing through the aisle, from door to stage. Of the pews, roughly a third of them had occupants, as caked with dust as the windows were. Some were skeletal, others effectively mummified. I looked at them as I moved further from the door, and I could see the thick, old-fashioned nails that had been driven through the backs of their knees and into the wooden beams that I supposed were knelt on during prayer. Similar nails attached elbows or forearms to the back of the pew in front of them. A screaming, tortured death as they slowly bled out or died of exposure, I imagined. Forever trapped in a position of prayer, kneeling with hands together. Now that the Baron was atop the altarless stage, it almost looked as though they were praying to him. Arrogance at its finest. The first ones came here to worship, the Baron spoke. I insisted they stay. The others came to reclaim their family members. I glanced at Candida. Her eyes were still blind, staring at nothing in particular. She clutched her hands together. Are the others lurking outside, Sylvester? The Baron asked. Is this the point where you do what you do best, and bait me into a trap? Talk my head in circles while your friends maneuver around me. I saw Candida's lips move. Sylvester. I wasn't sure what to read in her expression. I'd made a promise to Lillian that I would help Candida. Was it hope I saw, or despair? Or are you alone? The Baron purred. The word caught my attention. My eye met his. You are. I can see it, he said. That's a look I've seen on many faces. I remained where I was, halfway down the aisle. Behind me, the door slammed shut. When addressed by a noble, law dictates you must reply and reply with due respect, Sylvester, the Baron said. The nice thing about walking away from all of this is that I don't have to pay attention to what the law dictates. My teeth clenched. I walked between the pews so I could keep walking while maintaining a moderate distance from the Baron. I chose a direction that would keep my good eye pointed his way. Nothing to say, then. Shall I put the lovely Miss Candida Gage to the sword, then? He moved the arm that held her against his side, and gripped her head, moving it to expose her throat. In one smooth motion, he drew his rapier, and moved it to her bare neck. The barely restrained emotion that had inured me against the cold made me somehow able to stand still as he drew the sword against the flesh of her neck. A line of blood appeared, then widened. Her hands went up, clutching at his wrist, and yet she was unable to stop him as he moved the sword back and forth, sawing faintly against the flesh of her throat as if he was playing a violin. Her movements were wrong, not nearly as forceful as they should have been, given the situation. The damage was superficial, the sword fine and of the highest quality, capable of cutting the skin and leaving what lay beneath intact. Her fingernails dragged against the fabric of his jacket, and found no purchase where they should have. Her eyes weren't the only thing the man had hobbled. I didn't give him anything. Not a flinch, a reaction, or an intake of breath. He let Candida go, and she flopped to the stage, hands at her neck. All she knew was pain, she felt the flow of blood. She might well have thought she was dying, without knowing the major veins and arteries were all intact. He hopped down from the stage. I moved through the pews and then back, maintaining a distance, wary. He had better doctors than either of the twins, and it had taken more than one lamb to take out any of the twins. I'd told Mary that I expected to lose and that it was part of the plan. That wasn't wholly true. Leaning on Mary like that, relying on her, it was a point of failure for the greater plan. Too much chance that she would be seen. No, I was alone here. Since a long, long time ago, not even that long after we had lost Yvette and the first Ashton, I had known about the expiration dates. I had known I would be alone in this. That, one day, I would find myself faced with a mission I couldn't say no to, faced with an enemy I couldn't win against, without a single lamb to stand by me. I'd had bad dreams about it. Some intense, others like bad memories, slipping away before I could remember particulars. The stages differed, as did the enemies I faced, but the feeling was always the same. It was a feeling that made it hard to breathe. He felt the weight of his rapier in his hand, as if testing it. Then he hurled it. I didn't move a muscle as the blade plunged into the pew nearest me, the end wobbling with the force of the impact. Take it, the Baron said. I glanced at the blade, but I didn't move. Take the sword, Sylvester. I'll wait. I took a step forward, watching him, and reached up for the handle of the blade. I tugged, and it didn't come free. I pulled again, and it moved down like a lever might, while the tip remained embedded. A third tug hauled it free. His narrow, bright green eyes mocked me. He moved left, then right, fine clothes and too fine hair moving like quicksilver around him. Only his face seemed like it was in focus, steady amid hair and clothes that flowed almost like water might. He moved forward, stepping up onto the seat of the pew. He stepped onto the back of the next pew, then down onto the seat of it, cutting a direct path toward me. He picked up speed as he closed the distance. Both hands on the rapier's handle, I moved to intercept, ducking low, aiming for the lower stomach and groin, stabbing. He slapped the blade with the back of a hand, the slap carrying enough force that I felt it in my shoulder. He closed the distance, stepping so close that the toes of his left shoe nearly touched the toes of my right one. His right leg, however, came up. His knee caught me in the chin. My teeth were already clenched tight together, and I wasn't sure if that helped or not. Teeth might have broken if my mouth had been open and driven closed, but as it was, the impact shook my head and its contents. I tumbled to the ground, the rapier falling from my hand, and was left sitting in the leftmost aisle, staring up at the man, while the various candles around the church seemed to brighten until they blinded me. I made a promise to Lillian, I reminded myself. He was waiting patiently, as I reached for and found the rapier. I wavered a little as I got to my feet and straightened. My eye wandered. Candida was still sitting on the stage, now with a glove removed, folded up, and pressed to the bleeding wound at her throat. Beside her was my imagined Lillian, ever silent. The lights remained so bright I could barely see the Baron. He walked toward me, confident. I was raised being taught that we all have a place in the world, Sylvester, the Baron said. But I've come to think of that as complete and utter tripe. The world isn't that inflexible. We break new ground on a daily basis. I made like I was going to retreat, then stepped in, swinging. Again, he used his hand, striking at the flatter side of the blade, as if this was all proceeding in slow motion. I was more prepared for it this time, and recovered enough to make a quick slash in the opposite direction. This time, as his hand moved toward it, I turned the blade. He, too, changed the position of his hand. With the same ease he might toss his hair with a movement of his hand, he moved the blade up and away, the flat of the blade momentarily sliding past knuckles and the back of his hand. It was so forceful I nearly lost my grip on the blade as it went from being pointed in his general direction to being pointed the complete other way. Reaching down, he seized me by the collar. With a heave, he lifted me and threw me into the pews, through one of the decrepit bodies that decorated it. Dust and death filled my nostrils, while wood found its way into my solar plexus and the side of my neck, leaving me groaning and coughing. Advancement is possible. So is falling, he said. And both are very difficult, painful things. Change always is. He found where the rapier had fallen, put his foot on it, and kicked it, sending it skidding across the floor to me. From the moment I was reborn as a proper noble, taken apart and put together as something greater, I grabbed hold of that idea. The pain and difficulty that go hand in hand with change. I was bitter, Sylvester. I realized how this system really works and where I stood in the grand scheme of it all. I saw the injustice of it, and it ate away at me. A baron who would never really have true power. Barely above bastard nobles in status. I had to pay attention to who my enemy was. I pulled myself to my feet, pulling away a tattered bit of cloth that had transferred from the body to me before I reached down for the sword. I coughed. And here I'd wondered if you'd taken something into your mouth, hoping to spit it at me at an opportune moment. Not with that cough, though. What was I saying? He asked. He was approaching along the pew. He hooked one toe at the base of the skull of the body I'd just been tossed through, flicked it into the air, and caught it with one hand. They saw me as dangerous, so they hobbled me even further. Put me here. He punctuated here by throwing the skull, straight down to the ground. It shattered. As I retreated, trying to catch my breath, I moved past my imagining of Jamie. And here I've rotted. Stagnated. I'm a symbol, don't you see? I'm a noble, seemingly nothing more, nothing less. I'm here because they needed a noble here. I'm expendable. It would drive anyone mad with boredom, left to write letters and beg for permission to go elsewhere or to visit another noble. Just me. He moved quickly, 3 running steps without any warning he was doing it. I only barely got the sword around in time to swing it in his direction, trying to ward him off. He moved back just enough to let it move past him, then hooked one toe behind my ankle, toppling me to the tattered black carpet that ran through the middle of the church. I wasn't even fully settled there when he kicked me, sending me rolling. Mere pain was an old companion of mine. I could deal with that more than my skull being rattled or my breath stolen away. I gripped the sword harder. Just me and the freedom to do with my little township what I wanted. I latched onto that idea I'd been convinced of as I was reborn. How closely linked pain and struggle are to greatness. I stood again, one hand at my chest where he'd kicked me, rapier again in hand. Told you not to fight him, S.Y., Gordon spoke, his voice soft but still carrying from where he sat by the destroyed body, behind the Baron. Don't worry, Sylvester, the Baron said. I'm not one of those fanatics who put far too much stock in Wallace's law or anything of the sort. I'm not going to say that I'm creating better people by doing what I do to them. I simply like to see people suffer, to see how it unfolds, what it reveals about them. And I like to see what it lacks, compared to the suffering that goes hand in hand with greatness. That is where I find you amusing, Sylvester. You straddle that line. So talented, yet so small. Small. I did feel small. The hits I'd taken to my stomach and chest were making it hard to breathe, and that paralleled the crushing loneliness I'd been feeling for a while now, compounding it, as if I could no longer shake it or turn my mind from it. I had to find a way to hurt him, to cut him down, as impossible as it seemed. Had to, for Mary's sake. I saw Mary at the window, and for a moment, I thought it was really her, not an imagining. I knew what I was doing, and why. My brain was reflexively reaching out for pillars of strength to draw on, where they felt so absent. It wasn't so different from me seeking the easy familiarity of Jamie, after we'd lost him. Just like Jamie, the effect of this reflex wasn't anything close to being reassuring or encouraging. The candles remained too bright, but the darkness seemed to get darker, and with each apparition that appeared to watch me fail, the loneliness became crushing. Was this what the twin had experienced in her last moments? He stepped close. I moved the sword, then abandoned it, ducking in closer, too low to be in his reach, as I freed the knife from my boot. I turned, looking to hamstring, cut the Achilles tendon, for any vulnerable area. His hand caught mine, effectively trapping my hand as it gripped the knife handle. He squeezed, and I felt the strain in the small bones of my hands, fingers threatening to break and dislocate as he ground them against the knife handle. My free hand went back, seizing the gun I'd put behind my belt. I brought it around as fast as I could, and he struck it with his hand. Fragments of the gun scattered the pews and grounds of the church, struck so hard the chamber, barrel, and handle had broken free of one another. He backhanded me across the face, very casually, then slapped me. Before I could even see straight again, he backhanded me again. I moved my head, trying to put myself out of his reach, and was struck across the head. The jewelry on his fingers had cut me in a dozen places. I had blood running through my hair and down my face. I saw a glimpse of Ashton, his hair red in a much different way, expression blank, no advice to be offered. The Baron let go of my crushed hand, and I felt my numb fingers losing their grip on the knife. I caught it with my other hand just before it fell to the ground, and we were so close together that I knew he hadn't seen. Baron, I spoke, and my voice was ragged. He talks after all, the Baron said. I killed your last sister, I said. There was nothing. No momentary surprise, no turn of his head to look at me better, no emotion. I stabbed, and his forearm caught mine, deflecting the blow. The hand at the end of that forearm caught me by the side of my head. Again, he threw me bodily into the pews, but this time, the throw coincided with pain that swallowed up all vision in my good eye, filling it with darkness and stars. I felt blood flowing. I blinked, struggling to make out the situation and surroundings. I could see him dusting himself off with one hand, the other hand held at a distance. He let the ragged bit of tissue fall to the floor and then crushed it beneath his heel. My ear, torn from my head. What did you expect, Sylvester? That you would taunt me with the death of my last sister, and I would bare my neck, show you a moment of weakness? I know where I stand in the grand scheme of things, I know where I come from and where I'm slated to go. Where I was slated to go, that is, before you and Mauer handed me the key to a greater future. My sisters are not so important. I have no attachment to them. Again, he made his approach. He wanted to break me. He sought to keep on giving me chances and taking pieces of me, until I finally gave up. Why? To see some glimmer of what lay within me? For amusement? Because I was the closest thing he had to appear? Whatever his reasons, he was succeeding. I could look to the phantoms of the lambs around me, and I could remind myself of the reasons, but I couldn't see a way forward, not on a lot of levels. I stared at the Baron, and I stoked the fires of hatred, knife still clutched in my hand. A weapon incapable of doing the kind of damage I needed to do to the man. I'll wrap this up, change clothes, and go to greet the nobles. If you're the only troublemaker to show, I'll find that disappointing, but I'll find other ways to amuse myself, knowing that the bastards who've been lording their power over me will soon get theirs. I know, I said. I backed away as he approached, and my injured face managed a smile. I talked to the Infante before I came here. He arrived early, and I told him what you were doing. I got to watch as his expression transformed. The amusement dripped away. I see. I suppose I should deal with you now and handle that. There were no more games, and there was no more intent to break. He stalked toward me, a gleam of murder in his eyes, and I didn't have the tools to stop him. He grabbed me by the throat, lifting me off the ground. Then, with a remarkable sort of ease, the heel of his hand pressed in and something gave, taking away my ability to breathe. There were no final words from him. No mockery, no comments. His green eyes stared into mine. I tried to breathe in to cough, and only produced the wheezing crackle of air pushing hopelessly against cartilage. I could breathe, but only a whisper's worth, not enough to survive. The darkness was getting darker still, creeping in around the edges. Helen. She was the last of the real lambs to appear, perched on a pew like a cat might be. I saw her smile as I strained to breathe. A gentle, warm smile that didn't fit the situation. Very her. My hand reached up, and I grabbed the patch, pulling it down. The fluid that had collected where the bottom of the patch pressed into the skin now leaked. A crimson, poisoned tear. There was no comment from the Baron on the state of my eye. All the same, really, I couldn't have quipped a response back either. Summoning all of the strength I had left, I brought my fingers up into the orb, hard, compressing it. Fluid that had been filling it to bursting jetted out through the holes the syringe had made. A movement of my head directed the thin, twin streams into the Baron's own eyes. The eye, still not fully connected to my head, still held the vast majority of the poison I'd injected into it. I'd had other plans for the eye, should the situation had differed. A talk over dinner hadn't been impossible, nor a situation where he'd had me pinned, his face inches from mine. But this had been the most likely scenario. They always liked to pick me up, my legs dangling, and lord their power over me. You want to know what lies beneath this lamb, Baron, after you dig deep enough? He twisted his head away, letting me drop without letting me go. My fingers reached up, past the somewhat deflated eye, hooking in behind to grab the stem that anchored it. Not fully attached, it wasn't as hard as it might be to haul it free. In the moment it looked like he might recover, I squeezed the orb. Driving out the last remaining juice in a substantial gush, aimed for his face. I'm a monster. He dropped me, and I fell to the ground. Choking, no air to be had, darkness creeping in, I drew out the packets, tearing them. I cast the poisonous and noxious powders at him, striving to overwhelm, to give him no more of a chance to breathe than I had. I staggered forward, and the blinded noble crawled away from me, hand moving this way and that, as if anticipating that I would draw in close. I reached into a pocket for another packet, and there was only one thing remaining. Syringe filled with the wyvern formula in hand, I approached the Baron. Before I could get there, arms embraced me. Candida. She'd been rendered so weak that I, injured and nearly suffocated, could easily pull out of her grasp. I didn't. I felt her arms and the warmth of her body, and I stared at the Baron, who was getting further away. I felt a knife touch my throat, and I tried my best to freeze. Instead, my head lolled forward. I'd put off sleeping so much over the years, and now it felt like it was catching up with me. Except this was a much deeper slumber. Let me help you, she said. If this doesn't work, I'm going to need that syringe. Possessively, I held on to the syringe. I didn't want to let it go. Not even if I died. The blade penetrated my throat. A moment later, Candida's finger penetrated the wound. I felt stabbing pains as it moved up, where the throat was blocked. The pain as she shifted the damaged portion was as bad as anything yet. I coughed, and wind whistled freely past her fingers. Her finger came free, and her arms let me go. Again, the candles seemed so bright. My awareness of the world was detached, filled with phantoms, to the point that reality was hard to distinguish. It took me a moment to realize I was staring at the Baron, who was in the midst of recovering. Clever boy, he said, voice clearly affected by with the gas he'd inhaled. Clever boy. I heard the scrape of metal on stone. That sword won't do you any good, Candida, the Baron said. My organs are protected. My throat can't be cut, and you've given me immortality, you stupid girl. You'll have to whittle at me for an hour, and neither of you have the strength to do that. If either of you move one step closer, I'll call my guards. One of my hands pressed to my throat, where the slit marked it, and the other held the fat wyvern syringe, still in its leather case. I stared at the Baron, trying to figure out the next move. He could barely see us as we stood there, blinking as if his eyelids had weights attached to them. It was Candida who did it. Driven by rage, by fury, or something else, I couldn't say. But she saw a moment where he didn't seem to be seeing very clearly and she ran. The Baron tried to raise his voice, only to find it strangled by the poison he'd inhaled. Candida carried the thin, lightweight rapier as if it was as heavy as a greatsword, but she managed to raise it for a thrust for his chest. He moved his hand, smacking it aside. I chose that same moment to stab the leather case for his heart. He caught my wrist. My other hand, holding the syringe, plunged the syringe into his bleary eye. Both of his hands seized me, fighting me, up until Candida managed a second thrust, piercing his lower chest. I managed to sink it in as deep as it would go. I'd managed the right angle. Past the bone inside the eye socket, and into the cavity where the brain was. He froze. The rapier blade kept one of his arms from moving to intercept me. The other groped me, searching for a hold. Tell me, I said, my voice a whistle, blood bubbling at the cut, tell me what happens to the children you take from Warwick. You pretend they're turned into firstborn, but they serve some other use. What? His eye locked onto mine. He smiled, and then he laughed, a choking sound. I would get no answers here. I wasted no time in depressing the syringe. The resistance I felt told me I was pumping it into the meat of the brain. The Baron would be mildly resistant to most poisons, but I'd overwhelmed him. Now I gave him a dose of wyvern that would have left me in bad shape. Twice what I might have been able to tolerate, possibly 3 times what he could. And as with any drug, it had adverse effects in too high a dose. For wyvern, it would strip away his wits and sanity. He would lose everything and gain nothing. I saw as his head leaned back. His mouth yawned open, his entire body twitching. Ironic, that all he'd needed to do to win was to keep toying with me and taunting me, gradually breaking me down. But the moment he'd sought to crush the life out of me, he'd become vulnerable. It was done. In sheep's clothing 10.19. My head rocked side to side, while my eye remained locked onto the Baron, who slouched against the wall, chest rising and falling. Now and then he twitched, or he tried to breathe and found his nose clogged, and snorted out a wad of bloody mucus. I wasn't sure why his nose was bleeding when I'd pierced him through the eye, but I didn't mind. Once proud and arrogant, the nobleman drooled. Candida's ministrations at the side of my head continued, jarring me and moving my head this way and that. I was being bandaged, pieced back together. If I'd had 2 eyes, one would have been on the door, in case the Baron's elite soldiers wondered at the silence, and one would have remained on the Baron while I convinced myself that it was really over. As it was, I kept my eye on the Baron and kept my ears out for trouble. As my other senses went, my instincts were that the soldiers wouldn't intrude. He wasn't the type that encouraged others to stick their necks out on his behalf. He was too fond of beheadings and slit throats. Almost done, Candida murmured. Her face was so close to my bandaged ear that I could feel her breath. She squinted. She fumbled for and then took hold of my most intact hand and raised it up to the side of my head, where the bandages had been set. Hold this in place for a second. I did. I could hear the ripping sound as she tore at the dress the Baron had given her, turning it into strips. She tended to my hand. The Baron raised his head up, very suddenly, and then let it drop. It lolled. One of his hands moved a great deal, fidgeting, the other remained still, as if the symmetry of his body had been absolutely broken. We still need to get out of here, Candida said, her voice hushed. Talk louder, I said, my voice a croak. The wound at the base of it had been closed. They won't hear the words. Hearing speech, they'll be less suspicious. I don't know how you can talk, she said. It seemed to take some effort for her to speak with more confidence. The way I cut into your throat. I'm a hack when it comes to medicine, my knowledge is piecemeal, things Drake and the primordial text taught me. 3rd time, I croaked the words, touching my throat. Throat slashed, 1st time. Then dog. Then the burrower worm. Think, doctors were proactive, 2nd or 3rd time. Relocated bits. That doesn't sound like any way to live, Candida said. Her hand found and touched the back of my head, stroking my hair. My first impulse was to argue the point, but my mind, even as tired as it was quick to jump to why, to call up counterpoints, to draw conclusions. Before I even asked for it, I thought about those days. The early days of the lambs. After my throat surgery, I'd been rendered mute for a week, on strict orders not to speak or laugh. Gordon had had a field day, teasing me. I wanted to tell Candida that she was wrong, that those days had been the good days, but the thought of Gordon made emotion well up in my throat, and some combination of being choked up, trying to talk, and the damage to my throat left me hacking out some fantastically painful coughs instead. Thank you for coming, Candida said. She'd dropped her voice again, despite my urging to the contrary no more than a minute ago. Thank you for killing him. For rescuing me. Still suppressing my coughs, I nodded. I thought you'd take longer. I thought, maybe, that by the time you came, I wouldn't have any fight left in me. It's stupid, I hate feeling weak, but everything I did, every change I had made, to be stronger, fiercer, he had the doctors take it away. You get it back, I croaked. I coughed some more, and then climbed down off of the stage. After we leave. You go to Drake. Understand. It sounds too good to be true. Someone should get a happy ending, I thought. I checked my pockets, and found them largely empty. All I had was the ribbon and the empty syringe, now. I approached the Baron, periodically glancing at the door. I stopped roughly 10 feet short of the man himself. Laboriously climbing to the ground, I swept my hand along the stone floor, brushing up the dust. I'll help, Candida said. No, I said. Poison. And you can barely see. All of the poison that I'd dashed into the air while trying to drive back the Baron had gone somewhere and most of it had gone down. Now I collected it again, with the side helping of the dust that had layered the floor of the unused church. Once I had 2 piles of the dust in hand, I gently transitioned it over to a bench. I stared at it, thinking. I ached, every single part of me, from the physical to the mental to the emotional. Staying still and thinking of nothing in particular meant not hurting. Not hurting that much, anyway. The plan was straightforward, the execution simple and very possibly easy, depending on how things unfolded. But the plan in and of itself, for reasons entirely separate from the execution, was the furthest thing from easy. I was shaking, I realized, and I had no idea why. The chill in the air combined with me being soaked in sweat? Suppressed emotion? Shock? Sylvester. Candida spoke, venturing. Are you still there? I raised my eye from the pile of poison. Yes. Are you okay? I couldn't bring myself to respond. I would have choked up, started coughing again. Even nodding would have been a bad lie, and I didn't have it in me. Shaking my head would mean making an admission to both Candida and to myself that would have brought tears to my eye. If that happened, it could be treacherous. A tell for Mary to use to know that something was wrong. I'd already given her so many. A huge part of me didn't want to move forward. I wanted to just stay where I was, hurting, in the candlelit church, and postpone the next hour, the next few days. I managed to convince myself that if I stayed still for 1 second longer, I wouldn't ever be able to move. Help me move the Baron. I'm not very strong, Sylvester. I could barely lift the sword. I know, I said, my voice reedy. I know. Just help. She gave me a nod. I took one arm, and Candida took the other. It was very possible that she weighed twice what I did, and she wasn't exhausted and hurting to quite the same extent I was, in the end, but she only contributed roughly as much as I did as we managed to drag the Baron around. We left him between the first and second pews on the far end of the church. Is this good enough? Candida asked. No, I said. I walked over to the nearest corpse that had been nailed to the pew, and I dismantled it. I took the first armful of rags and scattered bones, and draped them over the Baron, camouflaging him. I was midway through my second trip when Candida got over her shock and horror and began to assist me. She could only see the vaguest of shapes, but the white bone against dark wood and darker stone seemed distinct enough for her to work with. When we were done, I stopped and I watched the Baron's chest rise and fall. One of his hands still twitched, dancing like the entirety of his ability to move had been trapped in the one extremity. I paid mine to the corpse that draped him, a woman, if I judged by the hips. I hope she would be happy, knowing she helped, I said. Candida nodded, but she wasn't able to bring herself to even face the scene. With eyes as bad as hers were, she was still unwilling to look at it. This next part, I croaked, it's on you. You're going to go to the side door of the church. You're going to open it. You're going to talk to the soldiers standing guard. I expected her to balk, to give me another excuse. But her offer to help earlier had been earnest and carried over even to this, and I seemed to have her trust. You tell them the Baron wants me taken to Richmond House. To amuse himself with. To interrogate. She nodded. Repeat it. They're to take you to Richmond House, for the Baron's amusement and later interrogation. Make yourself smaller, weaker, I said. While you're at it, scratch at that cut on your neck. Open it up, so it bleeds. Then hide it, keep your arms up and in front of you. I watched her as she moved her arms, thumbnail working at the cut until blood trickled down. She held them up, more of a fighter's style than anything. Wrists closer together, elbows out. Head down. Like the world is a bad place and your arms are the only thing between you and that badness. Like you're a child again, and cover that wound. They'll see the trickle of blood. They're going to wonder where he is, she said. If they wonder, then say he's in the back of the church, he's angry, because I hurt him, but he doesn't want the guards to know, so tell the guards they need to be very, very quiet. They'll know. They'll be quiet, if I say that, Candida said. Definitely. She understood how things worked here, then. I nodded. And you, she asked. I walked around the first pew, and I scooped up the dust I'd collected, a fistful in each hand. I made my way to the carpeted space between the first pew and the stage. Slowly, carefully, I lowered myself to the cold stone floor, curling up in a fetal position, fists held tight to my chest. Just like that, she said. I'll need the sword, I croaked. And you'll need the knife that's lying somewhere, just in case. Let me know if you can't find it. She brought me the rapier. I raised myself up, indicating where she should set the rapier, and then lay down on top of the blade, the length of it running between my arm and my ribs. Once I was settled and sure I wasn't going to slice myself by lying the wrong way, I let my head drop down to rest on the floor, bandaged side down. Once there, I altered my breathing, making it hyperventilation quick, coinciding with sharp movements, as if I was in pain. It was the convulsing of a dying rabbit, a pig that had been struck in the spine with a blade, but without enough force to instantly kill it. When? She asked. Give it a minute. Let the silence sit with them. The side door had 3 soldiers stationed there, last I'd seen. If it was 4, this got that much harder. I lay there, controlling my convulsed breathing, listening as Candida paced. When the door opened, I suspected it caught Candida and I both by surprise. Small fortune that it was the side door that creaked open. My lady, one of the soldiers' voices echoed through the church. Then silence. It took me a second to realize that Candida had raised her finger to her lips, shushing the man. Good of her, to do that. It would be ideal if she didn't expand on that, if she let their imaginations draw the conclusions instead of relying on her words to do it. I couldn't make out the words of the conversation that followed, only the tone. I wanted to give more pointers, even though I doubted it mattered. She would be playing the battered fiancé, looking after the aftermath of one of her husband's sadistic games. Hearing the footsteps, I knew that it was 2 men approached me, not 3. I was dimly aware of Candida hanging back, closer to the door. The third was still watching the door. Was he watching this? That would be a problem. Still, I would do what I could. 2 was easier to deal with in the short term, if not the long. They bent over me, and I resisted their initial efforts to budge me, keeping my body stiff and curled up. As one hooked an arm under my armpit and the other seized my knees, I moved. Nothing sudden. Sudden would have caught them off guard. Fluid, easy movement, raising one hand to my mouth, then blowing through my fist, expelling a cloud of dust. Before the one at my feet could react, I moved, hurling the fistful in the direction of his face. Both stumbled away, coughing and choking. Their efforts to take in breath only choked them more, and they were nearly silent. The person still at the open door would hear, I suspected, but the ones at the front door wouldn't. My movements felt glacially slow as I got my feet under me, picking myself up off the ground, taking up the sword. Every muscle that I used to lift and thrust with the sword resisted me, pushing almost in the opposite direction. The soldier at my feet was my first target, and the rapier thrust beneath his sternum and up into the space between his ribs. I stumbled to one side, levering the blade inside him, but it was far less than I'd hoped for. It made a sucking noise as I pulled it free. I half-turned, facing the other one that I'd blinded and suffocated, and swung the blade around. I caught the soldier's face instead of his neck, summoned the strength, and then swung again. It bit deep into the neck and shoulder, and blood started spurting out of the wound in a rhythmic fashion. I looked to the door. Candida was there, on her knees, her arms around the third soldier. He must have seen her as weak or inconsequential, a bleed-over of the Baron's attitudes, overlooking her in the moment of crisis. She'd managed to grab him from behind, probably with one hand to his mouth, and she'd opened his throat. Carefully, I divested the man I'd stabbed of his pistol. I tucked it into my belt, at the small of my back, and pulled my shirt down over it. I gave Candida a hand, helping her to rise to her feet. I then had her wait, while I peered out the open door, checking to see if the coast was clear. I saw a flash. Light reflected off of a mirror or a very well-polished blade. SY. There's a signal. A friend. We could have used a friend in here. One hand went out to my left, indicating that one side. One flash. I switched sides, indicating the right. 2 flashes. That meant there was probably 1 soldier at one corner of the building, and 2 at the other. I indicated the way forward, hand out in front of me like I was offering a handshake. A long pause, then 1 flash. No soldier, followed by the universal 1 for yes, 2 for no. The dance. Coordination, knowing how each of us thought. I felt a pang. Go, I said. My injured chest hurt with each deep breath I had to take while running. Candida had a much longer stride than I did, but she wasn't quick. She was blind, reliant on my lead, and the alterations to her muscles, the removal of the enhanced strength she'd sought, it impacted her ability to move. I thought her more akin to an animated doll in the way that only some limbs could move, and only in certain ways or on certain planes. Arms that could raise and lower, but not stretch out to either side. Legs and hips that were much the same. We made it across the street before anyone started shouting. The soldiers started toward us, but it wasn't the whole contingent. Others were going inside, to check on the Baron. They would find their fellow soldiers first. Wariness would slow them down. Not so for the ones chasing us. They were faster, picking up speed. Only a winding path and the use of corners for cover spared us from gunshots. That, and perhaps a fear of bringing on the wrath of Firstborn or of angering a Baron who wanted us alive rather than dead. We reached the building where the flashing had originated from. A door was wide open, Mary, Chance, and Lainey on the other side. We hurried through, and Mary closed it after us, turning the deadbolt. You killed him? Mary asked me. It was almost accusatory. You got to kill him and I had to sit around doing nothing? I coughed in response. Are you okay, was her second question. Alive, I croaked. Mary, meet Candy Emily. Emily, meet Mary, Lainey, and Chance. Call me Candida, Candida said, between gasps for breath. Emily is, gone? Maybe I'll be Emily again when I get stronger. When I get my horns and my eyes back. Candida, then, I said. I picked locks, we have a route through, we can shut doors behind us, Mary said. All business. I nodded. Business was the last thing I wanted to attend to. I've got 2 wire traps, I left the rest of. Take them down, I croaked. But. Take them down, I said, again, fiercer. We're wrapping up. Can't leave any leads. Wire traps are to you. To Mary. I'll catch up, then, Mary said. Chance, Lainey, you show them the doors I opened. We'll go to the train station, find a spot nearby, I said. The trains come several times a day. Mary nodded. Chance, take my bag. Chance nodded. He looked wary. Almost done, I croaked the words. I felt a pang of loss. I didn't blink, because I worried it might squeeze excess moisture out of my eyes. I had to be stoic, inhuman. It was merciful, in a way, that someone banged on the door, distracting everyone in the room. A window at one side of the house broke. They'd seen us enter. Now they were giving chase. Some would be circling the building. We cut through the house, entering the side street, where Mary parted ways with us. Chance led the way as we crossed that street to another house, where a door was only slightly ajar. We cut through that house as well, then a third, dead bolting and flipping latches where we went. She was a clever girl. The doors, setting out the escape route, laying traps, it was smart. I'd asked her to use her head while I saw to the fighting, and she'd done so in a very merry way. The traps were unfortunate, but she couldn't have known. I was left pretty damn secure in feeling that we were out of the soldiers' reach, after the third house. We were able to slow down, making our way toward the train station. Not terribly far. Once we were a fair distance away, we found a place to hunker down, not on the north side of the tracks where the landing was, but across the tracks, on the far side. The occupants would exit onto the landing, and we would hopefully be able to sneak onto the train and hitch a ride out of town. Time to leave Warwick. You said, Chance said. He startled a little as I snapped my head around to look at him. You said you would let me go? That you wouldn't kill me, like you did the doctors. I suppose I did, I said, my voice rasping. Lainey too. I saw Lainey shrink into herself. Lainey can't go home, I said. The words were painful to utter. Can't go home. They seemed even more painful for her to hear. I'll scream, Lainey said, her voice firm in a very tremulous way, as if that firmity would crumble at the slightest touch. I'll bring down hell on our heads, guards, soldiers, firstborn. I'm sorry, Chance. No, Chance said, don't be sorry. The young gentleman. Lainey, Candida said. He's not a bat. He's going to kill me, Lainey said, abrupt, interrupting. He's going to kill me because I know things. He told the Infante that he would punish me, that. No, I said, my voice hard. I paused, taking in a breath, no. You live, Lainey. But you can't go home. The change in her expression, it was as if what I was saying was even more terrifying than the idea of dying. Perhaps death was a great mystery, but the idea of never going home again was something she could understand. No, she said. Her eyes were as wide as they could get. They might have been puppy dog eyes, but they were too haunted. I tried. The Infante saw you. He said he would check up on you, I said. He wanted you punished. If you show your face, if you reach out to family, give him or them any clue at all, he'll see to it that you suffer the worst sort of fate. No, please. It's not up to me, I said. The only thing you can do is to stay away. Keep your distance. So long as he never sees hide or hair of you, his imagination will fill in the blanks, and he'll believe you'll have suffered. I'll stay away for a few years, then. 5 years? Won't that be enough? No, Lainey. 10? 15? 20? No, I said, again. He remembered one incident from when you were a newborn, didn't he? 14 or 15 years ago. He'll remember your face. Lainey's hands went to her mouth. I screwed my eye closed and turned my face away as I heard the cry pass through her lips. It felt so real and tangible that it almost physically pained me to listen to. Candida will look after you in the short term, I said. Deaf ears. I will too, Chance said. I could hear the emotion in his voice. I will too, I'll be with you, okay Lainey. Her broken wail shifted tone. She threw herself into his arms, and he hugged her. I was only barely able to push down the vicious jealousy I felt, seeing that she had family. I turned away, looking out the window. In the doing, I glimpsed Mary, who had made her silent entrance. Traps disarmed, Mary said. I've removed some of the edged guides I put into the wood, too. Good, I said. You said you'd lose, Mary said. Back to the accusatory. Couldn't break away, I said. My voice sounded like an old man's, with all of the requisite tiredness. I came here to contribute. I wanted to end him, for Lillian. Then you, what, you fought him? You told me to stay back, look for an opportunity, think about how to tackle the problem, and you went and fought him yourself. I had help, I said. I don't understand what you're thinking, SY, she said. Why? Why all this? Is it Gordon? Are you doing what you did with Jamie? Trying to be some golden warrior, tackling problems head on? Are there other reasons? I couldn't give her an answer. I glanced out the window. She reached forward, putting her hands on my shoulders. Her face was too close to mine. Look at me, SY. I did. There were tears in her eyes. Seeing them made tears threaten to well up in mine. I've never seen you like this, she said. I'm asking because I care about you. My already ravaged voice was rendered hollow. My mouth moved, but the words didn't come. Not on the first try. I care about you too, I managed. The rest of the words followed without my bidding. I love you, Mary Coburn. You're my family. She let the distance between us close. Her forehead touched mine, resting there. Her eyes were closed. If I ask, she'll come with me. How long ago was it, now, that I was told I should be more selfish? Lillian would understand, given time. She had the others. Mary, SY. We'd interrupted each other. The rest of my words went unsaid. I'll explain. Just hear me out. You first, I said, the words heavy, the choked up feeling threatening to send me off into another coughing fit. SY, Mary said, she straightened, hands on her hips. If nothing else, you have to tell me how you managed to do it. I opened my mouth to speak, and only a cough came out. How did you kill him? Mary asked. He's alive, Candida said, before I could stop her. What? Chance, Mary, and Lainey all said at the same time, with minor variation. He's alive. He's just, not there anymore, Candida said. A syringe, right into the eye. Syringe? The anticoagulant? Mary asked. I saw her eyes move, the thoughts clicking into place. Wyvern. Wyvern, I said. This time, when she seized my shoulders, it was forceful, fingers digging into flesh. Are you an idiot? Now Chance and Lainey seemed just as frightened of Mary as they'd been of me. Lainey had seemed to forget to cry, and was staring at the ongoing dialogue. Candida seemed to be realizing that she'd said something wrong. It's part of the plan, I said. The plan? SY, they'll do a checkup, they'll find the wyvern, and they'll know it's you. They'll think it's Frey, I lied. You don't know that. Your disappearance, the timing, no, this wasn't the way to do it. It makes sense, I said. No, SY. If they even suspect you, it'll tie our hands, they'll start questioning everything. Her voice broke a little. We don't have much time, SY. A handful of years. 2 to 5, with the rest of the lambs. If they cancel the project. They won't. They can't. They need the lambs to hunt down the biggest threats to the academy. There'll be bluster, and threats, but they've mostly tied their hands at this stage. They don't have enough smart special weapons. Her fingers continued to dig into my shoulders, suggesting how little I'd convinced her. You can't be sure. That is one thing I'm positive of, I said. I wouldn't have done it this way otherwise. If they cancel the lambs, Mary said, again. She didn't finish the thought. They won't, I reassured her. All I want, is to be a lamb. From the very beginning, with Percy, I thought I would be part of something bigger, part of a team. Then Percy let me down, and you raised me back up. The rest of you helped me become something I'm proud of. Even better than what Percy could have done with me. Are you proud of working for the academy? I asked, knowing full well that I shouldn't. The crown. She started. I could push. I could make her side with me. I didn't push. I let her organize her thoughts. What you said about Lillian, about wanting her to be something great. I want that for her too. I believe she can change things at the top, where they need to be changed. I won't pretend I'm pretty or good at heart. Lillian is the one good thing. The one light. You say that even knowing that they sabotaged her? They wanted to take her black coat away from her. Yes, Mary said. They can try and try again. She'll have me at her back. She'll have you. Helen, Jamie, Ashton, Duncan. We'll find a way. We killed nobles. We can find a way forward against stupid bureaucracy. I nodded slowly. I could see the light in Mary's eye. The passion. She believed it. That was where she belonged. Lillian belonged with the academy and Mary belonged with Lillian. I spoke with careful deliberation, lying through my teeth. They'll think the formula was Frey's, because it was imperfect. It wasn't prepared with the same doses and quantities the academy would use if they were giving me my dose. They'll think that if I had a dose of wyvern and used it, then I would have used an academy dose, not the imperfect dose that Simon brewed. Mary, going by the expression on her face, clearly didn't believe me. Trust me, I said. You. Trust me, I said, again. I prayed she wouldn't speak up again. I wasn't sure I could ask her to do it a third time. She didn't make me. She still looked obviously uncomfortable as she sat beside me, looking out the window. Her hand found my bandaged one, and she squeezed, very gently. Her thumb rubbed back and forth along the back of my hand. Candida was staring in my general direction. Not quite at me, but in my direction. She'd heard everything, and unlike Chance and Lainey, she had something of an idea of what was happening and who the lambs were. Mercifully, she was silent. She'd opened her mouth once already, and in the doing she'd spared me from asking Mary to come with me. I would thank her for it later, but until I did, she would likely see it as a mistake, an overstep. Chance and Lainey, meanwhile, were silent. Lainey's wide-eyed stare at me was filled with emotion. Blame, fear, dependency and horror. There was less life in her eyes than there was in Candida's. And Chance? Chance was quiet. Tension stood out in his neck and shoulders. His focus was on some point 1,000 yards off, his mind at work as he wrapped his head around his new reality. One day, perhaps, he would blame me. Or perhaps he'd think back to when he'd picked us out, thinking it was his choice, and he'd blame himself. I counted the seconds in my head, because I was impatient and simultaneously didn't want another second to pass. I felt the rumble, the movement of the train along the tracks. Chance held the bags in one hand and supported Lainey with the other. Mary helped Candida to her feet. From the look of it, the train was all cargo. Things for a celebration tomorrow, perhaps, or bags for the nobles who had arrived while I dealt with the Baron. As a group, we all made our way to the train. I let Mary take the lead with Candida, and kept an eye on Chance and Lainey, walking beside Lainey. The train is going the wrong way, Mary said, looking back at me. It's fine, I said. We get out of here first, and we get home second. We'll be able to drop these guys off and see them on their way. Mary nodded. Candida said something, and Mary responded. I didn't listen and I didn't hear. My ears and the space between them were all full of noise. I wanted to cry, but I couldn't. I needed to be able to see. Falling a half step behind Lainey, so she wouldn't see what I was doing, I reached behind my back and I drew the pistol I'd taken from the Baron's soldier. Holding it at my hip, so my body helped further block the view of the weapon from Lainey and Chance, I pointed it at Mary. I almost got so choked up I started coughing. It would have been disastrous. I'm going to retaliate, Mary the Phantom whispered to me. Unless you kill me. The real Mary walked on, oblivious. Passing it behind my back, I put the gun in my other hand. The fingers were damaged and weak, the bandages made for padding that made it harder to get my finger inside the trigger guard, and it was closer to Lainey. I aimed it, glancing around the surroundings. We weren't in plain view of the train. We had to round corners to get there. Tears flooded my eyes, and I blinked them clear. It left me only a moment of visibility before I would be blinded by my own biology once more. My thumb pulled the hammer back, and it clicked. Mary turned, whirling on the spot, hair and skirt moving around her. I had to pause a fraction of a second, to ensure I had the shot. I didn't even see the knife before it flew out of her hand, embedding itself in my shoulder. I'd tipped her off. She'd had an inkling of suspicion. But she'd played with kid gloves, made assumptions. The knife was in my right shoulder, the gun was in my left hand. I pulled the trigger, and saw the spray of blood. Mary toppled before she could throw another knife. She collapsed onto the road, and I hurried to point the gun at her again as she reached for the bottom of her shirt. Her right knee was obliterated. The bullet had gone in the back and out the front where the kneecap was. But the hardest thing to look at, above the pain, the damage I'd done to beautiful, graceful Mary, was the look in her eyes. So much anger. Don't, I warned her. My voice went high, don't make me shoot again. Her hand moved away from the bottom of her shirt. Thank you, I told her. Her mouth opened, her jaw chattering in the process. The pain was already hitting her, then. Why, she asked. Because I'm not going home, I said. I watched her expression change. I saw the pieces fall into place. Since when? Gordon. Yes. Lillian's black coat was the final straw, but I think I would have left anyway. I saw the pain touch her expression. She brought her knee closer toward her chest, hands moving toward it. Don't, I warned her, again. The pain remained, but she stopped reaching for the knives under her skirt and at her boots. The firstborn, she said. The firstborn are with the families and the families are steering well clear of the train station, I said. You'll find a way onto another train. And you know where McCormick is, though that's a bit of a distance to crawl. You'll live. You're a bastard, Mary said, with more vehemence than I'd imagined. Absolutely, I said. But I'm a bastard that tried to cover the bases. I left a message for Jamie. The story is that you saw me leave and you figured out why. You left a message for Jamie, he'll forge it, saying that you chased me. You tried to stop me from killing the Baron. I suspected the gunshot wound hurt me as much as it hurt her. I heard her make a small sound of pain. They'll be suspicious. Knee injuries are a pain to fix, and they won't be in a rush. The Lambs will be questioned, but with the Baron and the Duke removed from the picture, it should be just the Academy that's focused on you. With all of the key pieces that are in play, the Lambs are too valuable. But a couple of months, half a year? They'll keep you guys out of the picture. That's enough of a head start for me. I'm supposed to tell them that you got the drop on me? While I was tracking you? Mary asked. The anger was there. Fury like I'd never seen before, even when Percy was in the picture. Tell them I got lucky, I said. She shut her eyes. I took hold of Candida's wrist, and I backed away, keeping the gun leveled at Mary. S.Y. I froze. You won't ever get the drop on me again. You know that, don't you? I nodded, blinking away the tears. I turned away, fleeing the scene. My companions were only with me because they had no place else to go. We found our way onto one of the cargo cars, and they, Candida included, sat as far away from me as they could. I love you, Mary Coburn, I recited the words again, in my head, as I pulled the knife free of my shoulder. In sheep's clothing 10.20. It looks like we've reached Tineware, Chance said, as he peered out the tiny window of the train car. The train was slowing. We'd had to change early on, and had then resigned ourselves to a very long train ride. Warwick hadn't been close to Radham, a full night of travel away, and we'd had to go past Radham and then some. The days were short, given the season, but it was demoralizing to be cooped up from the time the sun rose until it started to set again. We hadn't had long to operate between trains, and the bread and cheese I'd scraped together during that short span of time amounted to one modest meal each. Lainey hadn't wanted to eat, but as the day stretched on, she'd found her appetite, eating ravenously and then crashing into an exhausted, depressed slumber, her back to me. Chance had come with me to get water, but the water hadn't lasted long. I'd suggested another stop for supplies, which would have meant waiting for a later train, but they'd decided to endure. There was an eagerness to get where we were going, to break away from the purgatory that came about in striving to get there. The train car had been too quiet, despite Candida's efforts to make conversation. She was perhaps the only one who was looking forward to getting to our destination, and made heroic efforts to highlight the good parts that had been working and living with Drake and Horace and her other companions. I admired the effort and simultaneously doubted that Lainey or Chance were listening that avidly. Something might have percolated through, but the effects would be slow to show up. One person could only hold up a conversation for so long. Candida had tried. I hadn't even really been able to make the effort. I'd dozed without sleeping and I'd recalled the lambs, bringing up the mental pictures and imaginings while not talking to them. Chance and Lainey were uneasy enough around me as it was, without me talking to thin air. I banished the silent ghosts. It didn't make me any more or less lonely, or do anything to ease the pressure that weighed on my chest and shoulders. I wanted to cry like I might want to vomit if I were ill, in hopes of finding some relief from the horrible churning feelings. I didn't let myself. I started standing in the same moment that Candida extended a hand to Chance. Oblivious to what I was doing, she asked, "This is it, then. Could you help me stand?" He did, with Lainey offering a hand. Candida rose to her feet, a full head taller than either of the adolescents. "You are leaving too?" Chance asked me, on noticing my movement. "You said you were making sure we safely got where we were going, but you didn't say you were coming." "Yeah," I said. My own voice sounded strange to my ears, and it had nothing to do with the latent damage to my throat. Had I even said that much during the train ride? "How long are you staying with us?" he asked. Still wary, his body language and tone were very clear about how displeased he was with the idea. Not that he would fight me on it. He wasn't in a position to. "Not long," I said. "An hour or 6, depending. We just happen to have the same stop, and I want to see my promise to Candida through." The train came to a stop. We were still gathering ourselves together, Chance getting his coat that he'd rolled up and offered to Lainey as a pillow. I collected the paper bags from the bread, and the cloths the cheeses had been wrapped in. I carried the Baron's rapier in one hand, and held both the trash and my little bag of stolen luggage in the other. "Tineware is crown-controlled, isn't it?" Chance asked. "I mean, the crown states are all crown-controlled, but this is an especially unfriendly place, if you don't get along with the crown." "I don't know much about Tineware," I said. "I remember," Candida said. She had to pause as another train came rushing past us. The fact that the train had stopped was allowing another one to pass in the opposite direction. "When you asked what cities were close to Lug, your friend suggested this one." "Yeah," I said. The fact that the train was passing us meant we couldn't step out onto the tracks on the far side. We had to leave by way of the station. I stepped up onto a crate and peered out the window, then stepped down to haul the door open. Though it wasn't a coastal city, I could smell the ocean, and the cold air had a sharpness that owed to the moist environment. The station platform was well lit by a combination of lamp posts and by trees. The design of the lamp posts seemed to encourage a very diffuse light, and the light frost that had accumulated on the glass made it almost ethereal. The leaves of the trees glowed a soft blue, and the snow muted that glow, too. The train platform was wide enough for 2 carriages to safely pass one another, yet it stood empty, the landing layered with a light snow that would need shoveling soon. I looked further out. The buildings were tall and narrow, spread across several islands and joined by bridges that arched high. The water that flowed between the islands was the likely source of the smell of the ocean. A light snow, frost, and a combination of the bioluminescent leaves and the yellow-orange of the artificial lights decorated everything. It was only the early evening, and yet the city seemed to be at rest. No tension ran through everything, no monsters lurked, and no people stared. Turning around, looking to the horizon, I spotted the weak glow of the nearest city to Tineware. Lug was out there, burned and wounded, but still perched on shores. Tineware had areas where the buildings were different, each delineated enough that I could mentally mark out the boundaries, and the area closest to Lug would be where the military was set, as if they'd wanted to be ready to respond all the sooner if the order to wipe out the decrepit port city was given. Lug had been a barnacle, clinging to the rocks. Tineware was an artificial city, planned and carefully cultivated. Where water formed the lifeblood of any city, the point around which most cities grew, Tineware had an abundance to the extent that I could imagine, with diffuse lights and all, that the city was a modern Atlantis, drawn beneath the waves. At the same time, the city lacked any bones I could easily make out, with few points or reference, landmarks, or even major roads. A jellyfish city. "You're right," I told Chance. "It's an academy city." Candida spoke. When the first war over the Crown States happened, Tineware was a major victory for the Crown. In Lug, they say some of the people who fought hardest fought at the Battle of Tineware. And they plopped this pretty little city down to commemorate the occasion. I asked. "I think they hope to extend their influence outward," Candida said. "But they took Scarborough Harbor, and the dissidents moved to Emers, where my parents are from. They moved into Emers, and the people moved to Angler's Port. Oil and water," I said. "The troublemakers wouldn't mix. In trying to wipe out the troublemakers, and they just concentrated them in smaller areas." Candida nodded. "It's strange, hearing people talk about the crown like that," Chance said. "If you're coming with me, you'd better get used to it," Candida said. Lug would have been one of those last points of concentration Candida had talked about. Too much trouble to take, too stubborn, the crown had set up this shining gem of a city where the people of Lug would have to pass through if they wanted to leave, as if to show off the disparity in power and wealth, and then they'd let Lug slowly rot away. Candida hugged her arms to her chest. "I'm only here because it's where Drake and I were going to meet up, after we left Lug. But he doesn't know I might be coming back, does he? He might not even be here. Might not even be here." I took one last look over the city. I found the brightest point and spoke. "Candida? You've been here before, right?" "Often enough. My mother used to take me shopping here, twice a year. There's an area, and I'm hesitating to call it the downtown area, but the buildings are taller, and the lights bright and artificial. There are 4 buildings with bioluminescent plants growing up the sides, almost like they're crowning the city. That's Candida paused, thinking. The theaters. There's some shopping along there. The most high-end stores. I think the dress my mom wore at the event in Warwick was bought there. Okay, I said. Why does it matter? She asked. I didn't want to talk about it, just in case things went sour at any point. They were sour enough as it was. It doesn't, really. I just wanted to wrap my head around the city. Are there any areas your mom wanted you to steer clear of? The marina, and the boatyards. They're close together. The marina is where young soldiers and young gentlemen mingle, Candida said. The boatyards, similar idea, but the boys who gather there aren't gentlemen at all. They're laborers who build the boats and bring in cargo from the docks. My mother worried about my reputation, if I went down to either spot. So you made a point of sneaking away to visit every chance you got. I guessed. I got one chance, Candida said. She hugged her arms close to her body, cold, and then allowed herself a smile. It was a good night. My mother was apoplectic. We'll go that way, then, I said. The boatyards. Even if we don't find Drake, we'll find people who might know where to look. Just give me a few seconds to see if I can get this sword in my luggage without it sticking out and looking weird. My voice still sounded alien, like something detached from me. If that part of things came through to Candida, she didn't let it show on her face or in her voice. Thank you, Sylvester. Not just for this. For everything. Where they stood, a distance away, Lainey and Chance stared at me, standing further back than necessary. Lainey with her red hair was standing in the orange-yellow light of the street lamps, Chance stood in the pale blue light from the nearest tree. As if they were accusatory specters, reminding me that my rationale for helping Candida find her way and get her life back wasn't wholly altruistic. A big part of it was that I just didn't want to be alone. I don't do charity, the woman said. She was done up with too much makeup, which was a damn shame. I felt like she lost more in trying to be glamorous than she would have had if she'd gone with a bare minimum. She was cute, in a girl next door sort of way. Perhaps that was the city at work, with no room for girls next door or for cuteness. When seeking ladies of the evening, were the sailors and young noblemen unconsciously rising to a higher standard, because of what Tineware was. A city that people visited, that nobody seemed to stay in, they wouldn't come just for what they could find at home. You have carvings on the frame of your building here, and while they aren't like the ones I know from back home, they seem to suggest that children in need can find refuge here. That's right, she said, imperious. Right here, in her element, she was practically a noble, she was so sure of herself. Children. You look old enough to have hairs on your balls, and you're the youngest one here, looking at you. The boy there stared into my cleavage like he was going to fall in, and I'd guess the blind girl is older than me. She's just tall, I said. And in his defense, you have very nice cleavage. She didn't look impressed in the slightest. One hand perched on her hip, which sat askew. We've been through hell, I said. And I know you hear that every damn time, probably, but it's especially true here. Look at me. I'm missing an eye and an ear, and those are the third and fourth worst things I've had to deal with in the last week. I endured her penetrating stare. For the record, she said, that language is the sort that starts fights in a city like this, with the clientele that comes knocking on this door. Language? What had I said? Oh. Hell, and damn. The anti-church sentiment was strong, here. You do a very good job of looking piteous, she admitted. Thank you, I said. It's a skill I've cultivated. Most try to hide how clever they are. They play dumb and act meek. If I was planning to stay and hoping to game you and take advantage somehow, I might, but when I say I don't plan to hang around, I mean it. I need half a day to get some funds together, see about visiting a doctor, and run an errand. 1/3 of the funds I get will be yours, in exchange for your hospitality. Only a third. 1/3 for them, 1/3 for me. I have only so many beds, and the working men and women who rent beds from me to do their business pay me more than a third. Not to mention that that's money I know I'm getting back. Not some hypothetical amount from a brat I don't know. Name an amount. I'll stay up to a week, and I'll get you that amount. Any amount. Within the bounds of reason, I said. For 4 people? 800 for one night. That's outrageous. Chance cut in. I raised a hand, not looking at him. 3 people. I won't be sleeping. 600, then. It's 8 o'clock. She stepped back and away from the door to move further inside, and looked over her shoulder into some adjacent room. Just past 7. Get them settled. I'll get you half by midnight, or you can kick them out. Then I'll get you the rest by dawn. You seem confident. I'll give you collateral, I said. Provided it doesn't come with questions. She arched a neatly plucked brow. I removed the bundle of cloth from the top of my little luggage case. The handle of the rapier was visible, the blade stabbing into the case, which I'd latched closed around it, pinching it in place. I checked the coast was clear, and then drew the blade, extending the handle in her direction. Probably worth 300 on its own, I said. If you could find a place to sell it. You keep it, up until I come up with the money at dawn. Where did you get this? She asked, turning the blade over in her hands. A dead noble, I said. They were the magic words. Dangerous ones, to be sure, but magic all the same. I could see her eyes widen, her composure briefly defeated. You were telling the truth, then, she said. You really have been through the gauntlet, if you had to deal with them in any capacity. The most direct capacity. Midnight, then, she said. 300. Another 3 at dawn. They stay in the room I give them. I nodded. Can you feed them? If you pay 350 at midnight and dawn, she said. Merciless. All right, I said. The price was almost worth the looks I was getting from Chance and Lainey. A complete outfit meeting their higher class standards might have cost that same $40 or $50. And you don't bring trouble down on my house, she said, in a warning tone. If you get nabbed, then don't send anyone to come get me, asking for help. I wouldn't, I said. And I almost believe you, she said. She looked again at the sword. She gave me a concerned look. You said something about a doctor? For your face. Someone who does good work, I said. In a city like this, there has to be one. The trick is finding one who would work with me. We have one in-house, she said. He rents the top floor, so he can pursue his own projects, and provides discount work if any of my girls need or want it. Ex-student. Student, she said. He wanted a place to study, and a house here was better than the dormitories, he thought, with more elbow room to practice. Come on in, I'll introduce you. Don't expect the house discount, though. A doctor in-house. Exactly what I'd hoped for when I'd chosen a place like this. I walked inside, and held my breath, willing my sinuses to adapt to the air, that was no 1 part oxygen to 5 parts smoke and 10 parts perfume. It only got worse as we made our way up to the middle floors, where Lainey, Chance, and Candido were given a room, and then worse still as we made our way up to the topmost floor. The house madam knocked, and a man opened the door. Young, skinny, and wearing a bathrobe like most doctors wore lab coats. Close to 100 cigarettes had been extinguished across 3 ashtrays on his desk. Clove, by the smell of them. The room was almost worse than downstairs, stench-wise. Work for you, the madam said, in a perfunctory way, before stepping back to the stairwell. I flipped up the eye patch, and saw the student win CE. One eye, then, he asked. And an ear, for me. Ears are easy. Does the eye need to work? Does the ear need sensation? No, I said. Not for now. I just want to look presentable. But there's a young woman in a room on the middle floors, a guest of mine. Before she leaves, I'd like to get her some working eyes. Maybe fix her muscles. They were surgically ruined. I'll pay. He took a step back, before falling into his chair. He leaned back, reached for a box of cigarettes, and popped one into his mouth, lighting it with a match. Expensive. I nodded. Give him the discount, Marv, the madam said. I was a little startled that she'd lingered, waiting in the stairwell. I looked back at her, and I saw that her whole demeanor had changed. Even with the discount, Marv said. $500? I'd have to buy the eyes and muscle, which is the only reason It's fine, I said. 500, then. If you find the work on her is more comprehensive than I'm describing it, let me know. I'll pay the added costs. And if you honestly don't think you can do the job, because it might be a real horror show, once you get beneath the skin and take a look at her, then let me know. I'll pay you what I would for finishing the job and find someone who'll do it properly. I just want her looked after. Behind me, the madam gently shut the door. All right, Marv said. She likes you, it seems. I'm giving her horrendous amounts of money to like me, I said. Isn't that the nature of the job? Marv asked, smirking. His expression sobered. No, it's beyond that. I don't suppose I could ask how old she really is, hey? I asked. Marv busted out a laugh, almost losing his cigarette. No, you cannot, kid. No, no. I want to keep my accommodations here. But I'll let you in on a little secret, as a testament to my abilities. That face of hers? My work. She came to me stunning, statuesque. One of the most beautiful women I'd ever seen who'd never had a lick of work done on her. She asked to go under my knife, after she'd seen me patch up a pair of her fagos who'd gotten beat. I frowned, glancing toward the door. I could put the pieces together. She'd gone from gorgeous to cute, from exactly what Tineware was looking for in glamour and flash to the girl next door. Why? Perhaps to draw in a clientele on a level beyond the obvious. Someone who could win over their hearts, not just their nethers, and get them coming back again and again. And I don't get the feeling I have to even explain it to you, Marv said, adding another puff of smoke to the room's faint haze, which makes me like you. Sit down on my bed. Let's get a look at the damage, there. The sun was threatening to rise, but I lingered. A false eye in place, the damage and swelling taken care of to the extent that it wouldn't draw attention. In much the same fashion, an ear had been tacked on the side of my head, partially hidden beneath a cap in my hair. I had the second payment for her and the first payment for the doctor, but I made my way down the street in the complete opposite direction from the madam's house. I'd broken into a store to borrow a change of clothes that let me blend in among the well-to-do, with a wool jacket and scarf and black slacks with shined boots. I was indistinguishable from the dozens who were just leaving their homes and heading to their places of business. I found myself in one neighborhood that sat at one hill, by two of the theater buildings. The sun came shining down between the buildings and lit up the hill. Water features and the glass exterior of some buildings helped to illuminate the area. I was staying too long, wandering, searching. I checked outdoor tables, brushing away snow with a gloved hand, as well as door frames and wagons that had been parked. It was too early, I knew, but I was still willing to risk the madam's ire just to check. I heaved out a sigh and started on my way back. Pushed all the way to the back of my mind was darkness, loss, anger, and loneliness, but the cloud seemed to grow, and I was running out of space to push it all away. One night to travel to Warwick. We'd spent the first day getting ourselves prepared, acquiring Simon and the other doctors, and we'd given them one night to prepare the dose of wyvern, the gas, and the coverings needed to turn Simon into a firstborn. Dealing with the twin and the Baron had taken the following day. Traveling to Tyne had taken a night and day. This would be the 4th day since I'd left the academy. Mary would be back or heading back, if I had to guess. By the end of the day, everyone that mattered would know for a fact that I was gone. I found a seat on an outdoor table, sitting on the snow with my coat serving as a barrier between the ass of my pants and the wet snow. I exhaled slowly, letting the breath fog in the cold air. My hands shook. It felt like it had been days since I was able to regulate my breathing and be calm. My entire body felt like a house that had been shaken by so many quakes that the nails were working their way free. I had to put on a brave face for Chance, Lainey, and Candida. I'd shaken them enough by shooting Mary. Letting my emotions show again might scare them off completely. I managed to will my hands to be still. Step by step, from my eyebrows to my feet, I worked out how to get my body to suggest calm and confidence. Making the effort cost me a little something in that it added something to that growing storm in my breast and the back of my mind, but it was important. I climbed down from the table and started on my way to the house, joined by my imagined lambs. Just before the area was out of sight, I glanced back over my shoulder, double-checking. I placed a cigar box on Marv's desk. "I'm more of a cigarette man," Marv said. "And I'm particular in my tastes." "I thought you'd say that," I said. I reached into a pocket and produced a carton of his favored kind. "Here." He smiled wide. He'd done away with the bathrobe, now that it was daytime, and wore a sweater that accentuated how skinny he was. "So what's in the box?" I gestured toward it. He popped it open, then frowned as he gazed at packed snow. He gave me a look, then started pushing the snow aside. He jumped a little as he found the treasure buried within. "Do I want to know who you harvested these from?" "If you're asking because of conscience," I said, "then I'll just say that the person that I got these from, well, if and when news gets around that he went and misplaced his eyes, nobody's going to feel sorry for him. I think he even has a few enemies who'll go after other, more vital pieces of him." "Ah," Marv said. "Will they? You even included the retina. And some of the optic nerve. I should hire you on an ongoing basis." "Will they work?" I asked. What? "Oh, for the girl downstairs? They'll do. I'll need to soak them in a solution, and clear away any chance of post-transplant rejection, but they'll do. Give it a day. I'll be gone before then," I said. "But I'll let her know as I go out." "Leaving again, so soon?" he asked. "Trying to stay busy," I said. "I might lose my mind if I stay still." "Sure," Marv said. "Hey, listen, Donna from downstairs went out for a walk. I told her to drop in and talk to a friend of mine. About what you asked about, the studying drug. Wyvern. Most places, they make it in the academies and parcel it out on a controlled basis. The recipe is mostly limited to people at the professor tier, the elite, maybe some academy graduates. Students like me? My friends who got their know-how by back channels? It's not very likely. I can keep asking, though." "Thanks," I said, then with very little hope of results, added, "Please do." "Black scales," I said, pointing at body parts to indicate roughly where. "Narrow build, quick?" He would have been looking for work with a lot of climbing, like on the ship hulls? He might even know some academy medicine. Of the 3 people who I was addressing, 2 shook their heads. I glanced at the third, studying him, searching for the reason he hesitated. He'd seen Drake. "You've seen him," I said. "Is he in trouble?" the third man asked, effectively confirming my statement. "Or is he trouble?" "He's not trouble. He's a good guy, as far as I can tell, and judging by the look on your face, you probably feel the same way," I said. "As for any worries about this being trouble, tell him it's regarding Candy. Let him decide." "Candy?" the first of the men asked. "This is about, the sort you wouldn't want people to know you were selling." "No," I said, "not drugs. Just tell him. If he's here, he'll be interested. I'll loop back around this way." I judged the distance. About an hour to walk across the city. About an hour to walk back. "In 2 hours and 30 minutes, I said. "All right," he said. "We'll see, then." "Thanks," I said. I glanced up at the cloud-obscured sun, judging it early afternoon, as I started on my 3rd trip to the theater district for the day. "I think," Yvette said, as she joined me for the walk, "that you should have postponed getting the eyes for Candida until later in the day. You look like you could stand to burn off some nervous energy with some exercise and aggression." I silently agreed. "Feel up to getting some muscle tissue?" she asked, with a grin. "No," I spoke aloud, because I needed to let the phantoms feel a little bit more real. "Just some shopping, for now." "Yay," Helen said. Candida's new eyes were working well enough for her to see, it seemed, judging by how her expression transformed. Her movements, however, were still hobbled, slightly, as she ran toward Drake, who stepped down from the carriage. "Her prince," except in her inverted fairy tale, her prince was the black-scaled dragon. Drake wrapped his arms around her, picking her up off the ground. The two of them almost immediately started talking so fast their words ran over each other. I saw Candida laugh, even as tears erupted around her new eyes. She hugged him again. Do not cry. Marv lectured her. Hey. I couldn't even look at the scene. My hands were shaking and I couldn't even will them to stop. I was happy and sad and angry and jealous all at once, and it might never have happened if I hadn't taken the extra steps, so all of the bad feelings were hypocritical feelings too. Chance and Lainey retreated from the scene. It was so personal and happy, and they lacked both the personal connection and the ability to expose themselves to that joy when their own loss was so new and raw. Candida was just sobbing now, her arms around Drake. All of the fears and pain of the past week finally seeing release. She was safe, and in his arms, she was home. Chance, I said. He seemed almost relieved to have an excuse to focus on something else. I reached over to the seat next to me, and passed him a case of luggage. My best guess, for your fit. There weren't many options for dressing as a member of the lower class, so be careful if you decide to stay with Drake and Candida, wearing outfits like these will make you stand out. There's a wallet in there, but it's only got enough to last you a few weeks, maybe, depending on how thin you stretch it. If you try to maintain a higher station in life, that money will run out, and you'll have a hard time earning a living without drawing attention or running into someone you might know. I really recommend staying with them. They'll find you work, help you figure things out. At least for a while, Chance said. Yeah, I said. He looked vaguely displeased, but he nodded. Lainey. Same idea, I said. I handed down the last case of luggage that wasn't my own. She nodded. She still looked devastated. That, at least, I understood. You're leaving? Chance asked. I might stay in town just for a few weeks. Get my bearings, ask some questions and see where I'm going next, I said. Chance nodded. Can I ask? Lainey started. No. It's a stupid question. She seemed conflicted. What? What did I do wrong? She asked me. I exhaled. What did I do to deserve this? She asked. Now almost pleading. You didn't run when I said we needed to run, I thought. You tacitly played along with the Baron's game and toyed with the people of Warwick you thought were fair game. Sometimes things are unfair, I said. It's not an answer, I know. She looked deeply unhappy as she took that in. Chance put an arm around her. Is this goodbye? Chance asked. No, I said. I expect we'll cross paths again. I'll be around, and I'll be looking to keep an eye on Candida. There's a dim chance her parents might go looking for her, or her ties to the Baron might mean having enemies. I don't think it's a problem in the short term, but I'll keep an eye on her. Chance looked like he was going to ask a question, then dropped it. I could imagine a half-dozen possible questions he might have asked. He wanted resolution, but this situation wasn't that. I was a puzzle in his mind, and he wanted a tidy answer to it. Why would you show us so much concern when you showed so little to your friend, who you shot? Who are you? What are you doing next? Whatever the question was, I doubted I had a neat answer to it. Be nice to girls, Chance, I told him. He looked vaguely offended at that, and then he nodded. I got the attention of the driver of the rented carriage, who'd stepped away to look after his stitched horse, and indicated the direction of the theater. I looked skywards. It was evening. Dusk became night. Snow fell, and the city was once again lit up by mingled soft blues and ethereal yellow lights. As the wind changed direction, passing over the water, it also dropped several degrees in temperature. I sat on the same table I'd chosen earlier, and I propped up my luggage beside me, to partially block that cold wind. At what point did I give up? When did I say enough was enough and let myself stop hoping? Instinctively, I knew the answer. How slim the chances were. On the day I'd left with Mary, I'd left Jamie a note. 4 days. I gave myself 3 to deal with the Baron and 1 to travel. I'd told Jamie to talk to the other lambs, to explain. I hadn't spelled it out entirely or clearly, suggesting that I was leaving and Mary was giving chase, while including enough false details that he would know that I was mucking with the truth and that he should be reading between the lines. In very clear terms, I'd told him that I was leaving, that I couldn't come back, and why. In increasingly roundabout ways, I'd asked him to send Helen to look after Lillian, to explain that Mary had run off to chase me, and to forge a note in Mary's handwriting saying that she'd gotten on a train in pursuit of me, but she wasn't sure where it was going. I'd also asked him to talk to the lambs individually, so that they knew. If they wanted to come with me, then they could meet me at the brightest spot of Tineware, except I hadn't named Tineware exactly. I'd only referenced the city that Drake and Candida had been going to retreat to. Jamie would, if nothing else, do what the old Jamie had asked him to do, and help me. He would give me this, and let them make the choice. I hoped. Didn't I hope? Or was it better to think that he'd betrayed me and torn up the note, but that Helen would come with me? Or that Lillian would realize what was happening and get on a train? Had the note been intercepted? It wasn't out of the realm of possibility, and my efforts to obscure and obfuscate wouldn't wholly clear the lambs of blame. People would wonder. They would look for the codes and the meta-messages. I'd spent a full night and day working on behalf of Candida, Chance, and Lainey. In a way, it was the last tie I had to the lambs, my promise to Lillian. Now I had nothing to occupy myself with but this. I could come up with reasons and excuses, dream up possibilities, and try to avoid the cold, honest reality. Lillian was tethered to the academy by her dream. She was an academy student at heart. Mary was tethered to Lillian. Helen and Jamie and Ashton couldn't leave the academy for any substantial lengths of time without degrading and breaking down. No, as much as I tried to convince myself of conspiracy, I had to face the uglier truth. Much as I'd made the hard choice to leave them because I could no longer stay, they were making the choice to stay. Without the passage of the sun in the sky to mark time, I could only judge by the traffic of people. The shops closed, and only the drinking establishments and restaurants lingered. Then those places, too, closed. People went home. Employees cleaned up, and the lights went out. A few people stared at me. I judged it to be close to midnight. I imagined the hands of the clock, vivid in my imagination, and saw them sweep past the 12 o'clock mark. Day 4 had come and went. No lambs had made the trip, to find their way close to the theaters. I drew in a shuddering breath. Alone, I whispered under my breath. My memory was weak, but I could remember the time I'd run away before. Was this really so different from that? I had no wyvern, but I could figure out a way to get some. Probably. But having no lambs? There was no hope for an easy replacement there. I had taken wyvern so I could mold my mind, and I had molded myself to work alongside them, to fill in the gaps. Now, without them to help give me shape, I already felt less like myself. I wasn't sure what direction I'd go. I could find Frey, but the idea spooked me. I would adapt to her. I'd be nothing more than her lackey. Mauer? That was somehow worse. I hunkered down a little, shivering. The dark storm of thoughts I'd pushed to the back of my mind had now expanded out to the forefront of it. There weren't any people out there that I respected and trusted in the way I'd need to trust them. I could believe that Frey would keep to her word, and suspected the same of Mauer, but I couldn't trust them to refrain from abusing me, when I was vulnerable and fluid. I looked again for lambs, and when I didn't see any, I made some up. If you strike out on your own, you're going to unravel, Gordon told me. Yep, I said, my own voice barely audible. Are you passionate about anything? He asked. Because if you are going to go out in a messy blaze of glory, you should pick a good cause. I'd like to help the mice, I said, muttering. There are some in every city. Though some have different names and different structures. Not very intense, Helen said. That kind of love is like a hug, it's nice and simple but it's not going to get to the center bits of you and really nourish. Except when you do it, Ashton said. You squish and the center bits become outside bits. Yvette cackled at the image. I shook my head a little. For a moment, the lambs were gone. I stared down at the snow below my dangling feet. My legs were going numb from having sat for hours. Killing nobles? Mary asked, her voice hard. I looked at her, then wished I hadn't. Blood, a destroyed knee. Killing nobles, maybe, I said. But I'd want it to matter more than it did with the Baron. The king? Mary asked. Ha, I said. The academy? Lillian asked. Her voice sent chills up my spine. I looked at her. I hadn't heard her speak since I'd left Radham. Aren't they the cause of all of the worst pain you've experienced? The biggest losses? Lillian asked. You wouldn't ever forgive me, I said, my voice hollow. I understand more than you let yourself believe, Lillian said. I care about you, and I'm horribly conflicted about what the academy does. I love the lambs almost as much as you do, and I know about the expiration dates. Don't you think I care? I know you care, I said. The number one thing you need to do, is get inside from the cold, Lillian said. You don't have a lot of meat on your bones, and you've been sitting there for a long time. Okay? You're going to freeze. I shook my head a little. Oh, honey, Lillian said, and the word choice was so jarring and the caring I put into her tone nearly broke me. I hunkered down further, bringing my knees up to my chest, my hands to my head. Jamie said, as if he was trying to get through to me. Jamie had always cared, too, even if he was hard to face, sometimes. Another half hour or an hour, I said. Just a bit longer. Then you can all convince me to go inside. Jamie said, again. He put his hands on my shoulders, and he wrapped me in a hug. I went still. One by one, I pushed the lambs away, dismissing the false, vaguely reassuring images. I made Jamie the last, because I wasn't sure, and I couldn't bear for him to fade away. He didn't fade. He gripped me tighter instead. I'm sorry it took me so long, he said. You can't be here, I said, blinking fiercely. You can't. Without the academy, you'll. I'll manage, Jamie said. We'll manage, the two of us, okay? I know how to create wyvern. You and me, we'll figure out an answer for my problem. There's time. You can't, I said, again. Be selfish, Just this once. Put yourself first when you know it matters. You need a lamb in arm's reach. I nodded, no longer able to speak. I screwed my eyes shut. I want you to take the ghosts, or the hallucinations, or whatever you were talking to, and put them away, okay, I don't want to hear you sound like you were just sounding again. You can talk to them again when you're in a better place. I nodded, though I'd already put them away. Okay? Come on, Let's get you warm. I nodded. My body was stiff as I climbed down from the table. I managed, before my teeth chattered. I reached for the luggage, but Jamie beat me to it. It's what? Jamie asked. His hand found mine, gripping it fiercely. The academy experiments, the academy itself, even the lambs, especially the lambs, they're going to come after us. Because of what I did, and what I'm doing, and because you're with me, now they're the enemy, Jamie finished for me. Lamb Arc 10. Idiocy. Ibot produced a spray of spittle as he shouted. This entire project, doomed to fail. All it took was for the weakest link to break. Yes sir, Helen said. I should have made you as something standalone, not hitched myself to the sinking ship, he said. He paced across the room, then wheeled on her. My reputation. She remained quiet. He was hard to deal with when he was like this. Did you know anything about this? He asked, his voice now low and dangerous. The runt's defection. He wanted a target for his feelings. Helen understood this. No sir, and I don't think it was a defection. He just ran away again. He raised his hand to his nose, pinching the bridge. I'm irritated enough without you disagreeing with me. I'm sorry. No you aren't, he said. You've been disobedient lately. Talking back, making comments. She remained silent. Their influence, I suppose. The other children, trampling on my work, muddying the water, teaching you things you don't need to know. I try to learn from everyone I can, so I can act better when it comes to the job. And you spend the most time around them, the professor said. He drew nearer, leaning over Helen, one hand on either side of her head. His voice was a growl, don't try to be clever. Yes sir. How has your range of movement been? He asked. Perfect. Strength. I'm doing the exercises, professor. Improvement is very slow. The professor said. He picked up a scalpel. Contract your bicardia. She did, suppressing her hearts and constricting blood vessels throughout her body. He sliced her, from collarbone to lower stomach. Open wide. Helen moved her shoulders back and arched her chest and stomach open. The tendon net drew her ribcage open. The act of opening would have torn her skin, but her skin was elastic where it counted. He was rougher than necessary, raising organs and examining them, pinching slightly as he used the calipers. Dialimbics are swollen. How are the cravings? Better, professor. His glasses caught the light as he looked down at her. His lips pressed together for a moment, before he parted them to say, don't lie to me. I'm not lying, sir. The throughput is clearly more than you're processing. There's build-up. Build-up affects your judgment. Tell me again, Helen, how are the cravings? Take a minute if you have to, assess it carefully, but don't lie to me. The cravings were her mingled desires, gathered together into one strong force. To eat, to desire someone, to want to be close to someone, to want to inflict violence on them, the feelings were one and the same. They were strongest when she dreamed, though she didn't dream like others did, and when she hunted with the lambs. The feeling when she got to satiate the craving had been built into her, made a part of her psychology. But she hadn't really had cravings recently. There had been some when she was with Mary, but those were the kind of cravings she thought of as supper cravings. She wanted, then she consumed, and then it was all better. Over and over and over, she'd enjoyed indulging those cravings with Mary. They'd divided up the victims equally, Mary with her knife and wire, Helen luxuriating in that feeling of bone breaking and muscle twisting free of where it was supposed to be. It was the tactile equivalent of eating tasty meats and potatoes and vegetables and breads, her body pressed and wrapped around someone as they shuddered, spasmed and shivered through their death throes. When they were strangers, ordinary people, then it was just dinner. There was none of the rise and fall, the dizzying feeling of awe and being awed, of earning the fear of people that had the fear of others. They were just suppers. Sometimes they were just tea. But she had barely tasted the more delicious cravings. Mary might do, but Mary was off limits. The most she could do was play with the idea and tease herself. She hadn't had any big enemies lately. Ever since the big interrogation surrounding Breckwell, where she had acted like the cravings were more than they were, just to get out of questioning, Professor Ebot had been watching carefully for altered levels. Now he believed he'd found them. I think, Helen said, interrupting the professor from his examination of tendon nets, that they're a little worse. I thought so, he said, sounding so very self-satisfied. Whatever the other experiments told you or taught you, you can't lie to me. I can look at this body of yours that I built and know exactly what state you're in. Now, be more specific, are those cravings a little worse or a lot worse? She started to answer, then paused. I don't know. I'm going to encourage a stricter limbic cycling and extract some of the material from the central limbic gland. This should keep the more aggressive feelings from building up and depress the cravings. Literally less of the emotion circulating through your system, affecting the various systems. Yes, Professor. He was silent as he took a syringe to the organ, withdrawing clear fluid. A quick bar test, respiration systems are both working fine. Hearts, he touched her hearts, one with each hand, and looked to the clock in his office, synchronous but beating faster than the norm. Digestion. He gripped her stomach. It churned within his hand, to the point he could feel it. Digestion is agitated, he remarked. Heart rates and digestion should normalize with the dampening of the cravings. Yes, Professor. He carefully set everything back in place, and she craned her head forward to look between cresting ribs and into the inside of her own body, shifting her muscles and tendon nets to hold things in place once they were in the right places. She closed her ribcage without being asked, and waited patiently while he closed her up. The glue would hold the seam closed. He applied powder, and the nutrients in powder and glue would help keep the bleeding at bay while providing nutrients that helped accelerate the healing. Her body would naturally heal it until there wasn't anything even resembling a scar. Stretch tests, then strength tests, then get dressed. You'll prepare my dinner. Dinner with the professor? It wasn't usual. Still, she would play along. What are we eating? I'm eating. You'll eat when I'm done. She felt a spike of emotion, coinciding with vivid mental pictures of bones breaking, muscle twisting, blood spilling, and agonized screams. Ah, she said, in a vast understatement of what she was feeling. You're well into your adolescence, Helen, he said. You've been influenced by lower quality experiments, and the two things combined have left you rebellious. The Academy wants to keep the Lambsbridge project on hold for the duration of all necessary investigations, which I see as a fine idea. Some time away from the other experiments will do you some good, and we can fill the time with some sharp reminders about the hierarchy between you and I. Yes, Professor, she said, holding back the welling emotion and confusion. No lambs? Delayed meals? Stretch while you listen to me, he told her. She touched her foot to one shoulder, then the other, then did the same, extending her leg behind her. She switched legs. My plan for you was always to prove your worth as part of this insipid project and then leave it in the final years to be my companion, caretaker, bodyguard, and an icon of my talent as a creator. I will not have you be lured down this damaged, broken road that the other experiments in your group have laid before you. Your stomach, above all else, is the easiest way to rebuke you. I will see you be obedient, Helen. You will eat what I deem appropriate, when I deem it appropriate, until we've established a pattern of behavior for you that I deem appropriate. Yes, Professor, she said, now very subdued. She used one hand on the table to help rotate her torso around, then rotated it back 180 degrees to its usual position. She wanted to say things but she didn't know what to say. Her own silence felt so uncomfortable. She carried through the routine movements, arms out to the sides, her head dropping down to touch her kneecaps, then reversing direction, to touch the back of her knees. If the program is even resumed, I may pull you from it, he said. We'll see how your behavior adjusts in the interim. Yes, Professor, she said. There was a knock on the door. Helen and Ibot both looked. Enter, Ibot said. The door opened. Helen smiled as she saw the woman enter. Red-haired, pretty, with a white coat. The woman looked at her, then looked away, one hand raised to block her own view. Lacey! Helen exclaimed. She spotted a figure hanging back behind Lacey. Lillian! Ibot gave her a sharp look, and she shrank back. No need for shyness, Doctor, Ibot said, voice dripping with derision. Helen is wearing underclothes, undergoing a routine examination. Have some respect for what your profession means, and don't be so shy about the human body. My apologies, Professor. Ahem, Lacey said, clearing her throat. She dropped her hand and looked straight at Helen. Helen. Your presence is requested at Claret Hall. Helen looked to Ibot. She didn't want to do the wrong thing and have her meals delayed. I'll come too, he said. Dress, Helen. She turned to her folded clothes and quickly put on her stockings, skirt, blouse, scarf, and coat, stepping into her boots. She produced a comb, picking it up and running it through her hair, being careful not to comb out the arranged rolls, and set the comb down before she reached the stairs. Lillian looked so unhappy. Helen calculated the best smile to give her, warm and sympathetic. She liked Lillian so. She didn't ever crave Lillian like she sometimes craved the other lambs, but she still liked Lillian, which was a weird thing she sometimes struggled to process. Mary's back, Lillian said, her voice hushed. Helen's eyes widened. Mary was back. She's hurt. We think S.Y. Sylvester hurt her, Lillian said. Helen blinked. There were things she was supposed to say here, but it was complicated territory. Ibot was so close by and he didn't like S.Y. at all. Lacey was here and she didn't like Sylvester much either, but she worked with Sylvester before and she understood him. That was probably why she was here. But Lillian especially had been close to Sylvester. She'd slept in Sylvester's bed and Sylvester had slept in hers, the two had kissed and called each other boyfriend and girlfriend, and those things were nice but not too important. What was important was that when Lillian was happiest she used to always look to Sylvester first and when she was saddest, it was the same. And Mary, in a very similar way, was an important person to Lillian. One important person of Lillian's had hurt the other, and Lillian had to be feeling like she wanted to turn to someone for comfort. Except the person she wanted to turn to was the source of the hurt and he was gone. It felt so wrong. Lillian flinched as Helen moved, stepping in close. She flinched again as Helen wrapped her in a hug. Helen. Professor Ibot barked. Helen ignored the man. He could punish her and make her eat mush or not let her eat at all, but this was more important. She hugged Lillian tight, but kept it a safe tight, and she felt Lillian relax, hugging her back. Helen. Ibot shouted, harsher. All around them, students who were going about their business turned to look. With her mouth a short distance from Helen's ear, Lillian spoke under her breath, so quiet that ears that weren't augmented wouldn't have heard. Jamie's gone. They're looking for him, but I don't think they realize he actually left. Helen didn't reply or give any signal she'd heard. Ibot seized Helen's shoulder. She didn't let go at that, but Lillian did, pulling out of the hug and stepping back. Jamie was gone, too. Mary was back, then Jamie was gone, and all this while, Lillian was miserable. Helen processed it, but she couldn't simplify it down. It was a big, complicated thing that reached into too many parts of her life, from one lamb to the next, to food, to a bot, to the future, all like a big branching tree that she had to somehow figure out how to put into a box. She couldn't, so it loomed, lingering, taking up far too much space in her head. Ibot kept one hand firmly on her shoulder, steering her as they walked to Claret Hall. In silence, they made their way to the same place they'd gone during the Breckwell interrogation. Ashton was there, with his team of doctors. So were Mrs. Earle's, Sai's other doctors, and Jamie's doctors. Yes. This was a big, nasty, branching tree. It all reached very far, too complicated to put away neatly. Helen, stand here, Ibot said. You are not to approach the other experiments. Yes, Professor, Helen said. He was still so agitated and upset. She could feel the pain from where he'd gripped her shoulder. If I find out that any of you approached her, Ibot said, standing straighter as he addressed everyone else in the hallway, I will end your careers or have you put down. A moment after that declaration, he knocked on the door and let himself into the big room. Helen's ears caught words that she wasn't meant to hear. What a dick, spoken from one of Jamie's doctors to another. I'd kill for half of his talent, was the reply. Ibot was so clever a man, Helen knew, so talented, with the knowledge of whole teams of expert doctors. Knowledge was power, but he didn't know how to use that power. He puffed himself up, threw his weight around, and achieved so little. She didn't love him, she didn't respect him. But without him to manage the important parts, Helen's feelings would be unregulated, her body would go askew, and pieces would stop fitting together in a way that let her be beautiful. There would be only cravings, and a broken, awkward body, with angular, distorted joints. Even her organs might fall into disarray. Leaving wasn't possible. If she left, she wouldn't be herself. Again, that spike of emotion, visions of squeezing people in ugly, unsatisfying ways, an arm around the head, using both hands to ineffectually tear at the chin, jaw, and teeth at the bottom of someone's mouth. A frustrated sort of destruction that would never satisfy. She'd been stationed far enough away that she couldn't talk to Lillian or Ashton. It bothered her, churning up that emotion and the images. The sound of footsteps drew her attention. She fixated on the source. Lillian. Ignoring Ibot's orders and threats, Lillian crossed the hallway. She turned her head to look at the other doctors and experiments, paying attention to each one in turn. As if she was daring them, challenging them. Lillian stood square in front of Helen, opened her jacket, and reached inside. Several napkins wrapped something soft and sweet. Much of it had squeezed out between the napkins. Helen worked to peel away the napkin. You squished it when you hugged me, Lillian said, her voice a hush. I like squished things, Helen said. I remembered you said that you never got sweets from Ibot, because he doesn't bake, and we're under house arrest, so I thought it might be a while, and... A noise made Lillian turn her head, nervous. Just someone coughing. Lillian's voice cracked a little, and that was a lovely hug, Helen. Thank you. Still unsure what to say, Helen put a hand behind Lillian's neck, leaned forward and gave her a kiss on the forehead. That done, she dropped to a cross-legged sitting position in one fluid movement, hunched over the carrot cake. She shut her eyes as she took a bite, finding and meeting cravings all at once. It was somehow better than it might feel to wrap herself around Mauer and twist his arms and legs off. Better than it would feel to squeeze Sy or Mary until they cracked and popped. Lillian was such a dear, and this piece of squished cake helped Helen make sense of Lillian and how she could like Lillian so, yet not want to squish or bend Lillian in 100 different ways. Even when she had to feel so very mixed up, Lillian cared about others. It made Helen feel better in ways that she hadn't realized. She felt bad, to know she'd made sense of this one small piece of the world. Helen finished and licked the remnants of the cake from her fingers. She hadn't lost a crumb, but she double-checked anyway. The door banged open. Ibot appeared, and Helen felt a bit sad at seeing him. Being here, even separated from the other lambs, was better than being with only Ibot. She started to rise to her feet. The act seemed to upset the already agitated Ibot. Stay there, he snapped. They want to talk to you. When you're done, you'll come straight to me. Yes, Professor, she said, silently elated. He hadn't even made it all the way down the hall when others emerged from the room. Mary was one person, looking just as unhappy as Lillian, using crutches to walk. Other professors and academy types left after Mary did, taking their leave, many of them looking annoyed and upset. Hale was the last to exit. He beckoned Ashton and Helen to draw nearer. The moment she was close enough, Helen wrapped her arms around Ashton from behind. He smelled so good, almost as good a smell as the cake was a taste. She could smell the puff of good things from him as he reacted happily to the contact, even if his acting was still so very terrible. Hale looked at Lacey and Sylvester's doctors, then heaved out a sigh. As is so often the case with Sylvester, things have been rendered very inconvenient. Hear, hear, Lacey said, quiet enough that she probably thought only she could hear it. Hale spoke, for those who don't know, this should be commonly accepted knowledge amid the Academy and the Crown by tomorrow, because certain parties are going out of their way to broadcast it. The Baron Richmond is dead, as are his sisters, killed in his home territory of Warwick. Helen watched Lillian's eyes widen. Mary professes to have gone after Sylvester, who went after the Baron as his last act before running off to places unknown. All signs point to Sylvester being the sole culprit in the Baron's death, using poisons and almost going out of his way to sign the kill by using a crude overdose of wyvern, of all things. The fact that Mary Coburn returned and her involvement isn't otherwise apparent is a point in her favor, as is the note we produced with her handwriting, several days ago. She will remain under suspicion, and a full investigation is still pending. Until some future date that we've yet to establish, likely 4 months to a year from now, the Lambsbridge program is on hold, and the Lambs will not participate in any investigations or activities. Lambs that wish to go anywhere but a home or a lab must be escorted. If any of you are found deviating from this, then we will have to assume the worst, terminate the program, and cancel your individual projects. Believe me when I say I don't want to do this. Hale looked at each Lamb in turn. Mary, Helen, Lillian, and Ashton. Apparently satisfied by the degrees of seriousness he observed, he continued, the Caterpillar project cannot be found, and we suspect he slipped away, using a keen memory of personnel, train, and other schedules to simply disappear on us. Given the chance he has departed to some other part of Radham, over distress about Sylvester and Mary's disappearances, we're giving him 24 hours to turn up. After that, he'll be assumed a fugitive and traitor. As I said, Sylvester has a way of putting people in tough spots. A bounty has been placed on the head of Sylvester. I didn't have a choice in this. Another bounty will soon be on Jamie's head, if he doesn't turn up. I'm left hoping that the bounties prove fruitful and that this situation sees an easy resolution, for your sakes and for mine. Do I expect it? No. More likely is that the Academy will have to rely on the Lambsbridge project to seek out enemies like Frey and now Sylvester as well. You can imagine my dilemma, because it is very, very hard to believe that you would give your all and hunt a former comrade. Lillian folded her arms, shrinking into herself a little. Mary let go of a crutch to reach out for Lillian's hand, placing her hand over it. Find him. Bring him home. He will be imprisoned or restrained by some means, and will return to his position as one of the Lambs, Hale said. Admittedly in a way that lets him coordinate, plan, and strategize. I'm sure he can adapt to a change of role, in that. By phone, radio, or other device, he can still play a part in your individual missions. You will be able to continue interacting with him and, if it's even possible given how insufferable he is, enjoy his company. He will be safe, above all else, with my guarantee on that. Lillian will be set on her accelerated track to get her black coat, which Mary has mentioned is something SY was upset about, and the Lambs will remain together. The same holds true for Jamie. I've talked to Mary and I've observed the Lambs, and I believe this is something most or all of you want. It's the best resolution I can give you. What if we can't find him? Helen asked. Then it's a dark mark against the Lambsbridge project, Professor Hale said. I will be sent away, effectively demoted, and the Lambsbridge project will pass on to someone else, who will very probably cease all funding in favor of projects they have a personal stake in, and can claim full credit for. There were nods all around. Go. Back to your dormitory, to Lambsbridge, or to your respective professors. Helen, you'll go back to Professor Ebot for the time being, at his insistence. Yes, Professor, Helen said. Others echoed her. The Lambs departed, making their way to the exit of Claret Hall. The doctors and professors who oversaw their individual projects hung back, talking among one another about the future of the project as a whole, and of the individual projects. Mary's crutches clacked against the wooden floor as she moved with more force and anger than necessary. He's a bastard, Mary said. There was no question or wondering about who she was referring to. He was so torn up, Lillian said, quiet. I'm so very angry at him, and I feel so bad for him at the same time. I can't imagine how I'll ever do what Hale is suggesting and hunt him down. It feels strange, hearing people talk, Ashton said, because I expect him to say something mean or funny, but he doesn't. We all miss him, Lillian said. But yes, he's a bastard. I don't think there's any argument on that. Helen and Lillian worked together to open the doors for Mary to pass through. They formed a group outside of Claret Hall. They were each going in individual directions. Mary to the doctor for her leg, Lillian to the dormitory, Helen to Professor Ebot, and Ashton to Lambsbridge or an appointment. How are you, Helen? Lillian asked. Ashton, still in Helen's embrace, craned his head up to look at his big sister. Helen offered her best smile. How am I ever? I liked the cake. I would give you all of the best hugs in the world if you could sneak me more. I think my days to come will be cakeless. About Sylvester, I mean, Lillian said, quiet. I want to hunt him, a little, Helen said, studying her own feelings. I've always wanted to and it feels a little like I'm allowed to now, and that's a little fun. But the professor took away some of my cravings because he said my limbic glands were taking in too much and accumulating too much. Even though he was wrong. Your limbic glands? Lillian asked. Yes, Helen said. She knew Lillian had read the notes necessary to understand her biology and better do field care. Were your cravings severe? Lillian asked. No, they weren't. Okay, Lillian said. Your glands are supposed to process emotion. If it's not cravings, is it possible you're sad? Helen blinked, cocking her head to one side, and flashed a smile. I don't think I get sad, like that. What are you feeling, then? I'm trying to decide if I should tell you to tell Ebot. Helen reached up to her chest, and dug her fingernails into cloth and flesh, twisting as if she could somehow demonstrate the sensations that were just sitting there, so easy to ignore but so very big. I'm feeling like things are complicated and they're all snarly and big inside of me, like a tree with hooks for branches, and it's all caught up in my organs and tugging things wrong, but they're ideas as much as emotions. I don't think it's sad. It's not the opposite of the good feeling that comes with bending people into impossible shapes or eating good food. Could you say, Lillian ventured, that you're troubled? Troubled. Troubled was a good word. Helen dug her fingers in deeper, twisting at fabric even more, then let her hands drop. She nodded, feeling her hair bounce with emotion. I think we're all troubled, Mary said, with anger still in her voice. She stared down at the ground, as if she was imagining Sylvester lying there. I'll get you some sweets when I can, Lillian said. If that helps. Helen nodded fiercely. And Mary, we need to talk, about a lot of things, Lillian said. Come to my room, later? If you can. I'll see if I can be the person that looks after your leg, so we can spend more time together. Mary nodded, still not making eye contact. So angry. So very angry and bitter. Lillian reached out to rub Mary's shoulder. It seemed to prompt a response, opening the door for Mary to talk. The other bad seeds, Mary said. My brothers, Percy called them. When it mattered, they abandoned me. They were a group, and I was on my own, and they made decisions without consulting me. Percy told me he cared, and then he walked away. And Sylvester did the same thing, Lillian said, her voice tight. Mary nodded, blinking hard. Come to my room tonight, Lillian said. We'll talk. Mary started. She cleared her throat. I understand why he did it, I think. A lot of things he said before he actually shot me, it made sense when I realized he was agonizing over it. That he felt bad and he knew exactly what he was doing to me, to you, and to us. But he still did it, because, remember when Jamie told him he needed to be selfish? There were some nods. He might have excuses, but he's still a bastard for doing it like this, Lillian said, very firmly. And if we have to hunt him and drag him back, he deserves it. But we have a little while to figure it out, and to see how much worse this gets. Cut to the quick 11.1. Look at the chair you're sitting in right now, I said. Now, this might sound silly, but I want you to imagine there are lines of strength running through it. Close your eyes for me. Visualize the chair. Where is it strongest? When someone sits in it, where are the stresses? Where would you draw the lines, if you were just drawing the imaginary bones of the armchair? I watched as Shirley closed her eyes. I could see how tense she was. Her back didn't even touch the chair back. She said. She moved her hands, twisting around. She indicated the chair back, the arms. I think here and here? And the legs? I don't really get it. No, you're right, I said. Where are the lines of strength in your body? It's cheating if we think of your skeleton, so I want you to imagine one line running from your right hand to your shoulder, curving down to extend to your left leg, and another from your left hand to your right leg. Imagine it, as strongly as you can. I'm imagining it, Shirley said. Can I touch you, to guide you? I asked. Most men don't ask before touching me, she said, opening her eyes. They pay after. Eyes closed, I said, chastising her. She obeyed. Imagine the lines. Okay. What color are they? Yellow? Why? Doesn't matter, I said. Shirley was a pixie of a girl, barely 19, petite, with a smaller chest than most girls of her profession, and some amazing legs. Her black hair was shorter than mine, but a headband gave her a feminine touch. I liked her eyes most, though. They were large and expressive. Interesting that she thought of herself as yellow. It didn't mean anything, and it got her thinking about the lines again. I'll ask again, since I didn't get an answer. May I touch you? Yes. Okay, I said. I touched her shoulders firmly, and urged her to lean back. Relax, keep imagining the lines, and lean back, feel the chair back against the small of your back and your shoulder blades. The lines of the chair and the lines of your upper body are more in alignment, aren't they? Almost like you can imagine them as two pieces of a whole. Yes. And, I said, putting 2 fingers on the back of one knee. I felt her move it as I used the bare minimum of strength, until her thighs were crossed, one foot dangling. For your lower body, I want you to figure out where your leg goes, so it's in alignment with the chair's arm and leg. Keep those eyes closed. She moved her leg to the side, so the foot was at the base of the leg. After a moment, she shifted position, so only her toes were on the floor, her heel resting against the leg. It had the same effect as being in heels, elongating her already long legs. It also had the effect of raising her knees, which was a tantalizing thing when she wore a short dress. Movement off to one side caught my eye. There were 4 young women, 2 young men and 1 Jamie gathered at the entrance of the room, watching. A young woman standing in the doorway was changing her posture to better pose herself at the doorway. Listening and learning. We had an audience. Someone could paint a picture of you right now, Shirley, one of the women at the door said. Shirley's eyes opened. Before her focus was lost, I gave an instruction, relax your shoulders and let your arm down so. She dropped her arm, draping it along the chairs. Like that. Perfect, I said. Shirley gave me a smile. When I smiled back, she looked away, suddenly self-conscious. Why are you running away from me? I asked. Eye contact. When you're working, if you're here or you're outside, you're going to want to pick out customers, instead of having them pick you, right? She frowned a little. What? I asked. It's the job, isn't it? She asked. The customers choose. Even here. I dropped down to sit on the coffee table, across from her. From here on out, you choose. I know you had a bad run. You got hurt, you want to keep doing this, but you're still afraid. She broke eye contact again. Look me in the eye. Don't waver. Good. That's better. If you look afraid, the people who approach you are going to be the ones who want fear. In this house, you're pretty safe, but you still get some bad ones, I imagine. If you're clearly aware and comfortable with your surroundings. I gestured to indicate the length of her arm, the chair arm, and her legs. And if you're confident in the eye contact you use, you can ignore the people you're not interested in without looking like you're shying away. You'll lock eye contact onto someone without actually staring at them. I saw your expression just now. I'll clarify. You can turn your head or change position to keep from being too still or too direct and intense. She did it, trying it. Just like that. Now you'll look a pretty picture as you fit into your surroundings, you make the eye contact with the people you choose, and then you hook them, line and sinker. The ones you want, who look like they have money and like they might be fun, or safer. You don't need to shout louder than the other girls on the busier streets, your gaze, posture, and quiet confidence will be far louder than their brash offers. Okay, she said. I want you to lean over this table here. Use your instincts. The lines of your body and the lines of the table. But keep in mind it doesn't all have to be parallel, try right angles or curves. Be playful, stay at ease. It's hard to do it wrong, but stay conscious of the table and yourself. If you're not sure how to do it, take your time while walking to the table. But try it now, stand up. She did. Her anxieties aside, she knew how to walk. It was when she was sitting still or standing somewhere left alone with her thoughts, that she'd end up looking so stricken and nervous. Sauntering over to the table, she placed her right hand on the left side of the table, and her left hand on the other side, arms crossed, so they pushed her décolletage forward. Her gaze remained locked to mine. Ah, I said, huffing out a, ha. Perfect. Sylvester, Jamie remarked, his tone light in its mock sternness, are you done manipulating that poor woman into giving you a show? It's not Shirley and I spoke at the same time. I stopped talking. Belated, Shirley finished, not manipulation. I like this. It helps. Thank you, I said, turning my full focus to her, I'm glad. I think you instinctively knew some of this, you just needed reminders after you got shaken by bad experience. You needed a framework to put it in. She nodded, with more emphasis than necessary. Final piece of the puzzle here, I said. It feels good to get a reaction out of me, right? You have the power, you did that perfectly, and in the doing, you got to be the second person in this house who's ever rendered me at a loss for words. Who was they? Jamie, I cut her off. Focus, and smile. When you get that reaction, then you signal that you know, 100%, that you just earned your small victory. Because 95 times out of 100, the guys who like that smile are going to be the guys who are going to respect you and respect that confidence. Ahem, I heard the voice from the hallway. Whoops, I said. The madam. What's going on here? Why is there a crowd in my foyer? Jamie. The madam of the house made her way through the cluster of people at the other end of the room, my audience. Marv wasn't far behind. Sylvester, she said, unimpressed. And Shirley, it seems. Sylvester, Marv commented, smirking, you sly rascal, I didn't think you had it in you. One of the young men at the doorway protested, nothing was happening, Sylvester was. He fell silent as the madam raised her hand. She opened her mouth to say something, but hesitated as Shirley stood straight, walked to the armchair, and draped herself easily across it, her posture only slightly different from before. Shirley's eyes remained locked to the madam's throughout, and remained there as she crossed her legs, then folded her hands in her lap. When the madam's eyebrows went up, Shirley allowed her a small, confident smile. Son of a gun, sure, one of the bystanders chimed in. Sylvester, the madam said, without taking her eyes off of the girl. What drug have you given to my Shirley? Confidence, I said. Just confidence. I didn't get the impression she believed me. Shirley, meanwhile, seemed to be very much enjoying feeling more at ease in her own skin, for what might have been the first time in months. The little smile she wore for the madam became a more mischievous one. The madam folded her arms and fixed Shirley with a pointed look. Shirley. Lois has been complaining that you're not keeping your half of the room tidy enough. I won't endure any more nagging from her because you're a piglet. I want you to clean up. Shirley blushed as she rose from her seat. She started to head to the door, stopped, then reversed course to walk over to me. She bent down and gave me an amazing hug before kissing me on the cheek. If only you were older, she said. I'm older than I look, I said, with a note of hope. She rolled her eyes a little, then gave me 2 more quick kisses on the cheek before skipping off. Half of the girls and boys who'd been our audience started to join her. The other half dispersed on their own. Don't go too far from the house, the madam raised her voice, house meeting later. I heard distant moans and groans. Marv and the madam made their way into the room. Jamie crossed the room to be at my side, taking a seat in the chair that Shirley had been in. I should have asked permission before meddling, I said, to beat her to the punch. You should have, the madam said. Then she looked over her shoulder, as if to make sure nobody was listening, and added, but I'm going to give you the benefit of a doubt on this. It was nice to see Shirley happy, even if it proves to be temporary. I nodded, somber. Whether it was temporary or the foundation for better things was up to her and luck. Her next few experiences would pave the road ahead. The house mother and I were talking, Marv said, smiling at the madam's look of annoyance over the appellation. Something came up, and I let her know first, so she could decide how to proceed. When she consented, I reached out to you two to ask you to come by. I'd say I'm sorry I was in the bath when you first showed up, but you seem to have kept yourself amused. He shot me a smirk, then quickly hid it as the madam glanced at him. He reached into a coat pocket and produced a folded paper. I knew what it was before he'd even fully unfolded it. You're wanted men, he remarked, handing over the paper. They used Jamie's own illustrations from his books to press these posters, I thought. A portrait Jamie had done of himself, and a portrait of me, scratched out in ink. The pictures were relatively small. Paragraphs of information and description followed. Traitors to the Crown, 1 Sylvester Lambsbridge to be delivered as corpse or secure prisoner to any Crown-owned office or jail, 1 Jamie Lambsbridge to be delivered alive as a secure prisoner to any Crown-owned office or jail. I read it aloud. While possessed of no overly extraordinary physical talents or capabilities, these two adolescent males are experienced killers, talented improvisers, and remain devastatingly intelligent in individual, complementary ways. Devastatingly intelligent. Devastatingly. This time it was Jamie's turn to roll his eyes. Don't look so proud of yourself. But I'm devastatingly proud, I said. He aimed a kick in my direction, from where he sat in the chair. I visited Virgil's Academy, and I saw this up in the main office, with a whole stack of them yet to be handed around and put up on the wall, Marv said. From what I gather, they're going to start appearing all over the place, in Crown post offices, police stations, at borders. I'm not surprised, I said. We expected this sooner or later. We'll be out of here before there's any chance of this coming back on you. Thank you, the madam said. I recall you saying you weren't staying for very long, and that was, some time ago. If your idea of being gone within a few days means staying for 2 months, I hope that your being gone before there's trouble isn't similarly extended. Ah, I said, a little abashed. I haven't minded having you around, she said, softening. But I do need to look after this house and the people in it. I know, I said. I understand. Marv's done patching me together, and I didn't even plan to come back and hassle you any, except Marv reached out. I owe you favors, she said. She paused, as if seeming to consider the idea. I'm not used to owing people favors. But send me a letter, if you need anything. I nodded. Then, in a manner that starkly contrasted her authoritarian streak, she reached over and messed up my hair. Be safe, Sylvester. Yes, ma'am, I said. And Jamie, she said, reaching over toward Jamie's head. I saw him wince, preparing for his longer hair to get tousled, but the woman only ran her hand over the top of his head. Wayward Jamie. I've had so many long conversations with my girls and boys, when it comes to you. Ma'am, Jamie said. Find your happiness, she said. I'll try, ma'am, he said. She touched his cheek, as gentle as I'd ever seen her, then retreated, returning to her former demeanor. That was our cue to go. Thanks for the work, Marv, I said, touching my eye and giving him a salute from there instead of my forehead. Thanks for the money, paying customer, he said, but with a note of humor. I had to jump a little to get my raincoat off the hook on the wall, and put it over one arm instead of pulling it on. I stepped into my boots, strapped them at 2 separate places each, and then headed to the door, with Jamie right behind me. It was raining, but only a droplet, here and there. It made me nostalgic for home. Tyne-Wear was thawing for the imminent spring, and where it had once been softened by snow, it was now blurred around the edges with a light fog. It was evening, and people were out in force, with quite a number heading home from work. Even in one of the nicer of the poorer areas of Tyne-Wear, where the managers of the boatyards and established employees had homes, the people still had nice clothes they could put on and wear as they walked into the heart of the city for dining or entertainment. Jamie and I fit right in among them, wearing our own dark sweaters and raincoats with slacks and polished shoes and boots. Given the distance between Virgil's Academy and Tyne-Wear, and the speed we saw the posters for Frey and some others go up, I'd guess we have 3 or 4 days before people see, pass on word, and trouble comes looking for us, Jamie said. Can we put off talking about that and discuss about how I got a be careful, like I'm some dingbat who is going to run headlong in front of the first knife, open flame, or speeding train I see, and you got a sweet find your happiness. You are a dingbat who is going to run headlong into the first dangerous situation you see, Jamie said. Haha, I said. No, seriously. She meets rogues and bastards every single day. She's used to your sort. But I'm closer to the likes of Shirley. The sort of person she feels like she can nurture, I suppose. Like Shirley, no, I get it, I said. I turned around so I was walking backward and facing Jamie, swaggering a little. Are you saying you're a romantic, Jamie? Shall we get you some revealing clothes like the young men in the madam's employ wear? Are you a winsome tart? Jamie smiled. What? I asked. Are you really, now? No, I'm not. And the smile wasn't supposed to mean anything, he said. Liar. I declared. I grabbed him by the front of his raincoat, still walking backward, my steps in time with his. He put a hand out and steered me to keep me from walking into a lamp post. Tell me of the smile, young sir. You seem more at ease than I can remember ever seeing you, he said. Not that I have many years of memories. I let go of his raincoat. I took a few steps back, intentionally clumsy and heavy, then spun, falling back into step at his side. I've seen glimpses of it, but it was fleeting. You sleeping, curled up with Lillian when we were in lug, actually relaxed. Moments you let your guard down, mid-conversation with the others, before you looked in my direction and a kind of shadow fell over your expression. A weight on your shoulders. Even when you tried to hide it. Yeah, I said. Yeah. Sorry. No, it's okay, he said. But it's nice that we're getting past that. Are we getting past that? We're getting past that, I said. Or he echoed me. Not even making it a question or an effort to pry or to push. Just thinking. I don't want to sound like a dick. Hard to imagine that. But I don't know if that shadow will ever entirely go away. I don't want to leave you hopeful and then hurt, but, Jamie said. I raised an eyebrow. The old Jamie was your best friend, he said. You would be dishonoring him if you didn't mourn him, if you didn't remember him. I nodded. Yeah, I guess that sums it up. Strides forward, but I don't want to promise future strides. And I feel like a monumental dick for saying it, especially when you've given everything up to be here and you endure my company every dang day. First of all, Jamie started. You are a monumental dick, I joined my voice to his, as he said it, even going so far as to match his cadence, then added, you're getting so predictable. Can't pass up an opportunity. And second of all, I came here for me as much as I did it for you, Jamie said, ignoring me. They were going to elevate my project. They still want to, looking at those posters. They very definitely want me alive. I don't know for sure what that would have meant, but in all of the discussions I overheard and everything that came up regarding my project, they never seemed to manage to bring up the idea of my welfare. Nothing about what I wanted, preserving what I felt like I needed to keep. I think about the others, and I don't know if their situations were any different, but... I talked to Helen. I floated ideas with Lillian and Ashton, testing the waters. I needed to go. They needed to stay. I felt a deep pang of loneliness at the thought of the other lambs. Okay, I said. And now you're here, and I'm glad to have you here, thank you, sir. You're very welcome. And it looks like we're moving on. Looks like. As I was saying, 3 or 4 days, going by what we've seen before. Assuming we even want to leave. I expect the posters will be everywhere. Probably, I said. Are we anticipating the lambs? He asked. No, I said. No, that's only my gut feeling, but that's not my instinct. Which is a good thing, because I'm still trying to figure out how to wrap my head around that problem. We'll manage. Are you kidding? I asked him, incredulous. I'd caught him off guard. What? You don't think we'll manage? Geez, Jamie, I said. I shook my head. We'll manage. We have to. The fact of the matter is that I can't go back. I don't know about you, but I'll wither and die if I find myself back under the Academy's thumb. I'm here and I'm free. I don't go 10 straight minutes without missing them so badly it hurts, but yet. I trailed off. But I can breathe, I thought. Jamie nodded, as if he'd read my mind. On the flip side of the coin, I said. I don't think they want to bring us in. The Academy is going to hold a gun to their heads and figure out a way to make them, probably, but deep down? The parts of them that love us, just like we have parts of us that love them? They don't want to. I've probably told you garbage like this before, about survival, wanting to survive versus truly desiring to kill. I remember the conversation. 2, as a matter of fact, and a third where you were saying it to reassure Lillian. Exactly, I said, nodding sagely. I could just let the past conversations finish off my thought and not worry about concluding it, except to add, same idea. And why am I kidding? Jamie asked me. What? Hey. You asked me, are you kidding? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Got off track. No, the lambs are coming after us, and it's going to be intense. It's going to be bittersweet. Mary's going to be spitting mad and on her A-game, Lillian's probably going to cry. Helen is nightmare material now that she's on the other side, and I'm not entirely sure she's going to hold back at all. Ashton is going to be interesting. But I'm looking forward to it. Jamie shot me a look. Very, are you crazy? I'm looking forward to seeing them, I said, wistful. Even if it's them on the other side of a battlefield. You're a bizarre creature, SY. I perked up, that reminds me, did you notice? Did you see, on the poster? I remember the poster verbatim, he said, sounding very tired. Sylvester Lambsbridge. They named me after the orphanage. I have a last name. Jamie made a so-so gesture. It's not a very good last name, and we're sharing it. But it's a name, and it almost sounds dignified, taken in isolation. And we probably share it with the others, except Mary, I guess. I never knew I wanted one, but they must have felt it looked like they were giving incomplete information if they left us without last names, so. I get it, SY. I have a last name, I said. You are in a good mood. Does that mood have anything to do with a leggy, dark-haired young lady who gave you several kisses on the cheek, back there? Ha, I said. Only because it felt like a good deed. She said she's too old for me. Girls my age are intimidated and have trouble keeping up. Older girls can keep up with my, Danjit, what was the word? Devastating, Jamie said, sounding even more tired. Devastating intellect, I said, grinning. And they have the sense to be intrigued. The sense to be intrigued. What a way of putting it. Stop interrupting me, you dingbat. But they deem themselves too old for me. I'm stuck in a middle ground. I suspect we're doomed to tragic love lives, sy, Jamie said. You, me, and the other master and Miss Lamb's bridges. Agreed, I said, smiling at the last part of what he said. We reached the end of the sidewalk, and paused as we approached a procession on the road. Soldiers, men, and the occasional woman in uniform, carriages, and wagons with supplies consisting largely of lengths of wood. My first thought was to wonder if somehow they had decided to mobilize the army to hunt down me and Jamie, which would have been an incredible puzzle to work our way through, but the focus was elsewhere. They were moving out of the city. I craned my head, looking around. How curious. What's going on? Jamie asked a bystander. The bystander, a man with a thin-trimmed mustache and a fine black raincoat, intoned the word. Quarantine. Quarantine, I said, taking it in. Oh. Oh wow. Dang. Dang indeed, the man said, with a trace of irony. Food prices are going to skyrocket, and things are going to become massively inconvenient for the next couple of weeks, until they're sure they have a handle on this. So much for making a tidy exit from Tineware. What are they trying to get a handle on? Jamie asked. The stupidest little thing, the man said. Some of the waterborne war beasts they sent out to feed came back home with a skin problem. It proved contagious, handlers got it, it spread from there before they locked down. A few more people around the city are confined to their homes, because of it. All for a prickly red rash. Hey, I said. Something told me the wanted posters would be circulated through the city before the quarantine was lifted. Academy City, too. Their quarantines were going to be top-notch, now that I thought about it. I looked at Jamie, before repeating myself, hey. Cut to the quick 11.2. Every bridge had soldiers camped out on or in front of it, and portcullis gates had been lowered to bar passage by way of water. The execution was so practiced that I suspected they had regular drills on the subject. Tineware was a scattered sort of city. Cohesive designs held true for each individual district, but it was a city built with invasions in mind. Choke points abounded, and a full third of the city rested on islands that could easily be isolated and cut off from the rest of the city. The perimeter had been secured, and they were now working at securing sections of the city, blocking off districts to limit travel between areas. For a rash? I asked. If it has hallmarks of something weaponized, then it might have more to it, Jamie said. We made our way to the highest point of a bridge, the two of us looking out over the city. Going clockwise from the north end of the city, there were the nicer homes and apartments at high noon, the theater district, the commercial district, the local academy at 3 to 4 o'clock, the military district from 5 o'clock to 7 o'clock, the marina, the boat yards and islands to the general west, and cliffs as things moved higher north. The high rise of cliffs put the theater district and the nicer buildings on higher ground, looking down on the rest, and formed a high barrier of sorts that separated the less rich areas from the wealthier ones. Walled-off rail tracks and rivers slashed this way and that through the center body of Tineware. North End is going to be hard to access, I said. Too much money and power there, they'll make the extra investment to ensure they're secured, and the landscape favors that. Jamie nodded. I frowned, taking it all in. Off in the distance, someone had gotten off their wagon and approached the rear of one of the perimeter squads. A chain of 3 covered wagons with crates in the back were backed up behind him. A caravan or a group of traders, if I had to guess. Are we going to try and exit? Jamie asked. How strong is your swimming? I asked, eyeing the churning river. Not very. It's cold out, too. If the temperature dropped just a few degrees, we'd be seeing our breath, Jamie said. I don't fancy a swim. The soldiers parted the way. The caravan was being allowed in. Warned of the dangers, and they still decided to enter? Well, it was only a rash. Supposedly. Hole up and wait it out. Jamie asked. Or at least wait until we see a hole in the perimeter we can exploit. I made a face. Careful, your face will get stuck that way. Sorry Dad, I said. One of us has to be serious, he said. We can keep a low profile, maybe tap Candida to bring us groceries. When I didn't reply, Jamie glanced at me, then snorted in surprise. I'd made the second most horrendous face I could, using some fingers to fold my lips back and bare my teeth, while my index fingers hooked beneath my lower eyelids, with my eyes rolled back into my skull. His hand covered his nose as his other hand reached for a handkerchief. I laughed, maintaining the face, which almost made him snort again. He leaned over the railing, forehead against his forearm, handkerchief at his nose, and laughed with me. Hey, a voice cried out from the foot of the bridge. Jamie wiped his nose as we looked. It was one of Tineware's soldiers. They wore grey uniforms with silver trim, and some nice-looking guns with some design along the sides where the barrel joined the butt. Quarantine in effect. Low risk, but we're sectioning off the town to limit vectors. Where do you live? Jamie and I simultaneously pointed in the direction of Candida's place. Our place wasn't far away, but if we happened to get cut off from it, it was better to be close to allies. Get on this side of the bridge, then, the soldier said. We hurried to oblige, keeping our heads down. We were a few paces away when Jamie started snickering again. I got you going, I said. Now you're going to chuckle at random times for the next hour. Will not. I'll always remember it fresh, I said, pitching my voice to Jamie's quiet, confident tone. A year from now I might remember it and laugh, damn you. I have never ever said anything remotely like that, Jamie said. Are you sure? I asked. One of these days, I'm going to find a weakness to exploit, and I'll twist that knife every single time you ask me if I'm sure of something. I look forward to it, I said. He smiled. Your plan was a good one, by the way, I said. Candida's place, see if they can help a bit. It wasn't too bad of a walk to Candida's place. I could sense a general buzz of discontent around the city, but it wasn't the sort of discontent that lent itself to riots. People were having to miss work or were facing difficulty in getting to where they were going, and the problem looked like it was going to get worse before it got better. The boathouse was in good shape, as such things went, with a flared roof of slate blue and black speckled shingles. A full quarter of the building hung over the water of the river, with the dock sticking out. I banged my fist on the door, paused for 2 seconds, banged again, paused for another 2 seconds, and finally banged twice in close succession. Did I miss something? Jamie asked. Coded knock. I just wanted to try an interesting knock, I said. You need more intellectual stimulation, Jamie said, dry. What are you talking about? I asked. I could hear footsteps. I've got you. Wait. His mouth dropped open in mock offense. He didn't get a chance to retort, because the door opened. Drake, now relieved of many of the black scales he'd decorated himself with, keeping only a few around the eyebrows, stood in the doorway. In the background, I saw a very different Lainey crane her head to see me, then suddenly turned to Chance, saying something I couldn't hear. If you're looking for him, she's out, Drake said. How far away? Jamie asked. Not far. 2 doors down? She's doing the heavy lifting for someone's project. Jamie nodded. What do you need? Nothing to do with Candida, or not really. Can we have a word? I asked. Drake stepped inside, using his body to help hold the door open for us, hand extended. Sorry to intrude, I said. I saw Elaine flinch when she saw me. I guess we're not the most welcome visitors. You're not exactly unwelcome, Sylvester, Lainey said. But when you come, so does bad news. Twice, Jamie said. Out of our 9 visits so far, we've come with 1 warning and 1 parcel of bad news. That's not a good record, Chance said. It's what, slightly over 1 in 4 chance? I asked, defensive. It's too many, Lainey said. You're better off for knowing what's going on, I retorted. She'd changed her appearance. The changes were more minor than I might have pushed for, focusing on her hair color, eye color, and eyebrows. She'd gone from red hair to blonde, and her eyes had turned a dark blue. The eyebrows had been reshaped and changed in color to match the hair. I'd had to urge her not to go with eyebrows that exactly matched the hair. That never looked right. Chance had changed his clothing, more closely matching the young men who worked on the docks. Black boots, dark slacks, and a thick dark sweater pulled over a collared shirt. He had actually made the leap to altering his chin and nose, styling his hair differently, slicking it back instead of parting it. I couldn't put my finger on it, but something about him still seemed very upper class. Was he too clean-shaven? He wasn't old enough to have to shave every day, but it might have been it. Something about his eyes, it was hard to shake the mental image of someone sitting ramrod straight atop a fine horse, wearing a hunting jacket with a gun in hand. Something needed to be added to the complete package, or taken away. I suspected it would have more to do with experiences than appearance. Either way, the transformation wasn't yet complete. Not that I was in a position to judge. I'd put off changing my face and hair. It felt too final, cutting myself off from the Sylvester that was. I wanted to see the lambs again, and I wanted them to see me as me, not have to pause, connect the dots, and realize who I was. I wanted to look Mauer and Frey in the eyes when I dealt with them. I had bigger plots in mind. I'd weighed the odds and decided that keeping my face had currency with key people that was worth having to keep my head down from time to time. Drake took his time walking across the room, before seating himself by the fireplace. He looked so comfortable. Lanky, lean but eminently comfortable in his own skin. Very tranquil, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees, which were spaced far apart. The lizard image he'd cultivated earlier stuck with me, as I imagined a lizard sunning itself. The fireplace was built almost like a forge, and sat on a recessed area that would contain any spills or debris, with a semicircle of steps leading up to the surrounding area. Iron forged to look like a tree with branches embraced the fireplace like builders would might embrace a key part of a building or a quickly repaired wall. Kitchen stuff surrounded the fireplace, poised on tables and counters. A ladder led up to the upper half of the building where Emily and Drake's bedroom was, but I couldn't know for sure what their setup was as I'd never been invited up there. I'd only ever been here, in the expansive, open-concept kitchen, workshop, and living space. What's going on? Drake asked, cutting off the conversation as it stood. You've seen the soldiers? I asked. A single nod. Quarantine, I said. The timing is bad. We were going to skip town in the next few days. There's heat. Not dangerous heat, but left alone, someone's going to recognize us, a few days are going to pass, and then people are going to start arriving, actively hunting us down. 3 out of 10 visits, then, Lainey said. Except this is good news. I said, smiling. We're offering work. Lainey looked even unhappier at that idea. In a way, she reminded me of Lillian the way that she'd been at the very beginning. Someone who had seen too much of what lay beneath the tidy-ish surface and realized that there was a lot to fear about the world. The key difference in play, however, was that Lillian had had a dream, something to focus on, that drove her forward and through. I'm not sure, Drake said. We're looking to lie low. We won't be spending much time outdoors, and hitting the grocery stores is a bit too much exposure, I said. Regular, semi-scheduled visits, pick up a grocery list, maybe some other supplies, deliver, maybe keep us up to date on any trouble. We pay generously. I'll ask M, Drake said. No, it's all right, Chance said. I'll handle it. You sure? I asked. I'm only working to cover some other guys. It's not reliable pay. Not bad, but not reliable. Lainey and I are trying to get our own space. We've been renting a room to sleep in and staying here, but you want your own place, Jamie said. Chance nodded. I glanced at Drake, but it looked like he liked the idea too. Drake and Candida were a couple, the kids were friends, but yet, there had to be friction. The more I thought about it, the more easily I could imagine why the kids would have wanted a separate place to sleep. Given the circumstances Drake and Candida had been in the first time I'd seen them. Yeah. Privacy and individual spaces probably made sense. I gave you money, I said. We've got half left, after the faces, Lainey's hair, and paying our way for the past while. We're holding on to the rest, Chance said, very seriously. We need to figure out how to get by for now, and I'd rather scrape by now and make mistakes while we have that to fall back on, than have to learn how to do it later, when we don't. Jamie nodded. Good for you, then, I said. I felt like advice was warranted, but it wasn't something I really understood. I'd always had a stipend from the academy to pay my way. If I needed something like a nice set of clothes, I had to wait until the next handout at most. Now that I was free and clear, things weren't that different. If I needed money, I went out and got some. You know where to find us. Chance nodded. "'Kay," I said. I glanced at Jamie, who gave me a quick nod. We're going to duck out of here before there are too many soldiers looking around. Stop by when it's convenient. That was one thing handled. Jamie and I ducked out, heading back toward our place. I'm guessing you are going to want some books, I said. Definitely. Paper to write on. Definitely. And some knives for me, with some lockpicks, a lock or two. It feels like a prison sentence. A week at a minimum, maybe 2, maybe 3, Jamie said. I nodded. I exhaled slowly. I wanted more elbow room to act, get things ready. Ready. For the lambs. For Frey and Mauer, the crown, and the academy. Jamie said. Let's see. I've wanted to try learning to juggle. Something for that. We've got cards in case we actually want to interact on some level. Please no. Have mercy, Jamie said. You cheat. Ha, I said. You'll want something to write on, right? Yes, SY. That would be nice. Oh, I'd said that already. I could tell from his tone. And we'll need stuff for Wyvern, I said. I stopped talking aloud and started mentally trying to lay out the individual categories of things. There would be things Chance couldn't get easily, and we'd need to grab those. I could go out for a nightly excursion. Jamie raised his hands to rub his eyes. Something about the movement. I looked his way. His face was all scrunched up, fingers pressing eyebrows down and the corners of his mouth up, while he contorted the rest of it. That's pretty good. I said, smiling. You could have the decency to be shocked, Jamie said. Egads, gasp. My heart, I said, in the best bored monotone I could manage. One day, I'll find your knife, SY, he said. Twist it. Did you forget that you said that already? I asked, mocking. He just shook his head, smiling, and glanced over his shoulder to make sure we weren't being followed. I dearly missed the old Jamie in that moment. The old Jamie would have tackled me, or punched my arm. There would have been the interplay, the contest. But even if this Jamie became the old Jamie, somehow, if a light flashed behind his eyes and the unrecoverable was somehow recovered and pulled back from oblivion, that kind of moment wouldn't unfold again. The close physical contact would be complicated by my knowledge that Jamie liked boys, and that he liked me. The roughhousing would never happen again. In a way, it was a piece of my childhood. I had to make peace with it being behind me. Like so many things. Jamie shot me a sidelong glance. I realized how I must have looked in the moment. The shadow falling over my expression. I cleared my throat, sorry. It's okay, SY, he said. There was no need for him to ask or for me to explain. Stop by our place first. I asked, injecting something lighter into my tone. Sure, he said. I looked away, taking in the surroundings. I was trying to judge the degree of commotion based on what I could make out of the rest of the city. Things seemed busy, with an undercurrent of nervous energy. People were trying to get settled. It was only a few minutes of walking. We arrived at the apartment. I glanced down the length of the street, judged the coast clear, and unlocked the door. I opened it a crack, then bent down low. I checked for the long blonde hair that I'd wedged into place there, wound to a nail in the bottom of the door and a gap in the wood on the frame. Clear, I said, opening the door so the hair came free. I stepped on it and opened the door the rest of the way. You've been using that one too much, Jamie said. Have I? More than half the times we've gone out this week. Remind me later, I said. I reminded you this time, but you were lazy, he said. I pulled off my raincoat and kicked off my boots. The apartment was well furnished. We hadn't executed much logic in how we arranged things. My bed was set under the largest window, while Jamie's was in a back corner, partially sectioned off from the room by a bookcase. We'd put furniture where we found it convenient, negotiating for pieces here and there. Custom wood grain with metal edging it, all square, blocky, and modern, and all of it matching. It had been expensive, but expense wasn't a problem. What I hadn't been able to buy with borrowed money had been easy enough to take on its own, like the artwork on the walls, strategically placed so it wasn't easily visible from the outside. I headed straight for the kitchen to light the fire and take the damp out of the air, moving the kettle from counter to stove before the fire was even underway. Jamie took his time getting his coat off, his eyes on the window. Anything happening? There are war beasts in the water, Jamie remarked. Same ones that were in Luggas Harbor. They must have verified they were healthy and wanted to put them somewhere that they weren't going to get exposed to the rash. I walked over to the window, grabbing a knife and a long loaf of bread. I opened the icebox and got some cheese. I peered out the window in the general direction Jamie was looking. I cut the bread and cheese by feel alone, watching. Roughly a minute in, tentacles briefly rose up higher than the three-story houses were tall, then disappeared into the cityscape. Man, I hate this town sometimes, I said. You sure seemed to like it an hour ago, Jamie said, from the other side of the room. An hour ago? That was wait, what was special about an hour ago? Surely. No big deal, that. You sound like you don't believe me. I believe the spirit of the words, but not the letter. The focus it took to wrap my head around what he'd said nearly led to me cutting my fingers with the knife. I raked it across my fingernails instead, and resolved to focus more on what I was doing, taking my eyes off the window. I heard a violent clicking sound, and then music started playing. I looked over at Jamie. He was at our very expensive, borrowed and not paid for scroll phone. The delicate scroll had been placed in the machine, and was now rotating, the music playing from it. It was a violin-focused piece, and the scratchy nature of the device's sound gave it a quality I almost preferred over ordinary violins. You don't mind? Jamie asked. I shook my head. I finished with the bread and cheese and prepared the tea, carrying a plate and cup of tea over to Jamie. Thank you, he said. You know, we're going to end up wanting to kill each other by the end of this. Lies, I said. You might end up wanting to kill me, but the reverse won't ever be true. I don't go a straight week without a moment of wanting to kill you, Jamie said, lightly. He arranged the cup and saucer of bread and cheese so they rested on the edge of the bed, and then set himself up with a book in his lap. But you're good enough company the rest of the time, I don't even mind. I took a seat on the wide windowsill above my bed, one leg tucked under me, my back to the window frame, my left side pressed against the cold window, and set everything down. I used the space available to lay out some cards. Who? Solitaire? Jamie asked. Kind of, I said. The thoughts of Lainey and Shirley had probably spurred my decision to go ahead with Lillian. She sat on the far end of the long, wide windowsill. 7-card handicap, I thought. I saw her nod. No cheating. A more dramatic nod. A smile on a face I couldn't quite put together the way it was supposed to be. Then I drew our hands. How are you doing? I wondered. I made my play. I'm throwing myself into my studies, she said. I don't get to see the others as much as I'd like, and it helps. I've been thinking about my project. The suit you told me to work on. I might be wearing an early version the next time you see me. I made her choice of card to play, and then divorced it from my mind so I wouldn't use it to inform my play and decisions. In a way, I was letting her peek at my hands, while refusing to do the same for myself. I'm sorry. I know. I don't mean I know because I'm a figment of your imagination, in your brain. I mean I know. The other, real me. She knows, Lillian told me, stumbling over her words as she tried to convey something very simple, simply because of the emotional gravity behind what she was trying to express. Are you sleeping, SY? I'd spent more time sitting on the windowsill watching the world outside of the window than I'd spent lying in bed. You need to sleep, SY, she said, very gently. I made my play. She was quick to respond. Sleep, and when you're done your tea, get yourself a tall glass of water. The wyvern formula Jamie is giving you isn't perfect, so the downsides will be harsher. You need to be rested and hydrated, she said. I played 2 cards. That's really eerie, Jamie said, from the other side of the room. I looked up from the cards. Who? He asked. Lillian, I said. I kind of want some lesser explosives, really. The thoughts don't connect, SY. She's going to wear that meat suit she was thinking about. They're going to blitz us, you know. Nothing held back. The only time they'll take before coming at us full bore will be to get Ashton to recruit someone or something he can use. Then meet suit Lillian, maybe with Wyvern, maybe, and Mary, of course, and Helen looking to flank? I can see it playing out. You're smiling, Jamie said. I smiled wider, realizing. Who's winning? He asked. She is, I said, looking down at the cards. Guilt, I think. I feel bad about how I left things, so I went easy on her, I think. That's something to watch out for too. For the altercation with the lambs, further down the road. See how this sort of thing is useful. If you say so, Sylvester, he said, very patiently. I finished out the match, then switched out the participants, pitting myself against Gordon. Feeling the cold on one side, the heat on the other, listening to music, with only one interruption as Jamie changed out the scroll, the cooling cup of tea held in both hands, I managed to doze off. A sharp rapping disturbed me. I remembered the tea as I jerked to wakefulness, and found the cup gone from my hand. I looked down at the bed, checking, and found it devoid of both tea and cup. I got it, Jamie said. He indicated the front door. Still bewildered, I nodded. Together, we moved to the front door, Jamie collecting and cocking a pistol, me with a knife in the hand that gripped the door handle, my other hand on the improvised trap I'd set beside the door, in case someone came charging in. Who? I asked. Chance, was the reply. Alone. With Elaine, he said. He was using Elaine's full name when in the company of others. I opened the door, one hand still on the trap. I relaxed when I verified that they really were alone. I'm here for the list, and I have a bit of news, he said. Sure, I said. News is welcome. Some faces have turned up in Tineware, Chance said. I heard from some others. Academy experiments, I guess. But they're mercenaries. I thought you'd want to know, since you said you were being tracked. I glanced at Jamie. Looking for us. I don't know, Chance said. There's 7 of them. Most are human-shaped, though some are clearly augmented. There's one, they say it's the size of a carriage. Metal and flesh, nothing to protect it from the winter, 4-legged, long hair or mane, metal jaw and legs, tubes at the side. Metal, I started. Jamie turned around, hurrying across the room to his bed. He picked up some paper and walked back to us, scribbling. He'd never been an artist, unless he was drawing from memory. With the speed at which he'd drawn it out, it was shaky at best. Like this. Maybe. We didn't see it, Chance said. There was that other guy, with the claws, Lainey said. Man-catcher. Jamie asked. Don't know what that is, Chance said. Like a stick, with a hinge-controlled collar fixed to the end, it closes around a neck, has spikes pointing inward. Would look like. Jamie drew. That's it, Chance said. The thing that Paul said looked like a staff. I looked at Jamie. Old friends. I asked, hopefully. If they're even friendly, Jamie said. Something pushed them to move through quarantines. But this fast? If they were enemies, shouldn't it have taken them longer? It's dog and catcher, Jamie said. I guess we'd better hope they're friendly, I said. Cut to the quick 11.3. No need for the groceries, I said, turning away from the door. We're going to be a little busy staying safe and free for the next short stretch. Thank you, though, for that information, Jamie said, in a tone that sounded like it was meant more for me than for Chance, a little reminder of social niceties. Where are the papers? The map. Backside of the big picture, Jamie said. The papers are on the bookshelf. Big picture. It was a pastoral landscape with sheep scattered across it. The thing had required a short ladder to put up on the wall, and without the ladder at hand, I had to stand on my toes to touch the very bottom of the frame, lifting it off its hooks. Careful, Jamie said, as the painting tipped. It was large enough that I couldn't touch the left and right sides of the frame with my arms spread. I still managed to catch the bottom and one side of the frame and keep it from smashing to pieces on the floor and furniture. I laid it on the floor, painting down, the blank backside facing the ceiling, then turned toward the bookshelf. It was floor to ceiling, with vertical columns in addition to the horizontal, sectioning it off into cubes with open faces. The wood was dark and altered to be more interesting, lacquered to make the lights and darks stand out even further, with metal bracing around the edges and fixing it to the wall. It wasn't particularly tall. I could reach the second highest shelf if I stood on my toes 4 rows high, 6 columns. Back of the shelves, Jamie said. I remember, I said. I reached to the back of the shelf and found the notch to hook my finger inside. I pulled the loose panel forward and grabbed the papers behind it before pushing the panel back into place. Left side, closer to the bottom, is the personal stuff. As you go further right, you'll find the papers for longer-term goals. I remember, I said, absently. I stepped onto one of the shelves to reach the higher, leftmost shelf. This is where you stashed my notes on the boxes with the stuff. Yeah, Jamie said, very casually. A moment later, he uttered a quick, surprisingly spooked, "SY. Stop." I stopped. Unless you changed it and you didn't tell me, you rigged a trap there. Trap? Here? Trap's here. I remembered now. Trap? Lainey asked, her voice small. I remember, Jamie. Wow, I lied through my teeth, ignoring Lainey's question. Cut me some slack. It's been a few weeks, but I know where stuff is. He said, apparently not buying any of it. I climbed up on the next shelf, so I could reach over top of the bookcase, and I found the oil lamp that was set there. I unwound the thread that was attached to the mechanism at the side, then wound it around one of the little nubs that held the metal edging on the border of the bookcase. You have traps in this place? Lainey asked. Yes. Don't touch anything, I said. He's grumpy when he wakes up, Jamie said. Ignore him. And don't touch anything. Now confident that the bookshelf with our notes wouldn't go up in flames and take half of the apartment with it, I was free to move more panels and collect the papers. Jamie finished ripping the paper backing off of the picture. He enlisted Chance's help in moving the canvas over to the dining table. We'd chosen a smaller table, because the large tables had felt so empty after Mrs. Earle's crowded breakfast tables, and the edges of the picture hung over either side of the table. In clean, confident lines, the city was sketched out. Roads, buildings, and places of interest, as if from a bird's eye view. Chance and Lainey, who we hadn't yet told to leave, drew nearer, looking. I began sorting through the papers. I had those nice and organized, Jamie said. They're still organized, I said. I tapped the sheaf of papers to the side of my head, but they're organized in a way that falls in line with how my brain works. It's going to take me forever to get them sorted back in the right way, he said, exaggerating his tone to match the words. We're here. He tapped the map, one building marked out with a bolder outline and a symbol scribbled within. They came from the direction of the military district, Chance said. Jamie tapped the edge of the marina that bordered the boatyards. Were they together? Spreading out? Don't know, Chance said. We traveled from, let's see, here, to here, I said, identifying the main road we'd taken to go from the theater district to Marv's and then to Candida and Drake's, my finger tracing the line. They'll catch our scent, Jamie said. Somewhere near here. From there, they'll refocus and start to close in on us. How long ago were they seen? Do you know? Chance shook his head. About 10 minutes ago. Jamie nodded, but didn't offer anything to follow that tidbit of information. No way of telling just what their approach might look like, I said. Might be worth having Chance and Lainey head them off. What? Chance asked, slightly alarmed. Lainey looked doubly so. Go home. Either they'll be there or they'll be there soon. They'll have our scent and they'll trace our path to your place. You can tell them some basics. That we've been by a few times, limited working relationship. Don't volunteer anything, but don't give them a reason to feel like they need to squeeze you for information either. Maybe don't mention these papers, I said. That'll cause more trouble than good. What are the papers? Chance asked. Resources, I said. Dastardly plans. Knowing the details would only hurt us and hurt you. Now go. They looked to Jamie for confirmation. Why are you looking at him? I asked. Dog and Catcher will be the ones who caught the scent, and they should be front and center. They're nicer than you'd think, so don't be too intimidated, Jamie said. Get ahead of this, make sure Drake and Candida don't dig themselves into a bad situation out of loyalty. If you run, they'll still track you down, but it'll turn out worse. Fuck, Chance said, with a great deal of emphasis. I jumped in, if you have any latent frustration over how we ruined your lives or anything, then you might want to vent about it to their faces. It'll make them sympathetic to you. Won't it hurt you? Chance asked. I shook my head. If it really is Dog and Catcher, then they'll get it. They know us. Is that really a recommendation in their favor? Lainey asked. She's got some wit. I cheered. It's a recommendation in their favor in this case, Jamie said, gently. And you really should go. Come on, Chance said. The two of them left, shutting the front door after them. I hope we can come back here, Jamie said. Yeah, I said. Jamie eyed the papers I held. What are you thinking? Gauntlet. Yeah. But can't just run it standard, you know? We don't know if they're friend or foe. Jamie nodded, hands planted on the edge of the frame, looking down at the map. I checked some more papers and laid them down face down, blocking off areas of the map until our neighborhood was isolated. Not much room to run around, I remarked. That's another complication. Can we get over one bridge? Jamie asked. He adjusted the papers, exposing a neighboring district closer to the city center, then adjusted again, each time revealing a different territory. Probably, I said. I thought for a second. Yeah. Good. Best options would be under the cliffs, north end of the boatyards, big, long buildings, lots of room to work with, industrial, with chemicals, stitched, machinery. I nodded. Or. Jamie adjusted the papers again. Toward the city center. Lots of people, houses look the same. Dog's nose isn't easy to fool, but more people might buy us time? A second or two when it counts. More likely that kind of layout forces them to move as a group. If they're operating as part of a team with the aim of hunting us down, then they'll be restricted to moving as fast as their slowest member, up until they think they have us, and then they'll sick dog on us. No pointing to an easy landmark and agreeing on a rendezvous. Jamie nodded. I'm trying to think back to all of our most annoying chases. We've been on the chaser side of things often enough. Yeah, I said. City center, then. Given the climate, yeah. More openings. Okay. What do we need? I began turning over the papers I'd put down. The box of grenades I liberated. That's under the house. Right, and then there's the stink bombs I was experimenting with. Jamie winced at the memory. I meant in terms of the map. City is meant to make invasions hard. Countless areas that a point can be held or an entire area blocked off with minimal effort. We can use that. It's a question of how. Grenades, I said. Stink bombs. And now that I'm thinking about it, where's the police office? Jamie tapped the map. The cranky asshole with the dogs. Jamie tapped. I drew out a route on the map, Okay, Jamie said. You'll have to remind me. Yeah, he said. And him. Do you have a big piece of paper? I have lots of different pieces of paper. Okay, I said. I hope you won't have to use that, but grab it anyway. Let's get ready. Shoes for running? Jamie asked. Yep, I said. I looked around the apartment. Jamie's and mine. The first place that had ever really been my own. We should take precautions, Jamie said. He settled one hand on my shoulder, which was more physical contact than he typically went with. Don't wanna, I said. If they find out what we're up to, they might not send the lambs after us. They'll send executioners down from the capital. My eyes went to the right side of the bookshelf. Smoke. I suggested. It would lower visibility. If they decided to fumble through and rummage as is. Yeah, Jamie said. I mixed some up 2 weeks ago, should still work. It's in the chest. I hope this place is still here when we get back. Your shoes are digging into my shoulders, Jamie complained. You knew what you were getting into, I said. Being on the bottom. Jamie asked. Yes, I said. I managed to get the thread where I needed it, wound loosely around a branch. I was very ginger as I let go of it. Why do I feel like what you just said was a line or a joke? You really need to read more books, SY. Get some experience. I'm as experienced as anyone, I said. I climbed down off Jamie's shoulders and picked up the backpack I'd placed at the base of the wall. Is that so? Jamie asked. Hey. I could make comments about that. Do you know how many people never leave their damn towns? People 2 or 3 times my age who've never seen beyond their own neighborhood. Oh, that kind of experience. Worldly experience, I said. I reached overhead and tapped the chain of glasses that were dangling from the end of the thread. Not bottles or vials, but actual dining room table glasses, with contents layered in the bottom. I'd heated them over the stove, placed the contents within, then stacked them inside one another so they formed a column. As they had cooled, they had contracted. Joined together just enough to hold, but a good jarring would spill the contents. A matching set hung on the other side of the road, the thread stretching between them. I have no idea if this is going to work, I said. With how much your shoes just chewed into my shoulders, it had better work, Jamie complained. That's step 4 done. They should be right on our heels. Next is the bridge. I nodded. The bridge. We headed toward the city center, moving in the direction of the bridge. My suspicions were correct. The closer we got to the city center, the greater the agitation. People were uneasy, they wanted answers, and with no clear route to authority, they turned their attention to the hapless guards at the perimeter. The city center went from being lower middle class to upper class as one moved from the southwest to the northeast, peaking at the periphery of the theater district. The people on our side of the bridge were poorer and more quietly accepting of their lot in life, which was better than a lot of other cities poor got. On the other side of the bridge, the people were more apt to complain, and so often it had to do with petty, stupid nonsense, like where carriages were parked and horses kept. The crowd was solely on one side of the bridge, our side empty. The guards there had formed a kind of wall, and were trying to address the crowd. It was more anxious than angry, parents with children and lone individuals standing in a half circle around the guards, practically wringing their hands as they asked for and demanded information that the guards weren't equipped to provide. Jamie and I got as close to the bridge as we could without drawing the attention of the guards. Their eyes were focused the other way. We made our way onto the bridge, which consisted of 2 sets of stairs and a bridging path just wide enough for 2 adults or 3 children to walk shoulder to shoulder. Jamie and I were just at that point where we straddled the middle line between adult and child. We made our way up to the top of the staircase and sat, our backs to the guards and the crowd. Beside me, Jamie let out a long, slow breath. What do you think? I asked. 4 out of 4? 3 out of 4. We won't know how step 1 went until we go back home. We can't do that until Dog and Catcher give us the all clear, Jamie said. Okay, then, out of 3. 2 out of 3? 1 out of 3. 2 out of 3, Jamie said. Middle ground, I said. I pulled off my backpack, reaching inside, and handed over 3 of the grenades I'd liberated from the military district. Playing it safe, Jamie? Does this look like we're playing it safe? He asked, Right. His eyes went out in the direction of the boatyards. I'm going to be bothered if this isn't 3 out of 3, given how many hours and weeks and months we spent taking precautions and getting the materials, making the traps. But you're pessimistic, I said. Anything better feels too good to be true, Jamie said. Keep your eyes peeled, I said. This may be our only glimpse of the group. I'm in a good mood. I'm guessing 3 out of 3. After this is, dogs? Then bakery? Then we cross our fingers, I said. If it goes much further than that, I'm not sure what we can do, except use the grenades and hope. They're Dog and Catcher, after all, Jamie commiserated. In the distance, there was a crack, like a gun going off. From our vantage point, we could just barely see the initial cloud extending skywards. 1, I said. The stink bomb glasses with blinding powder had worked. Simple work, but we didn't know who was in Dog and Catcher's company, and putting pepper in their eyes, sulfur in their noses, and the sharp explosion in their ears would slow them down. Counting, Jamie said, under his breath. Behind us, some of the soldiers were approaching, having walked up their set of stairs to the flatter part of the bridge. What was that? One of the soldiers asked. He was younger than 20, hair hidden by hat. He'd done a poor job of shaving this morning, in terms of the bumps on his skin and the patches of hair his razor had missed. Don't know, I said. I pointed at the hint of the cloud over the more distant rooftops. Something exploded. You need to leave, the soldier said, sounding like he'd run out of patience long before our conversation had started. Get out of here, you two. Young and trying to play the authoritarian. But there was an explosion, I said. I don't want to go over there. It was nothing of consequence, the soldier said. This is a quarantine area. You need to stay 10 feet away from the bridge. Look. The crowd is following the rule. They were. You don't know it's nothing of consequence. I said, pitching my voice higher. I could play the younger role, but I didn't want to always play the child. I played the adolescent I was, instead, turning more insistent and stubborn instead of plaintive. We'll be good, sir. I don't know about my friend, but I'll feel a lot safer being around people with guns, at least for a little while. 5 minutes, 10, you won't hear a peep from us. He grabbed me by the shoulder. More aggressive and non-compliant than I'd anticipated. Was adolescent Sylvester that hard of a sell? Was the child the only act I could reliably fall back on? Or did he just dislike me based on some factor I didn't know about? 2, Jamie signaled. Did you hear something? I asked him, even as I was being manhandled. No, he said. It's been quiet. His gesture was time. They'd taken too long to get from where the stink bombs were to us. Of course it's been quiet, the soldier said. Nothing happened. Something happened. We set up the wire trap and the water trap, then we went back a ways to set up the stink bomb and blinding powder. Doubling back through the wire and water traps makes our scent trail stronger. Jamie counted on his fingers in the gesture code, touching thumb to fingertip. He was at 3 when there was another gun-like crack. The explosion at the water trap was far closer than the stink bomb had been. Jamie rose from his seat. We backed up, until our backs were against the front of the soldier who'd been telling me off. He still gripped my shoulder. 3 out of 3, I murmured. What? The soldier barked the question. Jamie, meanwhile, just shook his head a little, giving me a sidelong glance. I wanted to dance on the spot and cheer, but I couldn't. They emerged from a street further down the way. Dog and catcher, yes, and their retinue. A woman, blonde, with augmented hands, wearing a coat that was very long and heavy. With her hands being what they were, she struggled to keep one hand over her nose and mouth. She was completely soaked on one side, and wet on the other. I could see a Bruno, with tattoos down his arms and a large arbalest slung over his shoulder. The mixture of blinding powder and water had formed a thin paste that covered him. He coughed, and he looked like he'd regretted wearing lighter clothing in this cold weather, now that he was wet. If there were others, they were lagging behind. Catcher spotted us and pointed his namesake man-catcher in our general direction. Long time no see, I thought. I backed into the soldier, making him stumble, in the guise of wanting to put distance between myself and these strangers. Jamie backed into me, which simultaneously made it hard for the soldier to shove me forward in a way and it put my body between the man and Jamie. Jamie still held the grenades. Sorry we're being pains in the asses, I thought. Catcher, dog following behind him, approached the bridge, slowing down as he did. His head moved, searching the area, looking for the next trap. I grinned. You Catcher started, saying the word in his characteristic voice. Jamie released the grenades letting them fall down the end of the bridge closest to Catcher. Catcher shut up as he saw. Weapon. I hollered out the word. Jamie and I threw ourselves back and away. The grenades detonated at the edge of the bridge, obliterating it. The entire structure swayed and wobbled, and our end creaked violently as it dipped dangerously toward the rushing water beneath us. The soldier who had been giving me a hard time gave me a hand as we struggled to climb what was now an incline, hurrying to safer ground. Jamie was slowest, the last to leave the bridge. He released the last grenade, letting it roll down the decline to the broken portion. It exploded as we reached the top of the stairs, and the damage left the middle section nigh unusable. To get to it, our pursuers would have to leap from the broken stairs to the section that now sat in the water. The impact might well shatter the wood and break that part of the bridge. Meanwhile, Jamie and I evacuated to the far side of the bridge, entering the next quarantine zone. Weapon. I continued to cry. Take cover. The crowd broke. People fled the scene, and the soldiers remained focused on dog and catcher, too busy to really rein us in. Bakers? I asked. No, Jamie said. Doghouse. If it looks like they're still pursuing, which? Mounting dog, catcher held onto his partner with one hand, holding his man-catcher in the other. The pair of them bounded over the span of river. I could feel the thud and hear the crunch as they landed. Soldiers shouted, and one of them shot. A bullet wouldn't stop catcher. It definitely wouldn't stop dog. This was fine. The lesser, academy-worked dogs were already barking when we reached the fence. Customized to be more beautiful dogs, or so it was said, they were really hideous things with warped features, a severe underbite, and muscle to spare. The owner kept 6 of the mutts in his yard, much to the annoyance of his neighbors. The things barked at every passerby. Jamie glanced around, then drew his knife. It was a style very similar to what Mary carried, but we didn't have the academy to supply the things. Still running, he threw the knives. Once, twice, 3 times. I winced at each throw. There were some things that money couldn't easily buy and a quick hand couldn't easily steal. Jamie hit the mark twice out of 4 throws, which was a damn sight better than I would have managed. The knives hit the outstretched ropes that kept the dogs restrained. We ran like we had fire spewing out of our asses. We were halfway down the street when the dogs made their way out of the fenced-in yard. They barked, milling for a moment, while people backed clear away. When Dog and Catcher came barreling toward us, the dogs decided on their target. This was using our enemy's weaknesses against them. Catcher and Dog loved dogs, but it was a one-sided affection. Dogs did not love them. Dog, massive as a carriage, all machine and muscle, stumbled in his efforts to avoid trampling the 2 ugly spawn of bitches we'd loosed. Catcher nearly lost his seat. The dog seized advantage of the opportunity to bite, to look for purchase. My inspiration, Jamie's attention to details and eye for opportunity. We'd spent months making little preparations to cover our retreat, if we needed to run. The trouble was that nothing short of an army would really sway this pair from their duties. Baker. I muttered. Baker, Jamie agreed. The commotion had drawn attention. The baker's was relatively empty of the rather large number of customers that had gathered there, no doubt to stock up for the newly set quarantine. All of them now stood outside, watching the half-mechanical warbeast and its rider strive to untangle themselves from 2 tenacious hounds. Those sandwiches, I said, pointing past the glass to the food that had been laid out for display. The ones with the shredded meat. All of them. What's going on out there? The baker asked. I want to buy sandwiches, I said. He asked. Can I see the sandwiches? I asked, getting annoyed. I tapped hard on the glass. He frowned, but he took the plate out from behind the glass and put it on the counter, where it loomed at my eye level. I drew out my wallet and slapped down money. Is this enough? Yes, it's more than. Then some beverages, I said, pointing at the chilled bottles and ice behind his back. He gave me a suspicious look, then got some bottles. I took 3, handing them over to Jamie. There were bystanders who were now finding this transaction just as interesting as Dog and Catcher were, outside. I tried to judge how close they were by how scared the crowd was. The baker finished putting the sandwiches into a bag. I took it. May we use the back door? Jamie asked. I glanced at the money. What's going on? The baker asked. We'll take that as a yes, I said. We ducked through the back door, into a back street. We had supplies, now, we had drinks, and Dog and Catcher were entangled. Now, fingers crossed. If they're going to catch up with us, then they're going to catch up. Dog landed in front of us, massive enough to plant claws on the sidewalks on either sides of the narrow back street. His chest heaved, air steaming around his nostrils. Catcher was right behind us. I don't suppose this is a friendly visit? I asked. Dog huffed out garbage words I couldn't understand. No, Catcher translated. He sounded angry. Okay, I said. We had a suspicion it wasn't. Really? Catcher said. Yes. Angry. If we were sure it wasn't, those traps would have hurt, instead of just annoying, I said. I see, Catcher said. We were contracted to take you in, Sylvester. By the academy? Jamie asked. Catcher nodded once. Okay, I said. You can do that. But since we took all of this trouble to separate you from your group, and since we happened to pick up lunch. I held up the bag. Want to catch up, first? I asked him. Catcher's eye slid over to meet Dog's. I don't trust you, he told me. It's fresh. Didn't even have a chance to poison it, I said, still smiling. The poison wouldn't affect me much more than it affects you, he said. All right, I need to dry off. But you're going to be good, here. Good as gold, I said. Good as gold, Jamie echoed me, weakly. Cut to the quick 11.4. I'm glad we're getting this chance to talk, I said. I climbed up onto a fence, and sat on top of it, with the bag of sandwiches in hand. Last few times we crossed paths, things were kind of emotional. And your current circumstances aren't? Catcher asked. He remained standing, wearing his wide-brimmed hat, scarf, a calf-length jacket with buttons running down the front, gloves, and metal-tipped boots. He was a very rectangular figure, tall with square shoulders. I shook my head a little, reached into the bag, and lobbed him a sandwich. The thing was wrapped in paper and about as long as my arm was from elbow to fingertip. He caught it with one hand. Jamie used two to catch his. Dog lay down on the ground, mouth open and waiting. Ignore him, Catcher said. He's a pig. He ate before we left. It's fine, I bought lots, I said. I opened up my sandwich and tore it in half, tossing half into Dog's waiting mouth. It came apart in the air, but the contents still landed within. Dog made a pleased sound, even though the amount of food was minuscule, given his frame. I'm glad you two have a consistent source of meals, Jamie said, to Catcher. You're doing well. Well enough, Catcher said. Something in his tone suggested he was still a little bit guarded. Dog said something garbled. I glanced at Catcher for a translation, and he offered me, Dog notes you've been in the area for a while. Lingering us smell? Jamie asked. He was doing the talking while I chewed. There is, Catcher said. He sniffed the sandwich, then took a bite. He ate like someone who ate alone a great deal, pulling down his scarf to snap up big bites he was quick to chew and swallow, and very little in the way of manners. He glanced at me once his mouth was clear. Your scent lingered around the, parlor? Sylvester's more than Jamie's. I'm almost starting to regret giving Shirley the lesson, with how often that's coming up. Almost, I said. You didn't hurt them any. No, Catcher said. Our acquaintances didn't, either. We were careful about who we brought along. Thank you, I said. We continued to eat, and I tore my remaining bit of sandwich in half before throwing the unbitten half to Dog. Not that he would have cared. The wind picked up, and I felt the cold rain fall down on my head and shoulders with more intensity than before. As the wind calmed, the rain eased up as well. I shifted position to get more comfortable. Jamie was leaning against the fence, just to the left of my dangling feet, and he offered me a bottle. I'm not wholly certain you two aren't going to bolt, Catcher said. I turned around, double-checking what was behind me. Between the rows of houses here, there was a fabricated ditch, all angled stones and grey bricks. The runoff from snow and a nearby canal had a pretty good current going there. I was willing to bet the stones were slippery enough to complicate efforts to get out. It's too cold for you to swim, unless you came prepared with a combat drug, Catcher said. Even then, I'm not sure it would help you any. Dog doesn't care, and I don't really care either. I shook my head, gesturing for him to wait while I finished swallowing. Not going to bolt, I said. I'm fine. It's a relatively nice day, I've got good company. I lightly kicked Jamie in the shoulder, and saluted Dog and Catcher. And there's no reason, really, I said. You seem far different than the last time you ran away, Catcher said. I nodded, chewing. I've read the notes on that day, Jamie said. The reason, I started. I finished chewing and swallowing, is I'm not alone. For now, at least. Jamie is bound to get sick of me and abandon me at some point. Nah, Jamie said. But he came, I said. I kicked him lightly in the shoulder again. If he hadn't, you might have come here to find me a lot like I was then. Except I think I'm resourceful enough to get supplies of my drug. Catcher made a sound. Dog, meanwhile, said something more elaborate. No, Catcher responded, not translating but instead responding. Dog said something more. Yeah, Catcher said. His shoulders rose and fell as he drew in a breath and released it. The end of his man Catcher tapped the ground. Can I ask? I asked. Talking about our companions, Catcher said. We're not close with most of them, but we have a working relationship. I'm jealous, I said. Don't be, Catcher said. It's not like what you had. I nodded. Dog mumbled something. I couldn't understand a damn word he said, but I knew what he was saying by the tone alone. Our condolences regarding Gordon, Catcher said. I nodded, sighing. Thank you, Jamie said. I read that Dog and Gordon were close. Garbled response. Yes, Catcher said. Dog was very fond of Gordon. Few make the effort to understand him. He was a good guy, I said. After you lost your friend Jamie to the experiment, we thought you were very close to running away again. The mission in Breckwell was a tense one. Frey and I exchanged words about you. She thought that when the next lamb died, you would be open to another offer to join. Then Gordon passed. I was hopeful I would see you, but it didn't happen that way. No, I agreed. I'm not open to Frey's offer. Yes, Catcher said. To the best of my knowledge, she didn't reach out. I don't know whether that was because there was such a narrow window of time between your return to Redham and your departure or if she sensed you wouldn't accept. So you're in communication with her. Yet you're working for the Academy again. I asked. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't, Catcher said. His tone was sadder, almost wistful. I wondered if you were going to use this opportunity to pry for answers you could use. You dangled the bait a few times, talking about your friends. Really truly, Catcher, Dog, we wanted to have a nice lunch. Jamie nodded in agreement with me. No ulterior motives? Catcher asked me. I unwrapped another sandwich, and tossed it to Dog. Minor ones. Doesn't really change things. He said. Meeting Frey was interesting, you know. In respect to how similar and how different she was when it came to you. I nodded, before glancing at Jamie. Want half of one? No thanks. I shrugged and tore a sandwich in half again. I let Catcher talk. She said you're a believer, Sylvester. I was, I said. I know it was said that you were loyal to the Lambs, not the Academy. Were you a believer in the Lambs? One of them, I said, thinking of Lillian. Then I revised, glancing over. Two of them, maybe. But that's not what Frey was talking about, I don't think. She told me that Mauer believes, but he believes in a future where the Academy and Crown are broken. She didn't go out of her way to elaborate on where your particular beliefs differed, compared to Mauer. Of course not, I said. The Lambs are a subject you and her share in common. If she simply told you things, then the topic would be exhausted. She's dragging it out to maintain your interest. That may be uncharitable, Catcher said. Maybe, I agreed. I can't shake my mental picture of her as a manipulator. It's arguably just as uncharitable as defecting to her side and then taking a job for the Academy. Dog mumbled something. All right, Catcher replied to his partner. To me, he said, I'll give you the answer you want. It was a number of things put together that drove this. We requested Dog's files and case material, so Genevieve Frey can better keep him in working order, and we offered trades with Frey's help, which they weren't interested in. Through the discussion it came out that the bounty on you had been placed. We heard some of the names. Familiar faces and names, among those of us who hunt bounties. You would know a few. I don't suppose I can ask. Jamie asked. It doesn't matter, Catcher said. The academy asked us to join the hunt, and we agreed. We knew we could find you first, and take you in alive where so many would happily take you in dead. Jamie's supposed to be captured alive only, I said. Some of the bounty hunters out there don't care for what the posters say. We agreed to attach ourselves to an academy delegation of retrieval experts and offer our skills, if it meant bringing you in alive. The others in our group, they have soft spots for children, or they don't care for killing. For doing this, we get payment, Dog's records, and they rescind the ongoing bounty on our heads. After that, we go back to Frey to get Dog the care he needs and tender our resignation from her organization. Going solo? I asked. I don't know, Catcher said. But I do know that we do not want to work for Frey any longer. She has agreed to fix and maintain Dog, but we will have no obligations to take up further work. The altered voice and the enshrouding scarf helped, but they didn't wholly mask the shift in tone that went with Catcher's lie. Of course, if this went badly, he wanted plausible deniability. He would go back to Frey. If you can't bring us in? I asked. Then we will not get the files. I will, within 5 years' time, say goodbye to Dog as you did to Gordon. It will be slower, with mistakes made today causing problems that make his decline and death in the future inevitable ones. In the meanwhile, other bounty hunters will come for you and they will try their best to kill you. It's a lot of death. I looked down as Jamie looked up. Our eyes met. If you take us back, it'll kill me, as sure as anything, I said. Jamie will be erased, just like the first one was. It's not mercy. I'm not clever enough to guess what you say before you say it, but I'm not surprised to hear you say that, Sylvester, especially after talking to you. A part of me hoped you would be that same scared little boy that we retrieved years ago, and that Jamie would be willing if you were. We're sorry to dash your hopes, Jamie said, quiet. If you had to take our freedom to save one of your lambs, would you? Catcher asked. I smiled, shaking my head. Something amusing, he asked me. No, no, I said. I forced the smile away. No, I can see what you're saying. Humor me? As I've humored you, with this meal. Answer my question so I can hear it. Would you see Dog and me imprisoned at an academy for the sake of the people closest to you? Yes, I said. I don't know, Jamie said. Possibly. Probably. Catcher nodded. His gloved hand went to his hat, fixing it. I don't want there to be hard feelings, Catcher said. There are only a few people I'm reserving hard feelings for, and you're not on that list. I understand what you're doing, I understand why. I like you, Catcher. I like you, Dog. I think we're good. Thank you, Catcher said. Dog grunted. I wish I'd gotten to properly meet you and get to know you, Jamie said. I could see Catcher pause and think as he recalled that there really hadn't been a meeting between himself and Jamie. Yes, was all he said. Would you like to eat something more? We could sit for a while. Sitting sounds awfully nice after that running around, Jamie said. And it'll make it easier for your friends to find us, I said. Dog nodded. Now that I was looking more closely, he looked saddened. He wasn't happy that things were going this way. I threw him another sandwich. So Mauer believes the academy can be defeated, I thought aloud. Cynthia. I assume she believes in anarchy. Effectively, Catcher said. She might hope for another form of government, but it will never happen. She's alive, then? Frey believes in, I trailed off. Humanity, Catcher said. That we can find our way. That the world is in danger and that it can be saved. And in the attempt to save it, she gets us awfully close to ending it all, I said. What do you believe in? Jamie asked them. Dog huffed out a single garbled word. Catcher extended a hand toward Dog, as if to say what he said. Haha, I said. But Jamie was smiling, and by the looks of what I could see of his eyes, above that scarf and beneath the brim of the hat, Catcher was too. I believed in the future, I said. I wanted so badly for the academy to be the way forward, but it isn't. Not with the way they treated Lillian, the way they disposed of Gordon, or what they let happen to Jamie. The first Jamie. The words were heavy. I stared at the ground because I was worried that any sign of empathy might make me emotional. They didn't even try to save any part of him. I can't keep fooling myself. I can't keep hoping and trusting that the answer will come if I just keep helping things work out. I can't trust that the lambs will be okay. I just can't. I understand that, Catcher said. I don't know anymore. I don't have the pat answers. I don't know for sure how things are going to work out. A big part of me worries they won't. I don't believe in that future anymore. I'm sorry, Catcher said. I shook my head. I remained quiet, but the thoughts were crystal clear in my mind. I wasn't sure there was a future, but there were people on my shit list who were actively working against that future. People who were jeopardizing everything good or outright jeopardizing everything. Frey and her primordials were on that list. So were the nobles, doing all the way up the steps to the Lord King himself. And it was petty, and it was small, but Professor Hale was on that list too, because he'd hurt Lillian like he did. Because he was ultimately in charge of what had come to pass with Gordon and with Jamie both. There was a hole inside of me where my ideal had always been. I was conspicuously aware of it. I was aware that I'd once been able to fill it with the closeness and care of the other lambs. Jamie now struggled to occupy that space, which had grown wider with every goodbye I'd said. Jamie, who held himself at arm's length, or who I held at arm's length. Or both. Jamie, who I could never ever repay for being at my side here, no matter what I did with our remaining years. Absently, I drew out a lockpick from my kit, and began using it to pick any residual food out of my teeth. After some consideration, I got one of the strongest picks, to really get in there, my thoughts somewhere else entirely. Jamie was talking, I realized. Barely different from Sylvester, I guess. But I've read the books, and I think it sums up the difference. A conversation we had once. I think I hope for a kinder future than Sylvester imagines possible. The old Jamie did too, I said. Yeah, Jamie said, his voice soft. But I think the difference is. I don't want to come across the wrong way and alienate you. I shook my head. He came from a gentler place than I did, Jamie said. He'd never, up to a point, been hurt, not until Sub Rosa. Even then, she was, his first thought, on hearing of her death, was how tragic it was. He was like that in a lot of ways, about a lot of things. Gentle, unaware of the world even though he paid such accurate attention to it. When reality slapped him in the face, it slapped him hard. I winced. I'd been that reality, toward that end. I clenched my fists, resting them on the fence to either side of my rear end. You're different? I asked, managing to sound different. Harder-hearted. I don't know, Jamie said. I read the texts, saw everything from an almost purely objective standpoint. I could see the naivety, even when I was only months into understanding the world. I didn't want to be that. I nodded. It's why I didn't read the adventure books with the same zeal, he said. I avoided fiction. I wanted to focus on living in this world. I focused on being wary, so I wasn't a tragic farce of repeated mistakes. That's why you were so hard on me, I said. One reason. We've talked about some of the others. But I was hard on everyone, everything, in a way. I'm only now learning to relax, he said. He smiled a little, to stop, listen to music and have tea. You wanted, Catcher cut into the dialogue between Jamie and me, to avoid heartbreak. I am heartbreak, Jamie said. Every time Sylvester looks at me, I see a glimmer of it. Earlier today, he told me that he might never be able to put it behind him. There was a hint of emotion in that last sentence that I hadn't expected. Jamie was usually so good at keeping it under wraps. Dog gave me a look. It was a good look, if he was trying to make me feel guilty or get me to say something. I don't want to get your hopes up, I said. I know, Jamie said. I know. But for someone who was so fixated on the future, maybe you'd have better luck if you could let go of the past. Back to the new Jamie who had challenged me so bitterly in our first meetings. I was going to say something more, but Dog's head rose from the ground. They're here. I asked. Dog and Catcher both nodded. All right, I said. I kicked Jamie lightly on the shoulder. You and me. We're going to finish this conversation. If you want to, SY. I don't really know what there is to say, he said. He gave my foot a tug, and I dropped from the fence, landing with both feet squarely on the ground. I could see the group approaching now. Soldiers, not all that many, and the mercenaries working with Dog and Catcher. The blonde woman we'd seen earlier was wearing someone else's coat, shivering. Something about her seemed eerily familiar. Her augmentations and alterations were crude. Back alley. Candida's had been mishmash, once, but these were bottom of the barrel. I could make out the Bruno, as well as a second Bruno with a heavy gun that looked like it could take down elephants or elephantine warbeasts. There was a man with treated skin that looked permanently charred and a fuel tank at his back, and another woman that looked fairly ordinary. The soldiers drew their guns as they approached Dog, Catcher, Jamie, and me. I felt my heart skip a beat. That dead or alive request. I could so easily be a dead. There's no need for that, Catcher said. They're being cooperative. The guns didn't waver. As the soldiers drew nearer, it became clear who the guns were aimed at. Dog huffed out a noise of annoyance and confusion. Soldiers tensed and shifted their grips on their guns. What's this? Catcher asked, now that a full third of the guns present were aimed in his direction. The Bruno with the gun held up a paper. It was the same big piece that I'd given Jamie. The same paper Jamie had left behind in the bakery. On that paper, replicated with care, were Dog and Catcher's faces, a wanted, alive message in nice bold letters, and a description of the pair. The number for the order, the signature of the man in charge who'd given the order, even the terminology, it was on point. Catcher turned his head to look at me. Your fellows have explained the situation as they understand it, the head soldier spoke. This goes easiest if you cooperate. Dog huffed out a noise. Catcher swatted Dog on the nose with his man Catcher. We'll cooperate. It doesn't change the outcome in the end. Hand the lambs off to the other mercenaries and they'll handle the remainder. A very unimpressed looking Bruno, still the one with the gun, tapped the poster, middle paragraph. Catcher was too far away to read, but the implication was clear. The police officer simply recited from the paragraph, a habit of choosing children as quarry, under the guise of. I get it, Catcher said. Good. We're going to take you in. All of you. The moment we're able, we'll reach out to the capital and ask about the warrant numbers. We'll see which of the warrants are real. We'll devote the resources we can to handling this situation, keeping what their alleged poster is saying in mind. Catcher seemed to get just a little bit angrier with every realization. And I am assuming the phones we would need to use to reach the capital are busy, given the quarantine? And that the resources you have are limited at best. It will only be a few hours at most, the captain said. The rest of your papers seem to pass muster, this is just a formality. Dog growled. A formality they arranged from start to finish, Catcher said. I won't deny the strong possibility. If I were more sure, I might shoot the black-haired one. I'd be tempted to encourage you to, Catcher said. No hard feelings, you said, I thought to myself. We'll cooperate, Catcher said, growling the words, while giving me and Jamie a dark look. But I have a favor to ask, first. It costs you nothing. The cell door slammed. So far, things were going according to plan. They'd even put Jamie and me together in the same cell. With the quarantine in effect, the number of soldiers was thin. The bulk of the men in uniform were out there, guarding bridges and controlling the flow of traffic around the city. Here in the jailhouse, where only a dozen cells were arranged along a long hallway, there were only a few guards. Catcher, with his natural strength, could have bent the bars and walked out. But he was working alongside the academy, and that would be a sensitive deal. No, even with his strength, there were good chances that there were measures in place, or it would draw undue attention. The simple fact of the matter, the crux of the plan I'd worked out with Jamie, was that if we got arrested alongside Dog and Catcher, I was fairly certain I could get out of the cell more easily than they could get out of whatever was devised for them. Dog would be in some special holding cell far, far away from us. The fact that they would need and want to reunite would buy us even more time. The contract with the academy was just one more barrier keeping them inside their cells. But Catcher had managed one last laugh. He, given the nature of what he did, carried restraints. He'd had every single damned set of them placed on Jamie and me. Our arms were bound behind our backs, and restraints of various sizes and shapes. Even the fingers of my right hand were bound, with thimble-like caps over the ends. The weights likely totaled 25 pounds in all. I opened my mouth, and used my tongue to lift the lockpick free of the gap between gums and cheek. Shortly after, I had the second pick out. I spit them out onto the cot, and then sat down on the bed, to pick them up with my one hand. This is going to be a chore, Jamie murmured, as I worked the thinner pick into the lock that wrapped around my right hand. Looks like a 3-pin cylinder. Move closer to me, I'll try to hold the cylinder so it doesn't rotate as you pick it. How amusing, Catcher said, in the least amused tone I'd heard from him today, his voice echoing to us from the far end of the hallway. I told myself the same thing, when I realized it was you two I was chasing down. This is going to be a chore. You don't sound very surprised at this, I said. I knew something was up with that lunch, Catcher said. The lunch had nothing to do with it, I said, my voice raised. If you hadn't eaten with us, it still would have turned out pretty much the same. I wouldn't punish you for. Shut up, someone screamed, interrupting. You shut up. Catcher bellowed, loud and with a monstrous voice. There was no retort. Our old friend was in a bad mood, it seemed. I wouldn't punish you for playing fair with us, I said. Sets a bad precedent if we're. I felt the lock click. I freed my hand. If we're going to cross paths a few more times. Ah, so you know, Catcher said. They will let me out of here. They will release Dog. We will find you, Sylvester. We don't let our quarry go. Jamie muttered, I'll be so happy if a day ever comes where someone doesn't remind me of something I already know. Do my wrists next? These wire cuffs are digging in something fierce. Getting my hands to the right place to work the lock was hard. I had to turn my back to Jamie and bend over. I leaned over with my forehead against the bars for balance. That one, Jamie confirmed. It had to be 5 pins. Such a chore. At least I could pry the lock as I worked the pins. 1 pin, 2 pins, 3. The fourth took some doing. The fifth, too, ended up being difficult. Just when I thought I might get it, I heard footsteps. I aborted, and changed position. We waited patiently as the lone guard made his rounds, checking on every cell. He stopped at the end of the hallway, and I could hear Catcher talking. I was straining to listen, and trying to decide if I needed to put the hand restraint back on, when Jamie nudged me. It felt weird, the elbow against my arm. Jamie wasn't normally one for physical contact. When he did allow it, he was always very measured about it. I looked where he was indicating, and I saw. In the cell to the left of the one that sat opposite ours, a man lay on his cot. He was breathing very quickly, and he was spasming periodically. Between his sleeve and the glove he wore, I could see the marks. As though a hand had touched him and burned him, with blotches the size of a fingerprint or a random portion of a handprint. The mark was so red it looked like he was openly bleeding. Calling for quarantine or attention to the problem was risky. The guard was going to finish his route, passing down the other side of the hall, and he was going to see. Things were going to go downhill from there. It could so very easily see us sealed up inside here for good. Jamie and I didn't even need to communicate. He turned his back to me so I had access to his wrists, and I started working on his locks. Cut to the quick 11.5. He modified the Smythe Bullard, I said, under my breath. He filed down the seam. Catcher likes to fiddle with his gadgets. It's my go-to practice lock when I'm relearning and I can't get it. You can't get it because it's your go-to, Jamie said. Muscle memory. I run into snags like that, things that should feel natural that catch me every time. So I should forget. If I had a fresh dose of wyvern, I might be able to, but... Keep at it, Jamie said. 5 locks down, 6 if I included the hand lock catcher had placed on my left hand. I was almost done freeing Jamie. On my 6th attempt, probably owing to the fact that my previous attempts had scratched a faint groove in the tin of the lock, I was able to get that hair of traction I needed to get the lock to start rotating. I turned around to check the next lock. The cuffs were like manacles, attached to his upper arms, with a bar running between them instead of a chain. I'd seen it as catcher had pulled it out of his jacket. The lock was more about strength and having a configuration that could be neatly packaged together than it was about being fancy or hard to crack. I shut my eyes, and did it by feel. 3 pins to lift. Nothing complicating my attempts. I could hear the guard making his way down the hall. He didn't even have the courtesy to walk slowly. Got you, I said, gripping the bar so it didn't fall apart and clatter to the ground. Give me the picks, he said. I took a second to put the lock down. Before I'd even set it on the bed, Jamie had snatched it from my hand. He grabbed for the picks. Hurry. Hurry, you say, like I haven't been, I griped. The fellow across the hall is getting worse, fast enough that I can tell, Jamie said, under his breath. He removed the first lock at my wrists, then tugged the next lock down. What do you mean? I mean that I can remember what those welts looked like when I last saw them, and I can look at them now, Jamie said, pausing as he looked over my shoulder, picks still working at the locks. They've spread. More spots, old spots are bigger, and there are dark centers to the biggest ones. Right, I said. Jamie removed the second lock. The clatter momentarily drowned out the guard's footsteps. Damn, I said, quiet. Did he put all of the easy ones on me? Is this like the barber with the bad haircut? No complicated ones so far, Jamie said, his voice a hush. Same ideas apply to most. Moment I run into one with an unfamiliar concept, though, I don't know what I'm going to do. I heard a sudden shout, then a string of cuss words. It hurts, the sick man mewled the words. I leaned forward to see better, only for Jamie to jerk me back in his direction and continue picking. The guard was a matter of 6 steps from our location. Jamie very quickly and quietly removed the cuffs he'd been picking. Stand back and away from the bars. Move. Now stay there. There was an edge of panic to the man's voice. The guard strode past us, straight for the door, not even looking our way. I shut my eyes and shook my head. We hadn't been fast enough. Now things got harder. I'm stuck, Jamie said. There's a lock I don't know how to crack. I try to apply tension and it just rotates. I think I have to have it at a specific rotation with specific pin placement. I dealt with one of those. Do a full rotation, tap the first pin as you go around, see if you can find the space it's supposed to go into. Once you get it, hold it as steady as. I already did the full rotation. Then do the second pin. The tallest pin will end up being the one that works, I said. The rotating cylinder is sitting inside another cylinder. It might be that both cylinders have to be at the right rotation. What? I asked. I tried to twist my head around to see. How the hell does that work? I don't know. Jamie said. And hold still. I'm checking and I think there are a few false notches to catch the pin. Catcher's gravelly voice came from the other end of the hallway. Having fun. He can hear us, I said, speaking quieter. I can, Sylvester, Catcher said. He sounded smug. You're a butt, Catcher. I had those custom made, you know, he said. Call me names all you want, SY. You'll still have your hands bound behind your back until I hand over the keys. Keys. Plural. I glanced at Jamie. There's only one slot for a key, Jamie said. He double-checked, moving my arms this way and that. Cylinder nestled in one cylinder, one key nestled in another key. Mechanical key, changes form as the other key slides in. A wedge shape, or. Got it in one, Sylvester, Catcher taunted me. I knew what the problem was, and I knew just how unlikely it was for Jamie to figure out a way to pick the lock. Alone, at least. Do me a favor, I said. Help me get a good look at the thing? I might be able to get my thumb around and hold something or jiggle something. Jamie slid the cuffs as far down my wrists as they would go. They'd been around the thickest part of my forearm, and now sat around my wrists and a portion of my hands. Jamie held the cuffs still while I contorted my shoulders, striving to see around behind me to the cuffs. The guard who'd been walking the length of the hallway returned. He carried a stepladder and a sheet that could have been a flag if the dimensions were different. It bore a Asclepius symbol in white, snake wound around rod, contained within the belly and head of a red bird that had its wings outstretched. The bird was crowned in red. Quarantine, Jamie said under his breath. Guard, Catcher said, his voice carrying. You should know the boys in the cell behind you are escaping their restraints. They will be out of their cell shortly. The guard turned, giving us a look. Jamie didn't even bother to hide his lack of restraints. I could see the guard's expression change. He was young, fresh-faced, with eyebrows that had been plucked very neatly. He was handsome, but a very artfully and effortfully put-together sort of handsome. I suspected there were girls out there who very much liked that. I'll get to it in a minute, the guard said. He stepped up onto the little ladder and hooked up one corner of the sheet on the wall. Help me, the man in the cell begged. The man ran his hand against the edge of the sheet as he stepped down off the ladder, fixing it to the wall. He then walked to the other side of the cell, then stepped back onto the ladder, hooking up another corner and sealing another side of the sheet. His efforts to seal the bottom edge of the sheet were frustrated by the man's hand sticking through the bars. Fingers clutched at one bottom edge of the sheet, fierce tugs coinciding with pleading cries. The soldier had elbow-length gloves on, but he still seemed shy of the reaching hand. Can't figure this, Jamie said. He let go of the shackles. My attention went back to the shackles, my wrists, fingers, and thumb working to move the shackles back up to where they were more comfortable and weren't squeezing my hands. No. No. Give me your foot, I ordered Jamie. My foot. Jamie raised his shoe, while I stooped down. He got my attention immediately, and put his hands on my shoulders, setting the shoe on the chain of the shackles. I had to fight to stay upright and not have Jamie's whole body weight drive me backward with my knuckles and fingers striking the ground behind me. It got even harder as I felt the damage the shackles were doing as they were driven down and past my hands. They slid down past my hands clattering to the floor. The benefits of being small. The cuffs had been cinched as tight as they could get, and they were still too big around. Jamie had the remaining shackles off a moment later. I gingerly rubbed my wrists and arms, with much of the gingerness coming from the fact that I'd scraped off much of the flesh at the base knuckles of each pinky and thumb. I was bleeding a fair bit. I flashed Jamie a grin. His returning smile was more reserved. Right. The quarantine. The soldier was just finishing up. Jamie and I turned our attention to the bed. I removed the case from the pillow. Jamie, meanwhile, moved roughly half of the collected shackles to the upper end of the bed. He folded up the top sheet so it had the shackles in it, while I moved shackles into the pillowcase. They're up to something, Catcher observed. I know, the soldier said. He was still working on sealing the sheet in place. Not a perfect seal. But if there was anything airborne, it would help to keep things contained. The glue at the edges of the sheet would also slow smaller parasites. I'll deal with it in a minute. Hell, if you lot couldn't have waited another 10 minutes to start getting sick and causing trouble, I could have finished my shift. Now I'm stuck in this quarantine with you for the next 3 to 12 hours. His words elicited insults, shouts of dismay and other commentary from the collected prisoners in the little jailhouse. While the next shifts locked down the building. It can't be easy. The jeers and insults continued. Some people were throwing balled up paper at the soldier now. Some of that paper was wet. I glanced at the little toilet in the corner of our cell. I knew where the other prisoners were getting that water. I was glad I'd kept the biggest of the lockpicks. I turned my attention to the cell door, both picks in hand. It didn't take long. There were no tricks. Only an inordinate number of very heavy pins. They've opened the door, Catcher observed, his tone patient. The soldier was still ignoring us. The sticky part at the edge of the sheet had stuck to the man's arm, and he was doing his damnedest to hold on to the sheet. With the clumsy gloves he wore, the soldier couldn't retrieve the sheet. All his efforts were doing was keeping the man in the cell from tearing down the sheet altogether. I hefted my sack of shackles. I paused. A month ago, I'd moved the ring at my thumb to my finger. It felt out of place there, but it being out of place was a good thing. It made me aware of it, and colored my actions. I might have paid far more attention to it, had Jamie not been around, but he was, and for most occasions, that was sufficient. This was different. I rapped my knuckles against the back of his head. I got you. Sack of shackles to the back of the head. Brains splattered out across the floor. He twisted around, giving me an incredulous look. We're going to help you, and relieve you of your keys, I said. Then you're going to take about 5 or 6 steps that way, and we're going to lock you in the cell we were just in. Agreed? Because the alternative is that I pick up this sack, or you stop doing what you're doing and deal with both of us at once, and, you don't want to do that. He shifted his grip on the sheet, rising to a standing position, and kicked at the bars, trying to strike at the man's hand. The red blotches on the wrist were angrier than before. Now that I was close, I could see the protrusions at the center. Like Jamie had said, there were dark spots in the center of the largest, ugliest spots. Each spot had a little spine sticking out of it, barely thicker than a hair. Maybe you've got a whole line of people who've said the same thing, but I don't think my pride as a soldier of the crown will let me do that, the soldier said. He winced and ducked his head a little as someone threw sodden paper at his face. It smacked against his temple. I'll tell you what'll happen if you press this, I said. I indicated Jamie. He and I indicated the hand, and he are going to keep you occupied while I walk away. I'm going to go to the cells, and I'm going to open them just like I opened mine. Then it's going to be 3.5 against 1. I'll open another cell, and it'll be 4.5 against 1. Do you see how this goes? He diverted his attention as he focused on keeping the man from tearing down the sheet. I'm playing nice. I don't play nice very often, I said. Please don't make me take the other course. Because at least one of the guys I free is going to hurt, maim, or kill you. I could see him draw in a breath, puffing himself up, tensing as he drew together the courage to stand up to me and face his fate. Take the offer, Catcher said. The soldier looked over. I'm on your side, Catcher said. I want to take them in, keep the peace, maintain the quarantine. But this isn't worth fighting. You won't stop them, and you won't change their minds. The best you'll be able to do is take out the one with the glasses fast and tackle the smaller one with the mouth. But it's not worth the risk. Poison, hidden weapons, deceit, surprising displays of skill, let them help you, for all of our sakes. It was perhaps the most I'd ever heard Catcher say in one go. His rough-edged voice made him sound like the grandfather to end all grandfathers, but was still strong enough to be a dad or an army sergeant. He commanded attention when he wanted to, which was relatively rare. Most of the time he simply used his voice and a few choice words to scare messes into the pants of people he was tracking. I saw the soldier set his jaw, then turn his back to Jamie and me, bending down to adjust the cover. How important is this damn thing anyway? I asked. I stuck a leg through the bars to step on the sheet with the toes of my shoe, adjusting as needed to give the soldier slack when necessary. It's important, the man said. Don't let him touch your skin. Won't, I said. Even odds it won't affect me. It hurts, the man inside the cell screamed. He reached for another part of the sheet and I stepped on his fingers. I shifted my weight to trap them for the seconds the soldier needed to fix the sheet in place. Jamie was fixing part of the sheet that had come away from the wall. There, the soldier said, as I pulled my foot back and he pressed the sheet down. The prisoner's hands pressed against the sheet and pried against the place where it met the floor and found no leeway. It's inside my veins, the man's cry was ragged. The soldier stood. He faced me. You going to cooperate? I asked. Stick to your word. I didn't make any promises, he said. Okay, I said. I'm going to cooperate, he said, before I could say anything further. But I want you to listen to me. I nodded. He dropped his voice so that others wouldn't easily hear. The war beasts that came back from Lug? They had some skin problems. The skin problems became growths, and the growths flowered. We think that it spreads by air once it flowers. But we're not sure. We can't know yet. It's still early, understand? You need to stay, until they know. I know the approach the Academy takes to problems. I said, stopping short, before indicating Jamie, we're one of those problems. They burn everything down. They kill the bystanders. It's what they tried to do in Lug. I was in Lug, the soldier said. So were we, Jamie said. You know it's true, then. You know what they'll do here, if it's that serious. I trust they'll find an answer, the soldier said. Stubborn to his core. I don't, I said. How long do the symptoms take to show up? I don't know, the soldier said. It's random. That one there in the cell was fine for hours. No sign. For others it was quick. Within an hour. Of course the people who designed this thing had gone that route. It had to be as nasty as possible. I wasn't an academy student, but I'd spent enough time around the doctors to know the basics. Diseases that killed their patients too fast killed off the populations before those populations that could spread them. Diseases that took too long left too big a window to be cured. But something variable? Assuming this disease even killed. Assuming it was a disease. There's no reason to assume it'll have spread to any of us here, I said. No reason to believe it was airborne. We can't know, the soldier said. I do know that if my friend and I stay and let ourselves get caught, then we're going to get dragged back to the academy and for all intents and purposes, we'll be dead. We're going to make a break for it. I glanced at Jamie as I said it, almost but not quite making it a question. He nodded at me. The soldier shook his head. Then he walked over to the cell Jamie and I had occupied. He started to shut the door, and I hurried to put my foot out, blocking it from closing. Keys, I said, holding out my hand. He folded his arms. Man. For a pretty boy, he was stubborn. Bulldogish. I reached past the door into his belt. He didn't fight me as I lifted the keyring free of his belt. Quickly, I walked down the length of the hallway. I surveyed the prisoners as I passed them, giving them a quick read. Then I began unlocking cells. You could break out of that cell, I observed aloud, as I drew nearer to Catcher. I could, he said. But I told the academy I would cooperate with its every order. They're looking for any excuse to take me in after I deliver my quarry. I think they can grill me for information on Frey. I'm not going to give them anything they can use. They'll cheat you anyway, I said. They'll try. I know how these games are played, Sylvester. I nodded slowly, then turned to the next prisoner and unlocked the cell. My group isn't the only one after you too, Catcher said. They'll be on you the moment you're outside. There are others who were watching and waiting to see if we failed and if they could swoop in. Scavengers. They'll brave the quarantine because they think they're immune, like you or me should be, or because they're reckless. Yeah, I said. Yeah, he said. He took a step back away from the door, then sat down on the bed. That was that, then. He'd warned me. The rest was up to me. As I walked away, I heard him mutter, I can't believe you slipped those cuffs. I grinned. Warily, the prisoners were gathering in the hallway. A pair of them were advancing on the cell that held the soldier. Touch him, and we're going to have a problem, I said, in my best authority voice, hoping to impart something similar to my voice that Catcher had managed with his. I was a little surprised when they listened. Mauer would have been proud. You listen to what we say, I said, indicating Jamie again. You stay close, and we get free. They won't have too many armed men handling the quarantine, so listen to me and be smart about this. Nobody talked back. A few people shifted position, clearly uncomfortable. The ones I'd have to watch. It reminded me of my motley group in Lug, though these guys were mostly thugs. I found myself wishing I had a regular supply of people to draw from, instead of having to constantly work with improvised groups and read the people I was commanding to look for the tells. It would be so convenient. I looked at Jamie. Thinking about the building layout, he said. We'll want to go around to the side. They'll be setting up the main quarantine point out front, something on each of the ground floor windows, doors barred, barricaded and sealed. I nodded. Punch through. Punch through. I addressed the group. We move on the side door. Disable but don't hurt or kill the guards. Once we're through, we go our separate ways. There were a few nods. Jamie and I worked in concert to push open the doors at the end of the hallway opposite Catcher. There was a sheet erected to seal the doors, much as one had been used to seal that particular cell. This is a bad one, Jamie said. Yeah, I agreed. Frey. Might be. Jamie ended up leading the way, negotiating our path through the hallways and stairwells. We caught some brief glimpses of people, but with only a little wariness and care in how we picked our path, Jamie, the 5 enlisted criminals and I were all able to slip by without hearing any call of alarm. We started down the hallway, and Jamie raised a hand, warning. He pointed at the door and gestured for my benefit. End of the road. I picked the 2 biggest guys. You 2 through the door first. They won't have that many guards. 1 or 2 doing the seal, probably. Get your hands on their guns before they do. If they're wearing the gloves, they'll be clumsy. Be confident, be fast, and grab them. That got some nods. I raised my hand, fingers extended, and then dropped it, giving the go-ahead. Fun. Funner still to have 2 beefy bastards charge down the hallway and through the door, with Jamie, me, and the other criminals right on their heels. The effect was surprisingly anticlimactic. The guards outside were dealt with fast enough that Jamie and I didn't even get to play a role. I reached for one's belt and collected a gun, then grabbed Jamie's wrist, tugging him along as we changed course, using the short wall that surrounded the police station for cover as we put some distance between ourselves and the door. People were staring, but their attention was on the bigger criminals in the fight. There were other soldiers and doctors approaching the building, likely to help with quarantine measures, but we were small and we were non-threatening. There weren't enough people on the street or near the building to point the finger at us and let out a cry of warning. The convicts I'd enlisted had been the ones with the tattoos and the body language that had suggested they would follow orders. They hadn't been the types, going by my gut, that I'd felt would easily slip the noose and escape into the city. Maybe 1 or 2 would, given some luck, but that was a dim maybe. Given the unlikeliness of the disease spreading by air or proximity or the most chance of chance contact between glove and shoe sole, pre-flowering, I suspected we weren't about to be the ones who were unleashing an epidemic. I didn't feel great about it, but I did feel great about being alive and free. "SY," Jamie said, cutting into my thoughts. He had my attention, and with a pointed finger, he directed it. "What am I looking at?" I asked, as I saw a man walking down the street. He had a hat and a raincoat on. "His neck," Jamie said. I looked, and I saw a red dot, big around as a thumbprint. I checked the coast was clear, then made a detour, approaching the man. "Sir," I called out. "Sir." He turned his attention to me. "You've got the rash," I said, a little breathless. "What?" he asked. "Where?" "I'm not going to tell you," I said. "Because then you'll touch it and it'll be on your hands. But go to the police station, back that way. They're distributing the cure already. If you hurry, you can get it before it spreads and gets painful." He looked deeply concerned. Jamie added, "I hear it's so painful you can feel it moving through your veins." I nodded fervently. The man reversed course, heading to the police station. We'd ruined his day, but at least he would be quarantined. Why was I getting the impression this thing was the furthest thing from being under control, even with this small bit of assistance on our parts? Cut to the quick 11.6. "Catcher's friends are going to be on us any minute now," Jamie said. "Okay," I said. "Whatever this is, it looks bad." "Yeah," I said. I looked around. "I'm thinking Frey." "How? Why? How is?" "I don't know." Prepared well in advance, CO opted from someone who specializes in this sort of thing, or maybe it was inspired by the primordials. Lillian said something about the primordials being a way to inspire some really out there research. That's the how. What's the why? Forcing the nobles' hands? They want to use the new guns to take down the nobles, and we haven't heard anything about that. Maybe the idea is to bait them out. Doesn't seem like Frey, Jamie said. Lug was her fault, I said. People died. A lot more could have. Yes, Jamie said. But it doesn't seem like her, does it? She might justify what she did in Lug by saying that the people would have picked a fight and gotten wiped out sooner or later. But this. I've never talked to her, SY. The old Jamie did, but that was only in passing. I don't know her, so I only have the outside context, mostly second-hand. Yet. Catcher said that Frey believes in humanity. Yes, she got us awfully close to an ugly end, but, does this really feel like something that she would do in service of humanity? Power and control drive the Academy and Crown, but they're losing their grip on both of those things. I'm not sure about that, Jamie said. Yes, they've lost what any other country, power, organization, whatever, would see as a grave loss, but considering what they hold and what they have, I'm not sure it's more than a drop in the bucket. Conceded, I said. Where was I? Power, control, Academy, Crown. Right. Mauer wants to defeat the Academy and win over the people, and, I dunno, I think back to our first move. We rallied the people in favor of the Academy, turned them against him. The major players are striving for one thing, and accomplishing the other. So Frey is striving to save humanity and is now willing to destroy it. Maybe, I said. Maybe this is Mauer. But it's big on a scale that seems freyish. That I'll agree with, Jamie said. I want to be a major player, I said. I was focused now, still riding the rush from the jailbreak and the intrigue of the quarantine. I moved with energy, thinking hard while my mind's eye and my mind's voice were addressing Jamie, the forefront of my brain almost absent-minded, speaking on impulse. I want to have minions. People who follow my orders, look up to me, kiss my shoes and call me sir. Really now? Yerho, I said, drawing out the word. My detached forebrain was taking point, daydreaming aloud. No more just picking up random Jacks and Jills from among Mauer's expendable troops, or recruiting random prisoners and crossing my fingers. I want to handpick. I want my enemies to go out of their way to invite me to things like the moot at Breckwell. To have to consider me as a factor in everything they do. I glanced at Jamie, who was giving me a bemused look. And we, I said, will be a force to be reckoned with. I don't want to speak for you, but if you want your boots kissed. Ha. Or whatever. I think you and me, we could look dapper as all get out with some suits and the right furnishings. Me sitting in the chair, you sitting on the edge of the desk, as Peabody the hired thug walks in. The intimidation in his eyes as we both look at him. Peabody. I shrugged. We'll find a Peabody. I like how your brain works, SY. Thank you, Jamie. Let's turn that brain to more effective things. Already turned. We're on course, I said. This is familiar territory. Is it now? When you're taking your pre-sleep nap late at night, and I'm making sure we have enough for our ever-absent uncle to pay our rent to our dear landlord, I pass through this area on my way back. Your fence. One of my fences. It took me a few weeks to figure out which of the local fences talk to each other, so I don't corner myself if I try to play them against each other in a bidding war over whatever I happen to help myself to, and I found out that it's a pretty close-knit community here. I had to go pretty far afield. Pretty far afield to the near center of Tyne where. Exactly, I said. You told me about Jackson near the marina, and the old man. I groaned aloud. Don't do that. Don't pick apart things I said to you forever ago that I don't even remember saying, and draw conclusions. Jamie touched my shoulder, making me stop, turn, and face him. I took a glance around for trouble before meeting his eyes. He spoke, I'm going to assume from how you worded things that you have at least 3 fences you are playing off each other. If you'd had only 2, you would have emphasized different words. I might TVE. I know how you approach things, SY. There's a third, and this one probably isn't the old man. Have you avoided mentioning him on purpose? Yes sir, I said, adopting a hangdog look. Why? Because this one is creepy, I said. He's creepy. Yes. We've handled creepy. He's a different sort of creepy. Jamie gave me a long, stern look. But this is our best move right now, I said. He likes me. Jamie considered for a moment, then relented. Okay. We picked up our speed, walking briskly. The streets were dotted with people who seemed completely lost. People who had routines, jobs, and roles who were being told to stay put, who didn't know what to do with themselves. I strongly suspected that Jamie and I were odd in that we'd forged a kind of home here, however temporary it might be. People here didn't bake a treat in their kitchen. They went over to a fancy pants shop with crystal and wood filigree windows and they bought something. They didn't rest or entertain at home. They sought out bars where they could tranquilize themselves with drink and shows where they could entertain themselves with dance, theater, and music. Even in the less well-to-do boatyards, people went out to drink. Rich and poor, it felt like most people didn't truly know the comfort and softness of their own beds, because they were blackout drunk when they collapsed into those beds and hung over when they rose from them. Hyperbole, to be sure, but it was an attitude that played into how so many people were milling around as if every impulse in their brains pushed them to go somewhere and do something, and they were being expected to stay put. We navigated our way to a house. Tall and narrow, it was made narrower still by being divided into thirds, with 1/3 being a shop. Engravings, etchings, fittings, and custom work. The custom work would be in the capacity of a back alley doctor unless a member of the police or the academy stopped in which case the question would be met with innocent stares and talk of jewelry. A bell jingled as I opened the door. I let Jamie go in first, looking back to make sure we weren't being followed. I didn't want to bring trouble to anyone's door, not when we needed friends. Wow, Jamie said, taking in the shop. Everything within was beautiful, and all put together, it was something otherworldly. Crystal, gold, fine woodwork, silver, jewels and more were arranged around us. A great deal of it was tagged, with names and no address. Even the tags had gold lettering. Responding to the bell, a man made his way into the shop from the adjoining house. He saw me and beamed. Like Jamie, he wore his hair long, but the hair hung down one side of his face. He decorated himself not with jewelry, but with tools and kits. The breast of his jacket had a leather case with a row of fine watchmaker's tools on display. At his collarbone, like a pendant, was a jeweler's lens, evocative of some large gemstone. He was 20 or so and brimmed with youthful energy, yet he seemed to have all of the confidence of a much older man. Rather than an older man who'd made himself look younger, I instead deemed him a young man with a great deal of natural ability and talent. He moved behind his counter, neatly setting things aside, so the space was clear, then rested his hands on the counter, leaning forward. "Hello, Jay," I said. "Simon," he said. He continued to smile, unable to sit still. "Quarantine? Looks like a plague," I said. "A bad one." He made a face, the smile faltering. He glanced at Jamie, then back to me, eyebrow quirking. We can talk freely, I said. Oh good, he said, breathing an audible sigh of relief. Do you have anything for me? So greedy, J. I am, he said, without shame. I try to indulge in every single sin that I can, and greed, obviously, is foremost among them. Do you have anything? I don't, I said. He deflated a little, then rallied. He smiled, and it was mischievous. I thought perhaps you were going to offer me the, boy. Boy, Jamie confirmed. No, I said, he's mine. J threw up his hands in surrender, as if he might be seen as wanting to put up a fight, in the wrong light. Not that I'd be interested. My eyes are only for girls, and I like my girls perfect, and older. I know, J, I said. I wasn't going to encourage him. Listen, we're in trouble. The dash of humor in his expression disappeared. Now serious, he straightened, withdrawing his hands from the midpoint of the counter to the edge, gripping it. What sort? Bounty hunters, I said. You have a bounty, he asked, surprised, then immediately changed tacks. Of course you have a bounty, you productive little rascal. We can't have that. It makes my evening when you pay your visits. If you were dead or captured, you'd never visit me again. I nodded. Which bounty hunter is it? Dog, I said, and catcher. Two of them. Sounds vaguely familiar, and, not local. And a woman with blonde hair and modified hands, I added. A ghost, actually, Jamie clarified. One of Percy's. I remember my, friend's sketches of their faces. I shot him a look. Really? Or someone used one for raw materials and copied the face, Jamie said, shrugging. I don't know. Ghost with modified hands, then, and two Brunos, and there were others, I said. There'll be more, if Catcher wasn't fibbing, Jamie said. Soon, too. Savvy ones will be keeping an eye out for where their competition is going. More bloodthirsty bounty hunters. I nodded my agreement. Ahoy, just said. He frowned. I suppose they've realized it's not really 2 or 3 different burglars that are raiding homes at night, sometimes even when residents are sleeping inside. Something like that, I said. I don't suppose you know a quick way out of Tineware? By water or tunnel? Just shook his head. Didn't think so. Then we need tools and weapons, and the jailers relieved me of my wallet, which I didn't happen to pick up. Not that it had much in it. Whatever you're willing to offer, I need it on credit. Ah, Simon, my friend. You're lucky I'm fond of you. I'm a little less fond of you now that I'm suspicious these people are after you for a good reason. Perhaps you got your hands on something that other people valued very highly, and that something somehow didn't cross my counter, even for consideration. Nothing like that, don't worry, I said. Just murders. Ah, just said. He nodded, as if this was matter of fact. There was humor to his voice as he repeated, just murders. Abruptly, he turned. His hand smacked a bell that hung behind the counter. I saw Jamie tense. It's fine, I said. Yes, just said. Only the tea bell. Ah, Jamie said. I adore elegance, just said. If I were to offer you something from my personal stock, it would be along the lines of. He knelt behind his counter. He was just tall enough that I could see the top of his head. This. And this. I suppose I can part with this, too. To say Joe was dedicated to elegance was something of an understatement. The guns he kept behind the counter, which were likely only ever seen by thugs looking to rob him, if anyone, were as ornate as any jewelry, crusted with silver leaf, engraved from the tip of the barrel to the base of the grip. The long knife was so fancy that I wondered if it would even service in combat. Going by Jamie's look, he might have thought the same thing. That's generous of you, I said. But I was hoping for something a little less beautiful and something uglier. Jamie suggested. Uglier, Jerry stated, as if he needed to frame the idea in his head. Something that could make a mess, I said. Tidy and beautiful won't work. Those pistols, I could empty both of them into Catcher, reload, empty them into him again, then take 2 minutes of time with that knife while he stood still and let me work on him, and once my time was up, he would arrest me and drag me off. Dog is bigger, tougher. The knife thing was only true because it looked so horribly inefficient. Bits curled off from the sides, which limited how deep I could get it, and the fancy handle would make it hard to swing with any force. Even the pommel was pointed, so I couldn't press against it with one hand while thrusting with the other, to help drive it home. Ah, just said. There is one thing. One thing would be excellent, I said. Whatever it is. Except I promised it to someone else. It passed into my hands, and I've yet to tell that someone else that I have it in stock. Jer stitched servant entered the room. She reminded me of Frey's stitched girl, whatever her name had been. Like Frey's stitched, the seams and actual stitches were hidden, where sheer skill hadn't hidden them entirely. She was beautiful, and dressed in a way that accented that beauty without being vulgar. She didn't look like a lady of the evening. She looked like a woman who any man might be happy to have on his arm at some fancy event. High quality and expensive. Relegated to serving tea. She set down the tray with the kettle and lone cup. Thank you, darling, just said. The word got a genuine seeming smile in response. Automatically, as if he'd forgotten we were present, he touched her chin to angle her head and kissed her. The kiss alone might have made me uncomfortable, considering that the woman was dead, but the look in her eyes, as she stared off into points unknown, her eyes darting left and then right, as if possessed of a different sort of life than the one that controlled her mouth as she very automatically kissed her owner. He stepped back and away and waved her off in the same moment, returning his attention to us. Tea? He asked. He raised his hand from beneath the counter, holding a faintly dusty cup. No thank you, Jamie said, very curt. No, but thank you, I said, echoing Jamie with somewhat more courtesy. We're in a hurry. Jin nodded, using a handkerchief to clean the cup. Lock the shop door, then come around the counter. I touched Jamie's shoulder, pushing him lightly toward the counter, as I turned to go lock the door. I quickly set the locks before reversing course, joining Jamie as we went behind the counter. Jo was dragging a hidden panel out from the base of the shelf. The glass display of jewelry and leather bits appeared to sit on a wooden base, and the wooden base had a drawer. He stepped back to let us investigate. Cushioned by hay, there were 6 different sorts of explosive packed into the box. Grenades, smoke, landmines, mines with cords, and other, heavier ones buried further down. They might, judging by the shape, have been rockets. Jo prepared his tea, stirring by way of teaspoon as he emptied the kettle into the cup. I'm willing to negotiate, I said. I certainly hope you are, Simon. You two can walk away with what you can carry. In exchange, should you do business in Tineware again, you'll come to me. I'm your fence. And if I don't do business in Tineware again, then you're likely dead, and you can consider this my generous contribution to your funerals. He was giving me a complete pass. He had to know I was leaving town, but he was handing me what had to be a nice payoff, on account of established reputation alone. All right, I said. And if we happen to leave the city, I'll find a way to make my gratitude known. Just so, Jo said. It was the right response. We both had a sense of how the other operated. A bag? I asked, looking up at Jay. He had messenger bags, like the ones paperboys in Tineware used, all leather and fanciness, only it came from Jer's custom shop, so the leather was engraved and made all the more stylish. It might have cost a whole $20 or $30 to get, if I was any other customer. I took the mines, grenades, and what I took to be smoke grenades. Collector's items, Jo said, from the Great War for the Crown States. Safe to handle, but no guarantees they'll fire. Valuable. Try to appreciate their historical and financial value as you actively use them. His smile was a faintly pained one. I will. Goodbye, Jay, I said. Goodbye, Simon, he said. I bumped into the door as I tried to haul it open and step outside, only belatedly realizing I'd locked it. I tried to maintain a hair of dignity as I led the way outside. We were about 10 steps away when Jamie came to a stop. I turned around to look at him. Do you think it would draw too much attention if I turned around and threw one of these explosives through his shop window and over that counter? Jamie asked me, his eyes focused down at his satchel. I didn't respond right away. I had to take a second to study him, looking him up and down, taking in the little details. It's not like you, I said, measuring my words carefully, to say something that vehement. Vehement wasn't the right word. But it somehow fit the situation. Jamie, so very calm, was saying something so uncharacteristically violent. I know, Jamie said. Because of the stitched. There was something behind her eyes, sy. Yet, I said. My voice soft. Yet. Some of the newer models are more capable, less of the brain cut and burned away. I won't ever forget that look. I know, I said, quick, cutting him off. I know. It's part of the reason I didn't invite you to come by. Even with that in mind, I didn't think you'd react that intensely. She's a shell, sy. They tampered with her head, they took her old identity. They emptied her out. But she still has something there, buried there. Maybe it's trying to surface. Maybe it never will, and that idea's horrifying. Maybe it will, and that idea is worse. I know, I said. I have not nightmares, I sleep too deeply for real nightmares, but it comes to mind, I worry, I think about worst-case scenarios. What might happen further down the line? Some of those scenarios look an awful lot like that woman did. Yet, I said. I drew in a deep breath, and stood straighter. Yet. Jamie glanced back, in the direction of the shop. There wasn't anything new to see there. It was a little mannerism that I didn't put my finger on until I actually saw him deviate from it, that Jamie wasn't one to look back. He didn't need to validate or double-check things. It doesn't bother you, he asked. I bent my brain until it didn't. We needed to pay our way, and it wasn't smooth sailing, at first. And once I bent my head in the right direction. I guess I really didn't think too much about it. Except you knew it would bother me. Yet. I think I knew it bothered me, I said. I thumbed at the ring at my finger. Jamie nodded. You're not going to be able to put this behind you, I said. Let it go? No, that's the wrong wording, I'm not saying you shall. I know what you mean, Jamie said. No, I can't put things behind me. I carry them. I don't let anything go. I can forgive, I can change my mind, when presented with new information, but there's nothing there I ever want to be able to forgive or change my mind about. Okay, I said. I know what you're about to do, he said. It's decided, just like that. Yeah, I said. I turned around, and walked back to the shop. I pushed the door open, slowly, up until the bell above the door dinged. J made an inquisitive sound. He was kneeling behind the display, rearranging some pieces. Simon. Did you forget something? I reached into the messenger bag, grabbed a grenade, and pulled a pin. He moved without a moment's hesitation, dashing for the house. He reversed course as I threw the grenade past the open doorway, into the room he'd been heading into, scrambling back so fast that he fell over. The explosion was eminently satisfying, to all of the senses, from the smell of smoke to the noise, to the tactile feeling as it cracked and then woofed through the bones of the house and shop. Jewelry and crystal throughout Jer's shop tinkled. That deals with any stitched servants in the kitchen. I'd neglected to mention to Jamie that there was more than one. He didn't need or want to know. J went for his gun. I went for the next grenade, pulling the pin and lobbing it so it went high. It bounced off of the glass top of the display case, over the counter. I'd expected it to fall into the display case, where it would be harder to grab and throw back. Instead, it landed on the far side, clattering over the floor. J didn't aim his gun at me. He only stared, saying something I couldn't make out, as I backed swiftly away, gaining more speed as I went. The explosives we'd left in the hay-lined crate were right beside where the grenade had landed, and the resulting combination made for an explosion was a sight to behold, rolling across the ground floor and partway up through the second floor, affecting the neighbor to the right of his house, and taking out at least one of the supports. The entire house buckled in the middle part, creaking, sagging, and threatening to fall. Instead, the fall seemed to be slow but insistent, like the grains of sand through an hourglass. I stopped running as I caught up with Jamie, falling in step with him as we walked away from the scene. "Thank you," Jamie said. "Of course," I said. "Don't keep things from me, SY. "I'll keep a lot of things from you," I said. I thought of the plurality of haunted stitched. "It's how I operate." He gave me a very displeased look. "But I won't keep matters of conscience from you," I said. "I promise." "Thank you," he said, in a very perfunctory way, apparently satisfied. He glanced back at the building, as clusters of people walked past us to see what had just happened. Some shouted of fire and the need for water. Others, I saw, were hanging back. I wondered if any were sick and hiding it. I know I asked for it, but this is going to draw attention. They'll be right on top of us any second now. "Yeah," I said. "Let 'em come. This is our territory, twice over. We've been here for months, getting the lay of the land, and, in my preferred way of doing things, the box is thoroughly shaken. And we have the means of shaking it further," Jamie said, patting the messenger bag at his side, his chin raising a notch. He pointed. "This way." Cut to the quick 11.7. Jamie nudged me. His hand moved, gesturing. We were being tailed. Another gesture. By the modified ghost. It had to be the hardest individual to shake. Something with keen enough hearing to have something like echolocation, as fast as a buttered cat down a steep slope. If she was one of Percy's, then she'd survived after Percy had been eliminated, she'd been picked up, modified, trained or readjusted, and given new targets. Made from a child, accelerated growth in a vat, and modified with spines and fine hairs that gave her extraordinary hearing and brain structures that gave her incredible reflexes. She was Mary's successor, in a way. I liked imagining the situation as a test run for Mary. It made it easier to frame in my mind. Except it was Mary, possibly without assistance, and with the enhancements. Mary had promised me that she would never let me get the drop on her, and I believed that she'd try, that the anger would push her to train and to throw herself into her work. The scenario was the same. There was virtually no way to get the drop on the ghost. She was talented, came from the same creator's hand, and she'd changed hands, only to be shaped by an organization. A second Jamie, a second Mary. A second Ashton, now that I think about it. Lillian made a leap sufficient to mark a transformation, too. Jamie asked. "Just thinking out loud," I said. "The lambs keep on leaving versions of themselves behind, or pushing versions of themselves forward. Or, something. Abstract thought." I gestured. "Close?" He made a gesture in a fairly lax, lazy way. She was tailing us at a distance, it seemed. "Helen?" Jamie asked. "Not Helen," I said. "Not Gordon either, unless you count hubris." "I'd count hubris." "Okay," I said. "But it doesn't really, HM. Trying to put it into words. Lillian transforming herself, actually becoming a lamb, the viable Ashton after the aborted first try, then you, and even Mary being inspiration for the ghosts, in a way, it feels like it's pushing out, reaching further. But hubris didn't feel like that reach. He stayed so close to Gordon and died so soon after Gordon did. Maybe this is why I was so bothered by hubris' death, at the time. Maybe, Jamie said. We had a remnant, and then we lost that remnant of Gordon. Gordon would have come with me, I said. With us. I think he would have. He wanted to leave with Frey, back when we first met her. I think I convinced him not to. My memories of that period are fuzzy, but I think back and I feel guilty. I think if you were going to force his hand, you would have. It's how you operate. You would have told the rest of the group sooner, when it mattered, forced him to choose and manipulated him to stay. Based on the pieces the old Jamie put together, it seemed very much like you let him make his own decision. Maybe, I said. But then why do I feel rotten about it? Because you let him make his own decision. Jamie suggested. Another gesture. Closer. She was making her approach. That said a lot about her goals. She would lash out, and we wouldn't know exactly what she could do with those modified hands until she had them on us. Dangerous package. I needed ways to immobilize her. I didn't want to kill her, but I would if I had to. Putting her in the water? Something to do with the landscape? I imagined shutting her in a room with 2 locked doors. I couldn't think of anything resembling that. I moved my hand along the side of the messenger bag, considering the options there. Pretty extreme, Jamie commented. He'd seen my hand move. You don't want to put that on yourself. Noise. Light. Smoke. Anger, aggressive, us. Yet. If we blew one up, then they'd come after us hard, catcher's request be damned. With a dead or alive noted beside my name, that was a bad end result. We might remove the ghost, emphasis on might, but the rest would come after us hard. I indicated an alleyway. No run building, Jamie gestured. What? I asked, out loud. Death. He gestured. Building. We. I grabbed his arm, hauling him along through a tunnel that ran between buildings. It opened out into a triangular space between 3 buildings, open to the sky. One of the 3 sides had the tunnel we'd just passed through, a second had a tunnel leading elsewhere, and the third had what looked like a now disused trough, which had some filthy rainwater in it that was taking its time to thaw out. There was likely only ever direct sunlight in this area when it was noon or nearly noon, and that had been an hour ago or so. The fixtures suggested that this had been used as a place to park horses or keep a pet outside. I pointed at the window that looked from one of the buildings to the triangular space. Need a minute, I said. I reached into my satchel. Already, I was running through most of what I'd packed into it. I'd used 2 grenades for J, and this time, I was using a mine. I turned it over in my hands, investigating it. I don't know if you caught what I said earlier, but this is a little over the top, Jamie observed. He dutifully scratched at the glass with the edge of a knife, over and over. Nah, I said. Looks like it's based around a cord. I just need to figure out how to use it for something else, without setting it off in my hands. Words had been etched into the outer rim, with directional arrows, as part of the casting process. They'd been worn down, however. Weather, maybe. Craftsmanship, from the American side, during the war for the Crown States. More focus on machinery and innovation than on the biology side of things. Neatly labeled so the soldiers knew exactly what to do while they were tampering. Turn to remove. Flip over the bar on the top to arm. I raised it up to my face, smelling it. It smelled faintly of earth. With a gentle shake, I couldn't hear anything rattle. All right then. I tried to turn the top, and found it didn't budge. I investigated the join, and found it packed with old dirt. Dirt that had been there so long it had practically become a part of the thing. "Why?" Jamie asked, as I shifted my grip on the thing. "Miner's nag," I said. I kept my thumb over the switch to keep it from flipping over, then banged the side of the mine against the nearest wall. "Why?" Jamie said, alarmed. "What are you thinking?" "All good," I said. "It's not good at all." I'd cracked the packed earth. I drew my knife out of my boot and wedged it into the crack, and jiggled it along the rim, 2 seconds of work to remove the worst of the packed earth. I worked to turn it until my fingers and wrist hurt. Finally, it made a horrible grinding sound, with coarse dirt getting ground between the 2 halves as it unscrewed. Glancing down the length of the alley, I saw the ghost. She moved with a kind of uncertainty. "Are you learning how to function without your sisters?" I thought. This is something pretty new, hearing the sound, having to resist your instincts, being almost blind. "She's coming," I said. "Go, move fast." Jamie did. We headed into the second tunnel. A dark space with debris and junk stacked along one side of it, leaving only enough space to squeeze by. Jamie collected an empty picture frame from the top of a pile. "Go," I said. "I don't know if you got my hand signal, but... go," I said. He left me behind. No cloth, which made my job harder. I pulled off my jacket, watching as the ghost appeared at the end of the tunnel, standing in the space with the trough. I looked back. Jamie stood at the end of the tunnel, knife and glass in hand. He was working it while I surveyed the situation and prepared. Good. I pulled the rubbish down, bringing it down into the space, leaving bags of bundled branches, garden tools and some old construction materials littering the tunnel floor. With the dust that went up, I could no longer see her, and she could no longer see me. Perfect. 2 garden tools with long handles, a broom and then the mine. I made the necessary adjustment to the mine, snatching up a nail for extra effect, and then set it down, with the cloth partially covering it, using the sleeves to bind the garden tools together, resting them on top. "Why?" Jamie said. "I think this is a bad idea." "Just slightly," I said. "A plank would have been so much better." She was making her way over the rubble, now, barely a sound as she adjusted herself. "It's not that I don't trust you, Why, but I don't really trust your brain when it counts. Enclosed space, explosives." I continued to back away until I bumped into him. "Oh," I said. I took in our immediate surroundings. "That's what you meant." Dead end. Jamie's voice was tense. "Of all the times to get the hand signals wrong, Why, you do it now? I thought you knew what you were doing, so I went with it." The dust cleared, and we could see the ghost, perched at the highest point of the fallen rubbish. "You didn't sound all that confident," I commented. The tunnel didn't actually have a proper destination. Just around the corner to our right were 2 steps leading up to a door. There was a railing, but the space was little more than a balcony that overlooked one of the city's canals. We were 10 feet from the ghost, with nowhere to go. Jamie continued to scratch the glass, and the ghost remained where she was, surveying the situation with 100 times the care she might otherwise have used. She was lighter than normal people were. She thrust herself forward, off of the rubbish, 1 foot extending down to safe ground, clear of rubbish. In that instant, I moved, raising my hand. She moved as if she'd predicted my movement. With the way the ghost's heads worked, it wouldn't have been a surprise if she considered an attack every 10th of a second, and the movements she'd need to make. A push against the wall, a movement to the opposite side of the narrow tunnel. One of her feet came down on the tool I'd laid forward of the mine. It pressed down on the mine, and the nail came loose, flying out to ping against the wall. Jamie and I both flinched, our hands going up to protect our faces. Jamie stopped scratching the glass in that same moment. Don't move, I told the ghost. You're standing on a mine. Your weight has pressed it down and closed the connections. If you move your weight off of the mine, then you'll blow yourself and us into a messy, bloody pulp. She didn't move her head, but I imagined she was screaming the silent echolocation scream that let her identify her surroundings, down to the materials things were made of. In long and in short, I said, you're in checkmate. Her expression didn't change. Wind blew through the tunnel, and her blonde hair moved. I had a glimpse of her hands, thicker, with scar tissue down to the elbow and metal and glass at the hands themselves. Through the glass, I could see yellow-tinted fluid, almost like urine. No guarantees, but past experience told me that was something voltaic, the same technology that lit up whole segments of tineware in the evening. One of those altered hands moved, resting against the wall, securing her balance. Then the other came up. She gestured, slowly, with the metal and glass hand. I called you. Big man voice. Right, I said. I felt silly now, using the gestures to communicate with Jamie. We'd taught Catcher the fool gestures. He, in turn, had taught the recruited ghost some words. Not that what she was saying made much sense at all to me. I could understand the words, and I expected most were accurate, but I didn't get how her head worked, and a lot of the gesture's interpretation was based on precedent and experience. Winter? Jamie asked. I don't think that's right. She shook her head. Her gesturing hand moved, very slowly, toward her wrist. She seized it hard. I'm not seeing the connection, Jamie said. The cold slows you down, it gets a grip on you, on the surroundings, I said. The ghost nodded slowly. I can see it. Kind of. I think Catcher's been butchering the gestures though. Capture, seize, hold, imprison. The ghost gestured the affirmative. A head nod might have done just fine, but whatever. Big man voice, I interpreted. You're supposed to take us. The boss said so. Affirmative. Well, you can't, I told her, matter-of-factly. I gestured as I talked, matching ideas to gestures, to drive the point home. I glanced at the door, checking it. I held back cusses. It didn't even have a proper lock that I could pick. This narrow balcony and the adjoining tunnel was the equivalent of the space between houses. It probably had deadbolts, and when the space was in use, the door was left unbolted, leaving us only one exit. Excuse me, I said, gesturing. If you try those gloves, and they do what I think they do, then I'll fall down, and I'll bump you, and then we all go boom. She didn't gesture the affirmative, leaving me less than positive that she'd understood. Right, I said. To get past her, I had to slink down and under the arm she'd extended out to the wall for balance, then go up and over the rubbish without bumping her arm or shoulder. It wasn't hard, with my small frame, but I was worried about those gloves. If she got clever, or if she had tricks I didn't understand. My heart pounded, which wasn't entirely a bad thing. I climbed over the rubbish, careful of anything that might slide or fall. Jamie was right behind me, and I moved to the side of where he was going, to let him go ahead, so I could keep an eye and a hand on those same details and things that might fall. Catcher is in the prison cell, he didn't want to leave because it would have been going against the academy, and he wants to do what they ask without any room for error. He seems mostly content to be there, I told the ghost. I'm just saying, in case you like the guy, which is easy to do, and are worried about him. For a good 5 seconds, I wasn't sure she was going to respond. Then her hand raised. A gesture. The affirmative. Yes. That was going to be all I got, I supposed. When one of your buddies gets close to us, we'll tell them where you are. If they're good buddies, they'll backtrack and find you. Then you can defuse the mine and walk away, I said. No response this time. I wondered if it was less worthy of a real emotional response than hearing Catcher was okay, or if she wasn't as optimistic about how helpful the others would be. I finished climbing over the rubble, glanced back at her, then carried on my way. One more threat dealt with, for the time being. What about you? Jamie asked. Hey. Just wondering, about what we were talking about. If you think I remember much of anything past the last 2 minutes right now, you've got another thing coming, I said. The reaching, the Lambs project's becoming something more, finding ways of evolving past their initial limitations, often in new packages. Oh, right. What about you? Jamie asked. What about me? I asked, with a different emphasis on the question. I figure I'm closer to Helen than anyone. Frey, Jamie said. Frey? Am I an offshoot of Frey or is Frey an offshoot of me? I dunno, Jamie said. That's a good question. We reached the space with the trough. I peeked around the corner, then pulled back. 2 Brunos were at the street outside. I gestured to let Jamie know. I'm digging through a lot of meaningful conversations, trying to find a good answer to that question, Jamie said. Rein in those horses and tell me if these rooftops lead anywhere, I said. Jamie paused, looking up. Sure. I nodded, glanced around the corner again, and then darted over to the window that was over the trough. It latched on the inside, and thus it took me about 4 seconds to get it open. I climbed up and through, then helped Jamie. They saw me. They're coming, he said, as he came through the window. Got it, I said. I reached into my bag, and pulled out another mine. This one I used as it was originally intended to be used, with the cord pulled out. I hooked the cord around one corner of the window, then closed it, pinching the cord in place between the window and the window frame. I let the mine dangle there, resting against the glass, in plain view. Jamie and I backed well away from the window. We watched as the Brunos appeared, making their way to the window. By the time they reached it, I had my finger pointed straight at the mine. One of them moved very suddenly as he saw the thing, dropped a short distance in height very abruptly, then stumbled back and away from the window. I could see the top of his head as he shook himself. He put his foot in the trough, Jamie said. Poor guy. Come on, I said. We took the stairs, heading upstairs, while the Brunos went looking for alternate means of entry. When Gordon died, you described yourself as being like water. Flexible, Jamie said. Are we talking about this because of the trough, or because of the conversation? About the lambs, and about you and Frey. I'm not keeping up with you at the moment, Jamie. Funny how the tables turn, isn't it? Jamie asked. Your memory has been worse. It's only worse because I'm focused on things. That's not it, he said. I think it's the lower quality wyvern. The liquid brain is coming at a steeper cost. Nothing we can do about it in the meantime. What were you saying? Me and Frey. We're like water. We're flexible. Sure. You adapt to the containers you find yourself in. You've adapted to tineware, to me. Frey adapts in her own way. There's no chicken and the egg. You intermingle. You've said something in the past about being afraid to go to Frey's side, because you would adapt too much. She would adapt to you, in a way, and you would adapt to her. 2 liquids, and you aren't exactly oil and water. Maybe, I said. I've completely lost track of the main thrust of this conversation. It doesn't have one, Jamie said. That's annoying, then, I said. Don't be annoying. You started the conversation, he pointed out. With a random thought you spoke aloud. Lies, I said. You remembered wrong. I could hear his audible sigh as he followed me up the stairs to the top flight. We were just reaching the top floor of the 4-story building as the Brunos came charging in the front door. All considered, we were in pretty good shape. We needed a way down, but Jamie had given the all-clear on that. Your bag is empty, Jamie remarked. I patted it. 2 grenades, I said, and the guts from the first mine. Guts. I wouldn't actually make her stand on something live, I said. She's catchers. Temporarily catchers. You make me wonder sometimes, SY. I have to, you know. I pretended to get the hand signals wrong so you'd be more nervous. I wanted her to buy into the shock and believe the mine was real. Take some of my stuff, he said, rolling his eyes. You seem to have your own ideas on how you want to use these things. I'm not going to get in your way while you're getting your jollies. He handed off some of the items as we strode across the top floor of the building, heading to the window. I opened the window, and climbed out and over from the window to reach the roof. I stuck my hand out for Jamie. I talked while he took hold of my wrist and climbed out. Based on what he said before, they haven't been together very long, and he already started communicating with her, using what he remembered from the jobs with us. Gordon probably sat down and taught Catcher and Dog some stuff, knowing Gordon. The bastard. Finding ways to get in the way even from beyond the grave. Sure, SY, Jamie said. What are you getting at? Communication is important. She's a social creature, a pack animal, made to work alongside her sisters to accomplish tasks. She hasn't had that. She joins a job working with Catcher, and he starts giving her a voice, a way to communicate effectively. I promise you, absolutely guarantee, she's going to stay with him to the ends of the earth. Jamie murmured. I'm glad he has that, then. And that she has that. She might be an abomination born from the death of a child, but, aren't most of us, on some level? The lambs, I mean. I sort of like her, just because of how broken a creature she is. The end of a childhood would be a better way of putting it, Jamie said. Yes. Poetic. He smiled a little and pointed, this way. We moved along the rooftop. Jamie lagged behind a little, but that was okay. I was happy keeping an eye out and scouting for both trouble and opportunity. Is it even possible to find a hiding place at this point? Jamie asked, from behind me. Probably not, I said. We'll need to find a way out of the city. If that's even possible. I turned my eye toward the outermost edge of the city. I could see the concentrations of troops and resources, and the movements of the war beasts in the water. Looking toward the marina, I slowed my pace, letting Jamie catch up to me. I stared. Smoke. The academy was burning its own military buildings. Jamie, I said. Lou. A crack beside me made me jump, and nearly made me fall from the roof. The hell? I asked. I turned around to look. Moving up beside me, Jamie looked in the direction the sound had come from. A bullet struck the roof, right there, Jamie said, pointing. I didn't hear a gunshot. Sniper, I thought, as I spoke, move. We jerked into motion, heading forward. I heard another bullet cut through the air, though it didn't hit the rooftop. Not Catcher's friend, I said. No, Jamie said. Change direction. This way. He grabbed me, and he hauled me off balance. The two of us moved down to the slope of the roof and skidded down tiles that were wet with damp and still crusted with traces of ice, picking up speed. Out, over. And airborne, with no more roof beneath us. I reached back and belatedly caught the gutter with one hand, catching Jamie with the other. I only barely managed to arrest our forward momentum. We went down, from 4 stories up, and we landed on a balcony, crashing into the railing hard enough to break the more decorative bits of wood. Tell me, I said, gasping for breath, the wind knocked out of me. Tell me you knew this was here. Remembered, Jamie said, gasping as well. At a space between our heads, the railing splintered, with another fierce crack to mark the impact. Fucking hell! I shouted, as I ducked, moving back and away, looking for cover and finding very little. Doesn't make sense, Jamie said. The direction. What? I asked. The direction of the mark on the shingle, and the railing just now, the bullet. Jamie peeked his head out from the meager cover of the post of the railing, looking. He looked over the cityscape, in the direction of the cliffs. The nicest part of Tineware was perched on a rise, with cliffs separating them from the lowest portion of the city. The nearest cliff was a clear mile away and some immeasurable distance up. A bullet struck the finer lattice of the railing just to Jamie's left. He's up there? I asked. Even with the fastest, longest range bullet they've got available, it takes the bullets 2 seconds to reach us. He's leading like crazy, the wind has to make the bullet move like nuts, and he's still getting awfully close. Good sniper, I said. I can remember meeting one. Sanguine? Jamie asked. That was the name. I wonder if he's got enough bullets to shoot at us for the rest of the time we're in. A bullet nailed the post I was resting against, hard enough that the back of my head bounced away from it. Tineware. Safe bet, Jamie said. Cut to the quick 11.8. Bullets reached over and through the railing to pit the exterior wall of the building as Jamie and I found our cover with our backs to the railing's posts. Considering how far away he is, it's kind of amazing he's getting as close as he is, Jamie said. Bastard shot me once already. That's enough for me, I said. A few seconds had passed without a bullet striking home, so I ventured a look over my shoulder and past the railing. In that same moment, a bullet caught the railing with a crack and a puff of sawdust, dust, or something else that had collected between 2 pieces of wood. I withdrew, but not before seeing that people on the street had noticed the sound and seen signs of the impacts. Some were staring, others moving to find cover. I looked around, searching for escape routes. With 1 to 5 seconds of delay between each, the bullets came flying, embedding themselves into the surroundings or glancing off. I wasn't seeing any good options, and as people took notice of the situation, the chance that a bounty hunter might take notice steadily increased. He's getting this close because he has good eyes, I said. I tried to imagine Sanguine's position, the way he was steadily putting bullets into his gun, the way his eyes moved. He would have been sitting there for a long time, having chosen a position that gave him a view of most of the city, gun at hand, while he looked for us. The explosions had let him find our general area, and then he'd spotted us on the rooftop. Now he was using cues to determine the direction of the wind. The general slant of the rain, hanging cloth, or flags, people, and places where raindrops pattered at one end of a puddle but intervening obstacles and wind direction didn't let them fall in others. He was placing most of the bullets within a matter of feet from us. I could make educated guesses about his motivations and philosophy. Maybe he didn't care so much about catching us himself, but wanted to pin us down or hamper our movements so others could catch us. Maybe he had buddies who were making their way to us. Would he try putting bullets in Catcher? Should Catcher attempt the arrest? I didn't want to know either way. Him being as far away as he was frustrated me to the point that I wanted to spit and curse. I couldn't toy with him, if he was so out of reach. I couldn't communicate or force his hand, I couldn't corner him, shake him, or manipulate him. If we get down to the ground, we can take cover against the southern or western faces of any buildings, Jamie said. North would be best. Yeah, I said. But that doesn't solve the inherent problem. He's going to be there, lurking, looking for a shot, Jamie said. Applying pressure. We can't talk to guards and manipulate them, we can't take our time working our way through quarantines and into different sections of the city. Jamie nodded. He winced as a bullet pinged the post, an inch from his ear, then drew his head down, making himself a smaller target. Guns jammed. Specialized guns often jammed more. I imagined Sanguine up there on the clifftop or cliffside. He might have arrived with more than one gun, a gun cleaning kit, boxes of bullets, food, and water. Maybe not the food and water, depending on how heavily he was modified. He'd set up camp, and he was secure where he was. What scenarios would provoke him to take a different action? He would lose sight of us at certain points. That was a given. He was playing the long game from an unassailable, unreachable position. We would disappear from his sight, taking cover like Jamie suggested. What would he do? My thoughts were briefly interrupted as something punched my arm. I rocked forward and to the side, tried putting my hand out to steady myself and stay upright so I was in line with the post, and in moving my arm I woke it up to the pain, delayed and strange. I had to reach over and forward with my other arm to catch myself. Being in that position, left arm out and braced against the floor to my right, hunched over, I was exposed to fire. I'd been hit. Only a grazing shot, but enough to make me bleed and to throw me for a loop. A bullet shattered wood as it glanced off the railing, inches above my head. I straightened back up, a hand pressed to my upper arm, as blood welled out and oozed between my cold fingers. He'd been more or less alternating between Jamie and I, but the moment his bullet caught the bit of flesh that had peeked out beside the post, which was narrower than my narrow torso was, he'd been ready and able to place a shot in the vicinity of my head. He wasn't magic. Even with good eyes, there were variables he couldn't control for in machinery and environment. Slim odds that the bullet would have traveled the course he wanted and passed through my head as I was knocked slightly out of cover. But there had been a chance. If this continued, he would get lucky. Earlier, I hadn't been able to track the conversation. Amid Jamie's worries, I'd harbored a hint of concern that I wouldn't be able to keep my thoughts straight in a serious situation like this, that I'd focused too much on the lockpicking, the stealth, the quiet nights of careful acquisition, and that other skills had eroded, lost to the rinses of lower quality wyvern and the naturally slippery footing that any idea found in my brain pan. But no. I was focused, and with a challenge to dwell on and a mind to compete against, I was in my element. The trains of thought remained on their rails. We could slip away, and there were two things that he might do. The first would be to take care of the guns. I could imagine Sanguine very calmly dismantling the guns, scrubbing them, oiling them, and ensuring that everything was in working order, while he kept an eye out for us. Maybe one had jammed already and he'd set it aside to pick up another. He would want to take care of it. The other idea was that he might pick up the guns, bullets, and other supplies, and casually walk to another vantage point, moving closer to us. If he happened to have equipment to move down the sheer surface, he wouldn't be the only sharpshooter I'd ever met who did. The two put together meant we couldn't count on him stopping anytime soon, and if we found any respite at all, we had to start wondering if the bullets would start coming from another direction, from a closer point. Jamie, I said. Yet. A bullet struck the balcony, 2 inches from my right knee. Where is he, specifically? Specifically? I don't know specifically. You had a sense, right? Which direction he was shooting from? Yes. 2 more bullets fired, roughly 1 second apart. Did they have different sounds to them? Interesting. Still, I needed to work with Jamie. Close your eyes. Recall the city as it was beneath the cliff. He's shooting from a point on the cliffs, and you have a general sense of where? I'm going to throw a grenade, try to create some smoke cover. 3 buildings with towers. They look identical, like a bullet wall. Fork sticking up, near the base of the cliff. If I had to guess, he's above that point. Is there a building nearby that I can aim at? If I throw the grenade aiming for a rooftop. Given how you throw, SY. Haha. I'm going to try this, catch a bullet and you'll remember forever that the last thing you said to me was a lame joke. My throwing arm is fine. Do you know how many times the old Jamie wrote about you fucking up knife throws? Okay, I said. Seriously. Grenade tosses. Okay, I said. Point made. And the time you dropped the big glass canister of mystery plague, down in the bowels, so soon after you'd very ardently argued you should be the one to carry it. Okay. Bullets pelted our general location in the moment of silence that followed. I'm just making fun, he said. I'm nervous and bothered. You needled me with that remembering forever thing. And I know I'm giving you ammunition by letting you know that you needled me, but I won't use it against you, I said. I have some class. He snorted. Don't tempt me to change my mind, I said. Your throwing arm isn't that bad. You do better than most. There's a roof in that direction. Aim for the gutter. It's a steep roof and if you hit the side of it it'll bounce off and into the street below. There might be bystanders. Got it. I pulled my hand away from the oozing wound on my arm. It still bled, but it wasn't as bad as it might have been. I wiped some of the blood on my pants and tested each arm. I opted to use the uninjured one, fishing for the grenade in the bag and gripping it. I shifted my stance, bringing my feet nearer to my butt, pressing my back against the post. The unsteady patter of bullets stopped. He saw me move. SY, Jamie said. Earlier, I heard 2 shots hit at the same time. I noticed that, I said. The bullets sounded different. I noticed the differences, I thought it was wind, angle, or something, but to shoot one so soon after the other and have it sound that different. Yet. I think I know what it is. Second gunman. No, I said. I could imagine the bullets like an ongoing discourse. I could sense the psychology behind it, the intent to keep us off balance, the coordination, the way they toyed with us, going for Jamie, then me, then Jamie again, just to drive in this overbearing sense that we weren't safe. No, I said, as I thought, convincing myself. There's only one sniper. The bullets sound like he thinks. He's sitting or laying there with a gun, and there's a second gun close by. Shoot, drop the first gun, scoop up the second, shoot again. Just to keep us on our toes. Letting us know that even if the bullets take a while to get to us, he can shoot at a pretty fast rate. There isn't a time window between shots to act. As if to echo my thought, he did it again. One bullet, then another just a moment later. One hit the railing, and a larger piece of the ornate wood lattice broke free, skidding across the balcony. The other hit the wall in front of me. 1, 2. 3 seconds passed. Then, just to drive up the pressure, as if he knew we were plotting something and getting ready to act, he delivered another 1, 2. I raised myself up, backsliding up the post as I straightened my legs. I tore out the pin from the grenade as I spun around, dropping to a knee so that I was still protected by the post, arm going back as my eyes took in the city. With the grenade live and bullets only a moment away, I had no time to find those 3 buildings that formed a fork. To spot the gutter. I had to decide as I started the motion of throwing and carried through, twisting my body as I saw what might have been it, adjusting the positions of my fingers as the grenade flew off the tips to tilt the course of the projectile so it veered toward the gutter. I threw. I didn't wait to see the result, dropping flat. If any bullets flew, I couldn't hear over the explosion and the summary crackle of wood creaking and breaking under its own weight. With the explosion had come fire. With fire came smoke. Our hand keeps getting forced. The smoke rose, and I could now hear the bullets as they were fired into the midst of it, striking in our immediate vicinity, seemingly no more or less accurate than they had been. I looked at Jamie, who nodded. As one, we hurdled the railing, until we perched on the outside. Bullets smacked into the railing just a foot to my right. I dropped down, gripping the same part of the ledge that my feet had just been, the grit from the bottom of my shoes now digging into my fingers as I found purchase. I spotted the pillar that held the balcony up above the front of the building and I swung myself over in that direction, letting go and catching it with the inside edges of my feet well before my hands were available to grip it. The swinging movement of the heavy messenger bag nearly dislodged me from the rain-slick post. I slid down, touching ground, then hurrying over to where Jamie was. "You're a damn monkey," he called out to me, as he crawled down to where he could grab the pillar. He barely had to check for handholds, but he wasn't agile. I knew the old Jamie had mentioned that his altered body got stiff in places when it was cold. The scars could be problematic. And even if this Jamie was faster and more adventurous than the first, he wasn't quick, a lot of the time. I allowed myself a moment of the deepest, blackest resentment for the fact that I had to juggle the old Jamie with the new, that the name of my departed best friend had to be muddled so. Opening that door allowed for other feelings to make their attempts at rising. Mary with her leg bleeding. A crying Lillian in her nightclothes in her dorm room, face still flushed from my attention, just before I said my goodbye. It was like the emotions were some tentacled war beast, lunging out of a container, their reaching limbs making it very hard to close them back in and away again. I reached up and out to catch him and help keep him upright as he dropped down from the pillar. By the time he'd turned around, I'd managed to put the feelings away. I grinned. "Monkey," he said, again. "I heard you the first time," I said. I glanced up and over at the smoke. People were staring. "We keep giving them cues about where we are," Jamie said. "Yeah," I said. "Let's hurry. This couldn't go on forever." The net was closing, there were no exits from this city, and the number of enemies kept increasing. With each one that cropped up, it seemed I wasn't able or willing to deal with them. Sanguine out of reach, catcher too close a friend, the ghost too close to catcher. "Jamie," I said, as we ran, "get out your map." "Map? In your head. For this neighborhood." "Okay. What shape is it?" "When we account for the quarantine." "It's pear-shaped, the stem of the pear touches the cliffs. The left butt touches the marina." "Where are we?" "Near the middle. Near the core." "Okay. I want to make them think we went one way, when we went the other. That means working near the neck, where we have to travel less distance." Jamie pointed. We changed direction. In doing so, we faced crossing a street. How well had Sanguine predicted us? If he was ready, weapon trained on us, then traveling in a straight line would give him time to lead us. If he wasn't ready, then zigzagging wasted time, and would give him the chance to take a shot, with the chance that shot would hit. I gestured. "Straight." If there was a bullet, it traveled too far past us for me to hear. Nothing hit the road. Silence and staring people. One of those staring people turned their head as we ran past them. The timing of it was off, as if we were objects of interest, but they were paying attention to something else. We were being pursued. I glanced back. The two Brunos. Of course. One in a jacket, carrying a gun that would normally be kept mounted on a car or specially outfitted warbeast. The other was altered, with charred skin and a chemical tank at his back. The one with the gun fired. It wasn't like the sniper's shots had been. This one struck the road directly to my left, one long stride away, big enough and powerful enough that I might have messed my clothes if I'd been less hardened by past experience. A deliberate miss. For now, they were playing by catcher's rules. There weren't any good options when it came to dealing with the man with the gun, so I didn't try. I told myself that he wouldn't shoot at us. By some small mercy, he didn't. As we made our way down a long, curving street, a small crowd came into view. A cluster of people, paying almost no attention to our running approach. The front of this particular crowd kept a good 15-foot gap between them and their objects of focus, two men who were covered in blisters. People in the crowd were throwing bricks and bits of wood at the afflicted. As the most injured and most plague-afflicted of the two men raised his hand, trying to shield his face, I thought that the rocks and bricks had torn his arm ragged, that tendons or veins were hanging loose from the wound. But it wasn't. Extending from one nasty, ulcerated crop of crimson blisters to the next, Something very similar to an exposed vein or a branching growth of vines hung free. Near his hand, that growth had formed what looked to be flowers. Those same flowers were bright red, glistening with what might have been blood, might have been the flower's texture itself. He caught a stone to the side of his face. Pulled from the cobblestone road, the stone might have been the size of my fist. He barely seemed to react. Another projectile flew at him, and this one caught the growth at his arm, tearing it out from the back of his hand, so it hung loose. In stark contrast to the wound to his face, this damage elicited a howl of pain, visceral and yet unearthly in how loud and alien the sound was. I'd heard a lot of screams of pain in my life, and this one sat uneasy with me. We ducked through the crowd, the Brunos 24 paces behind us and very slowly closing that distance. Big, but not slow. The crowd noticed them and parted for them, where we'd had to duck and weave our way through. Inconvenient. We couldn't keep this up for very long. I really didn't want to use the explosives in a capacity where I'd hurt the poor bastards. It wasn't their fault that Catcher hadn't been able to convince them how. What was it? Jamie, I said, panting a little for breath as I uttered the word. Map? He asked. No, I said, panting. Poster. The word what was? Devastatingly, Jamie said, sounding exasperated and as if he was going to laugh at the same time. You utter bastard. Focus. I am focusing. It wasn't their fault that Catcher hadn't been able to convince them of how devastatingly brilliant and dangerous we were. Killing them would be unkind. The moment the Brunos were clear of the edge of the crowd, the one with the elephant gun placed a shot directly between my running feet, making me stumble and making me worry for a moment that I had messed myself. I hadn't, which was good. I'd done some running around at some point with blood in my ass crack. I could imagine how uncomfortable shit would be. Killing them would be unkind, I told myself, with less conviction. We neared the end of the street. Another crowd was coming up. This crowd was more spread out, focused on shouting at a group of guards at one of the quarantine points at a bridge that spanned a canal. Docks formed a row nearby. If we could reach the crowd, we would be able to disappear in it. But the Brunos giving chase knew that, and as the gap closed, the pressure on them increased. How badly did they want this? A quick glance back told me the Bruno with the elephant gun was aiming. I hauled Jamie's arm, pulling him away from the direction the Bruno had been aiming. The aim wasn't at us. The large caliber bullet caught the wheel of a wagon loaded with stock. Crates and barrels full of supplies tumbled, many of their contents spilling out in front of where Jamie and I had been intending to go. Something that might have been beer mixed with what might have been vegetable oil, coating cobblestones. Most of the other contents included fruit and vegetables, but even the round ones didn't roll far enough forward to obstruct us. Luck, for the gunman, that the oil had been part of this particular wagon load. We made it about halfway across before Jamie stumbled. I put out a hand to grab his arm, but between the momentary distraction of my bullet graze and the footing, I only ended up tipping over with him. I stopped with only a crouch, hauled Jamie up and forward, and started to resume running, making our way into the crowd. A swiping movement of the Bruno's hand came within a half-foot of my neck. Sanguine, Jamie said. This particular spot was in the sniper's line of sight, then. I grit my teeth, focusing on making my way through the crowd. We were an unusual element, enough to turn heads. People looked at us, eyes moved to my gunshot wound and the blood I'd smeared on my pants. I had splinters on the shoulders and arm of my coat. I probably looked something frightful, in expression and general physical condition. Looking at Jamie, he wasn't much better. Was Sanguine willing to put bullets into this particular crowd, in hopes of getting us, or making life more difficult for us? What was his move? Or was he actually moving? With people turning their heads, I started looking for the most vocal shouters in this particular, localized group. The people who were most focused on the people on the bridge, rather than us. Once I'd identified them, I looked for the people who were paying the most attention to us. One woman in a very prim coat looked at us in an offended way, as if we'd spat on her baby or something. As we passed her, I grabbed her elbow, turning her around. The next two people were members of a family. Brothers, perhaps. Or cousins. Curious people, with slightly concerned looks on their faces. I pointed my finger, turning my head, and changing the angle of my shoulders, as if I was going to change direction. My eyes went wider. A bluff. They turned to see what had so captivated my attention. With that, I shifted course, hauling Jamie with. I moved into the densest thicket of shouters, who could barely be bothered to glance at Jamie and I. For the outside observers, watching the crowd rather than trying to peer through it to see a shorter than a full-grown adult Jamie and even shorter Sylvester, it would have looked like the continued focus of the crowd was on us, going another direction. Up until that seeming path terminated. If I'd done it right, judging the thickness of the crowd and the attention of the people around me right, it would seem like we'd gone off in one direction through the crowd, then disappeared entirely. If I'd done it really right, our pursuers might have convinced themselves that they even saw us go in that direction, rather than just seeing the heads turning and people turning around. With this little maneuver, I stepped things up some more with a gamble. I led Jamie off the edge of the road and over the chain railing, hopping down to the dock that sat at the edge of the canal. There wasn't a boat to be seen, sadly. The setup looked badly disused, with leaves from autumn still lying on parts of the surface that weren't in the public eye. Touching parts of the wood that were exposed to the elements, I found it spongy on the surface layer, only the core hard. In the water itself, I could see tentacles moving over tentacles, with more tentacles beneath, each of them thicker around than I was. As the tentacles disappeared, withdrawing into darkness, the water briefly bubbled. We stopped where we were, ducking our heads low, our back to the 4 feet of stone wall that bounded the edge of the canal. Together, we caught our breath. I saw Jamie's head rise as he looked up. I followed his gaze. Almost direct overhead was a dark line of cloud, concentrated. The cloud was black at its center, but as it expanded and diffused out into the air in the light, cold spring rain, it became gray. The direction that's coming from, the cliffs? I asked. Yeah, Jamie said. Sanguine? Some kind of rocket or something, with a smoke trail? He's pointing the way to us. That's what I would guess, Jamie said. Which suggests he's working with someone. Given the willingness to use lethal force, a different group from catchers. Yet. I could hear the noise from the crowd as they noticed. A few hushed shrieks and gasps. They seem to think it's the plague being dispersed, I said. Which it might be. Jamie nodded. The crowd was getting more agitated. If my instinct was right, the crowd would soon be taking shelter indoors. Sanguine was doing a fantastic job of keeping us on our toes. If we waited too long before we poked our heads up, the crowd would be gone and we'd have no cover and no way to obfuscate things. All right, I said. I looked around. As with the trough in the little shadowy space, the ice hadn't all thawed in the darker, more shadowy spaces. I lowered myself down and reached into the shadowy space between the dock and the wall. I came out with a chunk of ice and a numb hand. I reached into my satchel. I retrieved the guts of the second mine. All right, I said. When all of this is over and done with, I'm going to forbid you from using explosives, Jamie said. They're so useful. Every single time you use one, I'm left convinced we or you are about to die horribly. Trust me, I said. I glanced up to make sure nobody had poked their heads around to look down at the little docks down here. Do you know how many times you've said that and you've betrayed that trust by trying something and making horrific mistakes? Jamie asked. I can count. Haha, I said. Stop being a pessimist. I drew out the cord of the mine. It was like an expensive children's toy. Pull out the string. When the internal machinery drew that string back in all the way, then if the switch was flicked, the mine would go off. The difference was that the draw was fast. There would be only a moment's time to catch it or slap at the switch. The cord drawn out, I tied it around the chunk of ice. I set the ice down on top of the guts of the mine, explosives and all, then carefully removed my hands. The cord didn't slip free, the mine didn't go off. All seemed well. I exhaled. Relieved sigh, Sylvester. Jamie asked. You weren't 100% confident this was safe. Stop being a worrywart, I chided him. Geez. Relax. No more explosives, he whispered to himself, under his breath. I pushed the setup out into the sunlight, then swiftly backed away from it. They're going to see it, Jamie said. I looked around, spotted a pile of rope, arranged into a coiled circle, then moved it, surrounding the mine in ice, so it looked like a coil of rope with a chunk of ice perched on top of it. Ice melts, the string will retreat into the mechanism, and, bang. We need to get to the other side of this neighborhood, to another bridge, I said, quiet. Okay, Jamie said. He looked at the mine. Why this? So far, we've left a trail of explosions and explosives in our wake. Let's let them think we're doing it again. Are they really going to expect an explosion on a delayed fuse? They might, Jamie said. But this works. We climbed over the edge of the canal, into the edge of the crowd. It was already thinning out considerably. Our activity down below had gone unnoticed, what with it being conducted in the shadows, occurring beneath people's feet while their eyes were on the sky. Jamie and I hurried to catch up with the thickest part of the crowd. As a bullet cracked against cobblestone, we kept eyes forward, everything focused on the way forward, with the crowd between us and Sanguine. The Brunos had headed off in another direction. Others would be coming, with Sanguine's direction. The net was closed, and because we were at the neck of this pear-shaped parcel of land, there wasn't a lot of room to move around. When we finally stopped to rest, sitting beneath the stairs of an elevated porch that overlooked the canal, our positions a good 10 minutes of running downriver from the dock with the mine, I found myself so tense that my jaw clicked as I unclenched my teeth. We didn't talk. We didn't move. In our individual ways, with our individual focuses, we dwelled on the situation. I imagined we had 20 minutes before the ice melted enough for that string to slip free. My imagination was badly wrong. I couldn't say what had happened. The ice might have slipped free of the coil of rope. A bird might have landed on it. But the mine went off, forcing our hands. Without needing to communicate, we moved. Straight for our next target, which we'd both assumed we would have the time to figure out. Another bridge to cross, while our enemies were focused on the bomb, thinking we were using it to cover our escape or to open a door. Another bridge to cross. I imagined it as another blockade of guards. It wasn't. Our exit was blocked off with ropes stretching from one side of the bridge to the other. Strung along those ropes was a cloth with a sheet. A snake wound around a staff, contained within a crow with outstretched wings. The Academy's symbol for quarantine, which every citizen knew. Facing us, it meant the plague had touched the space beyond. The bridge itself had been partially dismantled. Not impossible to cross, as the railing remained intact, even if the floor of the bridge had been removed. But no sane citizen would cross into a territory marked like this one had been. They just left it. Jamie asked. They needed their forces elsewhere that badly. Maybe, I said. That bothers me, Jamie said. It should, I said. Because the only way I see them doing that, is if they want to secure a firm perimeter. They're abandoning the city center. Jamie asked. Maybe, I said. Maybe it's bad enough that they're planning on burning it all. The symbol on that sheet seemed to declare itself to the world anew as the cloth strained against its bindings, moving this way and that in the wind. If we stay, we're going to have to deal with them, Jamie said. Catcher's people. Sanguine and his friend or his friends, plural. You want to go? I asked him. Because it's up to you. I'm probably immune. But you. I let the sentence stop there. Given how it's cropping up, if I'm going to get infected, I probably got infected already, Jamie said. It felt like false bravado. I tried to convey that in the serious look I gave him, without calling him out as a liar. Come on, he said. You're sure? I asked. If the plague is spreading to the point that they're burning it all, then this area we're heading into can't be much worse than what the whole city is going to become in a few hours. It can't be that much worse, I said. They can put that on our tombstones. I'll take a maybe on horrible death this way over inevitable capture and death if we stay around here, Jamie said. I hesitated. I can't go back, Jamie said, voice soft. You can't either. Death is better than that. I thought of the howl of the injured, afflicted man, and I almost opened my mouth to disagree with him. Then I thought of the black feeling that had overcome me, at the foot of the balcony. The images of Lillian and Mary, of Jamie. Take my jacket, I said. Cover yourself up as best you can. I don't want you getting sick. Jamie nodded. Better this than that. I would take the disease before I lived that black feeling again. I led the way into the quarantine zone. Cut to the quick 11.9. Tineware was a hustling, bustling city, its people possessed of all of the chaos and coordination of schools of fish, active and adventurous, safe in the throng. They weren't feeling safe any longer. The city, ever blurred by fog, mist, snow, or rain, wasn't scintillating like it should have been. Empty street. Then another. Then another. The few dark corners that prevailed in daylight were darker than their usual with the city's power cut off. Businesses had shut their doors, many hanging up sheets like the one the guard had used to seal off the one cell. The sheets and the quarantine symbol blocked off 1 in 4 of the doorways and windows nearby. Other doors had been left open. I saw scattered belongings trailing out those same doors, as if the families had been so hasty in collecting their things and running that they had let some fall. Trash that had nothing to do with the dropped belongings now blew in the wind or, more common, had found puddles to soak in, losing most of its buoyancy. That wasn't to say that we didn't see any signs of life. People, ensconced in their homes, were looking out their windows. The ones that didn't have quarantine blankets to seal off the outside world were putting up sheets and barricades. Running, Jamie and I made our way down a cobblestone street wide enough for 3 wagons to pass by one another, with the entire street to ourselves. Jamie's foot splashed next to me. He had my jacket over his head, his hands tucked into his armpits, and ran while hunched over, his outer shirt removed and wound around his neck, nose, and mouth. He wasn't really able to look where he was going. Not while he was running. If you're leading me, don't walk me into puddles, Jamie said. Whiner. The trees weren't glowing because it wasn't dark, and with the power out, the views through windows obscured with white and grey cloths, it was as if the area had been robbed of color. I was so focused on the city and potential threats that, as I saw the darkness of the liquid seeping out to wind its way around the cobblestones, I thought it was oil. I quickly connected the dots as we changed direction to move around a puddle, and saw the reflected face of a building. No, the darkness was creeping across the sky above us. Dark clouds, thick and unilateral enough in source that I suspected they were manufactured rather than natural, were now creeping across the sky. The Academy is sending some bad weather our way, I remarked. Clouds? Jamie asked. Looks like. Heavy ones. Bad omen. Guess so, I said. They seemed willing to burn the marina earlier. Rain won't help them light the fires. That means they really want the rain for something else. I looked up at the clouds. Jamie was right. That growing cloud had to be a big gun, if it was liable to make disposal harder, not easier. I checked behind us. We weren't being followed. We can slow down, I said. Good, Jamie said. My calves feel like they've forgotten how to flex and have just settled into one very heavy, clumsy state. We slowed down. Jamie held the shirt in place as he raised his head, looking around. I experienced an eerie moment, seeing the world as he saw it. He looked away for a few minutes, moved a few city blocks, and then raised his head again. Things were different. He knew exactly how things had been, exactly how they were different, from ambient temperature to overall lighting. I think what I envied most was his ability to consistently track the tone of things. To take in the attitudes of people and see how they were shifting. People are scared, I said, the thought spurred by my moment of envy. I'm a little scared, Jamie said. He turned his head, looking through a window at a child that was helping his parents put up the sheet. Through the crack in the curtains, we could see the boy and the father's legs as the father stood on a chair, the curtains wiggling in reaction to his work. Then, with the same force of a slamming door, the cloth dropped, cutting off the view, with the pale face of the child left as only a vague afterimage in my eyes, details already forgotten, while that was another little thing that Jamie would remember perfectly until the very end. The shift in attitude, I said. It was fast. Faster here. Gut feeling is that the beat is wrong. Beat? I drew a knife from my belt. Holding the grip between finger and index finger, blade touching the base of my wrist, I tapped it against the wall, marking the beat. The rhythm. The flow of events. Jamie asked. Something like that. I can't put words to it, and we don't know enough about what this disease is for me to really make guesses about how things are moving and why. But it feels like something moved through this area. In the wake of it, with only a few words or sentences exchanged between neighbors, we have this. I don't know what it is. Unilateral agreement? Resignation? Controlled horror? Just something stark and quiet and suppressive rushing through this area. It did, Jamie said. The wagon, a block back. Wagon. We'll see others soon, I think, he said. They sent a wagon in, nondescript, but it held people, not goods. Recently, too. They're moving the infected in here. Jamie nodded. Where are they? I asked. I don't know, SY. He hunched over and drew my jacket further over his head as the wind picked up. I could feel the chill, and the sting of the cold as it felt like it was reaching into my injured arm and down to my fingertips. We've talked about this, but honestly, SY, I think you like being miserable, Jamie said. What? Wherever we go, you wind up losing bits of clothing, you get wet, you get messy. Keep talking about me losing bits of clothing and people are going to get the wrong idea. They're not going to talk about that when it comes to you getting wet and messy, SY. I gave him a weird look. Still hunched over, he angled his head up to look at me, arching an eyebrow. I don't get it, I said. He snorted a little. A huff of a laugh. What? I'm just thinking. I don't know a good way of saying it, but I feel sort of sorry for Lillian. I really don't get it. I'd ask what you did with her, but I don't think I want to go there. Oh, I said. I get it. And I just opened the door for you to go there, and I told you I didn't want to. Damn it. I grinned. I've gone 3 days without giving you ammo, then we get shot at, a crowd of bounty hunters after us, a plague dropped on the city, and no way out in sight, and I let my guard down for one instant, and I ruined my streak. It's okay, I said, still smiling. I know that might venture into touchier territory, so I'll let it go, content to know I could use that ammo to torment you. Sure SY, he said. You sound skeptical, you bastard. You don't think I can be the bigger man. He moved his head, I raised my finger, pointing. No short jokes. Wouldn't dream of it, he said, sounding very self-satisfied. But, I said, wagging my finger in his face, I will have you know, sir, as a point of pride, that there is absolutely nothing wrong with my kissing technique. It is most certainly not messy nor too wet, of all things. I would even go so far as to say that I am. I paused. Don't say it, Jamie said. Damn it. I forgot the word. Devilishly. I'm not going to tell you the word, SY. I'll remind you once an hour at most. I swear that whoever wrote the details for that poster put that in there to psychologically torment me. I huffed, annoyed. Down one street to our right, I could see where of the sick that had been carted in, as a group gathered and headed into what might have been a restaurant. There was a wagon nearby, and the wagon had one of the quarantine sheets over top of it, lashed down in addition to being sealed. One of the corners had come free and flapped in the wind. One of the sick glanced in our direction. The markings streaked her face in an odd pattern. Around the cheekbones and eyes. Then, after a few more steps, we'd passed that particular street, leaving the ailing behind. They would hunker down in the dark, out of the way, and pray for announcement of a cure. I doubted that announcement would come very quickly. This was looking more and more like a weapon, and with all of the materials and ideas in the world, I doubted Frey or Mauer or whoever it was would make a plague that was easy to cure. Kissing, hey? Jamie asked, interrupting my thoughts. I thought you didn't want to know, I said. I find myself sort of pleased and simultaneously feel very, very sorry for Lillian. It's bittersweet, but not bad. No need to feel sorry for her, I said. I injected some smugness into my tone. I'm a good kisser. You frustrated her so very much over the months and years. She likes being frustrated, you Wagga-lily. Wagga-lily. Made that one up, and it fits you perfectly right now. And I made it up to Lillian. Take my word for it, on my last name is Sylvester Lambsbridge. You remembered that bit, it seems. I continued without letting him change the topic, lecturing. It's important for us to trust one another. When we get into a bad situation, and we have to make a leap of faith, we need to know that the other is there to catch us. Like with the lambs, but it's just you and me now. Okay, SY, he said. His tone was very tolerant. It reminded me of Mrs. Earle's humoring one of the youngest children as they talked about their imaginary pets. I will take your word for it. That you made up for all of the mockery, the little humiliations, the name-calling, the poking, prodding, teasing, the fact that you looked up her skirt countless times. You can stop now. And you did it while staying with her most nights over the course of month after month, and kissing her. Exactly. In the silence that followed that, even with Jamie's light tone and my very much enjoying the opportunity to boast, dull, vague thoughts rose up in the back of my mind. Moments with Lillian, the goodbye, the tears. I looked back to double-check there was no pursuit, and the only figure I saw was Lillian's. Black emotion battered and struggled against the box I'd confined it to. Now that that's settled, I started. I was aware of the fact that my tone had shifted a little, that there would be discrepancies I would have caught, if I were the one listening and not speaking. I knew Jamie would notice too. We can change the subject. Focus on this. We're heading east. In the direction of the theater. If it's airborne, it's more likely to go down than to rise up. I can't imagine a plague that scales cliffs, Jamie said. The plague started at the marina. Based on the little incidents, it wasn't heavy in the urban areas. Don't walk so fast, SY. I slowed down. Not just because my legs are tired. If I'm imagining this right, then we're close to the bridge they'd be sending the wagons over. I nodded. Let's take a detour, he said, indicating a direction. If you think we should. He was more forward and aggressive than the old Jamie, so this cautiousness caught my attention. I was more than willing to play along, if he had reservations. We walked around a set of buildings, then Jamie indicated an alley. Wait, I said. You suggested it wouldn't climb. Yet. I pointed, indicating a set of stairs leading from the road to what might have been the upstairs half of a two-story home that was divided into 2 apartments. Not sure what you mean, but lead the way. Remember, I can't see much while I'm swaddled. Come on, I said. My interest wasn't the stairs so much as the railing. I peered back in the direction Sanguine had been shooting from, gauging the intervening cover. Would he have a clear shot? To what degree would it matter if he had an unclear shot? There were a row of these houses and apartment houses, and they backed on what might have been a business, a taller, 4-story building. I carefully led Jamie up the stairs that ran up between the buildings, then up onto the railing that bounded the stairs. From there, with the assistance of a windowsill of the taller building, we made our way onto the roof. The taller building gave us some cover. Chance to stop, I said. Get the lay of the land. Yeah, Jamie said. He pulled the jacket back and away, so he had a better view. I followed him, making sure he didn't slide, and settled into position beside him, my arms folded at the peak of the roof. We could see the area that Jamie had wanted to avoid. 8 wagons were there, and beyond those 8 wagons, there was a crowd. 100 individuals or so that had been rounded up were now milling about. A few broke away and limped or staggered away with some purpose into the quarantined neighborhood, but others clearly had no place to go. They remained where they were, hunching over, enduring the pain, some moving rhythmically, rocking in place. Take it in abstract. I might not be able to consciously spot the differences from one moment to the next and pick it apart for patterns, but my subconscious mind can. Look at this scene, look for the colors of it, the way the city is moving, the concentration of people. I let my eyes rove over the city proper. I looked for areas that had been bleached of color as the power was cut, stained with the red that was faintly prevalent wherever the afflicted were gathering in number. There. Another quarantine zone, closer to the theater. Too far away for me to see the red, but I could see how it was paler. I pointed. It's already everywhere, Jamie said. It couldn't be just these 2 spots. Up on the higher portion of the city, past the cliffs and behind Sanguine, it was possible, but I couldn't see that area. In the other direction of the theater, further down the boatyard. Jamie, I said, my voice tight. He turned his head. Is that where our Candy, Drake, Chance, and Lainey? They're close, Jamie said. Close enough that they might have gotten caught and collected in that area. The 100 or so people that had been dumped here weren't the first deposit. I refocused on the group. Something had caught my attention, and I had no idea what it was, which forced me to look for it. Something off. There. 2 people moved through the crowd. With the splashes of crimson that went with the various stages of the plague, I'd mistaken one of the figures for a victim. But when she moved, it was too smooth, too easy. Once I looked a little closer, however, I could see all of the details that were wrong. A woman, pale, with no eyes in the dark sockets. Her skin was hard, like a doll's, made of bone or ivory, while the red growths at the side of her head, from her bottom lip down to her neck, shoulders, and torso, and possibly her legs were something like horn, tinted blood red by whatever substance they were made of. I couldn't see her legs because she wore a dress that was hooked into what amounted to a corset of that crimson horn material, festooned with spikes of the horn-like material. She dragged an red horn axe behind her that seemed too large for her narrow, bone-doll arms to lift. Even the people who seemed to be furthest into the disease were working to move away from her. She was eerie and intimidating. Even from a distance, I had a sense of why. She moved in a way that didn't suggest muscle. Do you see her? I asked. Yes, Jamie whispered. She has a friend. A friend. I was annoyed that Jamie had spotted the friend first. I was glad that I spotted him a moment before the woman revealed him, taking hold of him by the collar and dragging him off his seat on the wagon. From the back, it was hard to see. When he was dragged around and faced our general direction, I could spot the alterations. It was as though someone had taken a caustic chemical and poured it on him. Flesh had melted, with large holes opened in face, shoulder, and ribcage. Something was within his chest cavity, and it had tentacles. Reaching up through his neck I could see the shadow and light as the tentacle reached up through the damaged throat and out of his mouth and one eye socket. Others embraced his body. The cigarette he'd been sitting on the wagon to enjoy dropped from his mouth, and it was one of the tentacles that caught it out of the hair, passing it to his fingers, so he might raise it back to his mouth. He carried a backpack, something closer to what a soldier would have than what a student might. Rugged, and heavily packed. Lillian said that red was a good indicator of iron, Jamie said. The Iron Maiden? I asked. That's what I was thinking. What about the man? I asked. I don't know, Jamie said. What are they doing? As we watched, Iron Maiden dragged the man to the center of the road. People naturally backed away from them. The man put in as little effort as was humanly possible in following along, letting himself be dragged. The Iron Maiden let go of him, and he was so slack that he landed in a sitting position in a puddle. The man pulled the pack off and gathered things from within. I couldn't make out what it was until it was assembled. He produced some special kind of match, one that produced a lot of smoke, then touched it to the assembly. The stand he'd put together was a guide, to keep a small rocket in position. More smoke billowed, and then the rocket launched skyward. 100 feet up, it split in two. 200 feet up, it detonated, with two poofs of black smoke staining the already darkening sky, the one closer to us and the pair first, then the other, off to the west. The pair remained there, tentacles swaying in the breeze as he sat there smoking, his other hand jammed into the coat of his winter jacket. Iron Maiden was rigid and utterly still. Both stared skyward. A red streak crossed the sky, from the cliffs, over our heads, and then over the pair's heads. A cloud of red expanded in its wake. Sanguine. Iron Maiden looked down at Tentacles. Her mouth moved, but in a funny way. I can't lip read her, Jamie said. But the man. Yeah, I said. Tentacles said something. He doesn't want us to stay, he thinks they're here, Jamie recited. Iron Maiden said something else. The rain from the dark, expanding cloud reached the pair and began to fall around us. There were a few moments of a simple light drizzle, then downpour. Can't lip read anymore, Jamie said. If I had to guess, and if the Iron Maiden didn't have augmented eyes or something, then the downpour would hamper them more than it hampered us. The appearance of the Iron Maiden was stark, very white and very red. I could still make out her silhouette in the cold rain. Tentacles, a little less so. They had to have special passes, some level of guarantee that they weren't affected by the plague. They could pass through the quarantines. Sanguine, I presumed, couldn't, but he was capable of reaching us from where he was. Let's go, I said. Yeah, Jamie said. Sanguine was that way. I nodded. Sanguine hadn't moved far. We slid down the slope of the roof, and I went first, dropping down to the railing to better help Jamie. As he came down, however, his leg caught on something, and it didn't serve to slow his descent. He skidded on the rain-slick shingles, slid right past the gutter I'd used as a handhold, and fell, hard, crashing into me. For a long few seconds. We remained utterly still, lying in a heap, waiting for some cue or sign that we were being pursued. My hand remained close to the explosives. A moment later, we were up on our feet, moving. Down the stairs, through the spaces between buildings. The texture of the city was changing under the rain. The puddles became mud, and the mud became something thicker that pulled at my boots. If I hadn't known better and been able to feel the rain itself, I might have thought that it was raining sludge. Our path slowed as we exited one area, and found ourselves staring at a trio of afflicted. They, in turn, were hanging back, staring at another afflicted. As they saw us, they fled, ducking their heads down as if they were ashamed. Their clothes looked nice enough for them to fit in among the most upper class of Radham, but the bodies within were stained with red and what looked like veins standing out against their skin, their expressions contorted as they endured the ongoing pain. They scurried off, and we ventured out into the street. Jamie slowed as he turned his head back to look at the fourth afflicted. It was a young man, 20 or so, and he knelt on the porch in front of a house, legs sort of splayed out, while his body hunched forward. Both hands were against the door, one of them weakly rising, then falling, banging on the surface. The windows inside all had the sheets and the quarantine symbols. As we got closer still, I could hear him. Mom. Dad. Let me in. Mom. He pulled away, as if he was going to fall and lie down in front of the door. He couldn't. The veiny, ivy-like growths on his hand had reached out, extending, and worked their way into the wood of the door. Bright red buds studded the growth, but had yet to unfold into proper flowers. We should leave him behind, I thought. I touched the ring, then reaffirmed the thought. Even with conscience in mind, this was all too dangerous and unpredictable. There's not much we can do. I looked at Jamie, and my mind nearly changed. Jamie had more conscience. He had to live with his decisions for his particular definition of forever. Then I started thinking about Jamie slowing down, complaining about his legs, the fall from the roof. I had suspicions about what was happening, and those suspicions made the dark, horrific feelings inside of me struggle against their confines, reaching out to choke my throat and my heart, as if they could do the same sort of damage to me that tentacles had done to him. But if I asked Jamie, and then I thought about dealing with this person, in the light of the idea that Jamie might be sick? That would be different. Harder to sell, maybe. Jamie said. His voice got the afflicted's attention. The tone, the timing, it was like he was asking me to save the young man. Where are the spots? I asked. The arm, the man said, voice thin. It happened so fast. Yeah, I said. My eye roved over the door itself. It was hard to make out in the rain, but there were stems extending from the area surrounding where the hand met the wood. Not just from afflicted to afflicted, but afflicted to environment. I bent down, reaching, and I collected my knife. I double-checked we weren't being followed. In the afflicted's eyes, I could see a war of emotion. Fear was a big one. Hope was another. I strongly suspected that hope was that I would sever the bond between him and the door, freeing him. Jamie, I said. You're going to have to walk me through this. You'll get infected. We don't know you're safe. If I'm not, I said. And if you are infected, like I suspect, I'm either going to get answers or I'm going to go to pieces anyway. That's not very convincing, Jamie said. Work with me, I said. I turned to the guinea pig. Just. SY, Jamie said. He grabbed my shoulder, pulling me back and away. The darker emotions flared, the abandonment, the fear, and in the wholeness of each of those emotions, I felt very far from human. I realized I was pointing the knife at a very still Jamie. Work with me, I said, very firmly. And stand back. Jamie nodded slowly. I looked at the victim. As for you. The confused hope in his eyes became fear and confusion as I touched the blade to his shoulder, instead of the ropey growth. Try not to make too much noise while I'm cutting. There are people out there who would interrupt us, and you don't want me to stop halfway.